Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 5 of the series. Chapter 332. 1 year ago. Luo Yu shook her head then stood up again. Her eyes looked in the distance and said, "She's not dead yet." Lin Xiu heard Luo Yu's words and looked ahead as well. He immediately saw Zhang Jai, who was sent flying by him, appearing to get up again at this moment. Darn it. She looked very sinister at this moment and there seemed to be cracks on her skin because of the weird white flames released by Luo Yu. Click, click, click. As the crisp sounds rang out, her skin seemed to be falling off. As the skin on her arm came off, they could see that her arm was made up of many mechanical things and they were glowing with dark red light. This person is really a cyborg. Lin Xiu looked at this scene and was surprised. He has been in this world for a while and it was the first time he saw a cyborg that used to only exist in the world of science fiction. Seems like you absorbed the power of the ice lotus fire. I didn't expect you to find it. Zhang Jai's voice now became a little weird. She looked at Luo Yu and spoke as she made her way over. You turned into a cyborg. Luo Yu looked at Zhang Jai, who was now approaching her, without any fear and looked at her indifferently. Yes, if you hadn't cut off my arm, I wouldn't have to become this way. It was as if her tail got stepped on when she heard Luo Yu's words and her whole face changed. It got uglier. Her arm was cut off by Luo Yu. A year ago, she wanted to snatch my odd crystal and her arm got cut off by me. Luo Yu seemed to notice the puzzled look on Lin Xiu's face and explained. Lin Xiu nodded, hesitated for a moment then said, "She said that your warrior rank decreased." Lin Xiu had indeed heard her say that Luo Yu's strength had not been restored. I was plotted against by someone and the injury didn't heal. Luo Yu nodded and said faintly. And as soon as she spoke, Zhang Jai had already rushed over again. Swish swish. As she rushed over, the two rings from before spun in the air once again, then charged towards Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu's expression changed. Why is this darn thing spinning again? Could it be that these things are also controlled by machines? With that thought, Lin Xiu gripped the spear in his hand tightly and waved it hard, releasing many phoenixes towards these spinning rings. Boom! The targets of these phoenixes were the spinning rings. The phoenixes seemed to be able to track as they followed the rings and charged towards them. Swish swish! But very quickly, the rapidly spinning rings hit Lin Xiu. However, Lin Xiu reacted very swiftly. He moved slightly and managed to dodge. Then he released another flaming bird and sent it towards the rings. As the scorching flames continued to hit these rings, their speed began to slow down. At the next moment, with a resounding bang, these rings suddenly burst then fell directly to the ground. He was right. These double rings were not simple weapons, but had something like an electronic machine built into it. Through the control of Zhang Jai's source strength, it can continuously spin and attack. But now, it seemed that this thing cannot withstand such a high temperature and had been completely scrapped. Dang! At the same time, Zhang Jai had rushed over to Luo Yu and was attacking her wildly with her daggers. She was so fast that Lin Xiu's eyes couldn't even keep up with her movements. I'll see how long you can block my attacks. Zhang Jai saw Luo Yu constantly waving the long sword in her hand and her face became even more hideous. Now Luo Yu could clearly see that Zhang Jai's right arm had no flesh and blood. It was completely like a robotic arm. And her arm was obviously very strong. Boom! Luo Yu seized the opportunity when blocking Zhang Jai's attack and her long sword in her right hand burst out with the white flames from before. When these flames appeared, the temperature in the surrounding air dropped. This is the power you gained from absorbing the ice lotus fire, Zhang Jai said in a sinister tone as her dagger slashed Luo Yu's long sword, and she looked at the white flames bursting from the long sword. Zhang Jai's body seemed to be affected due to these white flames appearing and her speed slowed down slightly. Although Luo Yu has always been on the defense, she was also waiting for an opportunity to strike. At this moment, Zhang Jai's movements truly slowed down. Swish! Zhang Jai slashed again but she missed. Good chance. Luo Yu held the long sword that was already covered in white flames and stabbed Jang directly. Bang! With a dull sound, Luo Yu's long sword pierced through Jang chest directly. The sharp tip of the long sword actually only pierced her body a little and could not go any further. What's even more terrifying was that the long sword was now stuck in her body and there was no way of pulling it out. Do you think that your flames really affected me? Jang smirked and revealed a sly look. I am not a robot. I wouldn't slow down just because of the coldness. Luo Yu stabbed the dagger towards Luo Yu as she spoke. Luo Yu, although Lin Ziyu had realized that something was wrong, and wanted to rush over there, it was too late. Jang dagger had penetrated Luo Yu's body. Chapter 333 The Real Awe of the Phoenix. Chapter 333 The Real Awe of the Phoenix. Bang! As a dull sound resounded, Jang dagger penetrated Luo Yu's shoulder. What a pity. I was so close to killing you. As the dagger pierced through Luo Yu's shoulder, a trace of blood flowed down. At that moment just now, Luo Yu still dodged instinctively so the dagger did not stab her vital parts. But too bad. You have no chance left. As Jang spoke, the dagger in her left hand pierced Luo Yu's head directly. Dang! Just at this critical moment, Lin Ziyu suddenly appeared and the tip of the dark-edged spear blocked the blade of the dagger. She looked over and saw Lin Ziyu. Courting death, Jang became furious. She pulled out the dagger from Luo Yu's shoulder and slashed directly towards Lin Ziyu. As she drew the dagger out, a trace of blood splattered in the air. Lin Ziyu's eyes turned red when he saw this scene. The veins on his body seemed to have swelled up. Dang dang dang. Lin Ziyu waved the dark-edged spear wildly and fought Jang who was attacking him. While the spear collided with Jang dagger, there were a lot of sparks. Jang was slightly taken aback because she could sense that Lin Ziyu's strength not only did not weaken as they fought, he even became stronger. What you're mad? Jang said while staring at Lin Ziyu in fighting. Lin Ziyu didn't answer her and stared at her with reddened eyes. His whole body exploded with an extremely powerful aura. Bang bang. With Lin Ziyu's spear swinging, phoenixes burst out continuously and charged towards Jang. But Jang reacted swiftly and managed to dodge those phoenixes' attacks. Ha ha ha. Although your fighting instincts are great, you are only a rank 5 warrior. Did you think you can kill me? Jang laughed and seemed happier when she saw Lin Ziyu getting angry. Just then, she felt an ominous and cold air down her spine which caused her to freeze. She turned around abruptly and saw a huge white flame rushing towards her. Bang! This time, her body couldn't dodge the attack and was directly hit by this white flame. Her whole body was covered in this white flame. She seemed to feel the intense pain and wailed in agony. At this moment, Lin Ziyu looked over there and saw Luo Yu at the back. She seemed too weak to stand and was clutching her left shoulder with her right hand. But when he took a closer look, he could still see that there was blood flowing out of Luo Yu's wound, staining her battle suit. Hurry up. Kill her. Luo Yu suppressed the pain from her wound and called out to Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu could hear very well. Although Luo Yu was weak at the moment and her voice was very soft, Lin Ziyu could still hear her clearly. At this time, he turned to Jang. Those ice lotus fires had already covered Jang body, but they did not burn her body. Instead, because of the ice lotus fire, a large amount of frost appeared on her body like they were going to freeze her body. Although this scene looked strangely magical, Lin Ziyu had no time to hesitate. Now he was gripping the dark-edged spear with both hands. At this moment, all the power in his body was activated and he swung the spear hard. Lin Ziyu clearly felt it at this time. The power seemed different. It seemed that his understanding of the skill has become a little deeper. The phoenix. Bang. Following Lin Ziyu's roar, hundreds of phoenixes burst out and flew over, forming a huge fire phoenix. This was the real awe of the phoenix. The surrounding air has become distorted, and a scorching sensation has been transmitted to the entire space. And at this moment, this huge fire phoenix rushed towards Jang. Jang wanted to get rid of those ice lotus fires from her body, but at this moment she suddenly saw that this huge fire phoenix was rushing towards her. The pupils in Jang eyes constricted. She felt the terrifying power of this huge phoenix. Her body wanted to unfold the sphere for protection. But what she didn't expect was that her source strength seemed to be suppressed by some force. At this moment, there was no way to unfold it. "Get lost!" Jang screamed, and as her body trembled, the white flames appeared like they were going to disperse. She wanted to dodge at this time, but she did not expect that there was already a lot of frost on her body, and the reaction ability of her body was greatly reduced. Trying to flee, and at the same time, she heard a cold snort behind and saw Luo Yu suppressing the pain from her shoulder as she waved the long sword. The source strength used the long sword as a medium and burst out in an instant. Then, it turned into a huge white flame, directly hitting Jang Jai's body. Ice Lotus Fire. Bang! The white flame hit her body again, and at this moment, the Awe of the Phoenix released by Lin Xiu also charged over. There was no way of avoiding the attack. "Go to hell!" Lin Xiu yelled. It was as if a fire phoenix pierced through the sky and rushed over, hitting Jang Jai's body right after Luo Yu's Ice Lotus Fire. Bang bang. The two kinds of flames seemed to have a certain chemical reaction. There was a loud explosion and the entire ground shook violently. Chapter 334 The Death of Jang Jai. Chapter 334 The Death of Jang Jai. Lin Xiu used all his strength to release this blow, and now his body was a little limp. Also, because of the huge impact, Lin Xiu hit the ground directly. Boom boom. The loud explosions continued. Lin Xiu, who was half sitting on the ground feebly, could clearly see that the fire phoenix made up of the hundreds of phoenixes released by him, hit Jang Jai's body, then began spinning crazily, forming a huge fire tornado, and because Luo Yu released the Ice Lotus Fire as well. At this time, these two flames, which seemed to have opposite attributes, produced a very terrifying reaction, forming a scary fire tornado of red and white. At this moment, the surrounding wind seemed to be surging, and Lin Xiu couldn't help blocking his eyes with his arm. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu's expression changed. She should be dead this time. Right. Ah. Jang Jai, who was in the fire tornado formed by Red Lotus Fire and Ice Lotus Fire, roared loudly at this time. She sounded like she was in intense pain. Click, click, click. At this moment, if you looked closely, you could see that there were a lot of cracks appearing on Jang Jai's skin, as the flame tornado continues to spin frantically. All those skins were finally tearing apart, revealing not flesh and blood, but something like a machine. This woman was really a cyborg. Lin Xiu saw the scene, and the pupils in his eyes constricted. As time went by, the fire tornado slowly dissipated, and Jang Jai, who had just been in the center of the fire tornado, seemed to have burnt all the skin on her whole body, and she became like a robot now. Only her cheeks looked normal. Click, click, click. There was a lot of white smoke coming out of her body. Luo Yu suppressed the sharp pain in her shoulder and grasped her long sword with her right hand, staring at Jang Jai over there. Is she dead? Haha. Do you think this will kill me? Just when Lin Xiu and Luo Yu both held their breath and were about to see if Jang Jai was dead, a chilling voice came over. Hearing this voice, Lin Xiu's expression changed and he found that Jang Jai's body could move slowly. Then in the next moment, she rushed directly to Lin Xiu with a swish. Click, click, click. There was no skin on her 5 fingers and they looked like a robot's fingers with very sharp fingertips. Her body seemed to move faster now as she rushed in front of Lin Xiu in an instant. Then with a violent wave of her right hand, she attacked Lin Xiu's body. She seemed to want to use her claws to tear Lin Xiu's body apart. Dang. Just then, Lin Xiu's dark edge spear blocked directly. The tip of the spear collided with Jang Jai's robotic fingers and a lot of sparks were emitted. Moreover, Lin Xiu could clearly feel the tremendous force from the dark edge spear. What's happening? Why is this woman still so strong? Didn't the flames just now have a huge impact on her? With this thought, Lin Xiu's expression changed. He gritted his teeth, and the dark edge spear in his hand continued stabbing towards Jang Jai's body. But Jang Jai's reaction speed was indeed very fast, and at this time it was easy to dodge Lin Xiu's attacks. Then she used her own hand to grab Lin Xiu. Dang dang dang. Now Jang Jai's speed was very fast. Lin Xiu's dark edge spear was about to stab her, but her attacks were too savage and Lin Xiu could only dodge or use his weapon to dodge. He didn't have any other choice. But when resisting Zhang Jai's attacks, Lin Xiu could clearly see that there were many small sparks bursting out of Zhang Jai's robot-like body. It seemed that the flames released by him and Luo Yu just now had affected her somehow. Go to hell. Zhang Jai looks terrifying, as if she was about to kill Lin Xiu. When Lin Xiu blocked her increasingly aggressive attacks, he looked to the front and could see Luo Yu rushing over from behind with her long sword. The look in Lin Xiu's eyes changed, but he still blocked Zhang Jai's attacks. Did you think that you can kill me this way? Ahahaha. Zhang Jai seemed to have lost her mind and kept swinging her robotic hands toward Lin Xiu. Dang dang dang. While Zhang Jai was attacking Lin Xiu wildly, Luo Yu was already charging over with her long sword. Zhang Jai pierced her sharp fingers towards Lin Xiu's body. Lin Xiu's expression changed. This time, he did not continue to block with his dark-edged spear, but let her fingers penetrate his body directly. When her arm was in Lin Xiu's body, Lin Xiu's other hand grabbed her other arm. Zhang Jai's expression changed drastically and she seemed to sense something wrong. Then suddenly she wanted to pull out the arm that penetrated Lin Xiu's body, only to find that her arm seemed to be stuck. There was no way of pulling it out. And at this moment, she clearly felt a very powerful energy wave behind her. Damn. Zhang Jai was struggling frantically at this time, but Lin Xiu didn't give her any chance and grabbed her arm firmly. The arm that penetrated Lin Xiu's body was completely stuck and there was no way of pulling her arm out of Lin Xiu's body. The long sword in Luo Yu's hand was already covered in white flames at this moment. The second she was behind Zhang Jai, she slashed directly at Zhang Jai's head. No, Zhang Jai seemed to feel something and she had a look of panic on her face. But it was too late now. The long sword covered in ice lotus fire had already slashed across her neck. Chapter 335 The Two Injured. Chapter 335 The Two Injured. Bang. Following the loud bang, the sword cut straight through Zhang Jai's head and sliced it right off. Zhang Jai's fervent struggle immediately became weak. Lin Xiu witnessed Zhang Jai's head being sliced off by Luo Yu's sword and heaved a sigh of relief. One could still see flickers of lightning across Zhang Jai's neck. Bang! Lin Xiu released Zhang Jai's hand and kicked the corpse away. As her body was being flung, her arm that was stabbed into Lin Xiu's body was removed as well. But the immense pain caused his face to crunch up. Is she dead? Lin Xiu heaved a sigh of relief and endured the pain as he walked over to Luo Yu. Luo Yu looked at Zhang Jai's head and replied, "She's dead." Zhang Jai's eyes were still wide open as though unresigned to her death. Her chopped neck had no blood and revealed machinery. They could tell that apart from her head, she was a cyborg. Cough cough. Luo Yu's complexion turned pale as she coughed and stabbed her sword into the ground to support herself. Her vision started to blur. Her body started to tremble as well. Luo Yu, she saw Lin Xiu's blurred figure appear in front of her. But in the next moment, her eyes rolled backwards and she fainted. Lin Xiu immediately reached out to grab her. He endured the pain in his body and carried her. Blood continued to flow from her body. Evidently, Luo Yu's shoulder was cut by Zhang Jai's blade and lost a lot of blood. The overexertion was another factor that led to her fainting. Lin Xiu carried Luo Yu back to their original position and laid her down gently on the grass. He then walked over to his bag and took out a blue bottle. Healed the part of his shoulder that Zhang Jai had stabbed through with her arm had started to heal, and the blood had gradually dried up. Although he could still feel the pain, blood no longer flowed and Lin Xiu felt that it no longer hindered him. It might be due to his second gene lock that strengthened his body to a level far unlike anyone. Lin Xiu took the blue liquid and returned to Luo Yu. Blood continued to flow from her body. Lin Xiu frowned at this. Her wounds were obviously still open and fresh blood was still coming out. This was extremely dangerous for her. We should return quickly and get to the hospital for treatment. But they were a long way away from the town. Without a choice, he could only use the medicinal liquid to heal her. Lin Xiu did not hesitate and tore her battle robe slightly. The layer of inner white robes was dyed blood red. He continued to tear along her wounds and saw a deep wound. Blood was incessantly flowing out, and it caused his expression to change. The wound seemed to have enlarged after Luo Yu's attack. The wound laid her muscle tissues bare open. Lin Xiu was unable to comprehend what level of willpower Luo Yu had to endure the pain and continue fighting. It was fortunate that Jang had died. Lin Xiu took a deep breath and carefully placed the blue liquid on Luo Yu's wound. The medicine produced effects as white bubbles started to foam, and a hissing sound rang out. Luo Yu frowned as it was a very painful process. Very quickly, Lin Xiu applied the medicine all over Luo Yu's wound. The blood on the wounds were cleansed away. The horrific-looking wound quickly started healing. Phew! Lin Xiu wiped away the perspiration on his forehead and took a deep breath. Lin Xiu felt extremely fatigued and his vision was slightly blurry. Gugu Roly rolled out and saw Lin Xiu in a strange state. Roly, quickly find me some odd crystals. Lin Xiu looked at Roly and laughed. He closed his eyes and activated his cultivation technique. As it circulated in his body, the energy in the area around him started to converge and got absorbed into his body. He gained back his energy and recovered quickly from the fatigue. After cultivating for a period of time, he opened his eyes and looked around. He was injured and Luo Yu was still resting. It was a bad situation for them if any warriors came with bad intentions. Time passed as Lin Xiu remained guarded by Luo Yu's side. After a long time, Luo Yu frowned slightly and her eyelids started to flutter slightly. Luo Yu, Lin Xiu whispered when he saw her slight movements. Chapter 336 I didn't know you know how to joke. Chapter 336 I didn't know you know how to joke. Luo Yu gradually opened her eyes. You're awake. Lin Xiu looked at Luo Yu and exclaimed happily. Luo Yu nodded gently and started to sit up. Lin Xiu immediately supported her. Jang dead. Luo Yu sat upright and felt the pain from her wound and frowned. Yay! Lin Xiu nodded. Luo Yu's attack had sliced Jang head off her body. It was impossible for Jang to remain alive after that. Luo Yu nodded her head and looked at her own shoulder and saw that her clothes had been ripped and handled professionally. You did this? Luo Yu looked at Lin Xiu and asked. Yay! You were losing too much blood. Lin Xiu replied awkwardly. Luo Yu's wound was very near her chest, although Lin Xiu had no ill thoughts. Now that they were talking about it, it made him embarrassed. Thank you. Luo Yu did not seem bothered by it and replied. It's fine. Lin Xiu smiled, but seemed to have pulled on his wound, and his smile froze. Although his recovery was powerful and he was no longer losing blood, Lin Xiu could still feel the pain. How's your wound? Are you okay? Luo Yu looked at him and asked after hesitating for a moment. I'm fine. It's almost healed. Lin Xiu shook his head. What surprised Lin Xiu was that Luo Yu was usually ice cold. Since when did she know how to care for others? Right at this moment, a sound rang out from the side. Lin Xiu and Luo Yu, who maintained their vigilance, immediately turned towards the sound and were surprised. Roly. Lin Xiu opened his eyes wide in disbelief, because Roly had appeared before them with many odd crystals all stuck on its body, and by relying on his senses, Lin Xiu could tell that they were all rank 6 odd crystals. Where did it get all of them from? Gugu. Roly ran to Lin Xiu and shook its body. At this time, all the odd crystals dropped to the floor. There were more than a dozen. Roly picked one up and shook at Lin Xiu as though showing off its achievements. Powerful. Roly. Lin Xiu's mouth was wide open as he commented. Lin Xiu suddenly recalled that he had called Roly to look for odd crystals. It was a casual remark and he did not expect Roly to find so many of them. They were even of extremely good quality. This thing is really mystical. Luo Yu looked at Roly and commented. She extended her finger and touched Roly. Roly immediately leaped onto Lin Xiu's arm after being touched by Luo Yu, as though frightened of her. Lin Xiu laughed. It thinks that you want to dissect him. I really want to study it. Luo Yu nodded her head and replied. Roly immediately carried in odd crystals and jumped into Lin Xiu's bag, as though it was truly afraid of being dissected. I didn't know that you know how to joke. Lin Xiu chuckled. Luo Yu's eyes changed and regained her coldness. She then replied to him. Recover your strength. After absorbing all these odd crystals, we should leave tomorrow morning. Lin Xiu nodded. They had to regain their strength as they did not know when other warriors would come. Lin Xiu took the rank 6 odd crystals and closed his eyes to absorb the energy. Luo Yu did the same. Seconds passed as the duo absorbed all the odd crystals' energy and recovered their strength. Their wounds also started to heal. Early next morning, Lin Xiu stretched himself and opened his eyes to see the glaring sunlight. The weather was good and sunlight had penetrated the canopy. A rather rare scene in the dark forest. Lin Xiu was able to see that all the rank 6 odd crystals had turned to stone. They had undoubtedly absorbed all the energy within. Awake! Lin Xiu heard a gentle voice from behind him. You're up so early. Lin Xiu was startled and saw Luo Yu holding onto a gold fruit as she walked towards him. For you. Luo Yu handed the fruit to him. This is a unique berry from Dark Forest. Try it. Luo Yu handed it to him and said. N. Lin Xiu nodded his head and took the gold berry and placed it into his mouth without hesitation. A gentle bite caused the juice to erupt from within. A burst of sour taste came out, but it was extremely appetizing. Lin Xiu felt warmth in his body after consuming the fruit. Let's go. Luo Yu took her thin sword and picked up the dark-edged spear and handed it over to Lin Xiu. N. Lin Xiu nodded and carried his bag over. Lin Xiu was completely healed without an ounce of pain. This surprised him. After unlocking the second Gene lock, his body had evolved, and no warriors could compare to him. Chapter 337 Rank 7. Chapter 337 Rank 7. Your injuries should be fine now. Right, Lin Xiu said to Luo Yu as they walked. It's fine. Luo Yu shook her head. Compared to Lin Xiu, her wound was not as horrible, but her ability to recover was not as strong as Lin Xiu's. So although her wound had closed up, it has not fully healed. Walking like this, she could still feel a slight pain. But of course, Luo Yu didn't show it on her face. Lin Xiu knew Luo Yu's character, and even if she was still in pain, she would not say it. We are going back to the academy now. Right, Lin Xiu hesitated for a while as he continued to walk ahead and finally asked Luo Yu. Previously, Luo Huation mentioned that Luo Yu's family wanted Luo Yu to go home, so Lin Xiu didn't know whether Luo Yu would return to the Sacred Region Academy or go home. However, Luo Yu didn't say anything and nodded. Hearing her answer, Lin Xiu didn't know why, but felt quite happy. By the way, what rank were you at previously? Lin Xiu looked at Luo Yu and asked. Rank 7. Luo Yu said directly without hesitation. Lin Xiu was surprised when he heard her rank 7. Luo Yu is so young, yet she had the strength of a rank 7 warrior. And Luo Huation appeared to be even stronger. What kind of freaks are in Luo Yu's family? Why are they so terrifyingly strong? I was attacked by Shanghai and some others a year ago and my injuries did not heal. Luo Yu continued. Luo Yu seemed to be in a good mood today and said so much it was quite rare for Lin Xiu. When I first met you, you were already rank 7. But because of your injury, your strength has dropped so much. Lin Xiu said. And, the more Lin Xiu thought about it, the more shocked he was. He has been in this world for a while and knew what a rank 7 warrior meant. A rank 7 warrior was considered a high-ranking warrior. Even in a big city, they would be highly regarded. He didn't expect that Luo Yu had already reached the level of a rank 7 warrior at such a young age, even without an upgrade system like himself. How much cruel training did she go through? What about you? Luo Yu, who was walking in front, stopped in her tracks, then looked at Lin Xiu and asked. Luo Yu was very close to Lin Xiu and he could see her beautiful eyes and fair complexion very clearly. Her skin was very delicate and he couldn't see any pores on her face at all. Luo Yu seemed to sense Lin Xiu staring at her and a rare hint of pink surfaced on her cheeks. She immediately turned around and continued to walk forward. Lin Xiu returned to his senses at this moment and realized that he had just been staring at her. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Cough cough. Lin Xiu deliberately coughed. Then followed Luo Yu and said to her. When I met you, I was really just a beginner warrior. Lin Xiu said embarrassedly. At that time, he had just crossed over to the world here and everything was very dangerous for him. Thinking of the things he had experienced before, the corners of Lin Xiu's mouth turned up. Unknowingly, he had already experienced so many things and gone through so much. Your strength has increased very quickly. Luo Yu was a little shocked. From then to now, in less than a year, Lin Zia's strength has improved from a rookie to a rank 5 warrior. This was really terrifying. Although a rank 5 warrior was nothing to her, the problem was that it took less than a year for Lin Ziu to rise to that level. You must know that there are many people who couldn't even reach the level of a rank 5 warrior in their lifetime, while Lin Ziu achieved that in just 1 year. It's alright. Lin Ziu smiled and didn't intend to say anything more. He didn't plan on telling anyone about the upgrade system. The two people continued walking side by side and soon they reached the huge gully with blacktooth spiders in the middle. You came from here. Luo Yu's eyes saw the ground ahead and it was all charred. It was obvious that Lin Ziu had used his fire skills here. I came with some sophomores from our school. Lin Ziu nodded then told Luo Yu what had happened before. Luo Yu seemed to be listening to Lin Ziu intently. Although this gully was huge, the two warriors Luo Yu and Lin Ziu could jump directly across to the opposite side with just a short sprint. The journey back was much easier, and there are no evolved beasts or warriors along the way. Damn, I don't know who snatched the ice lotus fire, but it's a wasted trip this time. Lin Ziu and Luo Yu had just arrived at where they first entered the dark forest, and warriors began to appear. These warriors seem to have come in looking for the ice lotus fire, but they have received news that the ice lotus fire has been snatched and swallowed. This was really bad news for them. After all, they came for the ice lotus fire and were going back with nothing. Lin Ziu and Luo Yu walked amongst the crowd and ignored these people. Wait, I heard that the ice lotus fire was swallowed by a young lady. Some warriors were talking when they saw Luo Yu and Lin Ziu walking by. As these two people were very young, like they were 17 or 18 years old, they stood out from the crowd. And some warriors also heard some gossip, knowing that it was a young lady who swallowed the ice lotus fire. After all, not all the warriors died there, some warriors escaped. You mean, maybe it's them? Hearing the words of this warrior, the gaze of the other warriors turned to the front, looking at Luo Yu's back. A greedy look appeared in their eyes. You too, stop there. Just as Lin Ziu and Luo Yu were walking, someone yelled from behind. Chapter 338 Sky City Luo Family. Chapter 338 Sky City Luo Family. Lin Ziu's brow furrowed a little when he heard the voice coming from behind. It was obvious that he was looking for trouble. Let's go, Luo Yu said plainly and walked straight ahead, without turning her head, as if she hadn't heard the person. Lin Ziu heard Luo Yu's words and walked ahead, completely ignoring the man. The man's face suddenly changed and became extremely gloomy. In the next moment, he exerted force and rushed directly to the front. His speed was very fast and instantly with the sound of a swish, he rushed in front of Lin Ziu and Luo Yu. I told you two to stop. Didn't you hear me? The middle-aged man blocked them and looked at Lin Ziu and Luo Yu with a gloomy expression. He found Lin Ziu and Luo Yu so arrogant that they ignored him. What's the matter? Lin Ziu narrowed his eyes, looked at the middle-aged man standing in front of him and said faintly, H&G. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, then pointed at Luo Yu and said, Is she the one who swallowed the energy of the ice lotus fire? The moment he exclaimed, the other warriors walked over and immediately surrounded Lin Ziu and Luo Yu. Lin Ziu saw this scene and couldn't help clenching the dark-edged spear in his hand tightly. These people obviously just wanted to find trouble. Jang, is she the one? At this time, one of the warriors looked at Luo Yu and asked the man next to him. It's the two of them. The warrior looked at Luo Yu and Lin Ziu then said with certainty. He saw warriors being killed by Luo Huatian and already knew the horror of Luo Huatian's strength. So he ran without hesitation, but he didn't expect to bump into Luo Yu and Lin Ziu again, and the terrifying Luo Huatian wasn't here. I saw it. She swallowed the ice lotus fire. At this moment, he pointed at Luo Yu then continued to say aloud. There was still a hint of shock in his eyes, because he saw that after Luo Yu swallowed the ice lotus fire, she sat down cross-legged like she was digesting the energy of the ice lotus fire. He thought it was impossible for Luo Yu to swallow the energy of this ice lotus fire. After all, the energy of this ice lotus fire was really terrifying. Even a rank 8 warrior might not be able to swallow this ice lotus fire fully. And if it is not swallowed successfully, it may cause a backlash effect. But now it appeared that Luo Yu had successfully absorbed the energy of the ice lotus fire. Otherwise she would have been dead by now. At this time, the surrounding warriors looked towards Luo Yu. All of them were high-ranking warriors, which made Lin Xiu feel a little stressed. However, Luo Yu still appeared very calm, so what Luo Yu glanced at them, then said faintly, "You haven't completely swallowed the energy of the ice lotus fire." Right, the middle-aged man said in a sullen voice. The energy of the ice lotus fire is huge. It is impossible to be swallowed completely in such a short time. At this time, the rest of the people also suddenly realized that what he said made sense. And then Luo Yu raised her brows, then said faintly. Then the middle-aged man saw that Luo Yu didn't show any fear even now, and he burst into laughter. Then, "You will hand over all the remaining energy of the ice lotus fire." The moment he spoke, the saber in his hand swung violently towards Luo Yu. He wanted to cut Luo Yu's body in half, then absorb the remaining ice lotus fire energy that has not been completely absorbed in Luo Yu's body. Swish! As his saber swung, the blade cut through the air anytime. The speed of the saber was very fast, like a white glow, slashing towards Luo Yu's body. Be careful, Lin Xia's pupils constricted when he saw this scene. This person was a rank 7 warrior and his speed was incredible. Dang! But at this moment, Luo Yu quickly swung her long sword and blocked the man's attack. The long sword collided with his saber, giving off a clear sound. Sky City. Luo family. Luo Yu glanced at the other warriors who were about to attack and said indifferently. Some warriors wanted to kill Luo Yu and get the remaining energy of the ice lotus fire that had not been completely absorbed in her body. But when they heard Luo Yu's words, their expressions changed. Swish! Just then, the dark-edged spear in Lin Xia's hand had already pierced the body of the middle-aged man who attacked Luo Yu. The spear was like a cold light. The second it was about to stab the man's body, it turned into dozens of black shadows and rushed over. Bang bang bang. There was a hint of surprise in the middle-aged man's eyes then. A light blue protective shield suddenly appeared around him. The dozens of shots that Lin Xiu stabbed in a short moment all hit the light blue barrier. Sphere. The middle-aged man reacted very quickly and unfolded sphere to protect his body. But the huge impact generated by Lin Xia's attack sent his body flying. He used all his strength to stand on the ground and managed to stop retreating back. Everyone, you'll get going first. Goodbye. At the same time, one of the warriors who had been watching, cupped his fists and said aloud to the surrounding warriors, then left immediately. The expressions of the rest of the people also changed, and of course, they understood what kind of people the Luo family in the Sky City was. And these people looked at Luo Yu carefully and seemed to have thought of something when their expressions became even more anxious. We were as blind as a bat. Sorry, some warriors said to Luo Yu at this moment and left. Chapter 339 Profound Intent Awe of the Phoenix. Chapter 339 Profound Intent Awe of the Phoenix. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Although they wanted the ice lotus fire, they wanted to keep their lives too. Luo Yu glanced at them then continued to speak. Hearing these two words, the faces of those warriors who were still hesitant to leave became uglier. This time, they left without looking back. At this moment, the warriors left one by one, and there was only the warrior who wanted to attack Luo Yu and 2 warriors that remained. Lin Xiu was shocked when he saw this scene. Why did the attitude of these warriors suddenly change? This made Lin Xiu a little puzzled. What did you say to them? Lin Xiu asked. Why did these warriors leave all of a sudden because of what Luo Yu said? This doesn't make sense. I just said the name of a person. Luo Yu said calmly. A person's name? Whose name is so powerful? Lin Xiu couldn't figure it out. You guys are not leaving. The middle-aged man, who just got attacked by Lin Xiu and flew back a certain distance, wasn't injured, and he went forward. Then said to the 2 men who remained, we obviously want the energy of the ice lotus fire. One of the men, who looked pale, licked his lips and said aloud. His eyes were full of greed, and it seemed that he was determined to get the ice lotus fire. Aren't you guys afraid? The middle-aged man burst out laughing when he heard his words. Afraid? The pale-faced man laughed at this moment, then pointed to Luo Yu with his longsword. She said she belongs to the Luo family and I'm just going to believe her. Anyway, so what? Who would know if she died here? Another man standing beside the pale-faced man said aloud at this time. Compared to the pale-faced man's face, this man's face was as dark as charcoal. Ha ha ha. You guys are truly the black and white demons, so brave. Hearing these two people's words, this young man burst into laughter. Then let's kill these two people together. As he spoke, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and he glanced at Luo Yu and Lin Xiu. Then, he exploded with power and rushed directly to Lin Xiu. He must first get rid of Lin Xiu first, the guy who's in the way. Lin Xiu saw him rushing towards him. At this moment, his face changed. He swung the dark-edged spear and it collided with the man's saber. Dang! With a dull sound, Lin Xiu felt a powerful impact, which was transmitted from his dark-edged spear to his body. Lin Xiu's body instantly flew out like a broken kite. However, Lin Xiu seemed to have expected it a long time ago. At this moment, the body that flew out flipped in the air, then steadily landed on the ground. Go to hell! He looked ahead and saw that middle-aged man holding the saber in his hand as he roared and slashed at him from a distance. With a slash of the saber in his hand, a huge sword aura appeared and charged towards Lin Xiu. Boom! A deep crack appeared on the ground due to the sword aura. Bang! At this moment, Lin Xiu's body was instantly cut in half by the sword aura. HNG. Boy! Let's see how savage you can be. The middle-aged man suddenly laughed when he saw this scene. He thought that the sword aura he released had already killed Lin Xiu. But what he didn't expect was that at this moment, he felt a violent burning sensation coming from behind him. What happened? Feeling the burning sensation, the face of the middle-aged man changed. Then he turned around abruptly and saw a bright red light shining over. He looked up and saw that Lin Xiu had already jumped into the air. Then as he waved the dark-edged spear constantly, flaming birds appeared one after another, directly charging towards the middle-aged man. How is this possible? At this moment, he roared in his heart and was in disbelief because he had just seen with his own eyes that Lin Xiu had been cut in half by his sword aura. Why? Why did he appear behind him again? And now the skill released by Lin Xiu clearly made him feel a sense of oppression. Profound intent awe of the phoenix. Just now Lin Xiu used mirror image and it was obvious that Lin Xiu avoided his attack. And after the battle with Jang yesterday, Lin Xiu felt that he had a deeper understanding of awe of the phoenix, and now used profound intent instead of the ordinary awe of the phoenix. In other words, the power released by awe of the phoenix was much stronger than before. At this moment, as Lin Xiu's dark-edged spear continued to swing, a series of flaming birds charged towards the bottom. There were at least dozens of flaming birds. At this moment, as the flaming birds charged over, the surrounding ground turned red in an instant. Moreover, the temperature of the surrounding air has risen by several degrees in a short time. The burning sensation caused droplets of sweat to flow down the cheeks of the middle-aged man below. And when the flaming birds rushed over, they slowly began to converge to form a huge flaming phoenix. The flaming phoenix seemed to cover the sky and rushed towards the middle-aged man below. Unfold. The middle-aged man was shocked when he saw this scene. This flaming phoenix covered a large surface, and even if he was a rank 7 warrior, there was no chance of dodging it. He could only use fear to block. If he directly blocked it with his own body, he would probably be cooked by the flame. Following his roar, a light blue barrier appeared around his body instantly. He was a rank 7 warrior, after all, and the power of the unfolded sphere was very powerful, enveloping his body completely. Go! Lin Xiu let out a loud roar and the flaming phoenix attacked. Chapter 340 Fierce Battle. Chapter 340 Fierce Battle. That terrifying flaming phoenix was now like a huge meteorite falling from the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, the whole ground shook. Although the middle-aged man unfolded the sphere, the flaming phoenix hit it directly. At the moment of the impact, a huge fire tornado was formed. Lin Xiu, who saw this scene, had a change of expression. Would it be enough to kill him? Lin Xiu squeezed the dark-edged spear in his hand, gritted his teeth, and mumbled, The middle-aged man who was among the flames could only see fiery red at this moment. Although his body was now protected by the sphere, he could still feel the intense burning sensation around him. This burning sensation made his body start to sweat. A burning sensation that seemed to cook his body and him clench his teeth. He had no idea that Lin Xiu, a rank 5 warrior, could unleash such a powerful skill. The power of this skill was beyond his imagination. It seems that the guy is pretty strong. At this time, the pale-faced man looked at Lin Xiu and said aloud. There was a look of approval in his eyes. He is, for a rank 5 warrior to achieve this level, indeed quite strong. The dark man beside him yelled. At this time, Luo Yu looked at these two warriors. Her eyes were cold and the long sword in her hand was clenched tightly. However, what we have to do now is to first extract the remaining energy of the ice lotus fire in your body. The pale-faced man grimaced at this time. As soon as he spoke, he held the long sword in his hand and rushed towards Luo Yu. Swish! The pale-faced man rushed in front of Luo Yu at an incredible speed. Go to hell! Following his roar, the long sword in his hand was like a cold light and it slashed directly towards Luo Yu's body. Dang! But Luo Yu's reaction was not slow at all. At this moment, the long sword in her hand blocked the attack, and a clear sound rang out. Oh, you could actually block my attack. This pale-faced man seemed a little surprised. You talk a lot of nonsense, Luo Yu said lightly. As soon as she put force on the long sword, it caused the man to take a few steps back. How could it be? The man was shocked at this time. He had just clearly felt that the powerful force coming from Luo Yu's hand and it shocked him. What is the strength of this woman? Hey! Bai! You can't even defeat a woman at this moment. A mocking voice came from behind. The man called Bai looked at the dark-skinned man with a snarl and said, How about you try? Sure. Hearing his words, the dark-skinned man suddenly revealed a sinister smile and rushed over. He also had a long sword in his hand. As he rushed over, the long sword instantly turned into a cold light and pierced directly towards Luo Yu. He was clearly using most of his body strength, and the speed and power that burst out were very formidable. Luo Yu seemed to feel this too. At this moment, she did not use the long sword to block but dodged the attack directly. Swish! The long sword passed Luo Yu's body. It didn't chop her body, but it chopped off a few strands of her hair. Where are you going to hide? The dark-skinned man who looked like charcoal saw Luo Yu dodging his attack and his face turned nasty. In his opinion, it should be very easy to kill a warrior of Luo Yu's level very easily. But what he didn't expect was that Luo Yu actually dodged his attack from the beginning. With this thought, a stronger murderous intent burst in his eyes and he continued to attack Luo Yu. Swish swish swish. His blade cut through the air, but Luo Yu's body skill was incredible. At this moment, it was as if she was dancing as she continued dodging. What kind of body skill is this? The warrior called Bai watched the battle between the dark-skinned man and Luo Yu and his face was full of shock. What kind of body skill is this? How could Luo Yu dodge the attacks of their rank 7 warrior so easily? Could it be that she was truly from the Luo family? With this thought, his expression turned nasty. Even just now, he still didn't think that Luo Yu belonged to Sky City. Luo family. Because that Luo family was a very famous family. Why would the Luo family come here? And she's a young lady. But at this moment, he was starting to believe her. Ahai. Let's get her together. He looked at Ahai who was fighting with Luo Yu and called out. Let's do it. Ahai's face was very nasty at this time because even though Luo Yu had no chance of attacking him, he couldn't attack her either. What kind of body skill is this? At this moment, as Bai charged over, the look on Luo Yu's face changed. After all, these two were rank 7 warriors and it was already quite tiring to deal with one. If she had to deal with 2 rank 7 warriors, the situation would get sticky. At the same time, on the other side, the flaming tornado slowly weakened at this moment. Lin Xiu squeezed the dark-edged spear in his hand and looked afar. His body tensed up. Could the fire really kill that guy? As Lin Xiu looked over, he suddenly saw a light blue barrier. When Lin Xiu saw this scene, the pupils in his eyes constricted. Sphere. It was the sphere that the guy unfolded. It seemed like this guy was not dead yet. Chapter 341 Seen Through. Chapter 341 Seen Through. Crash. Lin Xiu could see the figure of the middle-aged man. He's not. Ha ha ha, this is all you've got at this time. As the flame dissipated, the middle-aged man's voice could be heard. Take a closer look. Although the flame was blocked by his unfolded sphere and he didn't seem to have suffered any damage, he was drenched in sweat and his entire battle suit was completely soaked. The scorching temperature of the flame still scared him if it wasn't for his strong source strength which supported him in resisting the flames. He would be annihilated by the flame by now. With this thought, a chill went down his spine. But it was a pity that he was completely fine now. You have used up a lot of your body's energy by using this skill. It's my turn now. The man looked at Lin Xiu on the other side and said aloud. The second he said that, the light blue barrier on his body disappeared instantly. If he kept using sphere, it would use up a lot of energy. Lin Xiu's face turned ugly at this time. The awe of the phoenix just now consumed a lot of Lin Xiu's power and now there was no way of using the awe of the phoenix to attack again. He didn't have any choice now, either the man dies or he dies. Lin Xiu clenched the dark edge spear tightly and took a deep breath. Before the man rushed to his side, Lin Xiu rushed straight ahead. Swish! Lin Xiu's speed has reached the extreme and like a shadow, he rushed to the front. Courting death, the middle-aged man saw Lin Xiu even dared to rush over and he immediately felt that his dignity had been insulted. And coupled with the fact that Lin Xiu had just used that powerful skill to suppress him, he became extremely angry. Holding the saber in his hand, he slashed at Lin Xiu's body abruptly. Dang! A loud sound rang out as his saber hit the dark edge spear that Lin Xiu thrust out. Lin Xiu's pupils constricted. After all, this guy was a rank 7 warrior. The power of the saber that slashed over at this moment was too strong. The impact was transmitted to the dark edge spear in Lin Xiu's hand and Lin Xiu's arm went numb. He nearly dropped the spear, but Lin Xiu still gripped the dark edge spear tightly. Took a step back, then continued to attack the middle-aged man. Swish swish swish. The moment the spear stabbed out, there was a sound slicing through the air. What a fast speed. When the middle-aged man saw the dozens of spears illusions stabbed out by Lin Xiu, he had a tinge of surprise in his eyes. If a warrior of the same rank used this kind of skill, he wouldn't be surprised, but Lin Xiu was merely a rank 5 warrior yet he used such a powerful skill. Insignificant skill however. He was a high-ranking warrior after all and he was very confident of himself. In addition, Lin Xiu has just used such a skill that used up a lot of source strength. It should be the end of the battle now. Kill him. There was an extreme murderous intent in the eyes of the middle-aged man, as the saber let out clanging sounds like it felt the powerful force transmitted to the saber and trembled. Lin Xiu's torrential storm of rose flowers stabbed out, but the middle-aged man actually managed to dodge all of them. Lin Xiu looked at this scene and frowned. It was indeed too strenuous to fight against a rank 7 warrior himself. And at this time, the sharp-eyed Lin Xiu also found that the man's saber had a very powerful sword or gathered on it. What is this? Lin Xiu was shocked. It seemed that this middle-aged man was secretly gathering strength while using his body skills to dodge Lin Xiu's attacks. Just when Lin Xiu's spear pierced out again, the middle-aged man dodged, then he held the saber in his hand with both hands and slashed down on Lin Xiu's body. As he slashed over, the surrounding space sounded like it was about to tear apart, making a loud noise. And at this moment, Lin Xiu could clearly see the dazzling light from the saber. This light was directly reflected in Lin Xiu's eyes. In an instant, everything before Lin Xiu's eyes turned white. Darn it. Go to hell, the middle-aged man screamed, and the saber in his hand had already cut Lin Xiu's body. Boom! The sound of the blade slashing through the air was already loud, but at this moment, the sound was even louder. It was deafening. The saber was full of terrifying power and it exploded over. Boom! Lin Xiu's body couldn't react fast enough and was directly hit. Here, but after the middle-aged man blasted Lin Xiu into pieces, he didn't stop his movements and attacked the other side. He noticed. Lin Xiu, who had already appeared on the other side at this time, had a change in expression. That's right. He used mirror image to avoid this attack. because with Lin Zia's current strength, there was no way he could use his normal reaction speed to avoid the attacks of these warriors who were 2 ranks higher than him. But what Lin Ziu didn't expect was that the middle-aged man actually noticed when he used the mirror clone. Swish! At this moment, Lin Ziu only saw a black shadow flying towards him, and he saw the man directly waving his saber in his hand and cutting it down to his body. Didn't expect it. Huh, I've already seen through this trick of yours. The middle-aged man yelled, and the saber in his hand was about to chop Lin Zia's head off. Swish! At this very moment, Lin Ziu saw a white flame rushing from another direction. Bang! The white flame hit the saber directly. The saber was about to cut Lin Zia's body, but froze all of a sudden under the impact of the white flame. Chapter 342 Wu. Who on earth are you? Chapter 342 Wu. Who on earth are you? An extremely cold aura went directly from his sword to his body. Damn it, what is this? At this moment, he saw that the saber he was about to hack down on Lin Zia's body was filled with white flames. With the appearance of these flames, his sword seemed to be covered with frost. Ice Lotus Fire. This must be the Ice Lotus Fire. At this time, he felt the air from his saber become icier like it was going to freeze him. Damn it, at first, he was about to slash at Lin Zia's body. But at this moment, he could no longer attack and his whole body fell directly on the ground. The saber in his hand also fell from his hand and stuck firmly on the ground. Taking a closer look, the sword that fell on the ground was already covered in frost, and the entire sword seemed frozen. Those white flames were still on the saber and were not extinguished. At this time, Lin Ziu heaved a sigh of relief. Looking to the other side, Luo Yu continued to fight the 2 warriors called Black and White Demons. It was obvious just now that Luo Yu used the Ice Lotus Fire to help him escape death. Now it seemed like he couldn't rely too much on Mirror Clone. After all, as long as he used it once, these high-ranking warriors would be able to see through this skill the second time, just like what happened just now. If that happens, he might be killed. But now, Lin Ziu would no longer reveal any flaws. He landed steadily on the ground, then gripped the dark-edged spear and rushed directly to the front. Swish! Lin Zia's body tensed up at this time and exploded in terrifying speed. He rushed to the middle-aged man, and the dark-edged spear in his hand pierced his body directly. When the middle-aged man saw this scene, the pupils in his eyes shrank, but his body still dodged quickly. Bang bang bang. The strength of the spear stabbing out at this time was very powerful. Even this rank 7 warrior artist did not dare to take it lightly. And now his saber was on the ground, covered in this Ice Lotus Fire. He had no way of picking up his weapon. Go to hell just then. While avoiding Lin Zia's attack, he seized the opportunity, and his fist slammed into Lin Zia's head. Crackling. As the crackling resounded, Lin Ziu saw flashes of electric light on the fist that the middle-aged man smashed over. Silver Thunderbolt Rupturing Fist. No, this is not Silver Thunderbolt Rupturing Fist. This is just similar. But Lin Ziu still felt the power erupting from his fist, and the electric light looked even more powerful. Lin Ziu didn't have time to think too much at this time, and moved his body to dodge the attack. Did you think you can hide? The man let out a loud roar. The fist that was going towards Lin Zia's body continued to follow Lin Ziu and was about to hit him. The look on Lin Zia's face changed. Typically, one wouldn't be able to simply change the direction of a punch due to its force, but this guy could still forcefully change the direction of his punch, and it was about to hit Lin Ziu. Lin Zia's expression changed drastically at this time, but there was no way to dodge it anymore. Boom! This middle-aged man smashed the electric punch directly on Lin Zia's body. With a dull sound, Lin Zia's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. He fell heavily on the ground far away. And taking a closer look, there were still many electric lights flashing on Lin Zia's body. Huvu! At this time, the middle-aged man couldn't help but pant a little, because the move Thunderbolt Lightning Fist he just used had already used most of his body's source strength to gather it on his fist. Coupled with the skill he just used, his body was beginning to feel tired now. You are really a difficult kid. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Ziu and wiped a trace of blood that oozed out of his lips. Lin Ziu was clearly only a rank 5 warrior, but he found it quite challenging dealing with him. Now that Lin Xiu was surrounded by a large amount of electric light, he would die for sure. Even ordinary rank 7 warriors wouldn't be able to survive the electric light carried by his thunderbolt lightning fist. Only a warrior like me who has been tortured by electric shock since childhood can withstand such a powerful skill. The middle-aged man clenched his fist proudly, and looked at Lin Xiu as he mumbled to himself. But just when he thought Lin Xiu was dead, he saw a shocking scene. The electric light surrounding Lin Xiu's body, at this moment, began to decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye. What shocked him even more was that Lin Xiu's body was swaying as if he was about to stand up. How can this be? The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief. Tisk tisk. It seems that the power of your skill is just like that. Lin Xiu's hand grasped the dark-edged spear that had fallen next to him, and pressed it against the ground as he slowly stood up. These electric lights flooded Lin Xiu's body. Not only did Lin Xiu feel no pain, but his strength was constantly recovering. This was not only because he had undergone electric shock resistance training before. The impact of these electric lights on Lin Xiu was not severe, but more importantly, his engulf skill was automatically activated just now. Lin Xiu was surprised to find that the engulf skill not only slowly engulfed the energy of the electric light and turned them into experience, but it also replenished his energy. Although not much, it was still very effective for Lin Xiu, who had already used up a lot of his power. Who on earth are you? The middle-aged man's eyes widened as he looked at Lin Xiu, who had stood up. Chapter 343 Just a Freshman. Chapter 343 Just a Freshman. Now he didn't see Lin Xiu as just a rank 5 warrior, because the power that Lin Xiu displayed was too tyrannical, and even he, a rank 7 warrior, was a little surprised. He was good at using swords, but the weapon was not in his hands and there was no way to exert his greatest strength. And what shocked him even more was that the punch had no effect on Lin Xiu. Just a freshman in Sacred Region Academy. Lin Xiu stared at him, then said faintly, hearing Lin Xiu's words. The pupils in the middle-aged man's eyes constricted slightly. Sacred Region Academy. He is a student from that academy. But even so, it was impossible to have this kind of strength, and Lin Xiu said that he was merely a freshman. Damn it. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Xiu. His eyes showed a murderous intent, and his fists were clenched. In the next moment, he rushed directly to Lin Xiu. He was very fast now, and seeing this scene, Lin Xiu's expression changed. Crackling, electric light burst forth of the man's fist and directly smashed towards Lin Xiu's side. He didn't believe it. He couldn't knock Lin Xiu down with his incredible thunderbolt lightning fist. Now it's my turn. Right? Lin Xiu looked at the fist he had smashed over, and there was no fear in his eyes. At this moment, Lin Xiu's fist was also clenched. A burst of crackling sounds resounded. What is this? The eyes of this middle-aged man saw Lin Xiu's right hand also have a large amount of electric light bursting out, and the look in his eyes could not help but change slightly. He also knew how to use the thunderbolt lightning fist. No, this is not thunderbolt lightning fist. What is this? Silver thunderbolt rupturing fist, Lin Xiu yelled, and his fist smashed directly at the man's fist. Boom! The two fists collided and a loud sound echoed. The entire space seemed to vibrate at this moment. And at this time, a large amount of electric light burst out, surrounding the bodies of both of them. Click, click, click. There was a sound after another on the ground, and there were many cracks on the ground. Especially the ground where the two were standing has begun to collapse. In the system interface in Lin Xiu's mind, the icon of the engulfing skill began to rotate and there was a notification below. In the process of energy absorption. 19. 8. Although these electric lights made Lin Xiu feel numb and a little bit painful, in general, it would not have much impact on Lin Xiu. On the other hand, this middle-aged man seemed a little uncomfortable. Now that the electric light he released and the electric light released by Lin Xiu collided together, the impact was huge. And these electric lights enveloped his whole body, making him feel as if his body was paralyzed by the electric light. And at this moment, Lin Xiu's fist was about to hit his body again. Not good. The look in his eyes changed, and when he was about to dodge, He found that his body could no longer respond. These electric lights numbed his body a bit, and now he couldn't react. Go to hell! Lin Xiu stared at him and slammed his body directly with this fist that was covered in electric light. Boom! With a dull sound, he was hit in the abdomen by Lin Xiu's fist and his entire being was sent flying. Boom! His body was like a kite with a broken string. He flew a certain distance, hit the trees behind him and even broke the trunk. Gasp after Lin Xiu threw the punch. His body was running out of strength. Lin Xiu was a little out of breath at this moment. Lin Xiu has exhausted all the strength in his body for this punch and of course, the power that burst out was also very terrifying. However, the man was a rank 7 warrior and it was probably not enough to kill him. And Lin Xiu didn't hear the system prompt, so it seems that this guy was definitely not dead yet. Just as Lin Xiu wanted to continue walking toward him, he saw Luo Yu who was fighting at the other side. Luo Yu's body kept dodging the attacks of those two warriors and she seemed like she was in a difficult situation. Seems like this chick's pretty good, the man called Bai said to the dark-skinned man who was attacking Luo Yu. But even if she is considered strong for her age, she can't be compared to us and must still die here. The dark-skinned man said coldly at this time. The long sword in his hand stabbed towards Luo Yu aggressively. Swish swish swish. The blade cut through the air and this long sword had an extremely terrifying aura. Luo Yu dodged very swiftly, but a few strands of hair were still cut off by his powerful sword aura. Luo Yu's brows furrowed slightly, and it was obvious that the two people's coordination was too perfect that she couldn't fight back. Swish! And at this moment, as Luo Yu's body dodged a sword stabbed out by one of them, the sword of the other had already stabbed from behind Luo Yu. Go to hell! There was an intense murderous intent in his eyes, and the sword aura on the long sword in his hand seemed to be able to tear the atmosphere apart. With this blow, he would pierce through Luo Yu's body. Dang! At this very moment, a crash sounded and the sword almost fell out of the man's hand. Who was it? The man's expression changed drastically as he turned around abruptly, then roared loudly. He was so close to killing that woman himself. As he turned around, he saw a young man holding a black spear, standing next to him. It's you. Seeing Lin Xiu suddenly appear next to him, the look on his face changed drastically. Lin Xiu ignored him as he thrust the spear out and pierced his body, simply courting death. Chapter 344 Successfully Killed. Chapter 344 Successfully Killed. Seeing Lin Xiu charging towards him, this dark-skinned man yelled loudly. A rank 5 warrior like Lin Xiu actually dared to attack him. This was simply provoking his dignity. Dang! The long sword in his hand stabbed out directly at this time and blocked Lin Xiu's dark edge, making a clear sound. Although Lin Xiu's attack was blocked, he still felt the huge force from the long sword in his hand which made his hand slightly numb. This kid is so powerful. He was surprised. Lin Xiu continued to attack the man with his dark-edged spear. Bang bang bang. The spear seemed to have turned into dozens of black shadows and the blade cut through the air as it swung out. The man's gaze changed slightly and he continued to dodge. After all, he was a higher-ranking warrior and it was still a challenge for Lin Xiu to hit him when he used his body skills. At the same time, Luo Yu, who was on the other side, was already fighting another man with pale skin. Now that there was one less warrior to fight with her, Luo Yu didn't feel so much pressure. Go to hell! The longer Bai fought with Luo Yu, the more anxious he felt, because he found that he had no way of killing Luo Yu at all. How could a girl of a lower rank be so troublesome? Swish! When the long sword in his hand attacked Luo Yu once again, Luo Yu waved her right hand and a white lotus-like flame directly hit his body. Ice lotus fire. Seeing this scene, the man's face suddenly changed. He clearly felt the temperature in the surrounding air drop. Originally, his sword was going to pierce Luo Yu's body directly, but seeing the ice lotus fire, he had no choice but to dodge. Boom! As he dodged, the ice lotus fire hit where this man was standing previously and a deafening sound echoed. At this time, a huge block of ice appeared on the ground that was hit by the ice lotus fire as if it had frozen the surrounding area. You swallowed all the energy of the ice lotus fire. Seeing this scene, The man looked at Luo Yu in shock and asked in disbelief. If Luo Yu hadn't completely absorbed the energy of the ice lotus fire, it would be impossible to release such powerful energy. Luo Yu looked at him coldly and did not say anything. Then, she held the long sword and rushed over directly. Damn it. When the man saw Luo Yu rushing over, his expression suddenly changed. This time, he was completely flustered by Luo Yu's attack. With the long sword in his hand, a powerful sword aura burst forth as he continued to fight Luo Yu. Dang dang dang. The two long swords collided and there was a sound after another. Falling petals. Luo Yu looked at the man who was obviously anxious and wanted to kill her and immediately unleashed her skill while dodging his attack. Swish. Luo Yu's body seemed to have turned into a dozen white illusions, then attacked the man in all directions. The pupils in this man's eyes shrank because he found that he couldn't sense which was Luo Yu's real self. Numerous white illusions surrounded him, and at this moment, those illusions each had a long sword in their hands and were attacking him. At this critical moment, he saw a cold light flashed on the other side from the corner of his eyes. Over here. His body moved, then he stabbed in that direction with his long sword. Bang! A dull sound resounded and his body froze. How? His eyes widened as he looked at the empty space before him in disbelief. He could see a long sword on his chest that impaled him from the back. Goodbye. Luo Yu, who was standing behind him, drew out the long sword and said faintly, Thud. The man's body fell to the ground and his face was in disbelief. How on earth did you do it? Although his heart was pierced, the vitality of a warrior was obviously much stronger than that of ordinary people, and he did not die immediately. Until now, he couldn't believe that he was killed by a young lady and she was a warrior whose rank was lower than his own. He looked at the sky. His body twitched, then there was no more sound. Luo Yu looked at Lin Xiu, who was still fighting over there, and rushed over without hesitation. Swish! Fast as the wind. When the man's long sword was about to pierce Lin Xiu's body, he saw a white figure appearing behind Lin Xiu. Before he could react, he saw a cold light flashing by. Dang! The long sword in his hand felt like it had hit something and made a sound. Luo Yu. Lin Xiu turned and saw Luo Yu appearing beside him. The long sword in her hand was colliding with the long sword of the dark-skinned man. All by when the man saw Luo Yu suddenly appearing on this side, his expression changed drastically. Then he turned to the back and saw the corpse lying on the ground. There was no doubt that his companion has been killed by Luo Yu. Damn it, seeing the scene, his face became extremely hideous as he screamed loudly and stabbed Luo Yu wildly with his long sword. His long sword was full of terrifying sword aura, like all the power in his body burst out. Dang dang dang. But Luo Yu didn't seem to panic at all and continued to take on his attacks with ease. Lin Xiu couldn't help being surprised when he saw the scene, because he felt that Luo Yu seemed to have become stronger. Chapter 345, Luo Yu becoming stronger. Chapter 345, Luo Yu becoming stronger. That's right, Luo Yu's strength, indeed, was about to become stronger. Lin Xiu was surprised and joined the battle with his spear. This man has become more aggressive with his attacks due to the death of his companion. But at this time, as Lin Xiu joined the battle, not only did he have no advantage over the man, but he was in a disadvantageous position. Luo Yu and Lin Xiu worked very well together, swinging their weapons wildly and attacking the man. Dang dang dang. Metals kept colliding and the man's eyes were full of shock, because he felt that he seemed to have no power of resisting with Luo Yu and Lin Xiu attacking at the same time. Swish! Luo Yu's sharp sword went across his body and cut the back of his hand. Fresh blood flowed out in an instant. Divine stab. This man was completely panicking at this time. He knew that if this went on, he would definitely be killed by Lin Xiu and Luo Yu. He didn't hesitate further and used his powerful skill directly. He must kill Luo Yu first. Seeing this scene, the look in Lin Xiu's eyes changed drastically, because he clearly felt that the long sword in the man's hand had gathered a lot of source strength in it. The man's sword swung across the air and stabbed towards Luo Yu at an unbelievable speed. Go to hell, he roared. The long sword was like a cold light and was about to pierce Luo Yu's body. Bang! But at this moment, there was a dull sound. His eyes widened. Sphere. That's right. At this critical moment, Luo Yu actually unfolded Sphere directly. His sword that pierced with a powerful force was stuck in the sphere, and there was no way of reaching Luo Yu's body. Swish. At this moment, Lin Xiu had already stabbed towards the man's body with his spear. Although this man was shocked by the sudden increase in Luo Yu's strength that she was able to unfold the sphere under such circumstances, he still reacted quickly when he saw Lin Xiu attacking him from behind. He wanted to pull his sword out of Luo Yu's sphere, but at this time, he discovered that no matter how hard he tried, it seemed that this long sword was stuck in Luo Yu's sphere and there was no way of pulling it out. The tip of Lin Xiu's dark-edged spear was about to stab him in the body. His expression changed drastically, and then he gave up on pulling out the long sword and dodged directly to the other side. His speed was very fast and Lin Xiu's attack has failed. Dang! At this moment, Luo Yu's sphere disappeared and the man's sword fell to the ground. You seem to have become much stronger, Lin Xiu said to Luo Yu with a little surprise. Luo Yu nodded when hearing Lin Xiu's words and then said, "It just absorbed the residual energy of the ice lotus fire and recovered a little from the previous injury." Hearing Luo Yu's words, Lin Xiu couldn't help feeling a little bit regretful. If Luo Yu was in her heyday, she should be a rank 7 warrior. Right. It was rarely seen for someone her age reaching the level of a rank 7 warrior. Lin Xiu also felt pressured at this time. His current strength was still too weak. Kill him. Just when Lin Xiu was slightly stunned, Luo Yu said coldly. At this time, he looked ahead and saw the man just now. He has now leaped to the opposite side and was looking at Lin Xiu and Luo Yu with eyes full of hatred. He never thought that Luo Yu's strength not only did not weaken because of the battle, but became stronger instead. Although Lin Xiu was a rank 5 warrior, his combat ability was strong. The dark-edged spear in his hand was made of some sort of strong metal and was extremely sharp. What was he going to do? Now his forehead has begun to break out in cold sweat and he had no weapons in his hand. It was very unfavorable for him to continue fighting, but if he leaves now, he couldn't live with the defeat. He wants revenge. Haha. What, you can't fight anymore? Just when Lin Xiu and Luo Yu were about to continue to rush to the front and attack the man, they heard a voice. Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Xiu's eyes widened. In a blink of an eye, he saw that on the other side, there was a battered and exhausted-looking middle-aged man. This man, surprisingly, was the middle-aged man who had just fought Lin Xiu and was knocked out by Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu did not expect that he wasn't dead. "You're not dead," Lin Xiu was shocked. With his attack just now, even if this chap wasn't dead, he couldn't have walked back in this current state. There was mud on his body and a lot of scratches on his face. He looked very battered, but he seemed to still have the drive and his muscles seemed to have swelled up. "Oh, you weren't killed by that kid?" The man saw the middle-aged man approaching and said coldly. Fearing his words, the middle-aged man sneered, and with a wave of his right hand, he threw something towards him. The man was taken aback, but still caught what he threw over. This is. Seeing the small test tube in his hand with a light blue liquid in it, the man's eyes suddenly changed. "Do you think you still have a choice now?" the middle-aged man said icily. As he spoke, Luo Yu and Lin Xiu had already rushed forward. Lin Xiu saw the tube of liquid that the middle-aged man threw to another man just now, and the look on his face changed slightly. Now he knew why this middle-aged man could get up after being attacked by such a powerful skill. He drank the forbidden medicine. Get lost. Seeing Lin Xiu stabbing with the dark-edged spear, the middle-aged man's eyes were full of hatred and he threw a punch directly at the dark-edged spear. Chapter 346. It's my turn again. Right. Chapter 346. It's my turn again. Right. Bang. The tip of the spear collided with the fist he swayed and a loud noise exploded in a moment. Lin Xiu felt that the dark-edged spear in his hand shook suddenly and his hand went numb. The fist of this guy could go against the tip of his dark-edged spear. Ah. This is the effect of the latest type of liquid. The middle-aged man couldn't help laughing out loud when he saw Lin Xiu's shocked expression. And Luo Yu was already attacking another man at this time. She was very fast and at this moment, she rushed to the man. Swish. When the long sword in her hand was about to chop the man's body, the man retreated to the back. There was still a lingering fear on his face. If he hadn't reacted fast just now, he would have probably been killed by Luo Yu's sword. He looked at the small transparent bottle that the middle-aged man threw to him just now, and looked at the blue liquid inside. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and poured the blue into his mouth. Gulp! After he swallowed the blue liquid, his eyes suddenly widened and the look on his face became nasty. At this moment, Luo Yu had already charged over. Holding the sword in her hand, she continued to chop the man's body. Seeing this scene, the man had no way of escaping and his right hand blocked the sword. Dang! But at this time, he was surprised to find that Luo Yu's long sword did not cut off his arm, but made a sound like a metal collision. This is the effect of the drug. Luo Yu frowned slightly when she witnessed this, but the long sword in her hand has not stopped moving and continued to attack the man's body. Dang dang dang. The man frantically resisted with his arms at this time, making a sound after another. Ha ha ha, seem like your sword can't even cut my arm. The man laughed after discovering that Luo Yu's long sword did not seem to cause any harm to him at all. And now he could clearly feel that his strength seemed to be slowly recovering from taking the liquid just now. Very well, this way he could kill this woman, eh? With this thought, his face became more and more sinister. What, are you still capable of knocking me out now, huh? On the other side, the middle-aged man ignored Luo Yu, looked at Lin Xiu who was constantly attacking him, and said in a sullen voice, when he thought that he had just been knocked down by a rank 5 warrior, he felt a sense of humiliation. This kind of humiliation could only be washed away when he chops off Lin Xiu's head. The tip of the dark-edged spear that Lin Xiu swung out at this time pierced his body, and a clanging sound could be heard. It was like poking on a very hard metal object, and Lin Xiu's stab had no effect at all. Bang! Lin Xiu wanted to continue to stab, but the middle-aged man grabbed the spear swiftly. The look in Lin Xiu's eyes changed slightly, then he tried to pull the spear out of the man's hand. But what he didn't expect was that the man's arm strength was very strong, and the dark-edged spear was firmly grasped by him. There was no way to pull it out. Go to hell! At this moment, the other arm of the middle-aged man slammed directly on Lin Xiu's body. The speed was very fast and there was a sound cutting through the air. Boom! And at this moment, Lin Xiu had no way to dodge. At this critical moment, Lin Xiu's right arm directly blocked his body. The middle-aged man's fist hit Lin Xiu's arm directly, and the powerful force caused Lin Xiu to fly out. Dang! The dark-edged spear fell to the ground. Haha, seeing this scene, the middle-aged man burst into a crazy laugh. Just die. Really, before he could gloat for a second, Lin Xiu's voice came from the other side. Hearing Lin Xiu's voice, his eyes suddenly changed and the smile on his face froze. Lin Xiu, who was originally flying out, slowly stood up, then patted the dust off his combat suit. He had just blocked the middle-aged man's punch, but seemed perfectly fine at this moment. How could this be? Seeing the scene, the middle-aged man almost went crazy. He finally found the opportunity to attack Lin Xiu with a punch, but didn't even manage to break Lin Xiu's arm. It's my turn again. Right? Lin Xiu looked at the middle-aged man, who was in shock, and said indifferently, click, click, click. Lin Xiu stretched and cracked his joints. The power of his sphere just now was indeed very strong. If it was an ordinary warrior, his bones would probably shatter. But Lin Xiu was not an ordinary warrior. Although on the surface, he only has the strength of a rank 5 warrior, but in reality, he was a warrior who has unlocked rank 2 gene lock. Lin Xiu's body was already different from ordinary warriors. Whether it was his organs, muscles, or bones, they were much stronger. But even so, Lin Xiu still felt a little pain from that previous round. Lin Xiu looked at the middle-aged man, then he clenched his fists tightly. Sigh, sigh, sigh. As Lin Xiu clenched his fists, a large amount of electric light flickering above his fists. He hasn't done melee combat without weapons for quite some time. Lin Xiu felt a little excited. Damn it, this guy. How does he have so much strength? When the middle-aged man saw this scene, the look on his face changed. Lin Xiu now gave off an extremely dangerous aura. Where are you looking at? And at this moment, A fist with a lot of lightning appeared in front of his eyes. Chapter 347 After Effects. Chapter 347 After Effects. Lin Zia's fist had already smashed ahead at this moment. Silver thunderbolt rupturing fist. And at this time, as Lin Zia's source strength was poured into his fist, the electric light in his hand became even more terrifying. Bang! Although this middle-aged man reacted quickly with his arm blocking his head, there was a loud noise when Lin Zia's fist hit it, and electricity spread all over his body, and he flew out like a kite with a broken string. Bang! As his body flew out, he slammed into the trees behind and the thick branches of the trees collapsed. I won't be killed by you, kid. Although the middle-aged man was knocked out by Lin Zia's blow and fell to the ground, he quickly got up again with a nasty expression. He didn't feel any pain in his body at all, but because he was knocked out by Lin Ziu, he became even crazier now. He looked extremely sinister. He's fine. When Lin Ziu saw this scene, the look in his eyes couldn't help but change. Click, click, click. Took a deep breath. Lin Ziu continued to clench his hands into fists, and in the next moment, before the middle-aged man rushed over again, Lin Ziu flew out. Go to hell, kid. The middle-aged man saw Lin Ziu rushing over like a shadow, and he roared. Then his right fist that was covered in lightning similar to Lin Zia's hand attacked Lin Zia's body. Lin Zia's eyes were firm and unchanging, and both fists slammed together again. Bang! The surrounding ground shook again. I'm going to kill you. The middle-aged man saw his fist colliding with Lin Zia's, and they were equally matched, which immediately angered him further. His left fist hit Lin Zia's head again. Now, the muscles in all parts of his body seemed to have become very strong after taking the forbidden medicine. Even his fist has increased in size, and there were a lot of blue veins protruding out of his arm, which looked terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. Following his fist slamming over, there were explosive sounds. Lin Ziu saw this scene and kept dodging. And while dodging, Lin Ziu took advantage of the gap when he failed to attack and hit his body with another fist. Bang! The fist hit his body, causing Lin Ziu to frown, because the man's body was extremely hard, as if his entire body was made of metal. But Lin Ziu did not give up. Damn! He was repeatedly attacked by Lin Zia's fist, but he couldn't hit Lin Ziu, and the middle-aged man became even more furious. But the more furious he was and the more anxious he wanted to attack Lin Ziu, the more weaknesses he exposed. And Lin Ziu also noticed something. The skin on the middle-aged man's body seemed to be turning red. Is. Lin Ziu heard a strange sound at this moment. The middle-aged man wanted to wave his fist and attack Lin Ziu, but at this moment, he seemed to sense something and screamed. What's happening? Lin Ziu, who retreated to the back, looked forward and saw that the skin on the face of this young man seemed to be corroding. This terrifying scene surprised Lin Ziu. Damn! Damn! The middle-aged man opened his eyes wide at this time, and when he tried to cover his face with his hand, pieces of rotten flesh fell into his palm. Seeing the rotten flesh, his eyes widened and the pupils in his eyes shrank sharply. And at this time, Lin Ziu could clearly see that the middle-aged man's body also seemed to slowly begin to corrode. What exactly is going on? How could it be? How could this be? The middle-aged man was now wailing in sorrow. He still couldn't believe how his body suddenly became this way. Save me! Save me! The middle-aged man stretched out his hand to Lin Ziu. His eyes were full of the fear of death. Lin Ziu's eyes were full of shock when he saw him in this situation. Within a short period of time, all of this person's body was corroded and he was unrecognizable. Even the bones of his face could be seen. It must be the side effects of those forbidden medicine surfacing. Goodbye. Lin Ziu stared at him without any pity in his eyes and said faintly, as expected, he would be affected by this side effect later, which would cause his entire body to corrode. Lin Ziu had to kill him before he dies from the side effect to gain experience. With this thought, Lin Ziu's eyes suddenly revealed a murderous intent. With a wave of his right hand, the body of the dark-edged spear trembled slightly, making ringing sounds. Swish! In the next moment, the dark-edged spear flew directly into Lin Ziu's hands. Lin Ziu gripped the dark-edged spear with his right hand, then rushed to the front all of a sudden. Go to hell! Bang! Lin Xiu roared, and the dark-edged spear that stabbed over was instantly enveloped by the fiery red flame. The surrounding air seemed to have become distorted because of the appearance of this flame. Bang! The dark-edged spear that was full of red lotus fire directly penetrated the middle-aged man's body. Bang! And at this moment, the red lotus fire on the dark-edged spear completely enveloped his body in an instant. The flames covered his body, burning him up. In a short moment, he had a corroded body and was directly burned into a skeleton. Click! As the flame dissipated, this skeleton fell to the ground. It's over. Lin Xiu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this scene, and a sense of fatigue came from his body in an instant. The dark-edged spear was stuck to the ground, preventing his body from falling. Ding! Chapter 348 300 million experience points. Chapter 348 300 million experience points. At this moment, Lin Xiu clearly heard a clear sound in his mind. Congratulations, Master, on killing a rank 7 warrior. You've gained 300 million experience. Hearing this voice, Lin Xiu was stunned. 300 million experience, 300 million experience. When he killed those rank 7 warriors previously, Lin Xiu didn't gain so many experience points. He didn't expect that it would be 300 million this time. This was really a surprise for Lin Xiu. He looks to the other side and saw Luo Yu over there still battling against that man. Damn it, the man had no weapons with him and was fighting Luo Yu with his bare hands. Luo Yu's long sword slashed on his body, giving off a clear sound after another, as if it had hit a metal object. There was no way to kill him, and this man was also very angry at this time because no matter how hard he tried, his fist couldn't attack Luo Yu's body. Luo Yu's body skill was really too unique and he couldn't hit her at her. He was always so close each time. Tang! Just when Luo Yu's longsword slashed his body again, the man did not continue to attack Luo Yu's body with his fist, but grabbed the sword from her hand instead. Come here, he roared then with a violent force. He dragged Luo Yu's sword, along with Luo Yu. The look in Luo Yu's eyes changed slightly. She didn't expect that this man would suddenly make a move like this. At this moment, she suddenly felt a trace of warmth from her hand. She took a glance and saw that Lin Xiu had appeared in front of her as he took her hand and held onto the hilt of the sword with her. The man originally thought he could pull Luo Yu's long sword abruptly, along with Luo Yu, but at this moment, he couldn't move the sword at all. He looked up and saw Lin Xiu. Use the ice lotus fire, Lin Xiu said without any hesitation. Luo Yu's reaction was very quick. The moment Lin Xiu spoke, a large number of white flames appeared on the long sword in an instant. Because the man's hand was holding the tip of the sword tightly, the ice lotus fire went directly to his body. Damn, the man saw the flames spread to his body, and he revealed a look of horror. His hand that was grabbing the long sword also let go at this moment. But it was too late now. The ice lotus fires had spread throughout his whole body in this short period of time. These white flames were very strange. They didn't have a scorching sensation. On the contrary, they were bone-chilling cold. He was covered in the ice lotus fire, and there was already a large amount of frost that had appeared on his body. I can't be killed by these things, the man roared loudly, and the frost on his body shattered then fell to the ground. But there was still a lot of ice lotus fire on the body. It seemed that because he took the forbidden medicine, he didn't feel any pain now. He didn't care about the ice lotus fire burning on his body, and rushed to Lin Xiu's side. Lin Xiu's pupils shrank and he yelled, "Get lost!" Following Lin Xiu's roar, he swung the dark-edged spear abruptly and a flaming bird burst out instantly. It attacked the man who leaped toward him. Bang! This man didn't seem to think that Lin Xiu would release his skill. He could not escape at all and was directly hit by the flame. Moreover, the ice lotus fire and the red lotus fire were incompatible in the first place. At this time, the two types of flames collided and they had a special reaction. It gave off a loud sound like an explosion. Bang! Lin Xiu and Luo Yu were sent flying to the back by the powerful impact. Damn! Although they were hit by this powerful impact, they were fine. The two people quickly got up and looked towards the front. This fellow, is he dead? Lin Xiu asked. All they saw was thick dust flying and they couldn't see clearly. Ha ha! At the next moment, A peal of loud laughter echoed, causing Lin Xiu and Luo Yu's expressions to change. In front of the dust, a figure quickly appeared again. Not dead. Did you think that you could kill me like this? The man slowly walked out, smiling at Lin Xiu and Luo Yu in the distance. He appeared very battered and his hair was burned into a ball, but his body seemed to have no injuries. There was only some dirt on the body at most. Luo Yu frowned and she clenched the long sword in her hand. When she was about to rush to the front and continue attacking the man, Lin Xiu immediately grabbed her arm. Luo Yu was taken aback and looked at Lin Xiu, puzzled. Don't bother. He is dead, Lin Xiu said faintly. Dead? Luo Yu was taken aback when she heard Lin Xiu's words, then she continued to look in front and could clearly see that this person's skin seemed to be turning red. What's happening? Go to hell. When the man saw Lin Xiu and Luo Yu standing over there, his eyes suddenly changed and he was about to dash over with a loud roar, but his body was stuck in the same place. Ah! At the next moment, he let out a miserable cry. He had just clearly felt no pain in his body a moment ago, but right now, he actually felt severe pain, as if the flesh and skin from his entire body had been peeled off. The pain made his eyes wide open and it looked as if his eyeballs were about to fall from the eye sockets. The after effects of the forbidden medicine. Lin Xiu looked at the man in the distance and said faintly, Chapter 349 Touch of Tenderness. Chapter 349 Touch of Tenderness. The after effects of the forbidden medicine. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Luo Yu looked towards the man. She saw the man's flesh falling to the ground at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. I want you guys to die. I want you guys dead. The man looked at Lin Xiu and Luo Yu and screamed wildly at this time, but his voice became weaker and weaker, and at this time, it could be clearly seen that most of the flesh on his face was gone, leaving out the white teeth and the fangs on his face, which looked very scary. His body swayed and he wanted to approach Lin Xiu like he wanted to attack him, but he walked halfway and fell to the ground. At this time, the flesh on his body had almost disappeared. Bang! Lin Xiu saw this scene and swung the dark-edged spear in his hand. At this moment, a flaming bird burst out directly from Lin Xiu's dark-edged spear. It seemed to cut through the air and rush directly to the front. Bump! With a dull sound, this flame hit the man's body. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on killing a rank 7 warrior. You've gained 30 million experience. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Xiu couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. Sure enough, Lin Xiu gave the man the final blow before he died. But this experience was too little. The man was also a rank 7 warrior, but the experience gained from killing this man was far from that of killing the middle-aged man just now. Was it because most of this guy's injuries were not caused by him? Because he found a bug in the system previously and after it was repaired, when the damage he caused to a higher level warrior was less than 40. The experience gained when killing the warrior was only 1/10. With this thought, Lin Xiu gave a bitter smile. But there was no other way. Lin Xiu couldn't help but shook his head. Phew! At this moment, Luo Yu and Lin Xiu exhaled at the same time, then sat down on the ground weakly. When Luo Yu and Lin Xiu slumped to the ground, both their backs were against one another. Lin Xiu was taken aback and felt that the atmosphere seemed somewhat different. The two people who sat back to back on the ground were in silence. Ahem ahem. Lin Xiu cleared his throat deliberately at this time, then brought up the topic and asked, By the way, your strength is restored. Just now, Luo Yu's strength seemed to have become much stronger. Thinking back, Lin Xiu was quite shocked. If Luo Yu's strength had recovered, she would be a really strong rank 7 warrior. With this thought, Lin Xiu had an urge to train immediately. He wanted to quickly improve his strength and not let himself fall behind. Well, I recovered a little bit. Luo Yu nodded, then said aloud, Is your wound okay? Lin Xiu seemed to think of something, then continued to speak. Yesterday, both of them suffered a lot of injuries. Because they unlocked the Dean lock, their wounds healed at an incredible speed, but Luo Yu's recovery speed was obviously not so fast. Also, she had just had an intense fight. Would the wound open up again now? Luo Yu shook her head. At this moment, Her brows knitted slightly, as if she felt some kind of pain. Lin Xiu just turned around and noticed her frowning. He took a closer look and could see that there was a blood-red stain on the slit on her battle suit, near her shoulder, bleeding. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu stood up immediately and quickly took his backpack over. Gu Roli, who was hiding in his backpack, seems to be asleep. At this moment, he rolled out of Lin Xiu's backpack and fell to the ground, then looked at Lin Xiu and Luo Yu curiously. "I'll take care of it for you first." Lin Xiu took a tube of liquid and said to Luo Yu. Without waiting for Luo Yu's reply, Lin Xiu teared the slit in her battle uniform slightly wider. Luo Yu originally wanted to say something, but after seeing Lin Xiu's serious appearance, she stopped at this moment. "I knew your wound would definitely open after you made such a big move." Lin Xiu saw that Luo Yu's wound that had healed before had opened again, and there was even blood flowing out. He couldn't help but felt a little heartache. Holding the blue liquid in his hand, Lin Xiu slowly poured on the wound on her shoulder. "It might be a little bit painful. Bear with me." Lin Xiu poured the tube of blue liquid onto her shoulder as he spoke. These recovery liquids were prepared before they went to this place. They have a strong recovery effect, but correspondingly, the pain was also very strong. The average person may scream in pain or even faint due to the pain caused by washing the wound. But at this time, Luo Yu remained silent. Soon, as the blue liquid continued to wash her wound, her bloodstains followed the blue liquid and flowed to the ground. Slowly, Luo Yu's white and tender skin was exposed, but there was a scar in the middle. The recovery effect of this liquid was very strong. As the blood flowing out was washed away, Luo Yu's wound has now healed and no blood was flowing out. Phew! Lin Xiu wiped the sweat from his forehead at this time, then sat on the ground and said, "Okay, it should be fine." Luo Yu looked at Lin Xiu, who seemed to be panting, and a hint of gentleness appear in her eyes. Then she whispered, "Thank you." "What?" Lin Xiu seemed to hear something, then looked at Luo Yu, who was across him, and saw that Luo Yu still had an icy appearance. Lin Xiu shook his head immediately. Did he just hear it wrong? After a short rest, the two of them stood up. "Let's go back to the academy." Lin Xiu looked at Luo Yu, who was standing next to him, and said aloud, "An?" Luo Yu nodded. They carried their backpacks and continued to walk ahead. As long as they continued walking this path, they would reach the town nearest to the dark forest. The unicorn terror beast's horn was still in his backpack. This thing should be able to be exchanged for a lot of good things when he brings it to the town. Bump! At this moment, Lin Xiu suddenly heard a loud noise coming from the other side. Chapter 350 Hotel Room. Chapter 350 Hotel Room. What's that sound? Hearing this sound, Lin Xiu was stunned and looked ahead instinctively. Luo Yu's brows were also slightly knitted, and they both glanced at each other. The two people nodded at the same time, held the weapons in their hands, and continued walking. At this time, Lin Xiu could clearly see it all. There seemed to be some warriors in front. Lin Xiu frowned because after experiencing what happened before, Lin Xiu didn't have a good impression of the warriors he encountered in the dark forest. Bang! At this moment, Lin Xiu heard a huge sound again and recalled. The ground shook slightly at this time because of the loud rumbling. Damn, what kind of monster is this? A warrior's voice came from the other side. Lin Xiu looked over and saw a huge thing, like a snake. Its body was wet and slimy, and it was very disgusting. What kind of monster is this? Lin Xiu subconsciously activated the analytic eye. Rank 7 mutant eel giant. Characteristics: fast speed. Can drill into the human body. Devour human flesh and blood. Rank 7 huh. But this thing was so large. It looked really disgusting. Like a leech. And the system also stated that the characteristic of this thing was that it could penetrate into the human body. Thinking of this made Lin Xiu feel a bitter cold. Go to hell. When a warrior wanted to attack the giant mutant eel with a weapon in his hand, he was hit directly by it, and it pierced into his body. The other warriors saw this scene. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble, and they didn't continue to attack the monster, but fled directly to the other side. You too? Aren't you guys leaving? Courting death, some warriors watched Lin Xiu and Luo Yu walking towards this side and said aloud while running away. Lin Xiu saw the huge mutant eel over there, rushing towards him. The body of this mutant eel was a bit slimy and the head was very sharp. It seemed that it wanted to drill through Lin Xiu just like how it did to the warrior just now. The look in Lin Xiu's eyes changed. The moment it charged over, Lin Xiu swung the dark-edged spear in his hand vigorously and phoenixes burst forth. Bang! The flame hit the body of the mutant eel and it was completely surrounded by the phoenixes released by Lin Xiu. Hiss! This thing seemed to be a creature living in the water. Now it was scorched by the flame, and it let out a roar. Then its body quickly struggled to escape to the water source behind it. But Lin Xiu didn't give it a chance. He continued to wave the dark-edged spear in his hand a few times, and flame after flame continued to burst out, directly hitting the body of the mutant eel. Before this mutant eel escaped into the river, it was completely burned into a ball of coke. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on killing a rank 7 mutant eel. You've gained 20 million experience. Lin Xiu heaved a sigh of relief. At this time this thing looked very disgusting, and it kept digging around. But as he expected, this thing was afraid of flames, so he could deal with it easily. Thank you. A warrior who fell beside Lin Xiu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead at this time, then said to Lin Xiu, "This thing was in this river?" Lin Xiu asked the warrior. "Yeah. We are a warrior team from the small town. The leader's wife said that she wanted to eat eel, so we came to this lake to catch one, but didn't expect that there would be such a huge one." He shuddered at the thought of the mutant eel. Lin Xiu burst out laughing and continued on his journey with the Luo Yu. This was just a brief interlude. In just a short time, Lin Xiu arrived back at the small town. It was evening by the time they arrived and the sun was setting. Although the human traffic in this small town was quite heavy, it was obviously much less than when he first arrived. It was probably because a large number of warriors have entered the dark forest, and many warriors have died in it. Have you guys heard someone had snatched and swallowed the ice lotus fire? No way, who has this ability? I heard. When Lin Xiu and Luo Yu were walking on the streets of this small town, they heard some discussions between the warriors around them. Hearing their words, Lin Xiu was slightly surprised that what happened had spread so quickly. But now, it might be dangerous. After all, the information that a young lady swallowed the ice lotus fire would probably spread among the warriors very quickly, and only Luo Yu met this condition, so it was easy to be recognized. Although the energy of the ice lotus fire should have been completely consumed by Luo Yu, it was still very troublesome if those people had any ill intentions. So tired. Why don't we find a place to rest first? As Lin Xiu continued to walk forward, he found that some warriors kept taking glances at him and Luo Yu from time to time. So he stretched and said to Luo Yu. Luo Yu nodded and did not refuse. The two quickly entered a hotel in the small town. Sorry, there is only one single room now. Lin Xiu asked for 2 rooms, but the customer service personnel at the front desk suddenly said aloud, "All gone." Lin Xiu was taken aback. Because there are more guests staying during this time. The person said apologetically. To be exact, this period of time could be said to be overwhelming. Due to the ice lotus fire, there were too many warriors making their way over. But, when Lin Xiu wanted to say something, Luo Yu, who was standing next to Lin Xiu, said indifferently, "Well, take one." Lin Xiu's eyes widened and looked at Luo Yu, who still had a cold countenance. Okay. That would be 10,000 in total union coins. The personnel looked at Lin Xiu and Luo Yu a little weirdly, and said. Luo Yu nodded, took out his mobile phone, and scanned it, and the payment was successful. Let's go. Luo Yu glanced at Lin Xiu, then walked upstairs. She isn't afraid. Why should I be? Lin Xiu swallowed his saliva at this time, then mumbled to himself. Chapter 351, Going to the Pub Again. Chapter 351, Going to the Pub Again. Soon, Lin Xiu and Luo Yu entered the room. The room was spacious and there was a small area in the middle where you could cultivate. Lin Xiu put the dark-edged spear on the ground and stretched. Although he only spent just a few days in the dark forest, Lin Xiu felt as if a long time had passed. Bang! As Lin Xiu put the backpack on the table next to him, Rolly stuck its head out of the backpack and looked around curiously. Lin Xiu looked at Rolly and couldn't help but smile. When he turned around and looked behind, he realized that Luo Yu was gone. Luo Yu Lin Ziu was taken aback and called out. But at this moment, Lin Ziu heard a pattering sound. He walked near the bathroom and seemed to hear the sound of water. Taking a shower. Lin Ziu was stunned when he heard the sound of water, and an image appeared in his head which made him swallow his saliva. But Lin Ziu quickly shook his head. What was he thinking? Luo Yu probably hasn't showered in the dark forest for a period of time, and she couldn't take it anymore. After all, girls are relatively clean. Lin Ziu shook his head, then sat cross-legged on the floor to begin the cultivation technique. Today's battle has consumed a lot of strength, and the source strength in his body was also low. Now it is necessary to replenish it as soon as possible. After all, dangers were everywhere. It was better to be careful. After some time, Lin Ziu heard a squeak, and at this moment, a faint fragrance reached his nose. Lin Ziu opened his eyes and saw Luo Yu appear in front of him. Seeing Luo Yu, Lin Ziu was stunned. Luo Yu was done with her shower and her hair was still wet. Taking a closer look, she was wearing a skirt, which made her look youthful and lively. It was unlike her usual icy appearance. There was only this kind of clothes here. Luo Yu spoke up like she knew what Lin Ziu wanted to say. After hearing Luo Yu's words, Lin Ziu suddenly remembered that when they arrived at this town, Luo Yu left for a while to buy something. So she went to buy clothes. That makes sense. Her battle suit had a hole and could no longer be worn. Go take a shower. Luo Yu wrinkled her nose at this time and said to Lin Ziu. Shower. Lin Ziu was startled. Then he looked at Luo Yu, who was like a lotus flower in the water, and swallowed as though he thought of something. A man and woman were alone in the room, and she even asked him to go and shower. Could it be? But just as Lin Ziu fell into his dirty thoughts, he happened to see Luo Yu looking at him like he was an idiot. You are very dirty now, Luo Yu said indifferently. Ahem. Lin Ziu coughed awkwardly, then realized that he was overthinking. But his body did look very dirty, and because there was a lot of dried up blood on his body, he gave off a bloody stench. When he walked into the bathroom, Lin Ziu found out that a set of clean clothes had been placed inside. Lin Ziu was stunned for a moment, and when he took a closer look, it seemed to be similar to Luo Yu's just now. But it was a set for guys. Luo Yu. Lin Ziu called out to Luo Yu outside. I accidentally took an extra set. Luo Yu had already dried her hair at this time, then sat on the floor like she was practicing the cultivation techniques too. Hearing Lin Ziu's words, Luo Yu said indifferently. Lin Ziu was taken aback at this moment, then couldn't help smiling. Could it be? Luo Yu is tsundere. It didn't take long for Lin Ziu to wash up, then put on the clothes Luo Yu bought. At this moment, he felt very comfortable and clean. When he was in the dark forest, he hadn't taken a shower for several days. The feeling after taking a shower was simply too refreshing. We can return to the Sanctuary Academy from the Deep Blue City tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning. When Lin Ziu came out, Luo Yu was already sitting on the computer at the table while typing on the keyboard and said aloud, N. Lin Ziu nodded. In the evening, the two of them ate something simple at the hotel, then walked over to the pub in town. At this moment, Lin Ziu was still holding the horn of the unicorn terror beast, because those warriors from before said that as long as he got the horn of this unicorn terror beast, he could go to the pub to do a trade with them. Anyway, he already brought it back. For Lin Ziu, the horn of this unicorn terror beast was of no use, so maybe he could exchange it for something instead. Walking on the street, people looked towards Lin Ziu and Luo Yu from time to time, because both of their clothes were from the same store. It looked like they were wearing a couple outfit. Soon, with Lin Ziu leading the way, they arrived at the pub. It was night time, but it looked very lively inside. The warriors who came back from the dark forest were all drinking or dancing. Lin Ziu walked in and looked around, but still didn't seem to find the warrior who had told him to come here to find him. Lin Ziu frowned slightly. Hey young lady, did you come here alone? Why don't you come over for a drink at this moment? A muscular man looked at Luo Yu who walked in, and his eyes suddenly lit up as he held a glass full of wine and stood in Luo Yu's way. At this time, he was looking at Luo Yu greedily. Although Luo Yu looked cold, She was too beautiful. He had never seen such a beautiful woman. If he didn't strike up a conversation, it would be a pity. Hearing his words at this time, Luo Yu said faintly, "Go away." Hearing that, the man smiled. "Interesting. I like a woman with a personality like yours." While smiling, he stretched out his hand to touch Luo Yu's face. He was already feeling itchy now. At this moment, a hand suddenly stretched out from behind Luo Yu and grabbed the man's wrist. Chapter 352 Throw Away Directly. Chapter 352 Throw Away Directly. It's not a good habit to use violence. Lin Xiu stared at the muscular man and said indifferently. At this time, the muscular man also saw Lin Xiu who came by. His brows furrowed. He clearly felt that there was a huge amount of force coming from his wrist, which made his wrist hurt a little. "Boy, I'm quite strong." The man laughed loudly at this time, and the next moment, his cheeks suddenly became fierce. The wine glass held in the other hand hit Lin Xiu's head. Boom! With a dull sound. The thick wine glass in his hand did not hit Lin Xiu's head, and he was kicked out by Lin Xiu in an instant. The whole sturdy body slammed directly on the table behind. At this time, the eyes of many warriors around were all looking over. Upon seeing Lin Xiu and Luo Yu, two such young warriors here, they were a little surprised. But most people had a proud attitude and no one cared about it. "Is it you?" At this moment, a voice came from the other side. Lin Xiu turned around and saw a man who was somewhat familiar. "I'm Jang Zong. Do you remember me?" the man said with a smile. This man was the warrior that he met in the dark forest previously. On the day that Lin Xiu left, he said that he would make a deal with Lin Xiu. If Lin Xiu finds the horn of the unicorn terror beast, he would do an exchange with Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu nodded, then took out the horn of the unicorn terror beast and put it in front of him. "I found it." Jang Zong looked at the horn of this unicorn terror beast and his eyes lit up. "Found it?" He seemed a little excited, reaching out to hold the horn of the unicorn terror beast. But just when his hand was about to touch the horn of the unicorn terror beast, Lin Xiu took it away. "What are you trading with me?" Lin Xiu stared at him. Then the corners of his mouth lifted. "Ha." Jang Zong was taken aback. Then he laughed and said, "Of course there's something for you. Both you and your little girlfriend. Come here." Jang Zong laughed loudly, then walked to the front. Hearing his words, Lin Xiu wanted to say something, but seeing that Luo Yu was silent, Lin Xiu didn't say anything. "Let's go." Luo Yu glanced at Lin Xiu, then said aloud, "N." Lin Xiu nodded, then walked to the front. When he walked into the passageway inside this pub, Lin Xiu saw a room in front of him. Squeak. As Jang Zong pushed the door open, there was a squeaky sound. "Come in." Jang Zong turned to look at Lin Xiu and Luo Yu at this time and said. Lin Xiu didn't hesitate and walked in with the horn of the unicorn terror beast. As soon as he walked in and looked around, he saw that there were a lot of materials, bones and scales from evolved beasts in this room. On the glass in front, there were some gold cards and even diamond cards. All the things our team collected are placed here. Seeing Lin Xiu and Luo Yu walk in, Jang Zong smiled and said, "You opened this pub?" Lin Xiu said aloud. "No, I'm just an old friend." Jang Zong shook his head and said aloud. Lin Xiu nodded, then didn't continue the small chat. He asked directly, "What are you using to trade with me?" Lin Xiu knew the value of the horns of this unicorn terror beast. It was also an accident that he managed to kill that unicorn terror beast at that time. "Well, I won't beat about the bush anymore. I really need this thing, and I didn't expect you to find it." Speaking of this, Jang Zong couldn't help showing a look of approval. When he saw Lin Xiu kill the evolved beast that caused him and the others to be in a very difficult situation, he knew that Lin Xiu's strength was extraordinary, but he didn't expect that Lin Xiu would really kill this unicorn terror beast. "You can pick whatever you want here." Jang Zong looked at Lin Xiu, then said aloud. There was a hint of pride in his words, because these things here were all collected by their team and all of them were materials taken from the bodies of high-level evolved beasts. Moreover, there were a lot of advanced skill cards here. Useless. Luo Yu glanced at the surrounding things, then shook her head and said, "Useless young lady. Look at these." This is the weapon made from the claws of a rank 7 explosive wolf. It is very hard. There are also these. Hearing Luo Yu's words, Jang became a little upset, thinking that Luo Yu had never seen the world before, and actually said that his things were useless. At this moment, he looked at the things around him and kept introducing them to her. The skeleton of the rank 7 golden turtle. The carapace of the rank 7 flying centipede. Before Jang finished speaking, Luo Yu glanced around and managed to name all the materials of these evolved beasts easily. These kinds of things would simply be thrown away in my house. Luo Yu said aloud without expression. Thrown away. Hearing Luo Yu's words, Jang Zong's mouth widened. Although these may not be precious for those warriors of rank 7 or above, they definitely weren't things that could just be thrown away. Right. But Luo Yu didn't seem to be lying at all. Lin Ziyu was also secretly stunned. He knew the value of these materials, and the diamond cards he collected in the glass cabinet were also very valuable. But, unfortunately, these were not what he needed. Lin Ziyu shook his head, then continued to look around. What are these? Lin Ziyu walked to the front. The room was filled with the bones of various evolved beasts and other things which seemed a bit cluttered. In the front corner, there was a small pile of things that looked like hills. Oh, you mean this thing, This is something we found from a ruin. Jang Zong was taken aback, then looked towards Lin Ziyu and said aloud, something from a ruin. Lin Ziyu looked at this pile of things that were like garbage and had a feeling that there was something special. It's just some rubbish. I was about to clear it out. Jang Zong said helplessly. I want this. Chapter 353 Broken Box. Chapter 353 Broken Box. Lin Ziyu picked up the weird thing that looked like a rectangular box and said. This Jang Zong was stunned. Then looked at the somewhat shabby and simple box in Lin Ziyu's hand. The box is still covered with dust. It really looks like something taken out of the garbage dump. Just take it away. Anyway, I'm going to throw away this pile of things. Jang Zong spread his hands and said aloud. For him, these things are indeed some rubbish. Although they were recovered from the ruins, after careful analysis and inspection, they are all useless things. Yeah. Lin Ziyu nodded, then threw the foot of the huge unicorn in his hand to Jang Zong. Jang Zong was taken aback when he saw Lin Ziyu throw the horns of the unicorn beast. But he reacted quickly and directly caught the horns of the unicorn. I'll just give you this thing, Lin Ziyu said lightly. Jang Zong's things here may be useful for others, but for Lin Ziyu, they were really useless. Although those skill cards were gold and diamonds, none of them were suitable for them, so there was no point. Give it to me. Hearing Lin Ziyu's words, Jang Zong opened his mouth and seemed surprised. He originally planned that if Lin Ziyu was greedy and demanded more than an item, he would have given them to him. After all, he needed this horn. But what he didn't expect was that Lin Ziyu actually simply gave it to him. You don't want these things? Jang Zong hesitated a little and said to Lin Ziyu. It's fine. These things are of no use to me anyway. Lin Ziyu shook his head and looked at the shabby box-like thing in his hand. The value of this thing should be higher than all the things in this room. With that thought, the corners of Lin Ziyu's mouth raised. That won't work. I'll give you union coins. Jang Zong shook his head and said. How about I just take a diamond card? Lin Ziyu said helplessly when he heard Jang Zong's words. Because he will be returning to the Sacred Region Academy the next day and union coins were of no use to him at all over there. Yes. Just take it. You can take 2 if you want. Jang Zong nodded and said with satisfaction. As long as Lin Ziyu took something. He was worried that Lin Ziyu wouldn't want anything. If Lin Ziyu didn't want anything, he would feel that something was wrong. After all, nothing is free in the world. What's more, the horns of the unicorn terror beast were something that could be regarded as precious. Yeah. Lin Ziyu simply took out 2 diamond skill cards from the cabinet and placed them in his pocket. He glanced around, but didn't find a skill card that suited him or Luo Yu, so he didn't pay much attention. Anyway, this diamond skill card can be exchanged for points when they return back at the Sacred Region Academy. Let's go, Lin Ziyu said. Luo Yu nodded, then walked out with Lin Ziyu. Have a good day. Jang Zong looked at the unicorn terror beast's horn in his hand and stroked it like a treasure. When Lin Xiu and Luo Yu walked out of the passageway, they could hear the noises coming from the outside. What is that? Luo Yu said a little curiously at this time. Although the thing Lin Xiu took looked like a broken box, Luo Yu felt that it was not that simple. Otherwise, Lin Xiu would not have simply given the horn of the unicorn terror beast directly to Zhang. But Luo Yu was still a little curious. She was experienced and knowledgeable, but when she saw that box just now, she couldn't figure out why Lin Xiu wanted it. I don't know either. I might find out once we go back. Lin Xiu shook his head and said. As soon as they walked out, they saw a group of warriors gathered nearby. They glanced around the pub like they were looking for someone. It's those two. The muscular man, who was sent flying by Lin Xiu previously, had a sinister expression the moment he saw Luo Yu and Lin Xiu, and pointed at them immediately. The other warriors heard his roar and their eyes followed the direction he pointed. Dalai. Don't tell me this kid dealt with you. An equally tall and muscular warrior said as he sized Lin Xiu up at this time. The man who was kicked by Lin Xiu before had some bruises on his face and looked a little battered. HNG. I was just careless. The man who was known as Dalai had a gloomy expression at this time. It seems that we are in a bit of trouble. Lin Xiu put the box and the skill cards into his pocket, then said to Luo Yu next to him. Just kill. Luo Yu was still expressionless and she spoke coldly. As soon as she said that, Dalai and the other warriors rushed towards Lin Xiu. Boy! Go to hell. Holding a golden machete, he rushed towards Lin Xiu first. The machete in his hand was about to be chopped down on Lin Xiu's body. He has to cut Lin Xiu in half to wash away the shame. Swish. But when his machete stabbed towards Lin Xiu dodged it. The machete nearly slashed Lin Xiu's body. Swish swish swish. Dalai didn't stop the movements in his hand at this time. He was now looking at Lin Xiu already burning with anger and was swinging his machete wildly like a continuous flash of cold light. But every time Lin Xiu dodged it easily. Damn. When he realized that his several attacks had missed Lin Xiu, Dalai's expression became even more sinister. Young lady, I suggest Yao better. The other warriors looked at Luo Yu and when they were about to say something, Luo Yu took out a dagger from nowhere then charged towards them. Swish. The warrior right in front merely saw a flash of cold light and a sharp pain came from his neck. In the next moment, blood sputtered out. You. In a blink of an eye, the man had moved to the back swiftly, but the trail of blood on his neck could still be seen. Chapter 354 Breaking the Sphere. Chapter 354 Breaking the Sphere. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Although the wound was not deep, it still caused this person intense pain. Luo Yu's dagger nearly sliced his head off directly. He shuddered at that thought. What a terrifying girl. Grab her at this moment. Apart from fear, his eyes were full of anger. The other warriors came to their senses and charged towards Luo Yu. The expression on Luo Yu's face remained unchanged, watching those warriors charging towards her with weapons. Luo Yu kept dodging. The weapons that the warriors swung over could not hit Luo Yu at all. Swish swish swish. And when Luo Yu dodged, she swung the dagger in her hand continuously. Damn it! At the same time, the muscular man who kept attacking Lin Xiu was furious when he saw that his attacks didn't hit Lin Xiu at all. He thought that Lin Xiu didn't bring his dark-edged spear when he came out tonight. At this time, looking at the man's saber that was swinging wildly, Lin Xiu couldn't find a good opportunity to fight back. Bang bang bang. When his saber swung up, the surrounding tables were directly chopped in half. Many warriors left the pub in a hurry after witnessing this, and some warriors who seemed more powerful watched this scene with great interest. What's happening? And at this moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward and seeing this mess, his brows knitted slightly. Boss Jang, we're dealing with some personal matters and we will bear the loss, a warrior said when he saw the middle-aged man who walked out. The middle-aged man could not help but frown. He was the owner of this pub and of course, he knew that they were a team of warriors that often go to and fro the dark forests to find materials and sell. And this team was pretty strong. At this time, he looked at Lin Xiu and Luo Yu and was quite surprised, because the people in this team were dealing with only a pair of young men and lady, and it seemed that these two people were also very strong. Boy! Don't hide if you have guts, the man yelled at this moment, and his saber was about to slash Lin Zia's body. Boom! As he swung down, Lin Zia's voice disappeared instantly. His saber slashed on the ground, making a huge noise. And a huge crack even appeared on the ground, showing the horror of this blade. And at this moment, Lin Zia's body appeared behind this muscular man. Crackling, Lin Ziu appeared behind him with his fist raised high, and a large number of electric lights had appeared on the fist. From the corner of the muscular man's eyes, he saw the light coming from behind, and the pupils in his eyes shrank. He turned around abruptly and saw that Lin Ziu had already appeared behind him, and the fist of his right hand burst out with a large amount of electric light, and he was about to hit his body. Lin Ziu didn't hesitate. His fist blasted directly on the man's body. Boom! With a loud sound, Lin Zia's fist did not directly hit the man's body, but hit a layer of light blue barrier. Ha ha ha! Did you think that your fist can hit me? The muscular man couldn't help laughing loudly as he watched Lin Zia's fist hit the unfolded sphere. You're a rank 5 warrior. I can simply pinch you to death. The moment he spoke, his face suddenly changed, because Lin Ziu ignored him, then waved his fist and continued to smash his sphere frantically. Boom boom! As Lin Zia's fist slammed down wildly, there was a deafening sound one after another. As Lin Ziu smashed the sphere frantically, he felt his body shaking slightly. The man's source strength was depleting quickly because of the sphere. Damn! How could this kid be so strong? If his source strength continues to deplete at this speed, he wouldn't be able to support the sphere. Ha pa pa. At the same time, there was a continuous sound ringing out and a lot of cracks appeared on the light blue barrier. Goodbye. Lin Ziu snorted coldly and clenched his right fist tightly. Then, a large amount of source strength gathered on his fist. With the continuous improvement of Lin Zia's strength, the sphere that the man unfolded was nothing to him. At the next moment, Lin Ziu slammed his fist directly on the sphere. Click! At this time, his fist hit the light blue barrier again, and the circle was directly smashed by Lin Ziu in an instant. He could even break the sphere. Boss Jang saw this scene and the look on his face changed. He had the pub for so long and there were a number of warriors who fought in there before. Some even died. But he hadn't met anyone who could break a warrior's sphere with bare hands. And this person was clearly quite young. You, the muscular man's face was full of horror. He could break the sphere. What exactly is going on? At this time, it was too late for him to react as Lin Zia's right fist continued to hit his body. Go to hell. Boom! The fist with electric light directly hit the man's abdomen, and the huge impact made his body fly like a kite with a broken string. His muscular body smashed into the wall behind and he was directly embedded in it. Lin Ziu curled his lips. With his current strength, he should have no problem dealing with the average rank 6 warriors. Looking to the other side, Luo Yu was still fighting those warriors. Under the siege of 7 or 8 warriors, not only was Luo Yu not at a disadvantage, she continued waving the dagger in her hand and left a series of scars on some warriors. Chapter 355 Powerful Silver Thunderbolt Rupturing Fist. Chapter 355 Powerful Silver Thunderbolt Rupturing Fist. Lin Ziu looked ahead at this moment and rushed directly to the front. Damn it, how could this woman be so strong? Luo Yu dodged the attack of a warrior again, and he had a look of surprise. Under the attack of 7 or 8 warriors, Luo Yu didn't even seem to be struggling. Just when he wanted to continue attacking Luo Yu, he heard a crackling sound. What sound is that? Hearing this weird sound at this time, he turned around instinctively and saw Lin Ziu rushing over from behind. Lin Ziu's right fist was raised high at this moment. The fist in his hand was covered in a lot of electric light and he slammed it directly towards the man. Get lost. When the man saw this scene, he let out a loud roar at this moment. Then the saber in his hand swung directly at Lin Ziu's fist. Bang! When his saber hit Lin Ziu's fist, it let out a deafening noise. This man's sharp saber didn't cut Lin Ziu's fist in half, but because of the huge impact of Lin Ziu's punch, his saber flew out of his hand directly, and his hand even had a faint tingling feeling at this time. What exactly is going on? Why is this guy so powerful? Before the man had time to react, Lin Xiu rushed forward at this instant. He continued swinging his fists and smashing them on his body. At this moment, the man didn't dare to attack Lin Xiu anymore. A trace of fear appeared in his eyes. His body instinctively dodged the attacks. Bang bang bang. Lin Xiu's fists kept waving and punching. Although the man reacted quickly and constantly dodged, Lin Xiu's movements were simply too fast. In the next moment, his fist hit the man who wanted to dodge. Bang! With a loud explosive sound, the body of this warrior was instantly covered by a large amount of electric light, and the whole body flew out. His body, which had been flooded with electric light, hit the ground in front of him. At this time, his body was twitching and white foam was spitting out from his mouth. The rest of the warriors who were attacking Luo Yu had clearly noticed this situation at this time, and they were shocked. Lin Xiu actually brought down the 2 warriors in their team by himself. This was simply unbelievable to them because they thought that just one of their warriors could easily deal with Lin Xiu. Kill them. At this time, Luo Yu looked at the warriors who attacked her, then said lightly. Hearing Luo Yu's words, Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed. Since these people wants to kill him and Luo Yu, he couldn't play nice anymore. With this thought, Lin Xiu's body tensed up and clenched his fists that were still carrying a lot of electric light. Now Lin Xiu was now very familiar with Silver Thunderbolt Rupturing Fist, so it was very easy to use. However, these electric lights still have to consume a lot of source strength in the body before they can be transformed. Go and kill that kid, a warrior shouted with a sinister face. Seeing a large amount of electric light on Lin Xiu's fists, he sensed a strong and dangerous aura from Lin Xiu. As he yelled, 3 of the warriors who were still surrounding Luo Yu gave up attacking her and went straight to Lin Xiu instead. Lin Xiu saw this and did not dodge, but faced the attack head-on. Earlier, Lin Xiu was wearing the red moon glove that he won from the previous lottery. With the protection from the gloves, Lin Xiu didn't have to dodge these attacking warriors at all. Now watching the weapons held by these men slam his body, Lin Xiu doesn't need to dodge at all and hit their weapons with his fists. Dang! The long sword in the warrior's hand collided with Lin Xiu's fist and let out a clear sound. When he was still stunned that he hadn't directly penetrated Lin Xiu's fist, he realized that the electric light on Lin Xiu's fist had spread to his body through his long sword. Ah! The voltage of the electric light was very high, which made this warrior who has not been in electric shock resistance training at all feel like death was better. His whole body was also paralyzed at this moment and he was unable to move. Lin Xiu didn't stop and seized this opportunity as he threw a punch on the warrior's body. His fist smashed his body directly, even though he was wearing a battle suit. The powerful force generated by Lin Xiu's fist was directly transmitted into the body of this warrior. Click, click, click. The damage caused by the Silver Thunderbolt Rupturing Fist starts internally. Now, because of Lin Xiu's punch, many bones on his body were shattered. As he vomited a mouthful of blood, his whole body smashed against the wine table on the other side and he fainted instantly. Swish. And on the other side, Luo Yu was constantly waving her dagger and the warrior suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. A lot of blood sputtered out in an instant. His eyes widened suddenly and he discovered that his arm got sliced off by Luo Yu's dagger. What? At this moment, severe pain began to come over him and he couldn't help but let out a loud wail. But Luo Yu didn't stop the movement in her hand. She appeared in front of him swiftly, and her dagger flashed like a cold light and was about to chop his head off. Dang! But at this critical moment, a long sword pierced from the side, stopping Luo Yu's dagger. Courting death, the man who used his long sword to block Luo Yu's dagger was startled and angry when he saw his companion's cleaved arm. And at this moment, another warrior pierced Luo Yu's body from behind with his long sword. Chapter 356 Killing Techniques. Chapter 356 Killing Techniques. Dang! At this very moment, a light blue barrier burst out of Luo Yu's body. His long sword pierced the light blue barrier directly and it got stuck. There was no way of piercing it in further. Sphere. When the man saw the scene, the look in his eyes changed. This girl actually has the strength of her rank 6 warrior. It's no wonder that several of their warriors couldn't attack Luo Yu just now. This meant that her strength should be at the peak of rank 6. With this thought, the man's expression turned nasty, and Luo Yu's eyes became gloomier and there was a hint of anger in her beautiful eyes. When the man saw her eyes, he immediately felt as if he was falling into an ice cave. The long sword in his hand was retracted, and when he was about to get away from Luo Yu, he found that Luo Yu had come to her senses at some point and rushed directly to him. The dagger in her hand slashed his neck directly. Swish! There was a burst of air in a moment, and the man hadn't reacted yet. A spatter of blood sputtered out of his neck. You! His eyes widened, and before he had time to say anything, he fell to the ground, covering his neck with his hands. But the blood still kept flowing out all over the ground. He struggled, and after a while, his whole body twitched and he fell to the ground without a sound. Luo Yu dealt with a rank 6 warrior just like that. The rest of the people were shocked when they saw this scene. The girl is so strong. Under their siege, not only did she not concede but she even beheaded one of them. What should we do? One of the warriors couldn't help trembling when he saw this scene. That man that Luo Yu killed was stronger than the warrior who spoke. Luo Yu could kill this man so easily. Wouldn't he be courting death if he fought against her? Withdraw. Hearing this man's words, another man who obviously held the power in the team had a change of expression and he called out. The skill that Luo Yu displayed just now wasn't that of an ordinary warrior. She was more like a horrifying killer. A person of this strength wasn't someone they can handle, so he chose to retreat immediately. As soon as he ordered, the rest of the people left the place at a very fast speed. They even took away those men who had just been knocked down by Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu originally wanted to help but was a little surprised to see this scene. Luo Yu nodded, then swung the dagger in her right hand wildly, and all the blood on the dagger was shaken off. Those warriors who originally wanted to watch a good show did not expect that such a thing would happen in the end. The strength of these two young people was really terrifying. Lin Ziyu looked at the dagger in Luo Yu's hand, slightly taken aback. When they came together, he didn't see where Luo Yu's dagger was placed. And Luo Yu was not only good at using swords, but she was also very good with this kind of dagger. Just like a killer. Brother Lin, what's the matter? Zhang Zong walked out of the tunnel and sighed at this time, and was a little surprised to see the mess. As he was basking in happiness when he got the unicorn terror beast, he didn't come out. As soon as he came out, he saw the scene and was very surprised. Moreover, there was a warrior on the ground. It was obvious that he was cut by the dagger in Luo Yu's hand and died. Nothing. I just encountered a little trouble. Lin Ziyu shook his head and said. Jang Zong was taken aback for a moment, then he looked over to the back, and saw the pub owner in the back, and some people who had planned on watching a good show. The pub owner gave Zhang Zong a wink. At this time Zhang Zong was taken aback, but he also understood what it meant and didn't say much. Well, get going now. Goodbye. Lin Ziyu looked at Zhang Zong, then said aloud. Oh, okay. Come over and have fun when you're free. Zhang Zong was stunned, but he quickly came to his senses, then nodded and said aloud. Lin Ziyu nodded, then left the place with Luo Yu. Just now, Lin Ziyu didn't have time to get rid of those warriors, so he hasn't gained any experience. The pub owner heaved a sigh of relief after the two left. Old dang. What happened just now? Zhang Zong looked at Lin Ziyu and Luo Yu after they went out, then said to the tavern owner. He was very familiar with the pub owner, and this was the first time he had seen him with this expression. Do you know those two people? The pub owner looked at Zhang Zong, then whispered. Sort of. I just had a deal with them. Zhang Zong thought for a moment, then said aloud. Did you know that the person from the Luo Chu team had a conflict with those two people, and they started fighting here? The pub owner nodded, then continued to say aloud. That's a member of the Luo Chu team. Zhang Zong was taken aback, then looked behind at the corpse lying on the ground. Yup. The pub owner nodded. There were many warrior teams that often enter and exit this small town closest to the dark forest. This Luo Chu team was also a small team with a little reputation. But what he didn't expect was that all 7 or 8 members of their team were not a match for Lin Ziyu and Luo Yu, and one member was even killed. This was very surprising. Hearing what the pub owner had just told him, Zhang Zong was stunned as he looked in the direction that Lin Ziyu and Luo Yu left. What are these two people? At the same time, Lin Xiu and Luo Yu had already walked out. Walking on the street outside, Luo Yu slender, straight black hair swayed slightly as a cold wind blew. Are you very curious after walking for a while? Luo Yu stopped suddenly, then looked at Lin Xiu and asked. Lin Xiu originally seemed to be thinking about something, when he suddenly heard Luo Yu's words and was stunned for a moment. Curious about. I have received various trainings since I was a child, and they were the ones that taught me these killing techniques. Luo Yu looked at Lin Xiu, then swung the dagger in her hand and said aloud. Chapter 357 Return. Chapter 357 Return. Speaking of this, there was a special glint in Luo Yu's eyes. She recalled something that happened before and her eyes gradually became cold. Then it must have been really tiring for you in the past. Lin Xiu stared at her, then said. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Luo Yu was taken aback. Tired, I guess I was. She has been training every day for as long as she could recall, and she has withstood all kinds of tests that ordinary people had not experienced. Because she is a member of that family, she must make herself stronger in order to survive. I will protect you in the future. Lin Xiu looked at her, then took a deep breath and said seriously. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Luo Yu's expression changed and her cold eyes seemed to soften. But this was merely a fleeting thing. At this time, Luo Yu's expression seemed to become a little unnatural. Then she snorted coldly. Who needs your protection, huh? You should protect yourself first. After speaking, Luo Yu walked directly to the front without looking back, leaving Lin Xiu standing alone. Don't tell me that this girl is shy. Lin Xiu stared blankly at Luo Yu's retreating back and laughed. He wasn't sure why, but after going through the dark forest, Lin Xiu felt that his relationship with Luo Yu seemed to be closer. Lin Xiu shook his head as he watched Luo Yu walking away, then quickly caught up with her. Head. Where did these two people come from? As Lin Xiu and Luo Yu left, the people from the Luo Chou team hiding nearby also walked out and looked in the direction where Lin Xiu and Luo Yu left. Some of the warriors trembled when they recalled how Luo Yu killed a warrior so easily. This kind of strength was really terrifying. She is different from us. Let's not mess with them. The head of the Luo Chou team said aloud with a nasty expression at this time. He seemed to have recalled something and there was still a trace of terror in his eyes. And Lin Xiu had already returned to the hotel. At this time, Luo Yu walked over to the bed, then turned and looked at Lin Xiu, who came by, and said indifferently, Come here. Sleep here. Lin Xiu's eyes widened when he heard Luo Yu's words. Looking at this bed that wasn't very big, Lin Xiu couldn't help but swallowed secretly and said, This. Is it too fast? Luo Yu saw Lin Xiu's appearance and looked as if she was looking at an idiot, then pointed to the spot next to the bed and said, You're sleeping here. Lin Xiu, who was initially quite eager, walked a few steps closer and saw that on the ground on the side of the bed, there was a quilt spread on the ground and a small pillow. Seeing this, Lin Xiu's eyes widened and he was dumbfounded. Seeing Lin Xiu's expression, Luo Yu revealed a mischievous smile, but it was fleeting. After washing up, Luo Yu laid on the bed then went to sleep. Lin Xiu curled his lips when he saw the scene, then muttered, You're really not worried about me? Huh? Because you're not a threat to me. Luo Yu responded. Lin Xiu was taken aback. Then he looked towards Luo Yu and found that Luo Yu, who seemed to be asleep, had already opened her eyes, and was waving a dagger in front of Lin Xiu. She glanced coldly at a certain part of Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu suddenly felt chilly, then forced a smile and said, I'm a gentleman. Lin Xiu spoke and laid on the quilt on the ground. Then he closed his eyes and rest. As the lights were turned off, the area became completely dark. Previously, Lin Xiu didn't really think much about it, but now lying on the quilt on the ground and knowing that Luo Yu was sleeping on the bed next to him, Lin Xiu felt a little strange. He opened his eyes and couldn't really fall asleep. At the same time, Luo Yu, who was lying on the bed, seemed to feel the same way as she looked at the ceiling with her eyes open. It was a silent night and morning soon came. Get up. Lin Xiu was still in a daze when he heard a cold voice. He rubbed his eyes and saw a white figure already standing in front of him. Morning. Lin Xiu sat up, stretched out, and said aloud. His mind had been racing all night and he couldn't sleep well, so he was still a little sleepy. Eat your breakfast. We'll leave for Deep Blue City at 7 o'clock. Luo Yu said. Taking a closer look, Luo Yu had already put on a new set of white combat suits. The skirt was very long. The texture was very hard and she looked like a female warrior. On the table next to him, there was already a set of breakfast prepared. Have you eaten? Lin Xiu asked. Luo Yu nodded. Lin Xiu stood up quickly, and after devouring the breakfast, he wiped the corners of his mouth with a tissue. The giant android tiger I rode before is at the dark forest. It probably wouldn't be so easy to rush back to the Deep Blue City. Lin Xiu seemed to have thought of something and said aloud. Well, just walk. Walk. Lin Xiu was taken aback. After he walked out of this small town, Lin Xiu knew what Luo Yu meant. She meant that they were going to run forward with full strength. As for this kind of running at full strength, Lin Xiu was quite comfortable with it because he has done a lot of such training before. What surprised Lin Xiu was Luo Yu's speed. At this moment, there were some tall trees all around, but Luo Yu's speed has not decreased in the slightest. While avoiding those trees at a very fast speed, she was advancing crazily. This speed was no less than that of an ordinary car speed. Seeing Luo Yu's speed, Lin Xiu gritted his teeth, and then quickly caught up. At this time, the two of them were advancing frantically towards the Deep Blue City at extremely fast speeds. After some time, when Luo Yu finally stopped, the sun was already setting. How long have we been running? Lin Xiu stopped and said. Panting. Looking ahead, he could already see a town in the distance. Chapter 358 Arriving at the Deep Blue City again. Chapter 358 Arriving at the Deep Blue City again. So fast. Lin Xiu looked at the Deep Blue City in the distance and had a look of surprise. It was faster than when he first went to the dark forest. Let's go. After running for so long, Luo Yu still didn't pant at all. She looked at Lin Xiu and said faintly, N. Lin Xiu nodded, and then went on to the front with Luo Yu. In contrast with Luo Yu, who seemed perfectly fine, Lin Xiu's face was already covered in sweat. After running at such a fast speed for so long, Lin Xiu felt a little tired. After a while, the two of them walked to the gate of the Deep Blue City. Routine inspection at this time. At the gate of this Deep Blue City, some men in camouflage uniforms stood there, and they were scanning the bodies of people with strange instruments. What's going on? Lin Xiu said when he saw their stern appearance. Why ask so much? A man snorted coldly and reached out to grab Lin Xiu's shoulder, then scanned Lin Xiu with the strange instrument. Another man also stretched out to pull Luo Yu over and performed the same check. Pa. Just then, Lin Xiu stretched out and held the wrist of the man in the camouflage uniform, then faintly said, There is no need to fight. Is there? Lin Xiu's eyes became cold at this time. Although he wasn't sure why the access here has suddenly become so strict, the attitude of these people made Lin Xiu feel very uncomfortable. I suspect it is these two people. Take him. The man felt a sharp pain as Lin Xiu grabbed his wrist and shouted loudly. As soon as he yelled, several other men who were also wearing camouflage uniforms rushed towards Lin Xiu, crackling. And at this moment, they took out the electric baton from their waist, and there was electric light flickering at the top of it. These were not ordinary electric batons, and there was high voltage electricity in these electric batons. Just a light brush, and the person would be paralyzed by the electricity. He or she would not be able to fight back at all. Lin Xiu watched the flashing electric baton smash towards him, but his eyes remained unchanged and there was no fear. Boom! Before the electric baton hit Lin Xiu's body, Lin Xiu raised his hand and held his electric baton tightly. At this moment, the electricity on the top of the electric baton had all been transmitted to Lin Xiu's body. But even if those electric lights covered Lin Xiu's body, they didn't seem to affect Lin Xiu at all. You. The man looked at Lin Xiu and was shocked. It was the first time that he saw someone who was not afraid of this electric baton and grabbed it directly. But Lin Xiu didn't hesitate at this time, and with a sudden force, he directly grabbed the electric baton from his hand. In the next moment, he took the electric baton directly and hit his body. Ah! The man had just been hit by the electric light, and in the next moment, he let out a wailing cry. He fell directly to the ground from the electric shock, wailing in pain. At this time, the rest of the people also took the electric batons in their hands and continued to smash them towards Lin Xiu. Bang bang bang. But this time, Lin Xiu didn't grab the electric batons from these men with his bare hands. Instead, he swung his leg and swept all these people out in an instant. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Many warriors saw this scene and were surprised. You must know that the men in camouflage uniforms guarding the security check were not extremely strong, but they were pretty good. But they didn't expect Lin Xiu to get rid of these people so easily. He wasn't even afraid of the high voltage delivered by the electric baton. Let's go, Luo Yu said directly to Lin Xiu without even looking at them. Lin Xiu nodded, and just when he was about to enter, he heard a cry. You guys are dead. A man who was just knocked into the air by Lin Xiu slowly got up, looked at Lin Xiu, and said aloud while pressing a button beside the city gate. Then, Lin Xiu saw a group of shadows walking over. What's going on? What's going on? A large group of warriors in combat suits came over, and soon surrounded the gate of the city. Seeing this, Lin Xiu frowned. These warriors were also wearing camouflage uniforms and they looked exactly like these people. He knew that these people must be from the Deep Blue City government. Captain, it's them. It's them. The people who had just been knocked down by Lin Xiu slowly got up, then pointed to Lin Xiu and said aloud. There was still a lingering fear in their eyes at the moment. They were all top rank 5 warriors and they were not weak. But Lin Xiu, a young man, defeated them so easily. I suspect that they are the group of thieves. A man suppressed the pain after being kicked by Lin Xiu just now, and said to a muscular middle-aged man who came over. This middle-aged man looked very muscular and even the camouflage uniform looked quite fitted on him which outlined the muscles. Moreover, there was a powerful aura coming from him. Just one glance, Lin Xiu could feel that this man must be very strong. Then the middle-aged man glanced at Luo Yu and Lin Xiu at this time, then frowned. At this moment, he still didn't believe it, because Luo Yu and Lin Xiu looked too young, and they didn't seem to be able to do that kind of thing at all. It's them. A man held his abdomen, then nodded affirmatively. You guys stole the things. The middle-aged man walked over and said coldly to Lin Xiu and Luo Yu. His eyes were cold, and as he glanced over, Lin Xiu had a very uncomfortable feeling. They should know very well who started this fight. Lin Xiu ignored the middle-aged man's words and said lightly. Chapter 359 Alien Ore. Chapter 359 Alien Ore. Lin Xiu was a little puzzled when they said stealing things. Was there something stolen in the Deep Blue City? You didn't cooperate with the inspection. When the men heard Lin Xiu's words, their expressions suddenly changed and they shouted. Lin Xiu sneered, just as he was about to say something. Luo Yu, who had been quiet, looked at the middle-aged man and said faintly. Zhang Huo. The middle-aged man, who was about to order the warriors behind to arrest Lin Xiu and Luo Yu, had a sudden change in expression when he heard Luo Yu's words and he looked at Luo Yu, a girl who looked cold, but extremely beautiful. You are, swish. The words had just left his mouth when Luo Yu waved her right hand and tossed out a black object that rushed directly to the middle-aged man. Snapped. At this moment, the middle-aged man waved his right hand and caught the thing in his hand. He looked at that object and his face suddenly changed. Lin Xiu was taken aback and also a little puzzled. The object that Luo Yu tossed out just now seemed like a seal, and after this person saw it, he appeared shocked, which made Lin Xiu curious. Everyone, step down. Some warriors were about to surround Lin Xiu and Luo Yu. Just then, the middle-aged man suddenly shouted loudly. Hearing his words, these warriors were stunned for a moment. Their eyes all looked at the man whom Luo Yu called Zhang Huo. They saw that their captain Zhang Huo's face seemed to become very cautious. They had not seen their captain look this way before and were very confused. Arrest them and punish them then. Zhang Huo glanced at the men who were sent flying by Lin Xiu and said coldly, Captain, it's them. Hearing Zhang Huo's words, the expressions of these people changed and when they wanted to say something, the other warriors grabbed them away. Leave a few people over there to continue the security check. You all can go off first. I have something to say to them. Zhang Yuo gave his men a cold look and said aloud, "Yes, Captain." Hearing Zhang Yuo's words, those warriors left immediately. Lin Ziu looked at Zhang Yuo with a hint of curiosity. What is going on? Miss Luo. Zhang Yuo knelt on the ground at this time and said. Lin Ziu was taken aback when he saw the scene. Miss Luo, could it be that he knows Luo Yu? No. It should be because of what Luo Yu just showed him. Get up. Luo Yu stared at him and said faintly, "Yes." Hearing Luo Yu's words, Zhang Yuo nodded at this time, then slowly stood up. Zhang Yuo's expression seemed very respectful now, which made Lin Ziu very curious. "I'm really sorry. My subordinates were rude." Zhang Yuo looked at Luo Yu, then at Lin Ziu, and said apologetically, "What happened?" Luo Yu ignored Zhang Yuo's words at this time and asked directly. Zhang Yuo was startled when he heard Luo Yu's words, then sighed and said, "I am now the captain of the guard of the Deep Blue City." From what Zhang Yuo said, Lin Ziu found out that a very precious alien ore was stolen from the tower in the center of the Deep Blue City the day before yesterday. That piece of ore was very rare. A weapon made from this ore would definitely be an amazing weapon. The size of the ore is not small, and when it was lost, we were on guard at all times. If the thief leaves with this thing, the alarm here will sound and it would be impossible for them to take it away, Zhang Yuo said firmly. At the same time, Lin Ziu looked towards the sky and he could see that there were many aircrafts in the sky, guarding the entire sky. If someone wants to leave by the flying machine, they will definitely be spotted. It's not found yet. Lin Ziu walked over at this time and said to Zhang Yuo. Zhang Yuo nodded and looked at this teenager who was in the same grade as Luo Yu. Although he didn't know the specific background of Lin Ziu, people who could be with Luo Yu must be from a good background. With this thought, he appeared very respectful towards Lin Ziu as well. "We didn't find it, but I believe that this person is still here," Zhang Yuo said. Hearing his words, Lin Ziu became curious about this so-called alien ore. What ore is it that can mobilize the entire army of the Deep Blue City? Let's go. Luo Yu glanced at Lin Ziu, looked at the other side, and said aloud. Hearing Luo Yu's words, Lin Ziu nodded, and when he was about to walk forward, Zhang Yuo stopped in front of Luo Yu and said, "Miss Luo, it's getting late now. How about I arrange your accommodation?" "No need." Luo Yu shook her head. Zhang Yuo seemed a little disappointed when he heard Luo Yu's refusal. But because of Luo Yu's background, he still wanted to be courteous. "Then you must be careful." Zhang Yuo nodded and said, "By the way, do you have any information about the ore and the person who stole the ore? Did you see what he looked like on the monitor?" Lin Ziu said to Zhang Yuo. Zhang Yuo was stunned. After all, this information was confidential and cannot be mentioned casually. He appeared to be in a difficult spot at this moment. "Let's take a look," Luo Yu said lightly. Hearing Luo Yu's words, Zhang Yuo, who was still hesitant, gritted his teeth and said aloud, "You can't show this to others," Zhang Yuo said, then took out a special silver card and handed it to Lin Ziu. Lin Ziu didn't stand on ceremony and simply took it. Then, he looked at the silver card, touched it gently, and the card seemed to have become a high-definition display. A dark blue object appeared on the card in the form of a 3D projection. "Don't look here." Chapter 360 Lockdown. Chapter 360 Lockdown. Seeing that Lin Ziu had activated the special silver card, Zhang Yuo suddenly appeared very nervous. Lin Ziu was stunned, then instinctively pressed a circular pattern on the card. In the next moment, the 3D projection disappeared instantly. "What's the matter?" Lin Ziu was a little puzzled. "This thing is a very rare ore collected from another galaxy. It cannot be shown publicly." Zhang Yuo looked around and heaved a sigh of relief when nobody noticed them, then whispered to Lin Ziu. Lin Ziu nodded. He stared at the silver card in his hand and revealed a hint of surprise. "The alien ore. What exactly is it? We can't leave this area by air." Luo Yu looked at the sky and there was a light blue barrier covering the entire area. This was an all-around defense weapon. Once an aircraft passes this barrier, it will be directly shot down by a large number of powerful and terrifying lasers. Yes. We're on high alert now, and Deep Blue City has stopped letting people outside come in by air. Zhang Huo answered Luo Yu immediately. So we can't go back either. Lin Xiu frowned slightly, then looked at Luo Yu and asked. After finally leaving the dark forest, he thought he could return to the Sacred Region Academy, and didn't expect to encounter this. Go back where? Zhang Huo asked. Sacred Region Academy, Lin Xiu said lightly. Sacred Region Academy. Zhang Huo looked at Lin Xiu and Luo Yu with a hint of surprise. That's the most famous and mysterious academy in China. He did not expect that they turned out to be students of the Sacred Region Academy, but after thinking about it carefully, with Luo Yu's identity, there was nothing strange about her being a student of the Sacred Region Academy. The entire place is on lockdown. We don't have a way, Zhang Huo said embarrassedly. Although he was the captain here, he was not the person in power, and there was no way he could do anything. Forget it. Let's go. Luo Yu glanced at Lin Xiu and said, be careful. If you need anything, just tell the soldiers on patrol to look for Zhang Huo. Zhang Huo said when he saw that Lin Xiu and Luo Yu were leaving. Because he knew of Luo Yu's identity, he spoke very cautiously as if he was afraid that Luo Yu would be unhappy. Watching Lin Xiu and Luo Yu leave, Zhang Huo wiped the sweat from his forehead, then heaved a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that someone from that family actually came here. Zhang Huo opened his palm at this time and looked at the stamped seal. There was still a hint of horror in his eyes. What did you give him after leaving with Luo Yu? Lin Xiu looked at her with a curious expression. Zhang Huo should be pretty strong, at least a rank 7 warrior. And Lin Xiu didn't expect that after he saw the seal that Luo Yu threw to him, he became like this. Clan seal. Luo Yu seemed to have known what Lin Xiu wanted to ask and answered almost instantly. Clan seal. That thing should be quite important. Right. Hearing Luo Yu's words, Lin Xiu recalled that Luo Yu's family was probably a very strong family. So Zhang Huo was shocked when he saw that seal. Right. No. That kind of thing is easy to get. Luo Yu shook her head then said indifferently. They continued walking and arrived at the aviation building of the Sacred Region Academy. This was a branch of the Sacred Region Academy that was responsible for shipping. They walked to the gate, and Lin Xiu and Luo Yu took out their student identity cards and tapped them at the gate. The transparent glass gate opened automatically. Oh, there are students going back now at this time. In the hall inside, a white-haired old man was sweeping the floor while he looked at Lin Xiu and Luo Yu who came in. Lin Xiu looked around and found that there was no one in this empty hall except this old man. Well, hello. Are we unable to return to the Sacred Region Academy now? Lin Xiu nodded, then walked to the old man and said to him, now is not possible. The old man touched his beard then said with a smile. Although Lin Xiu already knew it, he was still a little upset when he heard the old man's confirmation. When will it be possible? Lin Xiu thought for a while and asked. The status of Sacred Region Academy was very extraordinary. As a gathering point for the branches of the Sacred Region Academy, you should be able to find out some information that even Zhang Huo didn't know. Right. I don't know. The old man said directly. I heard that the Deep Blue City has lost an important thing and it is now being in complete lockdown. This level of lockdown hasn't happened in the past 10 years. He touched his beard at this time, then shook his head and sighed. Lin Xiu was speechless. Luo Yu has already walked to the front desk, but it was very weird today. Except for this old man, there was no one at the front desk. Don't bother. Everyone is on leave today. The old man spoke as he swept the floor. On leave. Lin Xiu was taken aback. Just as he was about to say something, he saw the old man walking towards the front desk and said to Luo Yu, do you want to rest here? After all, the whole place is on lockdown, and it wouldn't be easy to return to the Sacred Region Academy. The old man said at this time, why don't you stay here for a day or two to see the situation? Lin Xiu looked at Luo Yu at this time and suggested, other than aviation purposes, the Sacred Region Academy branch building here also functions as a hotel, providing accommodation and rest for the people of the Sacred Region Academy. Alright. Luo Yu nodded. There is no one here now. Do you want the most luxurious room? The old man sized Lin Xiu and Luo Yu up at this time, then said with an ambiguous expression. Hearing this old man's words, Lin Xiu's forehead was covered with black lines. This old man was so vulgar. Chapter 361 Mysterious Old Man. Chapter 361 Mysterious Old Man. Whatever is fine. Just as Lin Xiu was about to say something, he saw Luo Yu standing in front, tapping on the screen. This one then. Luo Yu pointed to a line of words and said. Lin Xiu was taken aback. Before he had time to react, the old man's fingers tapped on the keyboard at an extremely fast speed. Keyboards still exist in this future world, but it has changed from a mechanical keyboard to a projected virtual keyboard. Swipe the card. As the old man hit the last button, he looked at Lin Xiu and Luo Yu and said aloud. Luo Yu glanced at Lin Xiu and he responded quickly. He took out a black card and handed it to the old man. Here you go. Luo Yu didn't carry this kind of card with her. Only the Cyborg Region Academy student card. But this sort of felt like they were lovers. We actually need to pay to stay here, Lin Xiu said while handing the black card over to the old man. Of course. You thought you could live here for free. Huh? The old man said unceremoniously. He looked at the black card in Lin Xiu's hand and shook his head. Not this. You have to collect points. The Cyborg Region Academy's point card student card, Lin Xiu asked. Yes. The old man nodded. We still need to use points even when this isn't the Cyborg Region Academy, Lin Xiu said helplessly. But he still took out his student card and handed it to the old man. Die. As the old man took the card and swiped it, there was a sound. Soon, Lin Xiu saw the number 10,000 appear on the front screen and the balance was displayed at the back 5,847. I thought you kid would not be able to pay. I didn't expect that you have many points. No wonder you can get such a beautiful chick. The old man exclaimed at this time. 10 points. Damn, Lin Xiu cursed on the inside. This old man is really shady. He actually took 10 points with a swipe. 10 points were enough to last a very long time at the Cyborg Region Academy. Hearing this old man's words, Luo Yu's eyes suddenly became cold, and she took out the long sword behind her with a swish, then pierced towards the old man's body directly. Bang! But when Luo Yu's long sword was about to stab the old man, it was clamped tightly between the old man's two fingers. It seems that your little girlfriend is quite shy, eh? The old man said aloud at this time. Don't talk nonsense. Although Lin Xiu was surprised that the old man could catch Luo Yu's sword so easily, he still rebuked angrily. Luo Yu may be icy cold, but she was indeed quite shy and was probably provoked by the old man calling her a chick. Okay. I was wrong. The old man released the fingers that clamped Luo Yu's long sword at this time, then said helplessly. Luo Yu glanced at the old man coldly and retracted the long sword. On the 10th floor, the old man handed the room card to Lin Xiu at this time, then said aloud. Which room on the 10th floor? Lin Xiu took the uniquely shaped card and asked. The entire floor. The old man's mouth curled up. As Lin Xiu and Luo Yu walked up, Luo Yu suddenly looked at Lin Xiu and said, that old man just now is not an ordinary person. And I think so too. Lin Xiu nodded. Although the old man was cleaning the place, Lin Xiu could still sense the old man's powerful strength. Who exactly is he? After a while, Lin Xiu and Luo Yu took the elevator to the 10th floor, swiped their cards to enter this so-called room and looked around. Lin Xiu's eyes suddenly widened. Now Lin Xiu finally understood what the old man meant by the entire floor. Because the entire space on the 10th floor was a suite. There were large floor-to-ceiling windows in this room and a large training ground around it, and a lot of weapons were placed next to it. Lin Xiu was very happy to see this training ground. With this place, he could continue to practice while staying in this deep blue city. He continued to look around. It seemed that everything was great. There were also special food-making machines, beverages, etc., and refrigerators. Now Lin Xiu was beginning to understand why this room was so expensive. You'll sleep here. Luo Yu opened the door of a room, then said faintly. Lin Xiu nodded and walked over to the other room next to the hall. As soon as he opened the door, He saw a very big bed inside. Lin Xiu put the backpack on the table and laid directly on the bed at this moment, feeling extremely comfortable. It was completely dark now. After a day of running around, he was finally at the deep blue city. Now that he could finally rest, Lin Xiu felt exhausted. Slowly, Lin Xiu drifted to sleep. At this time, Rolly crawled out of Lin Xiu's backpack and was holding an odd crystal and was gnawing at it, like a hamster holding a melon seed. After some time, Lin Xiu slowly opened his eyes and found that the place was pitch black. Ha! Lin Xiu pressed the button on the wall and the whole room instantly lit up. It's 11 o'clock. He shook his head, looked at the electronic clock above the room, and it turned out that it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. Because he didn't take a bath, Lin Xiu felt a little uncomfortable now. At this time, he looked to the side and saw that there were outfits with the Sacred Region Academy printed on it. I can change into a new set of clothes. Lin Xiu took the outfit and walked out directly. The lights outside were also on and the entire space was very bright. Where is the bathroom? Lin Xiu looked around at this moment, because this floor was indeed very spacious. Lin Xiu was a little confused. At this time, he looked at the other side and saw the room on the other side, which seemed to have a bright light shining out. There are people in there. Lin Xiu walked over to the front. Then in the next moment, he pushed the door open. The dazzling light instantly reflected into Lin Xiu's eyes, and it seemed that there was even a warm mist floating over, accompanied by a refreshing fragrance. Chapter 362 Luo Yu's Little Bear. Chapter 362 Luo Yu's Little Bear. What is this? Lin Xiu was taken aback, then looked inside and found that there was a huge area inside. There was a tall rockery and hot spring water that was constantly flowing into the pool. He looked into the pool and saw a familiar figure. Luo Yu. Lin Xiu's eyes widened. Luo Yu's hair was completely drenched and draped over her shoulders. Under her neck, Lin Xiu could clearly see the delicate collarbone and fair tender skin that was not covered by the hot spring pool. At this time, there was a folded white face towel on top of Luo Yu's head and she looked very cute. I lost my way when Lin Xiu saw this. He felt like he was about to have a nosebleed. But after thinking about the consequences, Lin Xiu still called out. Just as he was about to run away, he heard Luo Yu's voice. Stop. Lin Xiu was taken aback, then looked towards Luo Yu. There were a lot of petals on the water, which concealed what was below the water. But even so, Lin Xiu still found Luo Yu very attractive. What's the matter? Lin Xiu swallowed and asked. Lin Xiu had a feeling that something was wrong, because Luo Yu still didn't have any expression on her face, so Lin Xiu wasn't sure if she was mad. It was possible for her to fly into rage out of humiliation and chase him with her long sword. Would you like to have a soak? Luo Yu said indifferently, and there was no sign of nervousness in her tone. She was expressionless too. Hearing Luo Yu's words, Lin Xiu opened his mouth wide and his face was full of shock. She asked him to soak in the water with her. This is unbelievable. Right. Just leave if you don't want to. Lin Xiu was still in shock when Luo Yu glanced at him and saw that all the fog was flowing out of the place, lowering the temperature of the whole room. Yes. Lin Xiu closed the door at this time then strode over. Go over there and get changed, Luo Yu said lightly. Hearing Luo Yu's words, Lin Xiu looked to the side and saw a small room in the front. He walked to the room and saw a robe inside. Luo Yu, who was outside, didn't have any expression on her face, but she seemed to have remembered something suddenly, when she turned to the small room and found that Lin Xiu had already walked in. At this moment, Luo Yu's cheeks suddenly became red and it seemed to show a shy expression. If Lin Xiu saw this scene, he would definitely be surprised. Didn't expect there to be a hot spring here. Lin Xiu was about to change into the bathrobe in the small room, but at this moment, he found that there seemed to be other clothes on the drying rack over there. Lin Xiu looked over there and suddenly saw Luo Yu's clothes, vest, and a pair of white, small underwear. PFFF. Seeing this, Lin Xiu immediately covered his nose and felt like his nose was about to bleed. Useless. It's just underwear. Lin Xiu took a deep breath at this time and said. But this was Luo Yu. the cold chick. And there was a little bear on top of the white underwear, smiling at him. Lindsay's blood was surging initially, but when he saw the little bear, he couldn't help laughing. Ah ha ha. Lindsay suddenly covered his stomach and laughed loudly. Thinking of Luo Yu's cold expression in contrast with this little bear, Lindsay laughed till he almost had a stomachache. Luo Yu, who was outside, was blushing. She was taken aback when she heard Lindsay's laughter inside and clenched her fists in the water. After a while, Lindsay changed his bathrobe and walked out to the pool. He walked to the side of the pool, looked towards Luo Yu, and saw her looking at him blankly. Ahem. Lindsay changed his expression awkwardly, then jumped directly in from the edge of the pool. As soon as he entered the pond, a warmth came over his body. The temperature in the pool was just right and Lindsay felt very comfortable. However, Lindsay still felt an unkind look staring at him, which made his body, which had been very warm and comfortable, cold. Lindsay opened his eyes and saw Luo Yu, who was across him, staring at him, her eyes full of coldness. Ahem, what's the matter? Lindsay asked, a little embarrassed. You saw it? Luo Yu stared at Lindsay then said coldly. Saw it? Saw what? Lindsay asked then looked at Luo Yu and suddenly recalled something. Could it be? Ah. Oh. Lindsay couldn't help laughing when he thought of Luo Yu's cold look and the very contrasting little bear underwear. But seeing Luo Yu's murderous eyes, Lindsay hurriedly covered his mouth. I didn't see anything. After holding back his laughter forcibly, Lindsay said to Luo Yu seriously, do you think he'll believe you? Luo Yu snorted coldly then said aloud, I promise I really didn't see that little bear. Just as Lindsay blurted out, he knew he was in trouble. Go to hell. Luo Yu flew into a rage at this time then stood up directly, waved her right hand and a long sword flew directly into her hand. And at this moment, she stood up from the pool. Damn. Lindsay's eyes widened when he saw this scene. When he thought he could feast his eyes, he found that Luo Yu's body was tightly wrapped in a bathrobe and this bathrobe wasn't translucent after being soaked in water. Lindsay jumped out of the water and ran outside without looking back when he saw Luo Yu lifting the sword and attacking him. I didn't mean it, Lindsay said aloud as he ran. Just as Lindsay ran out, he heard something outside. Alert, the whole city is on full alert. Chapter 363 Uninvited Guest. Chapter 363 Uninvited Guest. Lindsay froze in the hall when he heard this voice and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. He looked towards the sky and saw many things gleaming. They seemed like laser beams constantly shooting in the air. What's going on? Luo Yu, who was chasing after him with a long sword, seemed to have noticed this. She also stood by the floor-to-ceiling window and looked with a frown. Did they find the person who stole the alien? Or Lindsay looked at the sky in the distance and said, maybe. Luo Yu nodded. Shall we go out and have a look? Lindsay thought for a while and asked. The current deep blue city seemed to be in turmoil. Lindsay still didn't really know what happened, but he still wanted to go out and see what was going on. Hearing Lindsay's words, Luo Yu nodded. I'll go get changed first. Lindsay looked at the wet bathrobe on his body and didn't have the mood for a bath anymore. I'll go first. Luo Yu seemed to have thought of something, stared at Lindsay then ran quickly in front of him. Lindsay couldn't help but laugh when he saw the scene. Soon, both of them changed their clothes and when they were about to go outside, the whole building suddenly shook violently. Bang! A loud noise echoed at this moment. What's going on? Lindsay held the wall next to him to stabilize himself and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Why is the whole building shaking suddenly? It was like something hit the building. Just as Lindsay was confused, Luo Yu had begun tapping on the virtual keyboard next to the computer in the lobby. What's happening? Lindsay saw the scene and stood beside Luo Yu. Luo Yu's slender fingers were tapping frantically on the virtual keyboard. The speed was so fast that even Lindsay looked a little dazzled. Soon, as Luo Yu finally hit the ENT key, multiple squares of surveillance screens appeared. I hacked the surveillance of this building. Luo Yu said casually like she was talking about something very ordinary. Lindsay was surprised when he heard Luo Yu's words. One must know that this was a branch of the Sacred Region Academy, and hacking into the surveillance then transferring to this computer was not a simple task. What he didn't expect was that Luo Yu had accomplished this within a short amount of time. He looked at the screen and found that the corridors on each floor of the entire building could be clearly seen. But although the lights were turned on in these corridors, they were empty. Luo Yu glanced around, then clicked on the surveillance of one of the small squares. At this moment, the screen zoomed in. What is this? Seeing this enlarged surveillance screen, the pupils in Lin Zia's eyes shrank sharply, because on this surveillance screen, it was obvious that a huge aircraft fell on the roof of this building. At this moment, there were black figures crawling out of the aircraft. No wonder there was such a loud noise just now. It turned out that a huge aircraft hit the roof of this building from the sky. Just as Lin Ziu stared at the situation on the screen, a black figure walked over. A cold light flashed by. At this moment, the surveillance video instantly turned into a bunch of snowflakes and nothing was seen. It was destroyed. Luo Yu frowned slightly, then said aloud. Lin Ziu nodded, then continued. What should we do now? Kill them. Luo Yu's eyes were cold, then she said with a tight grip on the long sword in her hand. These people should be on their way down by now if I'm not wrong. Lin Ziu also clenched the dark edge spear at this moment. The people just now didn't look friendly, and Lin Ziu could faintly sense that this could possibly be the people who stole that alien ore. The group of thieves who want to escape from the deep blue city. With this thought, Lin Ziu's expression became serious. This building has 12 floors and they were now on the 10th floor. It wouldn't take long for these people to come down. Bang bang bang. Just then, Lin Ziu heard a knock on the door. His expression changed and he held his breath. All the lights in this room were switched off with only the faint light from the floor-to-ceiling window shining in. Lin Ziu looked at Luo Yu, only to see that Luo Yu did not move and was looking at the door. There should be nobody in this building right now. Otherwise, there wouldn't be just the old man when they arrived. Could it be those people just now that are knocking the door? With that thought, Lin Ziu gripped his dark edge spear. Bang! At the next moment, there was a loud bang at the door, and the whole door was kicked down directly. The pupils in Lin Ziu and Luo Yu's eyes constricted suddenly, then they both rushed towards the front at the same time. Swish swish swish. Their weapons slashed directly at this moment. Bang! But at this moment, both of their weapons seemed to hit something and there was a dull sound. The sharpied Lin Ziu has discovered that his dark edge spear has pierced a light blue barrier. Sphere. There are people here indeed. At this moment, a cold voice resounded. Taking a closer look, the person standing at the door with the unfolded sphere was a middle-aged man with a beard. He was wearing a black suit. At this moment, he was looking at Lin Ziu and Luo Yu, who tried to attack him but were blocked by a sphere. The expression on Luo Yu's face did not change. At this moment, the long sword in her hand became white because of the concentration of sword strength gathered on it. At the next moment, the long sword continued to slash towards the sphere. Bang! Chapter 364 Someone from the Dark World. Chapter 364 Someone from the Dark World. The long sword slashed down and a crack actually appeared on the sphere unfolded by this man. Lin Ziu didn't hesitate and pierced the crack that Luo Yu had cut. Torrential storm of rose flowers. Bang bang bang. The tip of the spear hit the crack of the sphere wildly. At the next moment, with a clear sound, the man's sphere had a gap. Sphere has also become faintly discernible, like it can't hold up any longer. The face of the middle-aged man also turned nasty in an instant. He did not expect that Luo Yu and Lin Ziu would break his sphere directly. And at this moment, the long sword in Luo Yu's hand continued to stab the man's neck like a cold light. Dang! But at this critical moment, the man took out a dagger and directly blocked Luo Yu's stab, and he jumped into the dark at the back. Be careful! Luo Yu looked at the shadow in the dark and said aloud. Lin Ziu nodded and became more cautious. Although he just broke his sphere while he was not paying attention, now this man has obviously become more cautious. Next time, it would not go as smoothly as before. And when Lin Ziu used the analytical eye, he also found that it could not be parsed. He must be a rank 7 warrior or even stronger than that. Didn't expect that Yao'd be so strong. Huh. At this time, from the dark side, the man's cold voice came. Although he was in the corner, Lin Zia's eyesight was very good and he could still see clearly. The man was in black and was slowly taking out another dagger. The daggers he held in both hands seemed very sharp. They exuded cold light even in the dark. Someone from the dark world. Luo Yu held the long sword and looked at the man over there who was holding 2 daggers, looking like he was about to attack Lin Ziyu. Hearing Luo Yu's words, the man froze and his eyes narrowed, revealing a ferocious glint. Seems like you know something. However, it's just not your luck today. I want to take your heads away. He had just spoken, but his body was like a black shadow, disappearing in an instant. Where is he? Seeing this scene, Lin Zia's eyes changed. But at this moment, a cold light flashed in front of him. Dang! Lin Ziyu instinctively blocked the attack with his spear. Just now, he rushed towards Luo Yu, looking like he was attacking Luo Yu. But in fact, the target of the attack was Lin Ziyu. Although Lin Ziyu blocked this attack, the man did not stop at all. He continued to swing the extremely sharp daggers towards Lin Ziyu, because Lin Ziyu was using a spear. After the man got close with his 2 daggers, it became very difficult to attack, and now it's hard to even block his daggers. Swish! In the next moment, Lin Ziyu felt a tingling pain in his arm, and a trace of blood sputtered out, just as the dagger in this man's hand continued to swing towards Lin Ziyu. The long sword in Luo Yu's hand directly pierced the man's body. This sword was very fast, but it was as if the man had eyes on his back and he actually dodged it. This made Luo Yu stab the air. HMPH. Insignificant skill. The man snorted coldly at this time, then retreated back and hid in the darkness. Phew! Lin Ziyu heaved a sigh of relief. Thinking of the man's terrifying offensive just now, Lin Ziya's body couldn't help but tense up. The man's offensive with the double daggers was really fierce, and every time he aimed for his most vulnerable part, every hit was a killer move, which put Lin Ziyu under great pressure. Be careful. Luo Yu looked around and frowned as she couldn't find the man's figure. Lin Ziyu nodded and glanced around. The surrounding was a bit gloomy, but the middle-aged man suddenly disappeared. This was the first time Lin Ziyu had met this kind of warrior. He felt that all his fighting skills were targeted to kill. This was similar to Luo Yu's brother, Luo Huatian. Just as Lin Ziyu continued looking for this man, Lin Ziyu instinctively felt a chill down his back, and the pupils in his eyes shrank suddenly. Behind. Swish! At this moment, Lin Ziyu moved in a flash to the side, and from the corner of his eye, he saw a cold light flashing. Obviously, this man had appeared behind Lin Ziyu and wanted to kill Lin Ziyu directly. And Luo Yu looked over there at this time. Seeing the scene, the long sword in her hand directly pierced the man. Dang! The man directly used the dagger in his hand to block the long sword that Luo Yu had stabbed over. And at the moment when he blocked Luo Yu's long sword attack, he directly attacked Luo Yu. A murderous intent broke out in his eyes, because he clearly felt now that Luo Yu seemed to be different from ordinary warriors. He felt a sense of threat. But Luo Yu uses a long sword. He uses a dagger. As long as he gets close, he can kill Luo Yu. Just as the dagger in his right hand went across Luo Yu's neck, her long sword blocked it. Go to hell. But at this moment, the dagger in the man's left hand continued to pierce Luo Yu's neck. Dang. But just at this very moment, with a flash of cold light, this blow was also blocked. What exactly is going on? The look in the man's eyes changed. He thought that Luo Yu would not be able to withstand the attack of the dagger, but that was not the case. Taking a closer look, Luo Yu had a dagger in her left hand and had blocked his attack. Chapter 365 Broken Arm. Chapter 365 Broken Arm. You react quite fast. Huh. At this time, the man looked at Luo Yu and said coldly. He didn't expect that Luo Yu actually held a dagger in her left hand. And this dagger was very sharp, glistening with a pale blue light. Swish! At this moment, Lin Ziyu, who was behind, had already rushed over, and the dark-edged spear in his hand pierced towards the man's body. The man wanted to continue attacking Luo Yu, but at this moment, he sensed something. The pupils in his eyes shrank suddenly. In the next moment, he disappeared. Lin Zia's dark-edged spear pierced the air. "Boy, you are courting death." Before Lin Ziu had time to react, a voice came from behind him. The man who disappeared suddenly appeared behind Lin Ziu, and he held the daggers into a cross, forming two cold rays, directly splitting Lin Zia's head in half. "I told you not to get in the way." The man sneered. He only found Luo Yu a little threatening because he felt that Luo Yu seemed to be quite similar to him, and he disregarded Lin Ziu from the very beginning. But in the next moment, the look in his eyes suddenly changed. Swish. With a swish, he felt a sudden pain in his arm. At this moment, he took a closer look and realized that he got cut by a sharp spear tip on his arm. Fresh blood sputtered out in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. But the spear did not stop moving and continued to stab him crazily. The middle-aged man no longer cared about the sharp pain in his arm and kept dodging the dark-edged spear that was stabbing like countless phantoms. At this moment, Luo Yu, who was at the back, also continued to attack him with the long sword in her hand. Under the attack of the two, the man seemed to be in a tight spot. He kept evading and he quickly retreated to the back. "Damn it. Why aren't you dead yet?" The man looked at Lin Ziu, who was holding the dark-edged spear as he continued to attack with the Luo Yu. He saw Lin Zia's dead body just now, but it had actually disappeared at this moment. This was the first time he had seen such a weird ability. Lin Ziu did not answer him. At this time, with a violent wave of his hands, a flaming bird burst out of Lin Zia's spear and rushed towards the middle-aged man. With the flaming bird, the surrounding area was burning in red flames. What kind of skill is this? The man who dodged to the back felt the temperature of the flames at this time, and his expression changed. Insignificant skill. At this moment, a hint of fury appeared on his face as the thought of being suppressed by a low-level warrior such as Lin Ziu surfaced. At this moment, he mobilized his source strength and concentrated them on his daggers. At this time, blue light began to shine on his dagger, which looked very strange. "What is this?" Lin Ziu was surprised when he saw this scene. At the next moment, he did not evade the flame, but rushed directly to the flaming bird. Swish! The daggers in his hands slashed violently and the flaming bird was directly cut in half. After the flaming bird was cut into two, it instantly turned into a little flame and dissipated. Lin Ziu looked at the scene and couldn't help being surprised. This guy's dagger could even slice his flaming bird. Just then, the man was already rushing towards Lin Ziu. Swish! Like a black shadow, he appeared in front of Lin Ziu instantly. "Go to hell!" the man screamed suddenly, and the dagger in his hands that emitted light blue light cut into Lin Zia's body. Boom! But at this time Lin Ziu reacted very swiftly, holding the end of the dark-edged spear with both hands and blocking the attack. As his daggers slashed Lin Zia's spear, Lin Ziu felt a strong impact coming and his hand became numb. And at this moment, Luo Yu, who was behind, has also continued to attack with the long sword in her hand. The man who originally wanted to attack Lin Ziu could only give up attacking Lin Ziu at this moment and continue to dodge. Bang! But the moment he dodged, a white flame suddenly appeared, rushing towards his body. What is this? The man noticed the white flame out of the corner of his eyes, but he had no way to dodge it. Boom! The next second, the white flame has already encircled his arm. As soon as the flame hit his arm, the man suddenly felt a sharp iciness on his arm. Click, click, click. The white flame spread to his entire arm in an instant. And at the same time, the ice has covered his arm and solidified his left hand. Damn it, what kind of flame is this? When the man fled to the back, he looked down at his left hand. The white flame was still spreading to his body and his left hand was frozen. Get lost looking at the white flames. His face turned sinister. Then he screamed and his source strength burst out, trying to disperse those white flames. But the nature of this flame was really terrifying. Even if he dispersed most of it, in the next moment, it started spreading again. And now Luo Yu and Lin Ziu did not stop their movements as they rushed towards him. Seeing the scene, His eyes were gloomy as he looked at his left arm covered in ice and the dagger in his right hand. Without any hesitation, he cut his arm directly. Thud! With a dull sound, he has cut off his left arm. After he cut off his left arm, his body disappeared. The dark-edged spear in Lin Zia's hand pierced the air. Where is he? Lin Ziu frowned and saw the broken arm on the ground. Chapter 366 Team. Chapter 366 Team. Lin Ziu saw it from a distance. In order to prevent the ice lotus fire from spreading throughout his body, he even cut off his arms directly. This was not something ordinary people could do. He ran away. Luo Yu looked at the open door and said faintly, "What should we do now?" Lin Ziu nodded, looked at Luo Yu, and asked, "There must be more than one person who came down from the top of the building. That man should have many accomplices with him." With this thought, Lin Ziu became cautious. "Go out and have a look." Luo Yu pondered for a while and said. Lin Ziu also nodded. Then the two continued to walk towards the door with their weapons. Went to the passage outside the door and suddenly dazzling light shone on. And Lin Ziu could clearly see the blood on the ground at this time. There is no doubt that these traces of blood are left by the man who just cut off his arm. Lin Ziu looked at the bloodstains on the ground and continued to walk to the front. The safe passage in front became dark, and the light beside it seemed to have just been destroyed by someone. Lin Ziu glanced at Luo Yu at this time. Luo Yu nodded. Then the two of them continued to walk carefully to the front. Bang bang bang. Just when the two of them passed the opposite side, they heard the sound of a fight as if coming from the lower side. The entire building seemed to shake slightly at this time. What happened? Feeling all this, Lin Ziu frowned, carefully pushed open the door of the safe passage. Looking at the passage below, Lin Ziu's brows frowned slightly. Go down. Lin Ziu thought about it and said aloud, "Go down." Luo Yu nodded. As I walked down there, the fighting sound seemed to be getting stronger and stronger, and the vibration around me seemed to vibrate more loudly. Boom boom. A violent sound continued to sound, and there was a deafening feeling. What is going on? Lin Ziu frowned, wondering if there were other warriors below fighting with those who just came down from the rooftop. Must be up to no good sneaking in here. At the same time, in the spacious hall downstairs, an old man was looking at the men in black in front of him with a smile. This old man doesn't look like a simple man. A tall and muscular man among the black-clothed men looked at the old man and was very cautious. Boom! At this moment, a dull sound came from the side. Take a closer look. The man who just cut off his arm has already walked over. Captain. The man looked a little nasty and said aloud when he looked at the tall and muscular man. How did this happen? He saw that the man's left arm had been cut off, and there was still blood dripping down. I met two difficult chaps. At this time, the man thought of Luo Yu and Lin Ziu, and there was a hint of hatred in his eyes. He thought he could kill two warriors to relieve his boredom, but what he didn't expect was that he himself was almost killed. As he spoke, he took a tube of potion handed over by one of the men, then poured it directly onto his broken arm. As the potion was poured onto the wound, a lot of white smoke emerged. The intense pain caused the man to frown, but in the next moment, his wound healed and the blood stopped dripping from the broken arm. No, Four is dead at this moment. He looked to the ground and saw the body of a man in black. Seeing this, the look on his face changed. This was one of their members and he was quite strong, so he didn't expect that he would die. It was the old man who did it. The man who was known as the captain looked at the old man with a cautious look. The man was taken aback for a moment, then looked to the front and saw the old man in a vest, and he appeared ordinary. If I'm not wrong, you guys were the ones who stole something in the deep blue city, right? The old man touched his beard at this time, then looked at them and said with interest, "None of your business." A man in black looked at the old man, then said with a cold snort. The old man ignored him and continued looking at them. Then, he saw a large box in their hands and his eyes narrowed. There seems to be something extraordinary in it. As the old man spoke, their expressions changed. "Old man, why are you here?" At this moment, Lin Ziu and Luo Yu walked down and saw the old man standing there. Lin Ziu's eyes widened and asked, Oh, you guys came down too. The old man saw Lin Xiu and Luo Yu coming down from the safe passage over there, and said with a smile, "You too." The man with the broken arm saw Luo Yu and Lin Xiu, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Don't tell me those two low-level warriors caused this," a man in black said coldly to the man with the broken arm. "Shut up, I was just careless." Hearing his words, the man seemed to be a little embarrassed and roared angrily, "Kill this old man first. You should take care of those two yourself." The captain snorted coldly. As soon as he said that, the men in black worked together and rushed directly to the old man. They moved very swiftly like shadows. Lin Xiu was shocked when he saw this scene. This speed is too fast. The strength of these warriors was definitely already rank 7, and there may even be rank 8 warriors among them. Before Lin Xiu had time to think, the man who had just severed his arm rushed to Lin Xiu's side. "Boy, this time, I will kill you." The man with the severed arm had an extremely hideous expression at this moment. His eyes were full of murderous intent as he held a dagger that emitted a pale blue cold light in his right hand and was aiming for Lin Xiu's head. Chapter 367 The Powerful Old Man. Chapter 367 The Powerful Old Man. This time the speed of the man with the broken arm seemed to have reached the extreme, and he appeared in front of Lin Xiu in an instant. Looking at the light blue light, the sharp dagger was about to pierce his body. The pupils in Lin Xiu's eyes shrank suddenly. At this critical moment, without any hesitation, Lin Xiu directly activated the Fury skill. The moment the Fury skill had been activated, Lin Xiu's abilities improved greatly. Swish! Originally, his dagger was about to pierce Lin Xiu's body. But at this moment, Lin Xiu dodged easily, and while dodging, the dark edge spear in his hand pierced the man's body directly. Zizzy! But the man with the broken arm reacted swiftly. At this time, holding the dagger in his hand, he directly blocked Lin Xiu's dark edge spear. The tip of the spear collided with his dagger, producing many sparks. "You have taken the medicine." The man with the severed arm looked at Lin Xiu with cold eyes and said. Lin Xiu's strength just now was completely different from the previous time, as if he suddenly became a lot stronger. This shouldn't be Lin Xiu's intentional preservation of strength, but to be able to become so strong in this short period of time, he must have taken the forbidden medicine. Lin Xiu sneered and ignored his words as his dark edge spear continued to pierce towards the man's body. Under the state of fury, Lin Xiu's strength has been raised to a peak rank 6 warrior. Coupled with Lin Xiu's original strength, his combat effectiveness was very strong. "Go to hell." The man with the broken arm heard Lin Xiu's sneer. At this time, he felt as if he had been taunted by a low-level warrior and became furious. While dodging the attack of Lin Xiu's dark edge spear, the dagger in his right hand stabbed Lin Xiu again. Swish! After the battle just now, Lin Xiu also has a certain understanding of the warriors who use this kind of close combat weapon. At this time, Lin Xiu directly backed away and moved a distance away from the man. Then in the next moment, the dark edge spear in his hand continued to pierce the man. The pupils in the eyes of the man with the broken arm constricted suddenly. If there's a distance, it would be very difficult to cause damage to Lin Xiu. And Lin Xiu had also clearly discovered this. So every time he attacked, Lin Xiu created a distance, then turned back and stabbed him with the dark edge spear. Damn kid. Although the man with the broken arm was very upset, he gritted his teeth, stopped, and continued to stab Lin Xiu's body, then stepped back to avoid Lin Xiu's attack. But at this moment, from the corner of his eye, he saw a cold light flashing by his side. What is this? Swish! Before he got back to his senses, a long sword pierced from his side, directly into his clothes, and along his chest. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would just be a few millimeters away from having the sword pierce through his body. "It's you." As soon as the man with the broken arm turned around, he saw Luo Yu next to him. Luo Yu was expressionless at this time. The long sword in her hand was drawn out and she continued stabbing him. He lost an arm and his strength has dropped a lot. Not to mention that Lin Xiu has now activated the Fury skill, and his overall strength has reached its peak. Dang. The man with the broken arm saw the sword that Luo Yu thrust, and he blocked it with his dagger instinctively. But Luo Yu's sword was really too strong, and the man's hand that was holding the dagger was numb. In the next moment, the dagger in his hand suddenly flew out. Awe of the phoenix. Just when there was a look of panic on his face, Linzia's roar came from the other side. He looks to the side instinctively only to see flaming birds charging towards him. He couldn't dodge them. Boom! As the flaming birds hit his body, there was a loud noise and the ground shook. All the surrounding things were shaken off and a large amount of gravel rushed over, causing Lin Xiu to block his eyes with his arm. The flaming birds turned into a tornado of flames, surrounded the man with the broken arm, spinning frantically. Ah! The man with the broken arm let out a roar, struggling frantically in the flames. In the next moment, his struggling voice became smaller, and the flames began to gradually decrease. Boom! With another explosive sound, the flame disappeared instantly and the man with the broken arm was burned into a charred corpse. Bang! Seeing this, Lin Xia's body also felt a little tired and his dark-edged spear stabbed into the ground. Luo Yu! Lin Xiu looked at Luo Yu and when he was about to say something, he saw Luo Yu looking straight ahead, with a rare hint of surprise in her eyes. What happened? Lin Xiu was taken aback. At this time, he subconsciously looked in front of him and immediately saw the figure of the old man and the men in black lying on the ground. Damn! Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu couldn't help but curse, because Lin Xiu had just felt the strength of the men in black. They should be even stronger than the strength of the man with a severed arm, but what I didn't expect was that the men in black were knocked down by the ordinary-looking old man. I'm old. I haven't moved for a long time. At this time, the old man moved his body and stretched, cracking his joints. He looks towards the front, and there was a man in black at the last that hadn't fallen down. The man in black looked at the old man and clenched the box in his hand tightly. Seeing his comrades on the ground and wailing with their joints twisted, cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Strong. He is too strong. Who is this old man? At the next moment, he carried the box and rushed to the safe passage on the side. Flee. Chapter 368. Do you guys want this? Chapter 368. Do you guys want this? Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. He could only flee. Although he was a peak rank 7 warrior, he didn't expect that with so many people in his team. They still couldn't defeat the old man, so he obviously didn't stand a chance. And he was the most skilled person on the team. Hence, he was the one safekeeping the item in the box. At this moment, he triggered his mind and his body instantly turned into a black shadow. Then, he disappeared in place and was about to rush out the door of the safe passage. Where are you going? Seeing that he was about to leave, the old man appeared at the door, then raised his foot to step on the door beam, and said to the black figure in front of him, "How could it be?" At this time, the man saw the old man in front of him, and there was an extremely shocked look on his face. In just 1 second, this old man appeared here from the other side. What a terrifying speed. Courting death at this time, the man's eyes revealed a hint of viciousness as he slammed the box he held in his hand directly on the old man's head. Bang! But at this moment, he found that his wrist was pinched firmly like iron tongs. You! He looked at his wrist and the pupils in his eyes constricted. He squeezed his right hand so tightly that his veins protruded and slammed it on the old man's head again. Bang! But it was still the same as before. The old man pinched his wrist tightly before the man's fist was thrown out. He wanted to kick the old man's crotch with his right foot, but as soon as he lifted his leg, the old man's foot slammed on the back of his foot and he didn't even have a chance to lift his foot. You can't deal with the old man like that. Young man. The old man, who had clearly seen his intentions, smiled, and at the next moment, he used force on his hand. Click, click, click. The man's arms were like twisted green bamboo, letting out a crisp sound. Ah! His hands were twisted by the old man, and the intense pain caused the man to wail. Boom! In the next moment, as the old man raised his foot, he kicked the man out and he hit the wall behind him. The man was very dizzy. After doing all this, The old man patted the dust off his clothes and looked at the box on the ground with an interesting smile. Why? Surprised, the old man looked at Lin Xiu and Luo Yu, then said with a smile on his face. Lin Xiu came to his senses and looked at the old man with a look of defensiveness. This old man was so strong that Lin Xiu felt quite threatened. Who are you anyway? Luo Yu looked at the old man and said coldly. This level of strength was not what an ordinary warrior can achieve. I'm an old man. The old man smiled at this moment, then took the box to observe it. And slowly, he found a button in the box. Click! As the old man pressed the button, a crisp sound rang instantly. The box began to open slowly. And at this time, Lin Xiu could see a faint blue light in the box. So you guys really stole it. The old man looked at the men in black on the ground whose hands and feet were all broken and said aloud, Do you want to take a look? This is very rare. The old man said. Lin Xiu was stunned. At this moment, he and Luo Yu looked at each other, nodded, and walked over. This old man should have no malice towards himself and Luo Yu. If he makes a move, Lin Xiu and Luo Yu would be taken down even before they could attack. At this time, Lin Xiu walked over and saw the stone in the box. The stone was light blue with many spots of light on it. It was beautiful. The surface of the stone was like a starry sky. Is this the alien ore? Lin Xiu asked. This alien ore was exactly the same as what Zhang Yuo showed him. It must be right. This thing must be the lost alien ore, which was stolen by this group of people. Woo woo. At the same time, Lin Xiu could clearly hear a sound coming from outside. What's going on? Lin Xiu heard this sound, and looked out of the huge French window, and saw many aircraft flying towards the top of the Sacred Region Academy building. Everything happened in just a short 10 minutes. Those government forces in the deep blue city seemed to have discovered that this group of people had entered the building from the roof. Seems like they will be coming very soon. The old man's mouth curled up at this moment, and then looked at Lin Xiu and Luo Yu and said aloud, You guys, do you want this? The old man held the box with his right hand out, then said to Lin Xiu and Luo Yu. Lin Xiu stared at this piece of alien ore that looked like a shining star and was stunned. This thing is top quality material for forging weapons. If you add this material and continue forging your spear, it will become stronger. The old man continued. You must know that this is a rare and precious material for forging weapons. It's such a good item and you want to give it to me. Lin Xiu was not a fool. There is no such thing as a free meal. Lin Xiu sneered at this time and asked the old man, And those people are going to come soon. When that happens, they will definitely take this thing away. I obviously have a way. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, the old man didn't get angry and still spoke with a smile. They probably need about 6 to 7 minutes to come down. If the both of you can hit me with a punch within 5 minutes, this piece of ore is yours. The old man looked at Lin Xiu and Luo Yu and said, I haven't moved for a long time and haven't scratched this itch yet. Chapter 369 The game starts. Chapter 369 The game starts. Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed when he heard the old man's words. Are you serious? Of course. I'm not lying and there is no need for that. The old man smiled, then put the box containing the alien ore directly on the ground. However, if you gave it to me and they took it back, isn't that the same as not giving it to me at all at this time? Lin Xiu seemed to have thought of something, then said helplessly, The soldiers in the deep blue city were about to land on the roof of this building. It wouldn't be long before they arrived, so even if he had the alien ore, they would take it back forcibly. You don't have to worry about that. I have my way. The old man said with a smile. The Luo Yu and Lin Xiu looked at each other, then nodded. How about this game? The old man looked at Lin Xiu and Luo Yu and laughed. Sure. Lin Xiu nodded and in the next moment, he moved immediately. With a swish, Lin Xiu's figure appeared behind the old man and without hesitation, he smashed his back with a fist. This old man was very strong and Lin Xiu didn't think he could kill this old man with this punch. But just as Lin Xiu's fist was about to hit the old man's back, the old man suddenly disappeared. And Lin Xiu's fist hit the air and was going towards Luo Yu who was in front. But fortunately, Lin Xiu held back and didn't hit Luo Yu directly. Lin Xiu heaved a sigh of relief and saw that Luo Yu was looking at him with cold eyes. Lin Xiu was taken aback. Then he took a closer look and discovered that his fist was actually in front of Luo Yu's chest at this time, almost touching it. Ahem. I didn't mean it, Lin Xiu said, a little embarrassed. He's over there. Luo Yu rolled her eyes at Lin Xiu and said plainly. Lin Xiu looked to the side instinctively and immediately saw the figure of the old man. The old man was smiling at Lin Xiu at this time. Then, he beckoned Lin Xiu with his finger. Damn it, Lin Xiu saw this scene and became serious. He still had exactly 5 minutes left before the end of his fury. Within these 5 minutes, he must find an opportunity to attack this old man. Although this old man is strong, Lin Xiu should be able to touch the corners of his clothes when he is bursting out with all his strength. Right. At the same time, Luo Yu also stabbed the longsword on the ground, and in the next moment, she rushed directly to the old man's side. Boom! The Luo Yu's speed was also very fast, like a phantom, and appeared in front of the old man with her fist about to hit his head. But the old man tilted his head slightly and he dodged Luo Yu's punch. Little girl, your fist is quite fierce. At this time, the old man suddenly smiled and said. Luo Yu ignored the old man's words and threw her punches at this time. Her fist was like phantoms and the speed was very fast. Luo Yu was not only good at using a sword, but she was good with her fists too. But even so, Lin Xiu still couldn't hit him. What exactly was going on? Lin Xiu looked at this scene and was embarrassed. This old man was indeed too strong. It's really amazing that he could do this only by relying on his body's strong response speed without using any body skill. But the alien ore was indeed good stuff if he could get it. With this thought, Lin Xiu rushed to the front. Under the siege of the two people, the old man seemed to be less relaxed. Interesting, the old man said while dodging Lin Xiu and Luo Yu's attacks. Although the old man seemed to be a little stressed because of the two people attacking at the same time, he still dodged every hit. And every time. He dodged with such a small gap. Was it intentional? At this moment, seeing his fist missing the old man again, Lin Xiu couldn't help thinking. You have 2 minutes left. The old man dodged the fists with ease and set out without blushing or panting. There is someone behind at this moment. Lin Xiu suddenly stopped attacking, then pointed to the other side and called out. Oh, hearing Lin Xiu's words, the old man subconsciously turned his head and looked over there. Good chance. Seeing this, Lin Xiu revealed a touch of surprise on his face. He seized the opportunity and directly attacked the old man's body with a fist. Bang! At this moment, his fist was about to hit the old man's body. But a dull sound rang out and Lin Xiu's body flew out like a broken kite. So close. So close. I almost lost. The old man's leg was raised high at this time and he said with a smile while looking at Lin Xiu in the distance. You kid. You're pretty sly. Damn it, Lin Xiu stood up. I didn't say that I will not attack, the old man said aloud while avoiding Luo Yu's attack. But at this moment, he seemed to feel something. Raised his brows. Then his body disappeared instantly. Boom! At this moment, Luo Yu's fist made a pit on the ground. Lin Xiu noticed the look on Luo Yu's face and it seemed to become increasingly cold. Are you from there too? The old man who had already jumped to the other side at this time looked at Luo Yu with a look of surprise. Luo Yu didn't answer the old man. At this time, she looked at the old man, then slowly walked forward. There was something wrong. Luo Yu seemed a little off. Lin Xiu clearly felt the strong murderous aura from Luo Yu and the coldness in her eyes became more intense. Luo Yu, Lin Xiu said. But Luo Yu didn't answer Lin Xiu and immediately disappeared just as she was about to touch the old man. She's gone. When Lin Xiu saw the scene, the pupils in his eyes constricted. Chapter 370 What's Inside? Chapter 370 What's Inside? It was the first time that Lin Xiu saw Luo Yu filled with such a strong murderous aura. There was no doubt that Luo Yu was very serious now. Oh, you seem quite capable. The old man looked at Luo Yu who disappeared in front of him at this time. A little surprised. The corners of his mouth curled up. At this moment, Luo Yu's body appeared in front of him again. Swish swish swish. Her body kept flashing in front of the old man like phantoms. Lin Ziyu was very surprised. This is Luo Yu's body skill. At this time, Lin Ziyu looked over and couldn't tell where Luo Yu would appear at. What a fast speed. At the next moment, the fist of the old man who had been standing still slammed to the side. Boom! At this moment, as a cold light flashed, the old man's fist collided with a dagger. It turned out that at that moment, Luo Yu held a dagger next to the old man and stabbed him directly. And the old man's fist seemed very tough. Not only was it perfectly fine after it collided with the dagger, but the strong impact made Luo Yu's hand numb. At the next moment, this powerful force passed over, causing Luo Yu's entire body to fly out behind. Bang! Lin Ziyu, who was in the back, saw this scene, rushed over, and caught Luo Yu. Are you alright? Lin Ziyu said to Luo Yu, who was in his arms at this time. Initially, Luo Yu wanted to continue to attack the old man, but at this moment, her eyes met Lin Ziyu and the murderous intent in her eyes seemed to fade. Luo Yu shook her head, then looked at the old man, her eyes full of caution. Little girl, where did you learn these killing techniques? The old man looked at Luo Yu and said with a smile. This old man always looked very relaxed and his strength was a bit unfathomable. Luo Yu gave a cold snort and didn't say anything. But at this time she covered her shoulder. Is your injury coming back? Lin Ziyu frowned when he saw Luo Yu's movement, and then said aloud. Luo Yu shook her head. Just when she was about to say she was okay, Lin Ziyu stood in front of her, then turned around and smiled at her. Let me go next. Hearing Lin Ziyu's words, Luo Yu was stunned. At this moment, Lin Ziyu had already walked slowly towards the old man. This old man was very strong and had a fast reaction speed. It would be impossible to use ordinary methods to attack him, even if he and Luo Yu go up at the same time. Did you hear that? The old man looked at Lin Ziyu with a smile, and then said aloud. Lin Ziyu's hearing was very good and he could hear the footsteps coming from above. Those people were already coming down. 2 minutes. The last 2 minutes. The old man stretched out his 2 fingers at this time, and then said with a smile. As soon as he said that, Lin Ziyu had already rushed to him. At this time, Lin Ziyu burst forth very swiftly, but for the old man, it was far from enough. Swish swish swish. As Lin Ziyu's fists attacked his body wildly, the old man kept dodging. He couldn't even touch the corners of the old man's clothes. And Lin Ziyu also noticed that the old man was almost standing still and didn't make any movements, only relying on the powerful reaction speed of his body to dodge the attacks. 10 seconds left. It seems that you guys can't win. The old man smiled and said as he leaned to one side, avoiding another fist attack from Lin Ziyu. However, Lin Ziyu still didn't stop his movements and continued to attack the old man. Lin Ziyu's fist had bursts of lightning for this punch and made a crackling sound. I said it already. You can't hit me. Seeing that Lin Ziyu seemed to be angry because he couldn't hit him and he even used his skill, the old man said in a calm manner, I'm sorry. The game is over. Just when the lightning punch was about to hit the old man's body, the old man stretched out his right hand and wanted to grab Lin Ziyu's fist directly. But at this moment, the pupils in his eyes changed suddenly. Wait! Swish! He leaped to the other side. Boom! Lin Ziyu, who suddenly appeared behind him, seemed to hit the air at this moment, making a dull sound. So close. Kid, how did you do it? The old man jumped to the other side in an instant, and his eyes were full of surprise as he looked at Lin Ziyu. And the Lin Ziyu just now stood in place. And 2 Lin Ziyus suddenly appeared over there. Your reaction speed is really fast, Lin Ziyu commented. Just now, Lin Ziyu used mirror image to attack the old man by surprise, but his reaction was indeed too fast. But I did hit you, right? Lin Ziyu looked at the old man and said with a smirk. Taking a closer look, there was a faint red mark on the old man's arm. This was caused by a light hit from Lin Ziyu's fist while he was dodging. The old man was taken aback, then looked at the red mark on his arm, and couldn't help but laugh. Not bad, not bad. This is the first time I've seen this skill. The old man looked at Lin Ziyu with approval and said. At this time, He looked to the side and opened the box containing the alien ore, then took out the alien ore that was glistening in faint blue light. It looked very eye-catching. At this moment, the old man took the alien ore, and then used force in his hands. Click, 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 with a clear sound. This alien ore was actually crushed in half by this old man. Lin Ziyu was puzzled when he saw this scene. Why did he destroy the alien ore? The good stuff is inside. The old man seemed to know what Lin Ziyu wanted to ask. At this moment, he looked at Lin Ziyu and said with a strange smile. Hearing his words, Lin Ziyu looked toward the middle of the alien ore that he had broken in half. Chapter 371 The Identity of the Old Man. Chapter 371 The Identity of the Old Man. There was a white light in the middle of the alien ore. What was this? Seeing this, there was a hint of surprise in Lin Ziyu's eyes. Was there still something in it? Bang! At this time, as the old man threw away the rest of the alien ore and after taking out the object in the middle, one could see the jade-like thing that had a white glow. This is the real alien ore. This is the essence of this ore. If you use this thing to forge your weapon, I believe it will make your weapon more powerful. At this time, the old man said while tossing the ore to Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu saw this and caught the item instinctively. As Lin Ziyu caught the jade-like stone, he felt a warm and moist feeling. Taking a closer look, this thing looked like jade, emitting a faint light from the inside to the outside. This thing was not big. It was an oval shape, smaller than a palm. Lin Ziyu was surprised when he saw this, then put it into his pocket quickly, because Lin Ziyu heard the sound of footsteps getting closer. Do not move. With a clattering sound, a number of soldiers from the deep blue city rushed in with advanced laser guns. The black gun muzzles pointed directly at Lin Ziyu and others. Take them all down. At this time, a middle-aged man who walked in with a huge weapon in a battle suit bellowed. But as soon as he ordered, he looked inside and his expression changed. Zia, Elder Zia. He looked at the old man over there and his body and lips trembled. The rest of the soldiers wanted to take the old man down, but they didn't expect that their leader would appear so shocked when he saw the old man. You simply brought people into the branch building of our Sacred Region Academy. The old man known as Elder Zia looked at them with a strange smile and said aloud. Seeing his smile, the body of the man who seemed to be very powerful at this time couldn't help but tremble. I'm very sorry. We are looking for the thieves. At this time, cold sweat started to flow down the middle-aged man's forehead. Although he knew that this was a branch of the Sacred Region Academy and it would be a little troublesome, he never thought that this old man would be here. One must know that in the Huaxia area, no one dares to offend him. I have taken care of it. Elder Zia brushed his sleeves at this time, then said faintly. As soon as he said that, the rest of the soldiers looked at the people in black lying on the ground with their hands and feet folded into a twisted state. The middle-aged man looked around at this time, as if he was looking for something. Here, Elder Zia seemed to know what he was looking for. At this moment, he looked at him and said aloud. Hearing Elder Zia's words, he looked to the front and suddenly saw the two alien ores on the ground. Found it. Seeing this, his eyes lit up and he hurried over. But what he didn't expect was that at this time, the alien ore had been broken into two pieces for unknown reasons. What exactly is going on? They broke it. Old Zia stared at him, then said directly. Lin Zia's mouth twitched when he heard the old man lying without batting his lids. But he couldn't say anything at this time. After all, the alien ore was now with him, and with the improvement of his current strength, the weight and sharpness of his dark-edged spear couldn't satisfy him anymore. If he continued to forge it with the materials, the dark-edged spear would probably be upgraded again. The middle-aged man nodded. At this time, he didn't expect the old man to lie and he picked up the alien ore. Although this alien ore broke into two halves, its body still exudes a lot of faint blue light. In addition to the object in the middle of the alien ore, the remaining things were also very useful. Why is it a little empty in the middle? The middle-aged man said while holding the alien ore that was broken into two pieces. He seemed a little confused at this time, but he didn't think much. Maybe it's originally like that. At this time, there was a voice from the other side. Lin Xiu looked to the front and saw Zhang Guo. Well, it's possible. The middle-aged man nodded. Then took the thing and put it into the box on the ground. Take them all away. He glanced at the men in black on the ground and said suddenly, yes. As soon as he said that, the men in black who fell on the ground were carried away by these soldiers. Brother Lin and Miss Luo, you guys are here too. Zhang Guo happened to see Luo Yu and Lin Xiu and said, a little surprised at this time. Yeah. Lin Xiu nodded. But Luo Yu was still the same as usual, seeming a little cold. Lin Xiu was not surprised. At this time, Lin Xiu looked towards the front and suddenly saw the middle-aged man holding the box, looking at the alien ore inside, as if he was still a little confused. Seeing this, Lin Xiu suddenly choked, wondering if he would realize that something was wrong. But when Lin Xiu heaved a sigh of relief, he closed the box directly and followed the soldiers to the top of the building and left. Tomorrow we can leave. Right? Lin Xiu looked at Zhang Guo and said aloud, of course you can. Zhang Guo nodded, then smiled. Zhang Guo, hurry up. At the same time, there was a sound from the safe passage. Coming. Zhang Guo responded, I'll get going now and you are welcome to come and stay in the deep blue city in the future. Zhang Guo looked at Lin Xiu at this time, then smiled and said aloud, and, goodbye. Lin Xiu nodded and said aloud as if nothing had happened. As he left, Lin Xiu heaved a sigh of relief, then looked at the old men and said, those people were taken away. Would they? Chapter 372 One of the founders of the Second Region Academy. Chapter 372 One of the founders of the Second Region Academy. No, they wouldn't say. The old man shook his head at this time. He knew that what Lin Xiu wanted to say was whether the people in black would tell the soldiers that they saw him taking out the contents of the alien ore. Lin Xiu nodded when he heard his affirmation. But I'm very curious. How exactly did you do it? The old man touched his white beard at this time, then looked at Lin Xiu and said aloud, this is a secret. Lin Xiu also said mysteriously at this time. This was one of the skills in his system. Of course, he couldn't tell others casually. And even if he said it, people may not believe it. Haha. Interesting. Interesting. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, the old man laughed and he wasn't mad at all. By the way, you have to pay for the damaged things here. The old man glanced around at this time, and then said naturally. Hearing this, Lin Xiu's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but cursed inwardly. Damn, isn't this caused by you when you were fighting with them? This old man was too shameless. He wants to scan him for his money. I'll pay for mine, but these damages here were caused by your flames. Right? The old man pointed to the destruction caused by Lin Xiu's Awe of the Phoenix. At this time, Lin Xiu's mouth twitched, and his head was full of black lines. How much? Although a little unwilling, Lin Xiu still asked. Let me calculate. The old man smiled, very satisfied at this time, then looked at the destroyed buildings over there and took out a mini calculator. Then, he said, I'll give you a discount. The cost is a total of 500 Zfleflaonian coins. Hearing this, Lin Xiu staggered, then opened his eyes wide and said, why so much? This was basically robbery. Do you want me to give you a breakdown? The old man raised his brow at this time. Hearing his babbling, Lin Xiu's mouth twitched. All right. I will pay you. I will pay you. Lin Xiu held his forehead at this time and said, Okay. The old man nodded in satisfaction. Then he dished out a card machine from nowhere and said to Lin Xiu, swipe it. Lin Xiu glared at the old man and took out a card from his pocket. When he returned from the dark forest, he sold some materials in the small town there, so he still had a lot of union coins on the card. Watching Lin Xiu draw the 500 union coins in the card, the old man smiled contentedly. Let's go. Lin Xiu looked at Luo Yu and said, this old man was too wretched. Who knows how much the old man would cheat them if they continued staying here. Luo Yu nodded. At this moment, she took out the phone while she was walking, and she seemed to be searching for something. Wait, just when Lin Xiu and Luo Yu were about to return to the upper side, the old man suddenly called out. What? Lin Xiu turned and looked at the old man and said aloud, Does this old man still want to cheat him? Tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning, there will be a special plane to take you back to the Sacred Region Academy. The old man stroked his beard and then said with a smile, Do we need to pay? Lin Xiu asked instinctively. Ha ha ha. Of course not. Hearing Lin Xiu's words at this time, the old man smiled. Lin Xiu curled his lips, then ignored the old man as he looked up the stairs. There was no sound coming from the upper side anymore. Those people should have left. What an interesting young man. At this time, only the old man was left. Looking at the mess around him, he touched his beard and said with a smile, That girl. She should be from the Luo family. Right. How interesting. The Luo family would hang out with ordinary people. Interesting. Interesting. Luo Yu and Lin Xiu have now walked up. Going back to the room, Lin Xiu stretched. If these people hadn't come over tonight, he would have been able to soak in a comfortable hot spring bath. With Luo Yu, an image seemed to appear in Lin Xiu's mind and he swallowed. At this time, he looked at Luo Yu, who was walking next to him, and saw that she was staring at the phone screen, as if looking at something. Her face also showed a rare and cautious expression. What's wrong? Seeing this, Lin Xiu asked. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Luo Yu took the phone and handed it to him. Lin Xiu was taken aback, then took Luo Yu's mobile phone. Looking at the content displayed on the mobile phone, Lin Xiu couldn't help but stared, because the picture on the phone was the old man just now. And looking at this interface, it seemed to be the website of the Warrior Union. Lin Xiu swiped down on the screen at this time, and he saw the following introduction. Xia Xing, Vice President of Warrior Union, one of the founders of the Sacred Region Academy. Damn, Lin Xiu's eyes widened as he saw the list of his titles below. This old man was not only one of the founders of the Sacred Region Academy, but also the Vice President of the Warrior Union. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu gasped. This old man is too powerful, eh? When did you find out? Lin Xiu couldn't help but swallowed secretly at this time and said, Who would have thought that this old man who seemed so petty was actually so powerful? No wonder he managed to deal with the warriors in black so easily. When they called him Elder Xia, Luo Yu said lightly, but the difference between this photo and how he looks in real life is quite big. Lin Xiu curled his lips, thinking of how the old man cheated his money. He couldn't help but complain. When the two returned to the room, Lin Xiu was no longer sleepy. He went into the training ground and sat down cross-legged, then started the cultivation technique. At this time, the weird ore in Lin Xiu's pocket seemed to shine through his clothes. Chapter 373 Star Warrior. Chapter 373 Star Warrior. Lin Xiu seemed to sense something while he was cultivating with his eyes closed and opened his eyes immediately. Then he saw white light shining through his pocket. What is going on? Lin Xiu subconsciously took out the jade-like ore from his pocket. At this time, the ore seems to be emitting white light, and Lin Xiu also felt that the jade seemed to have a very warm and gentle feeling. But as Lin Xiu took out the jade, the light on the jade seemed to slowly weaken again. What exactly is going on? When you were running the cultivation technique, this ore probably reacted. Luo Yu, who was next to Lin Xiu, looked at this alien ore and said aloud, When you're cultivating, did you feel anything? Hearing Luo Yu's words, Lin Xiu was taken aback, then subconsciously started the cultivation technique again. Soon, as Lin Xiu's body was absorbing the energy in the air, Lin Xiu was able to clearly feel as if his cultivation speed seemed to have strengthened slightly. Lin Xiu was surprised at this time, and when he took a closer look, the light from the alien ore seemed to have become a little stronger. This thing seems to be helpful for cultivation. Lin Xiu looked at the alien ore in his hand, then said aloud, But how do you forge this ore together with the dark edge spear? Lin Xiu looked at the dark edge spear next to him and mumbled to himself. The old man said that this thing was an excellent forging material, and with his status, he shouldn't be lying to him. But Lin Xiu was not familiar with this aspect of forging, and Lin Xiu was a little worried if he let someone else forge it for him. After all, this ore was very precious, and it was the kind that can only be discovered and not sought. Otherwise, these people in the Deep Blue City would not make such a big fuss and want to take it back. There will be a way. Luo Yu said with a meaningful smile at this time. Seeing this, Lin Xiu wanted to say something when he saw Luo Yu was already sitting on the ground with her eyes closed and was practicing the cultivation technique. Lin Xiu couldn't help but curled his lips when he saw this scene and also closed his eyes to practice. They were no longer sleepy in the middle of the night. Soon, it was the next morning. As soon as Lin Xiu opened his eyes, he felt a faint light shining on his eyes. So early, he opened his eyes and saw that Luo Yu had stood up, then sat next to the computer not far away, typing on the keyboard quickly, as if she was looking for something. Yeah. Luo Yu nodded and said while looking at the computer screen, "It's almost time. Let's go down first." Lin Xiu looked at the clock on the wall. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. According to what the old man said, around 8 o'clock this morning, they would be able to take the spacecraft and leave. Sure. Lin Xiu stretched, then stood up. After washing up, he carried his backpack and held the dark-edged spear, then left the place with Luo Yu who was already prepared. They took the elevator and quickly reached the first floor. At this time, at the front desk over the hall, there were already staff members in uniforms. What about the old man? Lin Xiu was a little confused, then walked over to the front desk. This old man seemed to have disappeared today. A staff member at the front desk stared at Lin Xiu and Luo Yu who came by at this time, took a closer look, then seemed to know who they were, then said aloud, "Are you Mr. Lin and Miss Luo?" Although Lin Xiu was a little surprised at how she recognized him and Luo Yu, their information was already keyed in when they checked in this place, so it wasn't strange. Yeah. Lin Xiu nodded, and when he was about to say something, the woman in the Sakikar Region Academy's work uniform continued to say, "Dean Xia has made arrangements for you. You may go to the waiting hall at the top level." Where did he go? Lin Xiu asked. The woman froze for a moment, then showed a standard smile and said, "We don't know where the dean is." With the woman leading, Lin Xiu and Luo Yu quickly reached the roof. Not far from the roof of the building, there were some staff members who were repairing some buildings on the side. These buildings must have been destroyed last night. By the way, the dean asked me to give this to you. As Lin Xiu and Luo Yu were sitting on the chairs waiting for the spacecraft to take off, the staff member just took out 2 folded cards from her pockets and handed them to Lin Xiu and Luo Yu respectively. What is this? Lin Xiu was taken aback but still took the folded red card. "I'll make a move first." The woman smiled at this moment, then left. Lin Xiu looked at the folded card in his hand, only to see the red card with the logo of the Warrior Union, which looked very domineering. What is this? Lin Xiu was a little curious, then unfolded the card. Invitation card. Taking a closer look, this turned out to be an invitation letter to participate in the Warrior Assessment. Warrior Assessment. I remember I have already participated in it. Lin Xiu said to himself. No. But at this moment, Luo Yu suddenly shook her head. This is the Star Warrior Assessment. Star Warrior Assessment, could it be? Lin Xiu was still a little stunned. But in the next moment, Lin Xiu suddenly realized. In addition to the Warrior Qualification Assessment, there was also a Star Warrior Assessment next. The different star ratings have different statuses in the Warrior Union, and the high star warriors could participate in some meetings of the Warrior Union. This would play an important role in running for important positions in the Warrior Union in the future. Basically, as long as you participate in the Star Warrior Assessment, you could successfully become a Star Warrior. Even if you are a 1-star warrior, it is very awesome. Taking a closer look, there was a time at the bottom of this invitation letter. February next year. Chapter 374 Strike Up a Conversation. Chapter 374 Strike Up a Conversation. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. We can make it, Luo Yu said indifferently at this time. Lin Xiu nodded. There is still more than half a year of preparation time. The Star Warrior Assessment was not an ordinary warrior assessment, and there was a large number of applicants, but a limited number of places, and only a small number of people could take part in it. These 2 invitation letters were very important. The 2 of them didn't wait long when a small spacecraft landed on the top of this building. Both of them walked over and after going through the security scan, They started boarding. At this moment, not only Lin Xiu and Luo Yu were boarding, but there were also some young warriors who entered the spacecraft as well. Lin Xiu knew that these warriors must be just like him and were those warriors who went out to complete a task. Although the spacecraft was not very big, it was very empty and there were a lot of tables and chairs and a bar. We're finally going back. Lin Xiu sat on a chair beside a round glass table, then stretched out and said. Luo Yu gave Lin Xiu a blank look at this time, then took out her mobile phone. Looking for some information. You look pretty when you're not icy. Lin Xiu was glad when he saw Luo Yu giving him a blank look and commented. From the very first interaction with Luo Yu till now, Lin Xiu rarely saw Luo Yu with any other expressions. Especially before, she had a poker face all day long and there was no joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness at all. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Luo Yu glared at Lin Xiu, then continued to look at the information on the phone. Ignoring Lin Xiu, Lin Xiu curled his lips and soon as the spacecraft took off, Lin Xiu looked around and found that there seemed to be self-service drinks and drinks on the counter over there. Would you like a cup of coffee? Lin Xiu said to Luo Yu. Luo Yu nodded slightly, still looking at the information on the phone as if she was checking something. Lin Xiu was also a little curious about what Luo Yu was looking for. Luo Yu looked a little mysterious, which made Lin Xiu even more curious. He shook his head and went to the bar. After Lin Xiu made 2 cups of coffee, he held the coffee cups and walked over. But at this moment, a man sat on the seat next to Luo Yu like he wanted to talk to Luo Yu. Lin Xiu couldn't help narrowing his eyes when he saw this. Are you also a student of the Sacred Region Academy? The warrior was wearing a white combat suit and appeared clean and handsome. At this time, he looked at Luo Yu next to him and asked. From the moment he boarded the plane, he noticed Luo Yu. It was the first time he saw such a beautiful girl who was exquisite like a porcelain doll. His heart was itching and finally couldn't help but come over to strike up a conversation. Because he knew that if he gave up this opportunity to strike up a conversation, it would not be so easy to meet Luo Yu in the future. At this time, he looked at Luo Yu while waiting for her reply. But Luo Yu's eyes were still staring at the screen of the phone and didn't look at him at all. This suddenly made the man a little uncomfortable, but at this time he still smiled and said, My name is Jang Lianqian, a sophomore student at the Sacred Region Academy. I just came back from the deserted city. Jang Lianqian said a little proudly at this time. Deep Blue City was equivalent to a transfer station. From here, you can reach not only the dark forest, but also other more dangerous areas. Therefore, a branch of the Sacred Region Academy was set up here. The deserted city was a dangerous area comparable to the dark forest. It would be extremely dangerous for ordinary warriors to go there. But Luo Yu still ignored him at this time, which made him frown. Did you hear what I said? Jang Lianqian said while leaning towards Luo Yu at this time. Swish. But just as he was about to approach Luo Yu, he heard a swish. At this moment, a cold light flashed over. Seeing this sudden cold light, the pupils in Zhang Liang's shallow eyes constricted. In the next moment, he found a sharp dagger appear in front of his eyes. Get closer and you die, Luo Yu said indifferently while looking at the phone screen she was holding in her left hand. Zhang Lianqian was startled at this time. He didn't expect that Luo Yu, a woman who looked so beautiful, would be so ruthless. Hey, she doesn't like being disturbed. You should go back to your place. Lin Xiu walked over at this time, then put a cup of coffee in front of Luo Yu, then spoke to Zhang Lianqian. Zhang Lianqian looked at Lin Xiu who came by and his face became a little nasty. You are a freshman, right? Threatening me with a weapon. Isn't it a little too much? Zhang Lianqian continued sitting on the chair, reluctant to move. He glanced at Lin Xiu and found that Lin Xiu and Luo Yu were both very young. They looked like they were 17 or 18 years old. At first glance, he knew that they were probably the latest batch of freshmen. So what Lin Xiu said with a smile. Although there was a smile on his face, Lin Xiu's tone was obviously unpleasant. This person suddenly came over uninvited, which made Lin Xiu a little unhappy. Apologize. I want her to apologize to me. Zhang Lianqian looked at Luo Yu and said with a cold snort. He originally wanted to strike up a conversation with Luo Yu. It would be great if the conversation was successful. But he found Luo Yu's arrogant attitude intolerable now, and Lin Zia's arrival was like a mockery of him. It's you who should apologize. Lin Ziu narrowed his eyes and said to him, please return to your original seat. Just as Lin Ziu spoke and wanted to pull his chair away, Zhang Linqian's expression changed. Then he reached out and grabbed Lin Zia's wrist. Swish. But Lin Zia's reaction was very quick and he quickly retracted his right hand. Interesting. Zhang Linqian saw Lin Zia's fast reaction. At this moment, he stood up and threw a fist towards Lin Ziu. Boom! The look in Lin Zia's eyes changed and he did not hesitate to stretch out his fist and threw a punch. The two fists collided and there was a loud noise. And at this time, it also caused a shockwave through the air. The surrounding chairs fell to the ground. But Luo Yu was still looking at her phone screen like it didn't bother her at all. Chapter 375 Punishment. Chapter 375 Punishment. Zhang Linqian felt the tremendous force from the fist and was a little surprised at this moment. He didn't expect that Lin Zia's strength was actually pretty good and he was not evenly matched with his fist. It seems that you're quite strong. Zhang Linqian looked at Lin Ziu, then said with a sneer. As soon as he spoke, he waved his fist and attacked Lin Ziu again. Swish swish swish. As he waved his fist, there were loud swishes in the air. The pupils in Lin Zia's eyes constricted and when his fist swung over, his body dodged at an extremely fast speed. At this time, there were already many warriors around. Looking at Lin Ziu and Zhang Liang who were fighting in the middle. Although your reaction speed is quite fast, your warrior ranking is not high, Zhang Linqian said coldly while fighting with Lin Ziu. At this time, he had already clearly felt Lin Zia's strength, which should be lower than his. With this thought, he suddenly became more confident. As long as Lin Ziu is knocked down to the ground and embarrassed, the beautiful girl would probably have a bad impression of him. Right. Thinking like this, Zhang Linqian's speed also became faster. Bang. At the next moment, he seized the chance when Lin Ziu was dodging and threw a punch. Taking a closer look, his fist has a large amount of source strength gathered around it and the air around the fist seemed to have become distorted. This punch was very powerful. Crackling. Originally, he thought Lin Ziu would dodge, but he was surprised to find that Lin Ziu waved his fist to attack him, courting death. Seeing this, his eyes widened. A low-ranking warrior still wanted to counterattack even when it was so obvious that all his power was gathered on his fist. Lin Ziu was basically challenging him, and at this time he heard a strange crackling sound. In the next moment, just when his fist was about to hit Lin Ziu, he saw a blue light spread over him. What is this? While he was still surprised, he saw Lin Zia's fist full of lightning coming towards him. This is the lightning punch. Seeing this, some warriors were a little surprised. This is a low-ranking skill, although it has high requirements from the user like having to withstand electricity, but what is the use? Some warriors were talking amongst themselves. Who said this is lightning fist? Lin Ziu had a great hearing and heard the comments. He raised his brows, then shouted, this is silver thunderbolt rupturing fist. As Lin Ziu yelled, the lightning on his fist became more terrifying, filled with bursts of sounds like fried beans. The air around the fist seemed to be scorched. Go to hell. Looking at Lin Zia's fist, Zhang Linqian roared. His fist collided with Lin Zia's fist again. He was a master in close combat. How could he be frightened by Lin Zia's so-called silver thunderbolt rupturing fist? Bang! As the two fists collided, there was a sound that was even more terrifying than before. All the heavy glass tables around were sent flying. Only the glass table that Luo Yu was at did not have any movement. When the two fists collided, the lightning passed directly to Zhang Linqian's body. Damn. Zhang Linqian thought that Lin Zia's skill was just the lightning fist and the voltage generated by lightning fist was not high. He had some training to resist electric current, so it was not a problem at all. But it was only when the fists collided that he found out that the voltage of the lightning from Lin Zia's fists was so terrifying. And at this moment, he clearly felt that because of this terrifying lightning, his body felt paralyzed. Lin Xiu didn't delay and continued attacking with another fist that was also full of current. Stop it. At this moment, there was a sharp shriek from the other side. Lin Xiu's expression changed when he heard the voice. He was about to slam his fist, but at this time he couldn't move it at all. Bang! At the next moment, the bodies of the two were separated and moved to the left and right. Lin Xiu turned abruptly and saw an old man wearing a white uniform of the Sacred Region Academy walking over. Seeing this, Lin Xiu's gaze changed slightly. Have you two memorized the school rules? Before I wonder if fighting on the spacecraft of the Sacred Region Academy is a serious violation of the Academy. The old man looked at Lin Xiu and Jang Lianqian, then shouted sharply. He started it. Lin Xiu said, raising his hands. Bullshit. Jang Lianqian's face became nasty when he heard Lin Xiu's words. Both of you don't have to say anything. Put these tables and chairs back nicely. Then bring your student ID to me. The old man looked at Lin Xiu and Jang Lianqian, then said sharply. Lin Xiu had a headache at this time. He couldn't analyze this old man's strength with his analytical eye. He must be very strong. At this time, Lin Xiu had no choice but to arrange the glass tables and chairs neatly. Jang Lianqian gritted his teeth, then moved the tables and chairs as well. Go back and wait for your punishment, the old man said, as Lin Xiu and Jang Lianqian gave the old man their cards to take down their information. Punishment. He, kid. You are in trouble. The Sacred Region Academy's punishment is not any ordinary punishment. When the time comes, you're going to suffer. As the old man walked away, a warrior passed by Lin Xiu and spoke with a gleeful smile. Jang Lianqian's eyes were filled with annoyance. At this time, he glared at Lin Xiu and walked to the other side. This is good for you. Luo Yu, who has been looking at the phone, turned off her phone at this moment, then said indifferently, good. Being punished is good. Lin Xiu heard Luo Yu's words and was speechless. Chapter 376 Back to School. Chapter 376 Back to School. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. You'll know when the time comes. The corners of Luo Yu's lips seemed to curl up as she looked at Lin Xiu and said, being stared at by Luo Yu this way, Lin Xiu felt a chill on his back. What is the punishment of the Sacred Region Academy? Following that, nothing else happened. Soon, the spacecraft slowly began to descend. We're here. Lin Xiu felt that the spacecraft seemed to be descending and said, after so many days of torment, they finally returned to the Sacred Region Academy again. With this thought, Lin Xiu got a little excited. We've arrived. Everyone, please remember to take your belongings. A crew member on the spacecraft said to everyone on the spacecraft. Let's go. Lin Xiu said to Luo Yu. Luo Yu nodded and walked together with Lin Xiu. As soon as he got off the spacecraft, Lin Xiu felt a cool wind blowing over. There was an endless sea at the entrance of the Sacred Region Academy, and that was where Lin Xiu got off at. We're finally back. Lin Xiu stretched out at this moment and said aloud. At the same time, in a room that looked a little dark, Aoyonghang was holding the phone in his hand at this time. Looking at the message and his face became gloomy. This kid actually came back alive. When he recalled losing his diamond skill card to Lin Xiu, he became extremely annoyed. This skill card was handed down from the family. If he wasn't confident in winning that time, he wouldn't have a wager with Lin Xiu with such a thing. In the end, he lost. With this thought, his face became sinister. I will let you know that some things are not so easy to get. Just as he was talking to himself, on a weird mechanical bed in front of him, a bunch of people in white coats was constantly doing something to a man on the bed like it was an operation. Soon, the instruments around the mechanical bed began to make a strange noise. All done. Hearing those noises, Aoyonghang stepped forward at this time and looked at the bed. Done. Those people in white coats said respectfully to Aoyonghang. Aoyonghang looked over the bed and saw the man lying there. Yi. At this time, a man was still doing the final stitching of his arm. Taking a closer look, there was no flesh and blood in his arm. Instead, everything was mechanical. How do you feel? Aoyonghang looked at Yi, who had opened his eyes but was still motionless. Yi stared at the ceiling, and in the next moment, the pupils that had not moved before, looks towards Aoyonghang. You transformed me into a cyborg. His voice now was a bit hoarse and weird, like an electronic synthesis. Yeah. Aoyonghang nodded and said to him, with your injury, unless you have a prosthesis, you wouldn't live. A prosthetic limb cannot be compared with the real limb, and it is also very detrimental to the future cultivation of the warrior. After all, prosthetics couldn't grow. But if you transform him into a cyborg now, although his body cannot be strengthened through cultivation techniques, the natural limbs and body of the cyborg are already very strong, and there was no pain. As the person stitched up the opening in his arm appeared like an ordinary human, and it wasn't weird at all. Click, click, click. Yu moved his body, then slowly stood up. How long have I been in a coma? Yu looked at Aoyonghang and said faintly, it's only about a week. Aoyonghang replied, the kid surnamed Lin has gone out to do some tasks after his battle with you, and he just came back today. As soon as Aoyonghang spoke, the look in Yu's eyes suddenly changed. Thinking of Lin Zia's face, his eyes were full of coldness. What do you want me to do? Yu looked at Aoyonghang and asked. He was not a fool. Transforming into a cyborg was not a simple matter. It requires a lot of financial and material resources. Aoyonghang wouldn't have helped him for no reason. He knew that. Don't you want to kill him? Aoyonghang said to Yu at this time, and made a gesture of slitting his neck. Of course I do. But, Yu's face was filled with murderous intent and nodded. But thinking about the scenes of fighting with Lin Ziu before, he really didn't have much confidence to be able to kill Lin Ziu, because Lin Zia's skills were too weird for him. Your current strength should be able to compete with a rank 7 warrior. That kid is merely a rank 5 warrior. It is impossible to kill him. Aoyonghang waved his hand and said. Hearing his words, Aoyonghang was stunned, then clenched his fists and stretched out his hand, then opened them again. He felt that the power in his hands seemed to be much stronger than before. The materials used are all the latest materials, collected from other galaxies. Now that your body is strong, even if you stand in front of the kid and let him stab you with a spear, he might not even hurt you. Aoyonghang sneered and continued. Click, click, click. Hearing Aoyonghang's words, Yu clenched his hand into a fist and his joints made clicking sounds. At the same time, Lin Ziu and Luo Yu have returned to the school villa. They were away for some time and it looked a bit dusty inside. Lin Ziu waved the dark-edged spear and the violent wind blew all the dust away. I'm going to look for the teacher first. After Lin Ziu put the backpack away, he seemed to recall something and said to Luo Yu, now that the task is complete, he had to report to Nanjangjian. Luo Yu nodded, then looked at Lin Ziu and continued, your spear and that thing? Give them to me. Thing. Lin Ziu was startled. Then he remembered the alien ore and took it out of his pocket. This thing was still emitting a faint white light. Chapter 377 Is it that kind of relationship between you and her? Chapter 377 Is it that kind of relationship between you and her? What are you going to do with it? Lin Ziu passed both the items to Luo Yu and subconsciously asked the question. I'll know when you're back. Luo Yu was acting a little mysterious, which was why Lin Ziu got curious. Alright then, I'll head over there first. However, Lin Ziu was aware of Luo Yu's personality and didn't continue pushing for an answer. Then, he walked towards Nanjangjian's office. While he was walking by the roadside in the Sacred Region Academy, Lin Ziu couldn't help but stretch his back. He finally felt a little relaxed today since he had been exhausted for the past few days. There were students around him, who were wearing the uniform of the Sacred Region Academy, staring at Lin Ziu as he was still wearing the fire scale combat suit that was a little torn. Lin Ziu didn't care about them and quickly arrived at Nanjangjian's office. Knock knock. The door was closed and Lin Ziu decided to knock on the door before entering. Come in. As soon as Lin Ziu stepped into the room, he saw Nanjangjian, who was sitting by the table. He seemed to be engrossed about something on the computer. What's the matter? His eyes were still glued onto the monitor, extremely focused on what was happening on the screen. He didn't even look towards Lin Ziu's direction. Yes. We completed the mission. Lin Ziu laughed and said out loud. When Nanjangjen realized that it was a familiar voice, he quickly raised his head and finally saw Lin Xiu, who was by the door. Lin Xiu. When he saw that it was Lin Xiu, Nanjangjen let out a surprised look. You're back. Yeah. Just got back. Lin Xiu nodded his head. Then, he got one of the chairs and helped himself to a seat opposite Nanjangjen. Nanjangjen took a good look at Lin Xiu and saw the cuts on his combat suit. Looks like Lin Xiu has gone through some hardships while being in the Black Forest. Looks like you had quite an experience. Nanjangjen sighed. It has only been a week since he last met Lin Xiu, but he noticed that Lin Xiu was a little different from before. His face, which was still a little childish a while ago, looked a little more firm now. The aura that he was radiating now was also much stronger than before. You can say that. Lin Xiu nodded his head in agreement. Although he wasn't in the dark forest for a long time, there were indeed a lot of things that happened to Lin Xiu, and he had already lost count of them. This fire scare combat suit. It wasn't really useful. Lin Xiu took a look at the combat suit that he was wearing and said with a frown on his face, "Haha. I'm sure it was useful." Nanjangjen laughed and his fingers continued typing on his keyboard. "You looks like someone has already handed in the report for your mission. It might be the second-year student who went with you, and the rewards have been divided as well. Should I transfer them to your card now?" "What are the rewards?" Lin Xiu was stunned and immediately thought of how Guo Ling and the rest had returned before him. Lin Xiu stood up and looked at the screen of the monitor. Remaining reward withdrawal 150,000. Remaining reward recipient Lin Xiu ID 98484156. There is a 300,000 point reward, and they gave you 150,000. Nanjangjen was shocked. He knew that there were a lot of them in their team and definitely did not expect them to leave half of their reward to Lin Xiu. "Withdraw it then." Lin Xiu was a little shocked, but he wasn't as surprised as the other person, as he was well aware of how large his contribution was to the team, and he didn't accept the material reward from before as well. And Nanjangjen nodded his head and with his fingers quickly typing on the keyboard. Lin Xiu felt a slight vibration in his pocket. He subconsciously took out the school card from his pocket and could clearly see the glow on the card. It was showing 100,000 on the card. He had recently ran out of points, and since he now has an additional 100,000 points, there would be quite a few things that he could do now. "Okay then. I'm leaving now." Lin Xiu placed the card back into his pocket and said to Nanjangjen, "Hold up." Just when Lin Xiu finished his sentence, Nanjangjen immediately stopped him. "What's wrong?" Lin Xiu was stunned and quickly asked. "Remember to bring the rest of your classmates out for training tomorrow. Plus, the monthly exam is coming soon. Make sure you do your best." Nanjangjen smiled and told Lin Xiu. Monthly exam. When he heard of those words, Lin Xiu finally remembered that there is an exam every month here in Sacred Region Academy. It would include theoretical knowledge as well as actual combat experience. These exams would be done with the guidance of their head teacher and would not have to compete with the rest from the other classes. No problem. He didn't think too much about it and quickly agreed to it. The monthly exam wasn't a problem for Lin Xiu. Forget about the actual combat experience. The part that tested them for theoretical knowledge was extremely easy for him. This was because before Lin Xiu transmigrated here, he already had the knowledge in his head. There was so much of it that even the teachers here wouldn't have as much as him. "Oh, by the way, is Luo Yu back as well?" Nanjangjen thought of something and asked Lin Xiu. "And we came back together." Lin Xiu nodded his head. "I'm guessing. Is it that kind of relationship between you and her?" Nanjangjen was asking Lin Xiu with a curious look in his eyes, trying to know more gossip. Upon hearing his question, Lin Xiu almost tripped and asked the other person with a head full of questions, "What kind of relationship? You little brat. Don't try to act innocent with me. You just tricked her into staying with you as soon as you got to Sacred Region Academy." Nanjangjen patted Lin Xiu on his shoulder and laughed out loud. Seeing Nanjangjen, who was burning with passion as he started gossiping, Lin Xiu glared at his teacher, who wasn't acting like a respectable teacher, and said, "We are staying in separate rooms and we're just friends." Lin Xiu was lying about this. Although there was a special bond between them, none of them have ever talked about it. It always felt that there was one last step left. Looks like you're not as good as I thought. Nan Zhangjun shook his head, showing as if he was disappointed in Lin Ziyu. When Lin Ziyu saw the expression on his face, his mouth twitched uncontrollably. The teachers here at Sakikard Region Academy are such busybodies. Dididi. At that moment, there was a weird sound that came from Nan Zhangjun's computer. Nan Zhangjun was shocked for a moment before clicking on the message that appeared on his screen. Chapter 378 The Northern Lightning Region. Chapter 378 The Northern Lightning Region. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. As he read through it, the look in Nan Zhangjun's eyes changed. He kept quiet for a moment before asking Lin Ziyu in a heavy tone, "You fought with someone on the spaceship?" Lin Ziyu admitted to it and then easily guessed a few things. "Is that about the punishment?" "That's right." Nan Zhangjun nodded his head. When he saw how relaxed Lin Ziyu was, he gave a bitter smile before saying to Lin Ziyu, "You're still in the mood to laugh now. Do you know what the punishment is here at Sakikard Region Academy?" "I'm not sure, but it shouldn't be much, right?" Lin Ziyu questioned. Previously, when Luo Yu mentioned to him about the punishment, he thought that it was good news to them. Luo Yu wouldn't lie, which was why when Lin Ziyu found out that he was being punished, he wasn't worried about it. The punishment here at Sakikard Region Academy isn't just a scolding. Nan Zhangjun felt a headache coming. Lin Ziyu was an extremely talented warrior and wanted to continue training him, but if he was sent to be punished and if it was that location, things would turn out bad. What is it then? The first punishment is to be locked up for 3 days. Nan Zhangjun raised up 3 of his fingers and told him, "Just lock me up then." Lin Ziyu said in a casual tone, "It's not as easy as you think. Do you know where you're being held?" And Nan Zhangjun put on a serious face and asked, where Lin Ziyu was stunned by his change of expression and subconsciously gave another question. "The Northern Lightning Region." As Nan Zhangjun explained it to him, the screen on the monitor moved. Soon, all the information of the Northern Lightning Region appeared on the screen. This was an area on the peak of a huge mountain that was on the northern side of the academy. There were 8 lightning birds that were rare there. These birds have the special abilities of capturing the energy around forming huge and scary thunders from the sky. Most of them who have been punished would be sent onto this mountain to reflect on their mistake. These lightning are much scarier than the usual ones that you see. If you get hit by it, you would be injured really badly. Nan Zhangjun said in a serious tone. Plus, you're not an actual rank 6 warrior and would be able to protect yourself with the circle, which makes it more troublesome. With that said, Nan Zhangjun felt his head throbbed. "It's not that bad," Lin Ziyu said in an unconvincing manner. Previously, when they were in strength training, Lin Ziyu had been trained to withstand electrocution, which is why he wasn't scared now. "You'll find out about it when you're there." Seeing how Lin Ziyu was still being carefree about this, Nan Zhangjun said helplessly. From what he knew, Lin Ziyu still wasn't aware of the dangers that he might be facing at the mountain peak. "Isn't there someone else who's supposed to be there as well?" Lin Ziyu thought of the guy that he fought with on the spaceship and narrowed his eyes. "You mean the one that you fought with? He is punished for it, but he doesn't have to go for it." After hearing Lin Ziyu's question, Nan Zhangjun took a look at the computer and frowned when he found out about it. "Why not?" Lin Ziyu paused for a moment before asking subconsciously. "Looks like he has an important mission to attend to, which was why he got exempted." Nan Zhangjun sighed. Lin Ziyu wouldn't help but frown as well when he heard what Nan Zhangjun said. "Well, looks like he was the unfortunate one. When do I have to go there?" Lin Ziyu continued asking. "Tomorrow at 7. He'll be the one who'll bring you there. 3 days later, your punishment would be over. Remember to take some nutrient liquid before heading there. You won't be able to eat for the next 3 days." Nan Zhangjun carefully told Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu nodded his head and said, "I'm leaving now." "All right. Have a good rest. Don't be too pressured about it." Nan Zhangjun patted on Lin Ziyu's shoulder before he left. When he left the office, Lin Ziyu decided to return home. "Yo, you're here as well." Just when Lin Ziyu was on his way home, a piercing voice appeared next to him. His eyes turned towards the direction from where the voice was coming from and saw a familiar figure, sitting on a big tree. "It's you." Lin Ziyu frowned as soon as he saw who it was. Dang Lianqian. The person who Lin Xiu fought with in the spaceship. The other person who was supposed to be punished. Tisk tisk. Looks like you have already found out that I'll be heading over there. Zhang Lianqian jumped down from the tree and said to Lin Xiu. His eyes were mocking Lin Xiu about his punishment. Yes. So what? Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows while questioning the other person. Tisk. Such a poor worm. I hope you come back alive. Zhang Lianqian continued to mock Lin Xiu. SB. Lin Xiu looked at him as if he was an idiot and headed in the other direction. 1. Hearing what Lin Xiu said and with the look in Lin Xiu's eyes, Zhang Lianqian felt insulted and his face got twisted together. Who do you think you are? Zhang Ling screamed out loud and his fist was already heading for Lin Xiu's back, who was in front of him. His fist was filled with energy. Even the air around him was changing because of the energy coming from his fist. Boom! At the moment where his fist was about to land on Lin Xiu had already turned around as if there was a pair of eyes on the back of his head, and there was another fist headed towards Zhang Lianqian. Boom! When both their fists met, there was a loud sound that came from the collision. Zhang Lianqian felt as if his fist had landed on an oncoming train. The force was so great that his body immediately flew away. Crack crack. His body landed on the ground and there was the sound of his bone breaking. You're only of this level. Lin Xiu glanced at him contemptuously. Then, he walked in the other direction without looking back. You. Zhang Lianqian felt an immense pain around his arm, and there was an awful look on his face. As long as you're still here in Sakakard Region Academy, I will kill you. Zhang Lianqian continued screaming. The bone in his arms felt as if they were torn apart. It wasn't a smart move to challenge Lin Xiu now. Lin Xiu threw him a glance, snorted and continued walking away. When Zhang Lianqian saw the cold smile on Lin Xiu's face, he got so mad that his lungs were about to explode. If it weren't for the current situation that stopped him, since he had always been a careful person, he would have continued fighting Lin Xiu. And you want to attack me? Lin Xiu mumbled to himself while walking. But as he glanced at his fist, he noticed that there was also blood on his fist. Chapter 379 Luo Yu's Forging. Chapter 379 Luo Yu's Forging. When Zhang Lianqian wanted to sneak on Lin Xiu, he already felt it. Lin Xiu had the time to gather his energy as well, which was why he was able to give such a strong and powerful punch. But, in the end, Lin Xiu was still a little injured. It even hurts a little. He looked at the red marks that were on his fist, which were covered in blood, and mumbled to himself. Soon, Lin Xiu arrived at his mansion and heard loud noises that were coming from inside. Clang clang clang. It's like someone was hitting metals inside the house. Plus, Lin Xiu could also feel how the surrounding air started to turn scorching hot. What's happening? Lin Xiu was shocked. His eyes were looking for it and he noticed a familiar person at his mansion. Luo Yu. When Lin Xiu saw the scene in front of him, he was shocked. Somehow, there were a lot of machines that were placed in the garden. There was also a huge fire that was burning in the center. Luo Yu was still swinging the metal hammer that was in her arms, as if she was continuously hitting onto something. You're back. When Luo Yu heard Lin Xiu, she asked in an indifferent tone. What are you doing? Lin Xiu's eyes widened in surprise as he walked towards her. Helping you forge. Luo Yu continued hitting the tip of the dark edge spear as she answered his question. Forge. Lin Xiu was taken aback. Since Lin Xiu was closer now, he was able to clearly see what was going on. He saw how Luo Yu was looking at the monitor while hammering the spear. The screen was clearly showing a video of the tutorial on how to forge weapons. Lin Xiu's heart sank when he saw this. You. Please don't tell me that you have never forged a weapon before. This Lin Xiu's mouth twitched before asking the question. When Luo Yu heard the question, she nodded her head as an answer. Oh my god. Lin Xiu helplessly hugged his head. He wanted to cry as he stared at his dark edge spear. But, as he took a closer look, he noticed that the tip of the spear was now starting to give out a bright silver glow after being hammered by Luo Yu. It was looking much sharper than before. Where did you get all these machines? Lin Xiu continued asking her when he saw what she was doing. This machine was huge, and there was a place in the center where a scary flame continued to burn furiously. The temperature of the flame was high, and by just standing close to it, Lin Xiu already felt uncomfortable. Plus, the air around him was so hot that they started getting distorted. I pre-ordered them. Luo Yu simply replied. You can purchase almost everything at the store in the academy as long as you have enough points. Clang clang clang. At that time, Luo Yu was still holding on to Lin Zia's dark edge spear and got on with the hammering, looking extremely serious. Then, Lin Zia's eyes turned towards the flame that was in the center. In the flame, it looked as if there was a special container and the thing inside it was dimly glowing. What was that? Lin Ziu took some time to carefully look at the container in the center. Then, suddenly, he could clearly see what it was in the center. It was that outer space mineral. It's a little difficult to melt it, Luo Yu said to Lin Ziu when she noticed that he was staring at the flame. Lin Ziu noticed that Luo Yu was being very serious with the hammering, which was why he didn't say anything else about it. Forget it. Let her do it then. It was possible that she might be able to do a good job with the forging. He'll be heading towards the northern side tomorrow. Lin Ziu hesitated for a moment and then decided to tell Luo Yu what happened today. The lightning region. After hearing Lin Ziu talk about what happened, Luo Yu frowned. He'll be back in 3 days. Lin Ziu felt troubled as well. Nan Zhengjun said it as if it was an extremely dangerous place. He just didn't know what to expect. 3 days later, the forging should be completed as well. Luo Yu nodded her head. I'm going to go rest, Lin Ziu told Luo Yu before leaving. Since he would be going to the northern area first thing in the morning, it would be important for him to rest well tonight and gather his strengths, since he has no idea how it was at the mountain. He already lost sleep the night before, which was why as soon as his head hit the pillow, he was already fast asleep. Time passed by quickly and it was already the next morning. Lin Zia's biological clock that was punctual immediately woke up. Clang clang clang. As soon as he woke up, Lin Ziu could hear the sound of metals hitting each other coming from outside. Rolly jumped out of Lin Zia's bag that was on the table and was looking around, confused. You shall stay in this room for now. He'll be gone for just a few days. Lin Ziu smiled and said to Rolly, Coo. It was as if Rolly could understand Lin Ziu, as it obediently nodded its head. When he walked out of the house, he noticed Luo Yu, who was still swinging the personalized hammer in her arms. You haven't gone to bed. Lin Ziu walked towards her. The sky wasn't bright yet, but Luo Yu was still swinging the hammer towards the tip of the dark edge. There were droplets of sweat that covered her entire forehead. I can't stop. Luo Yu's eyes were on the spear when she answered him. Lin Ziu was touched as he stared at Luo Yu. Lin Ziu felt that it was no longer important whether or not the forging was a success. Die. Then, at that moment, Lin Ziu's phone started vibrating. Lin Ziu. It's time. Come here quick. Nan Zhengjun's voice could be heard from the other end of the phone call as soon as Lin Ziu answered the call. I'm heading over there now. Rest if you feel tired, Lin Ziu said towards Luo Yu, who was still hammering the dark edge. Luo Yu was now completely focused on the dark edge spear, and her eyes never left the spear that was in front of her. Lin Ziu gave a helpless smile when he saw her in this manner. He knew about Luo Yu's character, who would never stop unless she succeeded. But it was already time, and Lin Ziu had no other choice but to leave and walk in the opposite direction. As he got to the academic building, Lin Ziu noticed Nan Zhengjun, who was standing outside. Teacher, Lin Ziu called out to him when Lin Ziu saw that Nan Zhengjun was waiting for him. Well, let's go. Nan Zhengjun nodded his head. Then, he brought Lin Ziu along and headed towards the northern back of the academy. The Sacred Region Academy was built on an island, a huge island. As they walked towards the northern region, along a winding path, then, there was a huge mountain peak that was waiting for them in the distance. Lai. At that moment, Lin Ziu heard a loud, obvious scream. Chapter 380, Top of the Lightning Region. Chapter 380, Top of the Lightning Region. What's that? Lin Ziu's eyebrows were in knots when he heard the ear-piercing squeal. The squeal was sharp as if it could pierce through his eardrum, causing Lin Ziu's brain to shake, which was extremely uncomfortable. That is the cry of the lightning birds. Nan Zhengjun, who was leading the way, answered Lin Ziu. Lightning birds. Lin Ziu was still looking around the mountain peaks, and saw that there were lightning appearing one after another continuously. He could also see a few shadows that were flying around in the air. Were those the lightning birds that were mentioned? For some reason, Lin Ziyu felt a sense of excitement. He wanted to fight those lightning birds. While they were on their way there, Lin Ziyu saw two other people walking towards them. Yo! Are you headed for the lightning region? With the gloating voice that came from them, Lin Ziyu was able to see Zhang Lianqian, who was in front of him. Next to him was a middle-aged man who was wearing a teacher's uniform. This was the teacher of the second-year students. That's right. I'm just wondering if you got your arm treated. Lin Ziyu looked into Zhang Lianqian's eyes and wasn't even angry about what he said. Instead, he smiled and asked Zhang Lianqian about his arm. You. When he heard Lin Ziyu's reply, Zhang Lianqian got angry again. In fact, he went for a checkup on his arm and found out that there were multiple fracture lines on his bones. From this, he was well aware of how powerful Lin Ziyu was. His arm was still hurting until now whenever he tried to use it, since it hasn't fully recovered. Zhang, long time no see. The middle-aged teacher who was standing next to Zhang Liang greeted Nan Zhangjun. It's true that we haven't met for some time. You're already the teacher of the second-year students. Nan Zhangjun nodded his head and smiled. Lin Ziyu, on the other hand, noticed that there was something peculiar about the way they were talking to each other. It sounded as if they were giving tit for tat. There must be a story here between the both of them. I heard that you're teaching the 10th class. Good luck. Then the middle-aged teacher patted onto Nan Zhangjun's shoulder as they started walking away. I hope you come back alive. Zhang Lianqian looked at Lin Ziyu and sneered before leaving with his teacher. Lin Ziyu narrowed his eyes as he stared at the pair that was leaving. Teacher Nan, it looks like you have some stories with him. It's true, but those are things in the past. Nan Zhangjun smiled and didn't say anything else. They should be here to clear Zhang Lianqian's punishment. We should hurry as well. There isn't much time left. Nan Zhangjun started walking as soon as he finished his sentence. With Nan Zhangjun's guidance, Lin Ziyu soon arrived at the foot of the mountain that was known as the lightning region. Right there, he could clearly see that there were a few guards that were standing, and there was also a huge electric gate set up there. When the guards saw Lin Ziyu walking towards them, all of them gave a peculiar stare. Nan Zhangjun walked towards the guards and greeted the guards. After talking to them for a while, he started typing things into the computer next to them. Lin Ziyu, you can go with them now. When Nan Zhangjun was done, he called Lin Ziyu, who was sitting at the back. Lin Ziyu's eyes landed on the monitor and saw his name clearly written on it, along with enclosed 3 days. He would be on top of his mountain for 3 days. Alone. Lin Ziyu looks towards the huge mountain top and thought to himself, be careful by yourself and come back safe. Nan Zhangjun patted Lin Ziyu's shoulders and said to him earnestly, all right. Lin Ziyu nodded and walked towards the huge electric gate. Take off your suit and your gloves. The guards were scanning Lin Ziyu with a machine when they told him to remove his clothing. Lin Ziyu was shocked when he heard the instructions. He has never heard of it being done this way, which was why he only wore a simple combat suit that day. The gloves that he had on were the pair of Red Moon that he won from a lottery previously. Just do as he said. Nan Zhangjun nodded at Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu had no other choice. He slowly removed his combat suit, followed by the pair of gloves. The guards placed his combat suit and gloves into the box and placed them on the other side. Let's go, one of the guards called out to Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu nodded his head and walked towards the electric gate. Be careful, Nan Zhangjun continued to exhort. Lin Ziyu felt helpless as he wasn't even allowed to wear his combat suit. It was obvious that this was a heavy punishment. If he wasn't allowed to wear his combat suit, it would be extremely dangerous if he got attacked by one of the lightning birds up there. The way to the mountaintop was winding. Lin Ziyu was not aware of how long it had been, but he already felt dizzy when he got to the top. Quick! Bring him down! As Lin Ziyu stepped onto the mountaintop, he heard a loud cry. When he took a closer look, he saw 2 guards, who wore the customized uniform of the guards in the Sacred Region Academy, carrying a man in a stretcher. Most of his skin was toasted and his clothes were burnt as well. Seeing how they were in a hurry, Lin Ziyu quickly made way for them. What happened as they went down the mountain? Lin Ziyu asked the guard who brought him up to the top of the mountain. He was struck by lightning. The guards gave him a short answer. He was punished as well. Lin Xiu was stunned, but continued asking another question. If I remember correctly, he stole a skill card from the academy. His punishment is to be locked up here for a week. Today is only his second day and he has already turned out this way. The guard shook his head as he replied to Lin Xiu. If he is already in this state, would his punishment be over after he recovers? No way. He still has to finish the number of days that he is punished. He will come back here after his recovery until he has completed all 7 days. The guard explained it to Lin Xiu as he shook his head. Lin Xiu felt the chills running down his spine after hearing the guard explain about the punishment. The punish here at the Sakura Region Academy is much tougher than he thinks. Alright, you're up. Lin Xiu looks to the front and saw another huge door. There were also a few other guards standing in front of it. As Lin Xiu took a good look at the area behind it, there was still such a spacious ground on top of this mountain. Chapter 381 Terror Lightning. Chapter 381 Terror Lightning. Lin Xiu saw this scene, and there was a look of surprise in his eyes. It didn't look very big when he looked up from the bottom of the mountain just now, and he didn't expect it to be so spacious. And when he took a closer look, there were quite a few people sitting in this wide area. People who are punished are confined here. Lie. Before Lin Xiu had time to think, he heard an ear-piercing scream again. Hearing this, Lin Xiu raised his head and looked up, and he saw a figure. Thunderbird. This Thunderbird's body was about the width of 2 people side by side, and it didn't seem to be particularly large. At this time, it was constantly flying above Lin Xiu's head, screaming from time to time. But Lin Xiu found it strange that there was no lightning strike. You're new. Just as Lin Xiu looked around, a man sitting cross-legged on the ground looked at Lin Xiu, then smiled and said aloud. Hearing his words, Lin Xiu nodded. I advise you to take a good rest now. There would probably be some fun later. He looked at Lin Xiu with an interesting smile. When Lin Xiu wanted to say something, the man closed his eyes again. Fun? Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows, looked up at the sky, then shook his head, and found a place to sit on the ground. There were clouds and mists on the top of this mountain, and it was quite cooling. As Lin Xiu sat on the ground, he quickly entered the system interface. Host Lin Xiu. Level 27. Experience points 1. 23 billion 3 billion. Strength 550. Physique 258. Speed 120. Skills Analytic Eye. Fury. Disguise. Engulf. Mirror Image. Rage Build-up to 1. Potential point 0. Title Rank 5 Warrior. Unused Title Rank 1 Warrior. Rank 3 Warrior. Rank 4 Warrior. Rank 5 Warrior. The stats points seemed to have increased a bit, but he was still far from reaching level 28. He needed to reach about level 30 before he could become a rank 6 warrior. He would probably need more time. Lin Xiu sighed helplessly and continued to look at the system. Then, he realized that he actually had accumulated 5 lottery chances. He opened his eyes and looked at the nearby warriors and thought about it. He'd better not draw the lottery first. If he got something and these people found out, it would be troublesome. Cultivate first. Then, Lin Xiu continued to practice cultivation technique. Soon, as Lin Xiu began practicing cultivation technique, a large amount of energy in the air gathered in Lin Xiu's body. They were continuously absorbed into his body through his pores. Time passed quickly, but Lin Xiu seemed to have heard rumbling sounds. They sounded like thunder. Lin Xiu opened his eyes and noticed that those warriors who were also sitting on the ground and were closing their eyes just now had also stood up and looked very alert. Lin Xiu looked at the sky and saw that there were already a lot of thunderbirds appearing above his head. These thunderbirds were constantly flying around, blocking the sun. Lin Xiu was surprised when he saw this scene. Why are there so many thunderbirds? Lie. And at this time, as these thunderbirds were constantly screaming, there were strange rumbling sounds. What's happening? Lin Xiu looked at the man from before and then said faintly. When the man heard Lin Xiu's words, he smiled and said aloud, These thunderbirds are attracting thunder. Attracting thunder? You'll find out later. After the man said this, he didn't respond anymore and stared into the sky. The other warriors also showed a cautious expression as if they feared what was going to happen next. Boom boom. At the next moment, the thunder in the air became louder and Lin Xiu could already see lightning flashing in the air. Lin Xiu was slightly taken aback because he sensed that the voltage of the lightning seemed to be very high. And Lin Xiu also saw those thunderbirds. They were flying continuously in the lightning, with their mouths open as if sucking the lightning. This strange scene surprised Lin Xiu. Coming! At the next moment, as a warrior roared, a huge lightning bolt struck directly from the sky. Boom! The thick lightning fell directly to Lin Xiu's side and the entire ground seemed to vibrate crazily. If it hadn't been for the special material under the ground, this thick lightning would directly cause a huge hole. It was not over yet. With the appearance of the first lightning, more and more lightning began to strike. Lin Xiu's face suddenly changed when he saw this scene and he dodged frantically. The other warriors also began to dodge. Being struck by these thick bolts of lightning was no joke. A warrior got hit and was taken away charred just now. It terrified those warriors. Those bolts of lightning were constantly being smashed on the ground and the ground was shaking wildly. As the lightning smashed and struck more and more quickly, a man couldn't dodge in time, and in the next moment, he was directly struck by it. As soon as he was struck by the lightning, he let out a loud howl. There was a large amount of electricity covering his body for an instant, but in the next moment, he gritted his teeth and dragged his body to the other side to dodge. Some warriors of rank 6 and above unfolded their sphere when they were about to be struck by lightning, but even if the sphere was unfolded, the power of these bolts of lightning was still a little too strong. The sphere of these people shook violently after the lightning struck like it was about to split open. Lin Xiu was very focused at this moment and he dodged swiftly. But there seemed to be more and more bolts of lightning and after dodging a thick bolt of lightning, Lin Xiu looked up and saw another lightning which was about to strike his head. Chapter 382 Crazy Engulf. Chapter 382 Crazy Engulf. Lin Xiu's eyes widened at this moment. But it was too late to dodge and Lin Xiu was not yet a rank 6 warrior, so he couldn't unfold the sphere for protection at all. Boom! This thick blue lightning struck Lin Xiu's body directly. Although because of the cultivation of Silver Thunderbolt Rupturing Fist, the voltage of normal electricity was nothing to Lin Xiu. But when this thick lightning struck down, Lin Xiu felt severe pain all over his body, accompanied by numbness. Horrifying. The power of this lightning is really terrifying. Now Lin Xiu understood why the man was electrocuted just now, and got carried away. Lightning of this intensity, even he could barely stand it. But after feeling the sharp pain in his body, Lin Xiu felt that his body seemed to be absorbing the power of the lightning. What the hell is going on? Lin Xiu was a little shocked and entered his system interface immediately, then found that the passive skill engulf was activated. And while absorbing part of the energy brought by lightning, it was quickly transformed into experience points. Taking a closer look, the icon previously displayed LV3, but now it has become LV4. This skill was probably upgraded. With this thought, Lin Xiu ignored the pain caused by the lightning and was pleasantly surprised. Although this lightning caused a lot of damage to him, his engulf skill seemed to be able to absorb the energy of this lightning, then temper his body. The numbers on the experience column also increased frantically at this time. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu clenched his fists. This was a very terrifying lightning for those warriors. But for Lin Xiu, it was the exact opposite. Here, he could have a breakthrough by relying on this lightning. With this thought, Lin Xiu watched another bolt of lightning strike his body and did not dodge at all, accepting the impact of this lightning. Crackling. Lin Xiu's body was covered with a lot of lightning and it sounded like beans getting fried on his body. At this moment, when Lin Xiu's engulf skill was activated automatically and he also started running the cultivation technique. What surprised Lin Xiu was that when he started the cultivation technique, he could feel that the pores on his skin were absorbing the energy in the air and even the energy of the lightning was being absorbed. The severe physical pain still exists, but Lin Xiu clenched his teeth to suppress it. Boom boom. The dense bolts of lightning continued to fall from the air. Lin Xiu couldn't remember how many lightning strikes he had suffered. In the next moment, he couldn't bear the pain anymore and fell directly to the ground. This lightning is really a bit too powerful. Lin Xiu fell on the ground, panting, then said to himself, his clothes have become scorched black. One must know that this was a special school uniform made by the Sacred Region Academy. Although it was not as good as a battle suit, it still had a defensive ability. Moreover, Lin Xiu's exposed skin has also become scorched black. Hurry up. He's dying, and at this moment, Lin Xiu heard a voice from the side. A man who was scorched by lightning and spitting white foam from his mouth was carried away on a stretcher by those guards. I don't need it. And in the next moment, Lin Xiu saw a guard walking towards him. Seeing him approaching his side, Lin Xiu said suddenly. The guard glanced at Lin Xiu and didn't say much. And at this time, no lightning appeared in the sky either. Those thunderbirds seemed to have engulfed the lightning, and they flew to the top of the surrounding mountains, no longer hovering and dancing in the air. Boy, you got struck so many times yet you're not dead yet. The man who had spoken to Lin Xiu before looked at Lin Xiu, who was lying on the ground, and said with a surprised smile. He had just seen Lin Xiu exhausted and had no energy to dodge. He got struck so many times. Yet Lin Xiu was safe and sound. This really surprised him. You are not dead yet. Why would I be dead? Lin Xiu took a deep breath, then smiled and said out loud. There was still a burning sensation on Lin Xiu's body at this moment. The power of the lightning just now was very strong, and he was also struck so many consecutive times. Ha ha ha. Kid, you're interesting. The man was stunned when he heard Lin Xiu's words, then said aloud, my name is Lan Tu, sophomore, class 5. What about you? Lan Tu looked at Lin Xiu, then said with a smile. He wasn't sure why, but he was quite interested in Lin Xiu, who seems to be a young warrior. He always felt that Lin Xiu didn't seem like a simple person. Lin Xiu, freshman, class 10. Lin Xiu said directly. From class 10, but I think I heard of your name before. Lan Tu said thoughtfully. But he didn't seem to remember anything. By the way, how did you get here? Lan Tu looked at Lin Xiu, then asked. He dodged with all his strength and was not struck by the lightning at all. But he was still a bit tired. Fight. Lin Xiu said lightly. Fight me too. I was upset with a guy and had a fight with him in the library. In the end, I damaged some things and was fined and locked up. Lan Tu said helplessly. Lin Xiu replied, then continued to lie on the ground to rest. He still experienced severe pain in his body, but Lin Xiu also felt as if a special force was being transmitted into the body. He took a closer look at the system interface, and with the absorption of the engulf skill, he had already absorbed more than 5 million experience points. Did he get more than 5 million experience points in such a short time? And Lin Xiu also saw that this engulf skill was about to reach LV5. Once it reaches LV5, the speed of absorbing energy and experience should also increase. By the way, do you know how often these lightning strikes come? Lin Xiu looked at Lan Tu at this time and asked. Hearing Lin Xiu's question, Lan Tu was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, don't worry. It wouldn't be so fast. It won't be dangerous. So please rest assured. Chapter 383 Training the Body with Lightning. Chapter 383 Training the Body with Lightning. About how long? Lin Xiu looked at him at this time and asked. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Lan Tu was taken aback, then smiled and said, now these thunderbirds are full. The next round should be around 12 o'clock in the afternoon. There won't be lightning now for sure. So don't be afraid. Lan Tu laughed. He thought that Lin Xiu had just been struck by lightning several times and had developed a fear for these lightning strikes. That's long, Lin Xiu said a bit regretfully. If these lightning bolts continue to fall, Lin Xiu can continue to absorb the power of these lightning bolts. It was a pity that he had to stop for such a long time. So long. Lan Tu originally thought that there would be fear in Lin Xiu's eyes. But what he didn't expect was that Lin Xiu revealed a look of pity. Ha! You will know the horror at night. Lan Tu thought that Lin Xiu was just showing off and sneered. Lin Xiu ignored his words and continued to practice the cultivation technique, continuing to absorb the lightning energy that was still in his body. The warriors around were now starting to cultivate as well. After all, this lightning will continue to come in the afternoon. If you don't have enough energy, you will die if you don't dodge in time. After more than an hour passed, Lin Xiu slowly stood up. He moved his body and there were crackling sounds like beans getting fried. Lan Tu was sitting on the ground cross-legged, but when he saw Lin Xiu stand up, he was taken aback, because Lin Xiu was severely injured just now and he should still be resting at this moment, but to Lan Tu's surprise, Lin Xiu was already standing up, and judging by how Lin Xiu looked, he seemed fine. Are you alright? Lan Tu couldn't help but ask it this time. Kind of. Lin Xiu nodded, then said faintly. At the next moment, he shook his body, and instantly the burnt black skin on his body began to fall to the ground. As the scorched skin fell off, Lin Xiu's skin has become extremely white and tender now like a hard-boiled egg without the shell. Lan Tu was completely dumbfounded at this time. It was the first time he saw such a weird scene. Bang bang bang. Lin Xiu loosened his muscles, then punched in the air with his fists, giving off explosion sounds. It seemed that he was indeed a lot stronger. Seems like by using the engulf skill, part of the lightning energy was absorbed into experience, while the remaining lightning energy could be used to train his body. This kid, who is he? Lan Tu's eyes widened as he saw Lin Xiu waving his fists wildly as if he was practicing some kind of boxing. But soon, he came to his senses, and hurriedly continued the practice of cultivation technique with his legs crossed. Because if he didn't absorb the source strength well and store it in his body, he would be dead when the lightning comes again. The power of his fist became stronger. Would his silver thunderbolt rupturing fist become stronger then? With this thought, Lin Xiu took a deep breath and clenched his fists. In a short time, a lot of lightning appeared on Lin Xiu's fist. Crackling. With the crackling sound, Lin Xiu's fists already had a large amount of lightning gathered around it, and the lightning was light blue. Also, the surrounding air seemed to be scorched by lightning, slightly stronger, but not enough. Lin Xiu said a bit regretfully. After some time, those thunderbirds who had been quiet before started flying in the sky again. Lai lai. There were loud cries once again. At the same time, everyone who was sitting on the ground and cultivating quickly opened their eyes. They knew that a new round of lightning storms has begun again. Boom boom. Just like this morning, these thunderbirds started to attract thunder again. This kid has been practicing boxing just now. When Lan Tu opened his eyes, he found that Lin Xiu had already stood up. His eyes were looking in the sky. He felt that Lin Xiu was just feigning dumb, but now he was starting to really pay attention to Lin Xiu. This guy was not an easy man. Coming! As a warrior roared out, a flash of huge lightning fell from the sky. These people were prepared for the first lightning and were not hit by it. But what surprised them was that at this moment, Lin Xiu rushed towards it. Boom! That thick bolt of lightning struck Lin Xiu's body directly. Damn, a man's eyes widened when he saw the scene. They almost couldn't dodge the lightning, yet Lin Xiu actually charged into it. Did his brain get an electric shock or something? Another warrior was also looking at Lin Xiu, but they didn't expect that as the lightning dissipated, Lin Xiu, who was standing there, did not fall, but was still standing. But because his hair was upright due to the current of the lightning, he looked a little funny. Here again, but before they had time to look at Lin Xiu, there were rumbling noises in the sky again. One after another terrifying lightning bolts began falling from the sky. The lightning bolts became very dense and the warriors had to dodge constantly. But Lin Xiu still stood at the same spot, letting a large amount of lightning hit his body directly. Damn it! Lan Tu watched a bolt of lightning fall from the sky again. He couldn't dodge, so he unfolded the protective cover and blocked the lightning strike. But the power of the lightning seemed to be a bit too great and the sphere he unfolded was a bit unstable. Phew! With great difficulty, he blocked the lightning bolt. As soon as he heaved a sigh of relief, he saw Lin Xiu still standing there, letting the lightning strike his body. And at this time, Lan Tu saw that there was no sign of pain on Lin Xiu's face and he even looked like he was excited. Is this kid a pervert? Chapter 384 Engulf. Level up. Chapter 384 Engulf. Level up. Lan Tu looked at Lin Xiu, thinking that Lin Xiu was taking pleasure in being abused. But very quickly, as Lin Xiu's weird behavior continued, Lan Tu discovered that Lin Xiu's aura seemed to become stronger gradually. What was going on? At this time, Lan Tu was even more shocked. He was a rank 6 warrior and was quite sensitive to one's aura. When Lin Xiu first came, he felt that Lin Xiu should be around rank 5. Not very strong. And because he had been paying attention to the weird behavior of Lin Xiu, he felt the change in Lin Xiu's strength. Logically speaking, after being struck so many times by these bolts of lightning, he should have a problem even standing up. But it was just the opposite. Freak, this kid must be a freak. This time, I actually absorbed 50 million experience. As the lightning gradually disappeared, Lin Xiu looked at the system page in his mind and said to himself, one must know that although the engulf skill could absorb energy that could be converted into experience, the percentage of absorption and conversion was not much, but he absorbed so much experience just in this way. This was enough proof that the energy produced by these terrifying lightning strikes was huge. Being struck by so many flashes of lightning, Lin Xiu was so excited that at this time, he still felt severe pain in his body. Who? He stretched out his hand and blew on his arm. The scorched skin on the upper surface of Lin Xiu's arm was blown off by Lin Xiu, revealing the white and tender skin that seemed like a hard-boiled egg with its eggshell peeled off. Engulf LV5. And take a closer look. Now Lin Xiu's engulf skill has been upgraded to LV5. The higher the level, the more energy and experience Lin Xiu can absorb. When is the next time there is lightning? It was noon and the sun was scorching. Especially when Lin Xiu was on the top of the mountain now, and the sun was shining on his body, making Lin Xiu feel an unusual burning sensation. Tonight, the lightning frequency is the highest in the middle of the night. Lan Tu looked at Lin Xiu and replied. Lin Xiu nodded, then continued to sit directly on the ground and began to cultivate. It was night again soon. Just as it was during the day, these thunderbirds began to attract thunder again. At night, these lightning strikes seemed to become even more terrifying. The rumbling sound continued to sound, then echoed into the distance. This kid would be dead this time on the roof of the building in the distance. Zhang Liang looked afar, then clenched his fists. His eyes revealed a sinister look. The lightning was no joke. Just getting struck once by this terrifying lightning would cause so much damage already. What's more, Lin Xiu, a warrior who can't even unfold the sphere, would definitely be struck by lightning at least once since he had to stay there for 3 days. He's going to suffer. With this thought, Zhang Lianqian's mouth curled up into a smile. And at this time, he remembered Luo Yu whom he met on the spacecraft. Luo Yu was too stunning. Even though in this era, beautiful women could be created through cosmetic surgery, there was no way to imitate that kind of temperament. The more he thought about it, the more it itches him. HNG, I don't believe that you can ignore me forever. Zhang Lianqian really didn't want to let go of this opportunity. At this time, he seemed to have thought of something and there was a strange look in his eyes. Lin Xiu, who was on the top of the mountain, continued to rush towards the lightning strikes for 3 days, constantly absorbing the energy of the lightning. And during this period of time, these other warriors who were also locked up on the top of the mountain also noticed Lin Xiu's anomaly. Because Lin Xiu was constantly rushing in the direction where the lightning struck, it was obvious that he was doing it deliberately, as if he was enjoying the pleasure of being struck by lightning. At first, the warriors were just like Lan Tu, thinking that Lin Xiu was a pervert who was not afraid of death. But later, they looked very shocked. Finally, level up. On the night of the 3rd day, as another lightning struck, Lin Xiu clenched his fist, exclaimed in excitement. During these 3 days, Lin Xiu relied on the engulf skill and cultivation technique and had no idea how much lightning power he had absorbed. And he relied on the power of the lightning strikes to train his body. He wasn't sure how many layers of skin had been taken off. Every time the skin falls off and the new skin grows out, his whole body seems to become more powerful. Entering the system interface at this time, Lin Xiu saw his current stats. Host Lin Xiu. Level 28. Experience points 040 billion. Strength 550. Physique 258. Speed 120. Skills analytic eye. Fury. Disguise. Engulf. Mirror image. Rage build-up pneumonia. Potential points 28. Title rank 5 warrior unused title rank 1 warrior. Rank 3 warrior. Rank 4 warrior. Rank 5 warrior. Since he had 28 potential points, he shall add it to physique first. After all, he felt that his strength was sufficient at this point. Lin Xiu didn't think too much and added 28 potential points to physique. At this time, the physique of 258 points became 286 points in the next moment. As soon as the points were added to his physique attribute, Lin Xiu had a great feeling in his body. Comfortable. It's so comfortable. Boom boom. But at this moment, Lin Xiu heard loud noises in the sky again. Lin Xiu raised his head to look at the sky. His brows furrowed. What's happening? After staying here for 3 days, Lin Xiu had already memorized the timing of these thunderbirds. Generally speaking, the thunderbirds would attract the thunder at about the same time every day and the time deviation would not exceed half an hour. But now at 5 o'clock in the morning, the thunderbirds should not be attracting thunder. Lin Xiu was not the only one surprised. But Lan Tu and the others were also awake from the state of cultivation as they opened their eyes and looked up to the sky. What is going on? These warriors were shocked and terrified when they saw this scene, because they had consumed a lot of physical energy to block and evade the previous round of lightning strikes, and now if the lightning strikes down again, they would be in a very dangerous situation. Chapter 385 Sudden Change. Chapter 385 Sudden Change. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. Could it be because the guy kept running to the lightning, letting the lightning strike him, which angered the thunderbirds? A warrior looked at Lin Xiu, then said aloud, "It's possible." Another man nodded in agreement. Lan Tu thought it was strange, but they also felt that the warrior made sense. Thunderbird, a high-level evolved beast, already has a certain amount of intelligence. Watching Lin Xiu running to the lightning, it was very likely to irritate the thunderbirds. But if they got angry, shouldn't they attack Lin Xiu? Before he had time to think about it, the sound from the air became louder and louder at this time. Bang bang. Hearing this sound, Lin Xiu raised his head and looked at the sky. In the dark clouds and fog above, there were already many lightning flashes. Thunderbirds flew amongst the lightning and they continued to absorb the lightning, feeding on the lightning. Although the scene was shocking, Lin Xiu has not paid attention to this aspect, because Lin Xiu clearly felt it now. The next lightning strike should be the most frequent and scariest in the past 3 days. Although he didn't know what was going on, it should be a good thing for him. Everyone, be careful. Lan Tu glanced at the men who were also detained on Friday and said aloud. When these people heard Lan Tu's words, they nodded and their faces showed a cautious look that they had never had before. Kid, although I don't know what the hell you were doing, but let me tell you, don't deliberately rush into the storm. A warrior glared at Lin Xiu and threatened. Lin Xiu glanced at him, then looked up at the thunderbirds that were constantly flying in the sky. I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? The warrior saw Lin Xiu ignoring him and immediately felt that his ego had been insulted. So he reached out and grabbed Lin Xiu, crackling. But at this moment, with a strange crackling sound, there was something emitting a strong light blue light appearing in front of his eyes. Before he could make any movements, his eyes widened and were full of shock when he looked at the huge round lightning ball that appeared in front of him. And in the middle of the lightning ball, it was Lin Xiu's fist. Don't simply touch me, Lin Xiu said lightly. This fist that was covered in terrifying lightning kept flashing in front of him, and it looks terrifying. The power of the lightning around his fist was not inferior to the lightning bolts that fell from the sky. But soon, Lin Xiu withdrew his fist. The man also went limp at this time and almost sat on the ground with his legs weak. The rest of the people looked at this scene and were also surprised. At this time, they didn't dare to say anything. The power of Silver Thunderbolt rupturing fists seemed to have become a lot stronger. Lin Xiu mumbled to himself with his back facing the other warriors. And at this moment, a loud noise echoed again. The whole sky appeared to be blown apart. The lightning that has been brewing for a long time was finally about to burst out completely. As the lightning fell, the eyes of the people around him changed drastically and all their physical strength burst forth. Bang bang. One after another flashes of lightning fell from the sky, and the intensity of this lightning was more concentrated and terrifying than all of the others previously. These warriors were dodging crazily at this time, and they dare not relax at all, because they would be seriously injured if they got struck by the lightning of this magnitude. Lin Ziyu watched the large number of lightning bolts falling and didn't dodge at all, allowing these lightning bolts to strike his body. It was really painful, but at the same time, Lin Ziyu also felt that his body was absorbing the energy generated by the lightning. During the past 2 days, Lin Ziyu's skin was scorched because of the lightning, and the scorched skin fell off, revealing his new skin, and the new skin seemed to become tougher. No matter how the lightning struck this time, the skin on Lin Ziyu's body has not turned black. The engulf skill was constantly improving at this moment, and the numbers in the experience column were also turning rapidly. Getting struck by the lightning, Lin Ziyu has completely ignored the pain and got a little excited instead. Damn, this kid is really abnormal. Lan Tu was accidentally struck by a flash of lightning when he was dodging it, and he grimaced in pain. He happened to see Lin Ziyu over there and couldn't help cursing. Help! Help! At the same time, many warriors had been struck by lightning and they wailed. Because the lightning bolts this time was very concentrated, so they had no way to dodge. And because it uses up their strength, and their current strength was not comparable to when they first entered, so their reaction ability had been greatly reduced. Most of the warriors were wailing after they got struck, and some of their bodies were scorched black. Soon, it seemed that the guards had also discovered this unusual scene. Suddenly, several guards wearing special isolation lightning uniforms rushed in. The guards were stunned to see this. There were numerous thunderbirds in the sky constantly screaming, and the lightning was too concentrated. This strange scene shocked the guards who had been guarding here for many years, but they reacted quickly and rushed in, carrying out all those warriors who were struck by lightning and could no longer move because of the intense pain. The guards wore a full set of clothing that shielded them from lightning, and these flashes of lightning did not have much impact on them. One after another, except for Lin Ziyu and Lan Tu, the warriors were all lifted away. You should get out too. This place is too dangerous now. A guard saw that Lan Tu's skin was scorched. Lan Tu nodded, looked at Lin Ziyu's side, and found that Lin Ziyu was still standing there, letting the lightning strike his body constantly. Chapter 386 Learned a New Skill. Chapter 386 Learned a New Skill. At this moment, Lin Ziyu was like an immovable mountain, allowing the lightning to smash his body. And Lan Tu saw that there wasn't the slightest hint of pain on Lin Ziyu's face. He even looked slightly excited. Seeing the scene, the corners of his mouth twitched. Is this guy still a human? Get out of here! Lan Tu was in a daze when a guardian suddenly called out to him. And, hearing this, Lan Tu came back to his senses, then left the place directly. He couldn't stay in this horrible scene any longer. If he got hit by lightning a few more times, he could possibly die. Boom boom. As the guards evacuated all the warriors, they saw Lin Ziyu standing there, allowing the lightning to strike him continuously. When they saw the scene, their eyes were filled with surprise. Ever since they started being a guardian, they had never seen anyone who wasn't afraid of lightning. This is really amazing. What exactly is going on? Lai. And the thunderbirds in the sky seemed to become more irritable. After shrieking, they rushed directly to Lin Ziyu below. Lin Ziyu, who was still suffering and happy, suddenly felt that the lightning disappeared and was stunned. He looked up and saw the huge thunderbirds rushing towards him. Seeing the scene, Lin Ziyu couldn't help but curse. At this moment, a thunderbird had already rushed to Lin Ziyu, and the huge bird's beak was about to peck at him. But fortunately, Lin Ziyu's reaction speed was very fast, and he easily dodged the attack. Its beak hit the ground directly, making a loud noise. But this was not over yet. The thunderbirds behind continued to rush towards Lin Ziyu in a frenzy. The bodies of these thunderbirds were covered with lightning and their wings were very sharp. When they got close to Lin Ziyu, They waved their wings and Lin Xiu could hear the swish in the air. What exactly is going on? The guards were completely stunned. What happened tonight was really weird. Not only was there an unusual, concentrated, and terrifying lightning storm, but the Thunderbirds that had always been relatively gentle had gone crazy. Usually, if no one took the initiative to attack the Thunderbirds, they wouldn't attack either. Report to the dean quickly. A guard came to his senses at this time and shouted to his companion. Lin Xiu was now avoiding the attacks of these Thunderbirds. Lin Xiu didn't know why these Thunderbirds would attack him suddenly. Thunderbirds feed on thunder and lightning. Could it be because he was constantly absorbing the power of these lightning strikes, and they thought that he was stealing their food? Lin Xiu was dumbfounded. But there were a lot of these Thunderbirds. Although the thunder and lightning did not cause fatal damage to Lin Xiu, it still made Lin Xiu's body slightly numbed. At this time, his reaction obviously slowed down. At the next moment, Lin Xiu's body was hit by a Thunderbird and his body was smashed on the ground by this powerful force. And before Lin Xiu stood up, a large number of Thunderbirds from behind continued to charge over frantically. It's over. He's doomed. The remaining guards who were observing the situation saw a large number of Thunderbirds rushing towards Lin Xiu and began to surround him. They couldn't even see his figure anymore. What on the other side? The face of Nanjangjian, who suddenly received the news, also changed. Something like this actually happened on the final night. He also found out that the person who stayed on top and was attacked by Thunderbirds was Lin Xiu. Now he has no time to think, so much as he hurried out of the office and walked over there. This incident has shocked many senior students and many student leaders were rushing over. Crackling. Just when the guards saw a large number of Thunderbirds rushing to Lin Xiu, they thought that Lin Xiu was going to be packed by the Thunderbirds until only his skeletons were left. Suddenly, a weird sound rang out. In the gaps among the Thunderbirds that were surrounding Lin Xiu, there was a large amount of white light bursting out. Boom! With a loud explosion, a flash of terrifying lightning burst out directly, causing all the Thunderbirds that surrounded Lin Xiu to be shaken out. Damn! A guard was completely dumbfounded when he saw the scene, looking at the huge bodies of those Thunderbirds. They quickly dodged to avoid being hit as all of the Thunderbirds were sent flying from this sudden horrifying lightning. Damn! These birds are really ruthless with their beaks. Lin Xiu panted as he looked at his torn clothes and wounds on his body. There was still a huge bolt of lightning on Lin Xiu's body now that surrounded him. Lin Xiu looked at the lightning on his body, surprised. Just now, when Lin Xiu was besieged by those Thunderbirds, he wanted to burst out the source strength from his body and send these Thunderbirds flying out. But he didn't expect that the source strength that he had burst out could actually be turned into lightning. This was really beyond Lin Xiu's expectations. Could this also be considered a skill? Lin Xiu gasped in shock. He learned a special skill by accident. But before Lin Xiu could think about it, the Thunderbirds that had just been shaken out began to flap their wings again and rush towards Lin Xiu. These Thunderbirds attract thunder to absorb lightning, so lightning had no effect on them. They were just simply sent flying from the impact. Okay. You guys still want to attack me, huh? Although lightning is useless. With the rupturing fist, I don't believe that I can't beat you. Lin Xiu got angry at this time and said to himself. At the same time, his fists were clenched and his knuckles cracked. Go to hell. Chapter 387 Trouble. Chapter 387 Trouble. Lin Xiu screamed with his fist clenched together. Then, he struck the lightning bird that was coming in his direction. Kong Kong. As Lin Xiu's fist landed on the body of the lightning bird that was dashing towards him, it let out a loud roar. At the same time, the lightning bird was thrown into the air and landed far away. Although the lightning wouldn't work on these birds, Lin Xiu's punch had an additional power of the rupturing fist, which managed to injure the lightning bird from the inside to the outside. Lin Xiu continued waving his hands and was continuously hitting lightning birds who were swiftly heading in his direction. What's the matter? Is my student all right? Nanjangjian was the closest to this area. He immediately arrived at the scene when he heard the news. Since he was a teacher at the Sacred Region Academy, it was easy for him to reach the mountaintop. Then, he saw the guards who were frozen on the spot as he reached the gates. Seeing the scene right before his eyes, he got even more worried. He quickly walked past the few guards who were standing in front, and as he entered the area, he saw a huge lightning bird that was thrown in his direction. When he noticed what was headed towards him, the look in his eyes changed, and within seconds, he swiftly moved his boy and dodged the bird. Lie. The bird that was now on the floor started shivering, and it let out a weak, trembling cry. It was obvious that the lightning bird got attacked, which explained why it was in this state. He initially thought that the lightning bird wanted to attack him instead. Then, Nanjangjen looked towards the other side and noticed that there were a lot of other lightning birds on the ground. All of them were trying to move their wings while whimpering continuously. What just happened here? Nanjangjen stared at the scene with his eyes wide open and had a surprised look on his face. Shit. It's so difficult to deal with these things. Lin Xiu placed both his hands on his knees and started panting. When Nanjangjen heard the familiar voice, he looked towards the direction from where the voice came and saw Lin Xiu, who was in a terrible state. His clothes were ruined and his hair was standing on ends. Lin Xiu, as soon as he saw Lin Xiu's figure, Nanjangjen instantly dashed towards Lin Xiu. After making sure that Lin Xiu wasn't severely injured, he let out a breath of relief. Lin Xiu was a really good student and may have the chance to be the best quasi-warrior. If there was any accident that happened here, it would have been a waste. Teacher Nan. Lin Xiu laughed when he saw his teacher. Are you alright? Nanjangjen asked Lin Xiu when he saw Lin Xiu laughing. I'm fine. Lin Xiu took a deep breath before answering him. Although there weren't many injuries on his body, Lin Xiu was still feeling a little exhausted. These lightning birds were quite powerful as well. If it wasn't because he had been strengthening his body with the lightning for the past few days in order to make himself stronger, he would have been picked by these lightning birds till he became a bloody mess. You're the one who defeated all these birds. Nanjangjen looked around and observed the situation around him. There were lots of lightning birds lying around, and most of them were badly injured as they were struggling to move their wings. Yeah. Lin Xiu nodded his head and answered the question. When Nanjangjen heard the question, his mouth twitched. He was only worried about Lin Xiu's safety before this, but when he took a closer look of what was happening around, he couldn't help but feel his head pounding. These lightning birds have been bred here for years and nothing has ever happened. Plus, there were a lot of lightning poles around the mountaintop. The lightning birds would attract the lightning, and the mountaintop in the center would be used to collect these energies and turn them into electricity. In other words, the lightning birds played an important role in their academy, especially when these lightning birds belonged to that person. As he thought about it, there were already droplets of sweat forming on his forehead. What's wrong? Lin Xiu saw the change of expression on his face and subconsciously asked a question. Don't worry about it. Let's go. Nanjangjen shook his head and said to Lin Xiu, What's the matter? What's the matter? At the same time, there were already a few of them who were walking towards the mountain top. These men were wearing the same white uniform from the Sacred Region Academy. They were different from the normal uniform. They looked as if they were of a higher level than Nanjangjen. It was obvious that they were one of the leaders of the Sacred Region Academy. Nanjangjen, one of the men, frowned when he saw Nanjangjen. Director Jang. Nanjangjen greeted him respectfully. Then, he directly walked forward and screamed at Lin Xiu. What happened here? When Director Jang saw the injured lightning birds that were lying on the ground motionlessly, he screamed in anger. There are so many injured lightning birds here, as well as students who were severely injured. Don't you dare tell me that you are the one who caused all these. Nanjangjen wiped off the sweat on his forehead and then told Director Jang the entire story that happened. Lin Xiu didn't do this on purpose. It was the lightning birds who attacked him first. He would have died if. Nanjangjen continued to intercede for Lin Xiu. Since things were already at this point, it wouldn't be as simple as isolation. I will investigate it and will follow up on the outcome of this matter. Director Jang said with a serious face after hearing Jang Nanjin's explanation on the matter. Then, can I leave with him? He is injured as well. Jang Nanjin let out a breath of relief and looked at the figure who was behind him. Lin Xiu overheard the conversation and reacted quickly as he pretended to be severely injured. Director Jang also noticed that there were several injuries on Lin Xiu and his clothes were already shredded into pieces. He frowned as hesitated before nodding his head. Bring him away and get him treated first. But in regards to this matter, it's not over yet. Thank you, Director Jang. You'll get him treated first. Jang Nanjun smiled and nodded his head. Then, he supported Lin Xiu and left. As for the rest of them, they took their medical kit and started treating those lightning birds. Give me all the information of that student, Director Jang said to one of the guards. Seeing how Lin Xiu and Jang Nanjun had left the scene. Yes, sir. One of the guards took out a tablet that was as thin as a paper and looked for Lin Xiu's information before passing it to Director Jang. Director Jang looked at the information on the screen and frowned. Lin Xiu, first-year student. Warrior. Rank 5. Chapter 388 The New Dark Edge Spear. Chapter 388 The New Dark Edge Spear. When he saw the scene that unfolded in front of him, Director Zhang's eyes widened in shock. He had just heard of a warrior who wasn't afraid of lightning, allowing the lightning to directly strike his body. All of the lightning birds that he saw now were the ones that were defeated by Lin Xiu. These were 6-rank lightning birds. How did a rank 5 warrior do this? As he pondered about it, Director Zhang looked below at the edge of the mountain peak and turned quiet. Leave. Now, Nan Zhenjin said towards Lin Xiu, and he had a nervous look on his face. Lin Xiu may be curious, but he didn't say much. He quickly went downhill and soon left the mountain peak. Hoo! We finally left. As soon as they left the mountain peak, Nan Zhenjin said as he let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Lin Xiu hesitated a little before asking Nan Zhenjin, "What's wrong, Sir Nan? If we didn't leave soon, Director Zhang would come for you." Nan Zhenjin answered, "You really are a bold person. Young man, you were bold enough to beat all those lightning birds till they dropped to the ground." Nan Zhengjun laughed heartily. Who were the ones who raised those lightning birds? Lin Xiu asked out of curiosity. From the tone of Nan Zhengjun from before, it seemed that the owner of these lightning birds was a very important person. After hearing Lin Xiu's question, Nan Zhengjun, who was initially smiling, now had an awful-looking expression on his face. What's wrong? Lin Xiu noticed the change in Nan Zhengjun's expression and asked another question. Nan Zhengjun hesitated for a moment before telling him. Those were thunderbirds that the headmaster caught just to raise them. No way. After hearing the reply from Nan Zhengjun, he couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva. The lightning birds belonged to the headmaster, and he was the one who defeated all of them till they dropped dead on the ground. As he thought of it, the corner of his mouth twitched with the feeling that he had caused a huge trouble for himself. Well, just look out. Nan Zhengjun patted Lin Xiu's shoulder and said in a comforting tone. Can I drop out now? Lin Xiu asked silently. No. As they left from the mountain peak, Lin Xiu didn't follow Nan Zhengjun to the nurse's office. Instead, he directly headed back to the mansion. Since the injuries on him weren't severe, there was no need for him to be treated in the nurse's office. Plus, the only thing that Lin Xiu could think of was how Luo Yu was still helping him create his new weapon. He couldn't help but wonder how it was now. As it was already 3 in the morning, there were no signs of any students from the Sacral Region Academy. Soon, Lin Xiu arrived by his house and realized that the surrounding was extremely quiet. There was a soft, bright light from the garden behind his house. Lin Xiu walked forward one step at a time and saw the tools that were needed to build the new weapon, but Luo Yu was nowhere to be found. Luo Yu, Lin Xiu called out subconsciously. As he continued to walk forward, Lin Xiu could see the white figure that was on the stone ladder nearby. Luo Yu was the one who was on the stone ladder, leaning her back against the wall. At that moment, Luo Yu seemed exhausted and was already sound asleep. With the moonlight shining on them, it directly landed on Luo Yu's white, tender cheeks, her long lashes and those lips that were like cherries. Along with the other delicate facial features, she looked extremely beautiful. Lin Xiu couldn't help himself and was staring at her uncontrollably. He then sat down next to her and continued looking at her. No one kept track of how long it had been, but Luo Yu seemed to have realized something. Her long lashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. She was initially looking exhausted, but when she realized that Lin Xiu was staring at her, she immediately opened her eyes wide. Then, she reached out and was about to attack Lin Xiu. It's me. Lin Xiu reacted quickly and screamed. When she heard that it was a familiar voice, Luo Yu stopped and took a good look at Lin Xiu who was in front of her. She subconsciously said his name. Lin Xiu, it's only been a few days and you already don't recognize me. That's cruel of you. Lin Xiu gave an exaggerated laugh. Luo Yu noticed Lin Xiu's clothes that were torn and burned. Plus, the entire head of hair looked as if they had been burnt by lightning and there were spots all over his face. As she carefully observed the person in front of her, Luo Yu, who was usually cold and boring, couldn't help but chuckle. However, it was only within a second where she quickly turned around, refusing Lin Xiu to see this side of her. Have you completed it? Lin Xiu wasn't even paying attention to her. His eyes were already looking towards the garden, but he noticed that dark edge spear wasn't around, which was why he got curious. His dark edge spear was still around. Right, you wouldn't have melted it. Right. After hearing Lin Xiu's question, Luo Yu grabbed a hold of herself and pointed at an item in front of her and said, "It's over there." Where? Lin Xiu followed Luo Yu's finger and looked at the direction that she was pointing at. He soon noticed that there was a huge, heavy metal piece that was on the ground. Luo Yu walked over and took a look at it before saying, "Should be done now." As she finished her sentence, she stepped onto a switch and the next moment, the metal plate on the ground flipped open. Huala! Lin Xiu immediately noticed the groove that was from inside the metal plate when it flipped open. There was a huge flame with a large amount of hot molten lava in it. There was also lots of smoke that came along with it. The air surrounding them immediately turned scorching hot. Boom! The metal plate started shaking violently and soon broke into pieces. With the hot molten iron that slowly flowed out of it, there was a spear that was in the middle of the metal plate. There was a sparkling, white material that was on the spear, and it looks like it had completely enveloped the spear. It's done. When Lin Xiu saw what happened, he asked in shock. Lin Xiu might not know much about the process of forging the weapon, but from the looks of it, Lin Xiu was sure that the new dark edge spear was a success. The air surrounding them was still scorching hot, but for Lin Xiu, he could barely feel a thing. He quickly jumped over, landed next to it and grabbed the spear. While Lin Xiu grabbed onto the spear, there was a clear crackle that came from the spear. There were cracks that slowly appeared on the white, shiny material that was covering dark edge spear. Crack. 1 second later, all of them broke into pieces. The newly forged dark edge spear was now finally showing its true self in front of Lin Xiu. Chapter 389 The Kiss. Chapter 389 The Kiss. The body of the dark edge spear was originally pitch black in color, but at this moment, there were lots of thin, white markings across the body of the spear. Compared to the spear from before, the weight of it has changed as well. It felt much heavier now. The additional weight wasn't a huge burden for Lin Xiu. Instead, it made it much smoother for Lin Xiu. The blade of the spear seems to be much sharper as well. Lin Xiu liked the spear even more with every passing second as he looked at it. He couldn't help himself and started swinging the spear. Xiu. As the dark edge spear danced in the air, there were blasting sounds heard in the air. With Lin Xiu's energy being enveloped around the dark edge spear, the white markings on the spear started glowing. At that moment, Lin Xiu felt that the spear was becoming even heavier than before. The white markings, are they from the ore? Lin Xiu carefully observed the black spear. He suddenly thought of something and decided to ask Luo Yu. When Luo Yu heard his question, she nodded her head. I melted it and incorporated it into the body of the spear. Luo Yu said it casually, but Lin Xiu knew that it definitely wasn't as easy as it sounds. He looked at Luo Yu in the eyes and sincerely thanked her. Thank you. Luo Yu shook her head and then went back to the stone ladder. Pilabala. Lin Xiu held on to the dark edge spear with his left hand, and with the control of his mind, he was able to concentrate all of his energy onto the spear in the form of lightning. Soon, it covered the entire spear. With the lightning that was formed, the air around him was burnt. There was a burning smell that entered his nose. However, after being washed down by the storm for the past few days, this lightning did nothing to Lin Xiu and it was no longer a threat to him. Lin Xiu continued to dance with the dark edge spear. When he felt tired, he turned around and noticed that Luo Yu had once again fallen asleep on the step ladder. When he saw her sleeping, he paused. In order to forge Dark Edge Spear, she most probably didn't get much sleep for the past 3 days. As he thought of it, Lin Xiu suddenly felt bad. He placed the Dark Edge Spear back on the ground and walked towards Luo Yu. Lin Xiu hesitated for a moment before gently carrying Luo Yu in his arms. She was completely exhausted as she didn't wake up even with the commotion. He carried her soft, gentle body and slowly walked up the stairs. Soon, Lin Xiu reached her room, and as he opened the door, his eyes widened in shock. This was because Lin Xiu noticed that Luo Yu's room was completely covered in pink. This was a huge surprise for Lin Xiu because Luo Yu has always been a cold person. Who would have expected that Luo Yu would be like the other girls who would like a pink room as well? Speaking of which, this was the first time that Lin Xiu stepped into her room. He carefully walked towards the bed and then gently placed her on it. She was still sound asleep like a little baby. Lin Xiu slowly took off her shoes and placed the blanket on top of her body. As he stared at the delicate face that was only a few inches away from him, he suddenly paused. He initially wanted to leave her alone and allow her to sleep peacefully, but instead, he placed a kiss on her forehead. But he still came back to his senses. He looked at Luo Yu's figure, who was still fast asleep, and let out a breath of relief. If she realized what had happened, she would have hacked him into pieces with her sword. Lin Xiu gulped down a mouthful of saliva out of fear. He quickly stepped out of the room and closed the door behind him. When Lin Xiu left the room, the long lashes on Luo Yu's eyes fluttered. Lin Xiu returned downstairs and took a shower. After changing into a new set of clothes, he laid down on his bed and rested. The past few days had been extremely eventful for Lin Xiu. At the same time, on the other side, Director Jang had already passed Lin Xiu's information to one of the deans of the Cyborg Region Academy. Dean Bailey. Dean, that's him. He was the one who injured all the Thunderbirds. All of them are being treated now. Director Jang respectfully told Dean Bailey, who was sitting opposite him. It was Dean Bailey who caught those Thunderbirds in order to raise them as pets. For the past few years, Dean Bailey had put in a lot of effort for these Thunderbirds. Now, with so many of them injured because of Lin Xiu, he wasn't surprised that the Dean would explode in anger. However, the scene that Director Jang had imagined did not happen. Instead, when the Dean read through Lin Xiu's information from his screen, he laughed. He stroked his long white beard and said, "So he was the one. Sir, should we?" Director Shan wasn't sure what Dean Bailey was thinking off in his head, but if his assumption was right, the Dean should be extremely angry at this point, but things weren't happening as per what he thought. "It's alright. Let's end the ban for him." Dean Bailey shook his head and answered his question. Director Shang was shocked when he heard the answer. This student called Lin Xiu has caused such huge trouble. But the Dean was going to forgive him so simply. "Sir," Director Zhang wanted to continue, but the Dean stopped him by waving his hands and said, "Just leave it this way." Lin Xiu, who was now peacefully lying on his bed, was already sound asleep. Although he was tired, he still had a fixed body clock, which was why he woke up early in the morning. Coo. Lin Xiu opened his eyes and saw Gungun that was standing right in front of him. "When did you turn so big?" Lin Xiu was shocked when he saw Gungun. Its size was much bigger than how it was a few days ago. Isn't its growth process a little too fast? At the same time, Gungun touched Lin Xiu and rolled over to the table where his backpack was at. What's wrong? Seeing how peculiar Gungun was acting, Lin Xiu was curious. Coo. Gungun let out the same sound again, as if he was trying to tell Lin Xiu that there was something in his backpack. Lin Xiu hesitated for a moment. Then, he stood up from his bed and walked over to the table. Calc. As he got close to the backpack, Lin Xiu could feel that there was a weird sound coming from the inside of his backpack. It sounded as if something was about to break open. What was it? Lin Xiu curiously opened his backpack and noticed that there was something shining from inside. Chapter 390 Hatched. Chapter 390 Hatched. When he took a closer look, Lin Xiu could finally see what was inside his backpack. It turned out to be a white egg. Surprisingly, the egg was now giving out a warm, bright light. The egg of the ice crystal white bird. Lin Xiu was stunned for a moment when he thought of the incidents that happened when he was in the G17 dumpster area. This egg must have been brought back from the ice crystal white bird's body when they killed it. As he recalled, Lin Xiu no longer hesitated. He immediately picked up the egg, took it out of his backpack, and placed it on the table. As he looked at it, there were already multiple cracks that were found on the egg. Plus, the snow-white egg seemed to be vibrating slightly. Was it about to hatch? Lin Xiu was shocked when he saw the scene before his eyes. This ice crystal white bird's egg must have been in his backpack for quite some time. He wouldn't have known that it would hatch on its own today. Lin Xiu held his breath and glared at the egg that was right in front of him. Kala kala. The sound of the egg cracking continued, and soon, the small cracks that were on it became wider and longer. Heck. Then, along with the crisp voice that rang through the room, the egg cracked open. There was a little head that popped out of the eggshell. This is... Lin Xiu looked at the little head that popped out with his eyes wide open. His jaw was on the ground and he was talking to himself. Chirp chirp. Its entire body was snow-white in color. It was a young ice crystal white bird that looked like a little chicken that had just hatched. The bird tried to open its eyes and showed a pair of glowing, bright eyes. It was staring at Lin Xiu when it gave out a loud, happy cry. Pi pi pi. While it was struggling to get out of the shell, Lin Xiu could clearly see that it had jumped out of the shell. Its entire body was clean and fair as there were no feathers on it yet. The bird subconsciously tried to flap its wings, wanting to fly towards Lin Xiu, but for some reason, the bird wasn't able to fly now. With just one flap, it directly fell off the table and was heading onto the ground. Boom! Fortunately, Lin Xiu's reaction was fast enough to catch it, and he held onto it carefully in his palm. With its body so small, it doesn't even resemble the horrifying rank 7 ice crystal white bird. Chirp chirp. When the little bird noticed that it was now in Lin Xiu's hand, it seemed extremely excited and was rolling its tiny body back and forth. Lin Xiu couldn't help but smile when he saw what the little bird was up to. It was indeed a really cute bird. Plus, Lin Xiu could clearly feel the cold air that was coming from the body of the crystal white bird. I should give you a name, Lin Xiu said to himself as he stared at the little ice crystal white bird in his hands. Then, the little bird reacted as if it understood what Lin Xiu said. It looked up and stared at Lin Xiu. I shall name you Xiu. By Lin Xiu looked at its body now that was fair and clean. After thinking about it, he named the little bird. Chirp chirp. The little ice crystal white bird seemed happy with it as it started jumping up and down in Lin Xiu's hand. But, after a while, it started looking sick. What's wrong? Lin Xiu looked at the bird that suddenly looked weak and tired. He was shocked. The bird was just fine a minute ago. Why did it suddenly turn this way? Lin Xiu also noticed that the cold air that was coming from it was getting weaker compared to before. What's wrong with it? Lin Xiu thought hard and finally realized that it may be because the little bird's physique was still weak since it is so little. It would be more suitable for it to grow in colder weather. Perhaps it's the warmth in his hands that made it uncomfortable. As he thought of it, Lin Xiu wanted to place it back into its eggshell. However, the little bird bit him instead. It didn't want to leave Lin Xiu's hands. Lin Xiu was dumbfounded by the reaction of the little creature. After considering its condition, Lin Xiu picked up the eggshells and placed them on Lin Xiu's hands. The eggshell was special. There was a white mist that was coming from it like dry ice, and it felt cool as well. With the eggshells on Lin Xiu's palm, the ice crystal white bird must have felt the difference as it started to slowly stand up on its own. Guess I'll have to make you a special environment for you to grow. Lin Xiu let out a sigh of relief since he thought that the ice crystal white bird was about to die. When Lin Xiu tried to put it back down on the table, its little claw was still clinging on to Lin Xiu's hands. Lin Xiu found it funny when he saw the ice crystal white bird's reaction. This little thing must have misunderstood him as its mother. Alright, you shall stay with me, Lin Xiu said helplessly. There were a lot of things that could be found at the exchange center, even the goods that were sold at the Sakakura Region Academy. He should be able to find what he needs. Gungun, you stay here. Alright, wait for me to come home. Lin Xiu turned towards the creature that was round and was the size of a football. Kuu kuu. Gungun reacted like he understood Lin Xiu and let out a peculiar cry. With the little crystal white bird, Bai, in his right hand, Lin Xiu started heading towards the exchange center. The exchange center was far away from Lin Xiu's place and soon he had arrived. It was only 8 in the morning, but the exchange center was already filled with students. When Lin Xiu left, he brought along his fire scale combat suit. Young fellow, you're back. The elder who was by the counter saw Lin Xiu who was entering the center. His eyes lit up in excitement and he started waving at Lin Xiu. When Lin Xiu noticed the elder who was calling him, he quickly walked towards him. This combat suit. Do you think they'll take it back? Lin Xiu placed the armor on the table and asked the elder. When he saw the fire scale combat suit, the elder narrowed his eyes and said, "You didn't find it?" "No." Lin Xiu shook his head. Previously, Lin Xiu had promised him that if he found the dark red spider lily, he wouldn't have to return the points that he loaned Lin Xiu. However, when he was in the dark forest, Lin Xiu didn't even get to see the thing that the elder wanted. The elder looked into Lin Xiu's eyes. The look in his eyes was still the same as before as he sighed. "It's alright. I always knew that it wasn't easy to find it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have wasted 20 years looking for it," he mumbled to himself as he reached out for the fire armor combat suit. He took a look at it and asked, "What's wrong?" "It wasn't helpful. For me, it was useless." Chapter 391 I Want Your Bird. Chapter 391 I Want Your Bird. Lin Xiu was telling the truth. The fire scale combat suit was indeed useless to him while he was fighting in the dark forest. "I can take it back, but there is some damage to it. I only take it for 50,000 points," the elder said while laughing out loud. The elder was disappointed to learn that Lin Xiu hadn't found the dark spider lily, but there was nothing he could do about it now. "Alright." Lin Xiu nodded his head since this combat suit was really of no use to him now with his current condition. The elder kept the combat suit and asked Lin Xiu with a curious look in his eyes. "If that's the case, you still owe me 50,000 points. What are you going to do about it?" "I'll return it to you," Lin Xiu said calmly. He took out his school ID with his left hand and passed it to the elder. Oh, when the elder saw his actions, the look in his eyes changed. He took over Lin Xiu's card, swiped it, and found out that there were 150,000 points in it. This is quite a large amount of points. The elder laughed while transferring away 50,000 of the points from Lin Xiu's card. Lin Xiu didn't feel distressed either since there were still a lot of points left. "Is there anything else that you would like to exchange for?" The elder looked at Lin Xiu and asked. He didn't think that Lin Xiu would come all the way here just to return him the suit and the points that he owed. Plus, Lin Xiu was looking around as if he was looking for something. "Do you have anything that can maintain a cold temperature?" "It'll be best if it's a refrigerator." Lin Xiu thought about it for a minute before asking, "What do you want it for?" The elder was stunned and subconsciously asked the question. This was because most of them were only here for weapons or combat suits. As for the rest, it was rare that they would look for anything else. Chirp chirp. Then, at that moment, a chirping sound came from Lin Xiu's hands. The elder turned towards Lin Xiu's right hand and saw a tiny white figure. When he saw the creature in front of him, there was a surprised look in the elder's eyes. What kind of beast will this little thing evolve into? The elder was now focused on the little ice crystal white bird. He was interested in it. At the same time, the little bird seemed to have noticed the elder looking at him. It flapped its wings, opened its mouth, and started screaming at the elder, showing its temper. Interesting. The elder let out a fascinated look in his eyes. "This little thing? Are you selling it?" The elder laughed before asking Lin Xiu. "No." As soon as the question was asked, Lin Xiu immediately rejected him. "I'll offer you 100,000 points for this little bird." The elder gently brushed his beard and asked in a serious manner, "I already said that it's not for sale." Lin Xiu nodded his head and continued, "Do you have what I want? If you don't, then forget about it." Little brat. After being harshly rejected, the elder had no other choice. He turned downwards and started looking for the things that Lin Xiu wanted under his counter. Soon, he brought up something on the counter that was just like a box. Refrigeration box. 5,000 points. The elder placed the box on the table and said to Lin Xiu, Lin Xiu nodded his head and once again passed the card to the elder. After swiping the card, Lin Xiu picked up the refrigeration box and left. Interesting. Indeed. As he looked at Lin Xiu who was leaving, the elder let out a fascinated smile. If he guessed correctly, that was an ice crystal white bird. Lin Xiu picked up the box and quickly walked towards his mansion. What bird is that, the one in your hand? When Lin Xiu was on his way back, a few men suddenly stood in front of Lin Xiu and asked. Lin Xiu raised his brows and saw the boys, who were wearing the uniforms of the Sacred Region Academy. As he took a closer look, he noticed the pattern on their uniform, and it was obvious that they were second-year students. Just a normal one, Lin Xiu replied in an indifferent tone. As for the little ice crystal white bird, it started screaming furiously, trying to scare its enemies away when it saw these boys blocking their way. Lin Xiu was a little dumbfounded. This ice crystal white bird was just born, but it already knew how to act prestigious. Lin Xiu didn't want to be bothered with these people, which is why he directly walked past them from the side. Wait up. However, one of them put out his hand and stopped Lin Xiu. This little creature. How about giving it to me? His eyes were locked onto the little ice crystal white burn that was on Lin Xiu's hand. They were burning with passion. Lin Xiu shook his head. 5,000 points. The boy frowned and raised his palm while offering the price. I won't be exchanging it for any price. Lin Xiu didn't want to continue talking to him and said in an emotionless tone. Can you please excuse me? Newcomer, hi, you are acting quite arrogant. Aren't you? The other man looked at Lin Xiu, who was being extremely conceited, and a gloomy look appeared on his face. Lin Xiu's attitude was obviously disrespectful towards them. Do you think that you're that newcomer? Lin Xiu, I heard that he's quite powerful. One of them sneered while talking to Lin Xiu. The other students around them walked away when they saw the scene in front of them. In the Sacred Region Academy, bullying was common. Some of them were already used to it. Plus, it was pointless reporting these matters to the counselor. When Lin Xiu heard what he said, he laughed. I am Lin Xiu. The rest of them were stunned for a moment before laughing out loud and said, Are you sure you don't just coincidentally have the same name as that top newcomer? They gave Lin Xiu a good look and realized that he was a warrior, a rank 5 at most. The newcomer was at least a rank 6 warrior. Now, they would never believe that Lin Xiu was the newcomer. Lin Xiu, a polite dog, doesn't block the others. Lin Xiu was done conversing with them and wanted to walk away. Bastard. What did you say? Lin Xiu's words obviously triggered them, and one of them wanted to grab onto Lin Xiu's shoulders. Lin Xiu's reflexes were quick. Just as the other person's hand was about to touch him, Lin Xiu had already grabbed onto the other person's wrist with his left hand. You! The look in the boy's eyes changed. He didn't expect Lin Xiu to react so quickly. Then, as Lin Xiu tightened his grip around him, a cracking sound came from the boy's wrist. Let go of me, let go. The boy felt as if the bones around his wrist were about to be broken into pieces. The intense pain that he was feeling caused him to let out a loud cry. Lin Xiu snorted coldly and then let go of his wrist. Let me ask you again. Do you want to continue blocking my way? Lin Xiu raised his brows. He swept his gaze across all of them and asked. Chapter 392 I want the deadly battle. Chapter 392 I want the deadly battle. After Lin Xiu looked at them this way, they suddenly felt like they were in an ice cave. How was this possible? They were rank 6 warriors. How could they be afraid of a rank 5 warrior? But the speed at which Lin Xiu attacked just now was so fast that they were stunned. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a round of applause came from the side. The few men looked to the side and suddenly saw a figure that they found familiar. Student Jang. Seeing Jang Lion-Qian walking over there, they behaved very respectfully. Oh, it's you. Lin Xiu raised his brows when he saw Jang Lion-Qian walking by and said indifferently. That's right. It's me. Jang Lion-Qian said while looking at Lin Xiu. Seems like you're not dead yet. Huh. You are not dead. How could I die? Lin Xiu laughed. Hearing the exchange between the two men, these men were even more surprised, because they all know that Jang Lion-Qian was a relatively famous sophomore student and he often went out to the dangerous area outside the academy to complete tasks. But this freshman now actually dared to talk back to Jang Lion-Qian. They appeared to have enmity between them. Haha. Interesting. Really interesting. Jang Lion-Qian burst into laughter when he heard Lin Ziya's words. But in the next moment, as he retracted his smile, his whole face became gloomy. Do you think I really can't deal with you? His eyes were sinister. He wanted to kill Lin Ziyu right here. But if he did, he would be dealt with by the Sacred Region Academy. If you had appeared over at the Dark Forest, you would have died there. Lin Ziyu narrowed his eyes at him and said. There was killing intent in his eyes. The surrounding air seems to have fallen to the freezing point at this moment. Both of their stares seem to generate electricity. I want to fight with you in the Sacred Region battle. Jang Lion-Qian looked at Lin Ziyu and said. The Sacred Region battle was a decisive battle in the Sacred Region field at the highest point of the Sacred Region Academy. There were many students enrolled in the academy, and all of them were the pride of the heavens and gifted talents from various places. Of course, these arrogant students were competitive. There were often conflicts, and people who had grievances would generally resolve them in a decisive battle. No. Lin Ziyu shook his head. When they heard Jang Lion-Qian inviting Lin Ziyu to fight in the Sacred Region battle, the guys were shocked, seeing Lin Ziyu's rejection without hesitation. They wanted to laugh out loud. It seems that Lin Ziyu didn't have the guts after all. Just when they were about to laugh, Lin Ziyu said, I want to fight in the deadly battle. Deadly battle. Hearing these two words, Jang Lion-Qian's face suddenly changed. His face became more gloomy. Are you serious? Jang Lion-Qian said coldly, staring directly at Lin Ziyu. Ordinary battles are so boring. We should make it a little more interesting. Right? Lin Ziyu narrowed his eyes and said. The men around also heard Lin Ziyu's words. By interesting, Lin Ziyu meant deadly. With this thought, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. This Lin Ziyu was so ruthless. Okay, I'll fight you. Jang Lion-Qian took a deep breath, then gritted his teeth and said. There were still a few students of the same level next to him, so he couldn't reject Lin Ziyu. Otherwise, where would he hide his face? And he didn't believe that Lin Ziyu, a rank 5 warrior, could really defeat him. Tomorrow then, Lin Ziyu said faintly as he looked at Jang Lion-Qian with no fear in his eyes. Sure, Jang Lion-Qian responded. I hope you'll come. Lin Ziyu glanced at him meaningfully, then walked directly to the other side without looking back. The men who stopped Lin Ziyu just now didn't dare to make any moves. They were not fools either. Lin Ziyu dared to challenge Jang Lion-Qian. He must have certain strength. Student Jang, this freshman is really arrogant. The man who had his wrist grabbed by Lin Ziyu suppressed the sharp pain from his wrist. Then he said to Jang Lion-Qian, he has the right to be arrogant. Jang Lion-Qian looked at Lin Ziyu's retreating back, then said in a deep voice, of course. It was necessary to know everything about who he was dealing with. From the time he came back, Jang Lion-Qian looked up Lin Ziyu's information and found that Lin Ziyu had secured first place in the freshman orientation, which shocked him. Is he really that? Lin Ziyu, a man, seemed to recall something, then said a little surprised. That's right. Jang Lion-Qian nodded. But so what if he's the top freshman after all? He was still a rank 5 warrior and he couldn't even unfold the sphere. And he could look up all the videos of his battle at the Sacred Region Academy. As long as he studied them carefully tonight, Lin Ziyu would definitely lose. With this thought, he clenched his fists tightly. Lin Ziyu had already returned to the villa at this time. After connecting the refrigeration box to the power source, there was a steady stream of air conditioning coming out of the box. You go inside first. Lin Ziyu looked at the little ice crystal white bird in his palm, then said with a smile, squeak. It seems to be able to understand Lin Ziyu's words. The little ice crystal white bird's wings that have not yet grown feathers moved. Then when Lin Ziyu put his hands in the box, it jumped into the box. The refrigeration box is very cold. But for this ice crystal white bird, it seemed to be the best place to live. At this time, as it went inside, it seemed to become happy and kept walking around in the box. It's quite interesting. Lin Ziyu looked at this little ice crystal white bird like it was his pet, and felt very novel and fun. Lin Ziyu was sitting next to the refrigeration box at this time, and when he activated his mind, he entered the system interface in his mind. He had accumulated 3 lottery chances, and hadn't had time to use them yet. At this moment, Lin Xiu did not hesitate and went directly to the lottery interface. As expected, the number displayed below the number of draws was 3. Without hesitation, Lin Xiu clicked directly to start the draw and entered the familiar big lottery wheel interface. Seeing the lottery interface, Lin Xiu couldn't help feeling a little bit emotional. It seemed that a long time has passed since the last lottery draw. This time the lottery interface was still the same as last time, and the lottery wheel was still divided into 10 grids. 3 of the grids were skill cards. 3 of the grids were odd crystals and 3 of the grids were potential pills. The last grid occupied a very small space and it was still the grand prize. Chapter 393 Special Skill Card Part 1. Chapter 393 Special Skill Card Part 1. It seemed that it didn't change much, and the reward looked a bit ordinary. There weren't those rewards anymore. Lin Xiu curled his lips and clicked on the draw. The moment Lin Xiu clicked, the lottery wheel spun frantically. Stop! As Lin Xiu yelled, the pointer of the dial slowly stopped. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining an odd crystal. Damn it, Lin Xiu couldn't help cursing inwardly when he heard the system prompt. Although the rewards on the lottery wheel this time were a bit rubbish, getting a skill card was also not too bad. There may be something suitable for him or a diamond skill card. Lin Xiu did not expect that he actually got an odd crystal, something that he really didn't need at all right now. Crash! After Lin Xiu cursed, a bright light flashed in the air and numerous odd crystals fell. So many Lin Xiu was stunned when he saw this scene, because the number of these odd crystals obviously exceeded Lin Xiu's imagination. It was like coins falling, and soon there was a small pile of odd crystals on the ground. All of them are rank 3 Although there were many of these odd crystals, they were just rank 3 and weren't very valuable. Squeak! Just when Lin Xiu wanted to absorb all the energy in these odd crystals with cultivation technique, then throw them away, the little ice crystal white bird in the refrigeration box squeaked like it saw something. The refrigeration box was transparent and relatively high. Also, the small ice crystal white bird couldn't fly, so it shook its small wings at this time, but could not fly out. Lin Xiu saw that the little ice crystal white bird in the refrigeration box seemed anxious to get out. Lin Xiu couldn't help but freeze for a moment, then looked at the pile of odd crystals in the palm of his hand. Then, he asked, "Do you want this?" Squeak! Lin Xiu got curious when he saw that the little ice crystal white bird seemed to be responding to him. He carefully took a piece of light blue odd crystal and threw it into the refrigeration box. The little ice crystal white bird saw the odd crystal that was thrown in and grabbed it with its small paws, then opened its mouth and bit it. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu was surprised, because this ice crystal white bird just broke its shell that day. He didn't expect that its mouth was so sharp that it could even bite odd crystals into pieces. "I'll give them all to you. Eat slowly." Lin Xiu smiled, then put the small pile of odd crystals into the refrigerator. The little ice crystal white bird ignored the odd crystals that Lin Xiu continued to throw in and continued gnawing happily on the first piece. Lin Xiu entered the system interface again. There were 2 more draws and he decided to use them up. As Lin Xiu clicked start, the lottery wheel spun again. This time it was almost at the grand prize. But in the end, it passed it, and Lin Xiu was extremely upset. For the last chance to draw a lottery, Lin Xiu didn't have any expectations. But this time, the items on the lottery wheel have changed, and Lin Xiu saw that there were 3 grids that were. After going through the previous lottery draws, Lin Xiu knew that those with had awesome items inside. "Give it to me." He wasn't sure if it was due to the bad luck from the previous 2 draws. But this time, Lin Xiu actually got the grid. "What is it?" Lin Xiu saw the pointer stopping on one of the grids and he held his breath as he waited for the system prompt. "Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the special skill card." Special skill card? What's that? Lin Xiu was taken aback. He had heard of skills cards from bronze to diamond, as well as a rare skill card, but he had never heard of this so-called special skill card. What the hell is this? Before Lin Xiu had time to think about it, a bright light flashed and a skill card flew towards Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu caught the skill card instinctively only to see upwritten in the middle of the card, What the hell is this? Lin Zia's eyes widened in disbelief. And at this time, Lin Ziu also saw that on the skill card, there was clean sweep written on it. Moreover, the martial arts card hasn't stated exactly what weapon it was used for, which made Lin Ziu a little depressed. Why don't he give it a try? With this thought, Lin Ziu put the skill card on his forehead. But unlike ordinary skill cards, Lin Ziu didn't notice any information in the skill card entering his mind. It was like, this was not a real skill card. Wait, there is an up logo on this. Could it be that this kind of skill card could only be used after he collects a set? The more Lin Ziu thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. If that was true, this skill card was pretty useless. And he still had a diamond body skill card that he got after winning Yu Yi in the arena. But he couldn't use it. So in total, he had 2 skill cards that he couldn't use. No, it should be 4. At the time in the tavern, he also obtained 2 more. Especially this clean sweep. He didn't know what skill card it was. Forget it. He didn't want to think so much. Lin Ziu thought about it at this time, then took out the things that he had exchanged using the unicorn terror beasts at the tavern in the small town near the dark forest. Looking at this quaint-looking box, the corners of Lin Zia's mouth rose up. They treated this as rubbish. But only Lin Ziu knew that there was something in it. In the last century, skill cards that enable people to easily master various information about the skill and greatly increase the speed of learning the skill had appeared. But the more advanced the card, the more difficult it was to make, and some people were unwilling to impart the skill. Just like in ancient China, many skills were lost because they were only passed on to men and not women, or only to family members or apprentices. Some warriors who were unwilling to simply hand over their skill cards were left without a choice before they died and had to hide them somewhere. Looking at the pattern of this kind of simple box, it was clear that it was made of a special kind of wood and there were usually things hidden in it. But as Lin Ziu opened the wooden box, the inside was empty. Chapter 394 Bodybuilding Technique Part 2. Chapter 394 Bodybuilding Technique Part 2. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. And this box appeared to have been damaged before. Obviously, Jang, who treated it as garbage previously, wanted to find something in this box, but it seems that he didn't find it. It should be in here. Lin Ziu found a knife in the hall, then began to carve the surface of the wooden box layer by layer carefully. This box was very hard like steel. Lin Ziu didn't have any other choice. The sore strength in his body burst out, and it covered the top of the knife. Very quickly, because of the sore strength, the knife became very sharp. Gee. As Lin Ziu forcefully scraped the wooden box layer by layer from the top, there was a screeching sound. Lin Ziu was very cautious, like he was working on a piece of art. Lin Ziu scraped layers as thin as paper off this wooden box. As several layers were scraped away, Lin Ziu could see a gleam of silver light at the bottom. It's really in here. Seeing this, Lin Ziu had a look of excitement that could not be concealed. He took a deep breath. After holding his breath, Lin Ziu continued to carefully scrape the wood off. At the next moment, Lin Ziu took out a dazzling diamond skill card. Ha, I was right. There is indeed something in it. Lin Ziu became excited at this time. This kind of special wood was very rarely seen, and the skill card hidden in this box would not be found even if it was scanned. So after Lin Ziu discovered this kind of wood, he felt that there might be something hidden inside. The person who hid this skill card here is really insidious. If one accidentally scratched the skill card, it would be useless. Because the manufacturing process of this skill card was different from the current ones, just a scratch, and the information recorded in the skill card would become messy and useless. Looking closely, there was a sturdy man on the skill card waving his fist. This was very likely to be a skill lost in the last century. Even if he didn't need it, it would be worth a few diamond skill cards. Bodybuilding technique. Lin Ziu took a closer look on this skill card, whose cover was similar to the current diamond skill card. There were 2 words written on it. Bodybuilding technique. Bodybuilding technique. When Lin Ziu saw this, he seemed to recall something and his body trembled. Damn, it can't be really this thing. This is no ordinary skill card. This is. With this thought, Lin Xiu suppressed the excitement in his heart, then turned on the computer and started to type on the virtual keyboard frantically. Soon, information about the bodybuilding technique appeared. Bodybuilding technique, it's a skill developed by the warlord Lai Yanni, known as the Devil Muscle Man, a skill similar to the cultivation technique. Instead of absorbing the energy from the air, then strengthening and changing one's cells like the cultivation technique, thereby changing your body and forming a qualitative difference, bodybuilding technique pays more attention to working out and other physical exercises. It has a powerful effect on the coordination of the body and the training of willpower. Warlord Lai Yanni relied on the bodybuilding technique and cultivation technique, and transformed inside and out, which was how he had such a powerful melee combat ability. Remarks after Lai Yanni passed away, bodybuilding technique was lost. It was said that bodybuilding technique is actually the same as cultivation technique in essence, but it was not as strong as cultivation technique. After all, the cultivation technique is changing one's own cells. It is a qualitative change. Lin Xiu continued to read and saw that many people were discussing this bodybuilding technique. However, because the bodybuilding technique was lost, these people can't debate and come to a conclusion. Also, although Lai Yanni has accepted apprentices, those apprentices had already died in some kind of battle, so the bodybuilding technique was completely lost. Is this real? Lin Xiu became extremely excited as he looked at this card. If it is really Lai Yanni's bodybuilding technique, then this thing is really priceless. Lin Xiu took a deep breath and after calming himself down, he put the card on his forehead. But as before, there was a coldness from the card. But Lin Xiu didn't feel any information going into his mind. What's happening? Snapped. Just when Lin Xiu thought the skill card was a fake, he smacked his forehead. This bodybuilding technique card looked similar to the diamond skill card. It was obvious that one must reach rank 6 and above to use it. Lin Xiu was a little sad that he couldn't use all these skill cards. Forget it. Hurry up and reach rank 6 then. Once he reached the rank 6, his strength would improve. Ice crystal white bird. Just when Lin Xiu got excited, he heard a clear sound ringing. He turned around and saw that Luo Yu had walked down from the stairs and was wearing a set of Sacred Region Academy uniforms. A white robe. Her hair seemed a little bit wet and it was clear that she must have just taken a bath. You could tell what it is. Lin Xiu smiled, then said aloud. The body of this ice crystal white bird was like a white hairless chick. It looked very cute. Ordinary people would definitely think that they were some kind of mutant chickens. Doesn't it look like the ice crystal white bird? Luo Yu walked over, then took the ice crystal white bird out of the refrigerator. Looking at the ice crystal white bird that Luo Yu took out, Lin Xiu's eyes widened, because Lin Xiu realized that this ice crystal white bird, which did not have any feathers before, has now grown white feathers. The feathers were very beautiful and looked as if they are made of ice crystals. After taking a closer look, apart from its size, this ice crystal white bird was exactly the same as the huge and terrifying ice crystal white bird from the previous time. It's growing too quickly. Lin Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief. It was merely over an hour from the time he put it into the refrigeration box and gave it some odd crystals. It actually grew into this size. Chapter 395 Bad Intentions. Chapter 395 Bad Intentions. Squeak. At this moment, the ice crystal white bird was standing on Luo Yu's hand and it didn't seem to be struggling. There was a pale blue crystal in its mouth and he held it with his claws from time to time, then pecked it with his beak. High-ranking evolved beasts grow very fast. Otherwise, how did you think they became so big? Luo Yu glanced at Lin Xiu, then said faintly, that makes sense. Hearing Luo Yu's words, Lin Xiu nodded. But why does it seem to be very close to you? Lin Xiu said, looking at the little ice crystal white bird standing on Luo Yu's white tender palm. When they were at the exchange center previously, the little ice crystal white bird had hostility towards the old man. Could it be because Luo Yu is pretty? I think it might be because of this. Luo Yu knitted her beautiful brows slightly, then seemed to think of something and a white flame appeared in the palm of the other hand. The flame was white, just like a white lotus. It looked very beautiful. The little ice crystal white bird who was eating the odd crystals seemed to sense something and quickly chewed up the odd crystal that it was biting in its mouth. Then, at the next moment, it looked in front. Those small eyes looked at the lotus flower in Luo Yu's palm, and its eyes lit up. The feathered wings on its body fluttered, and after an attempt to take off, it moved its wings and flew directly onto the other palm of Luo Yu. Be careful seeing the little ice crystal white bird flying to the ice lotus fire. Lin Xiu called out. It was just born and even a normal flame would have a very big impact on it, let alone the ice lotus fire. But something unexpected happened and Lin Xiu's eyes widened in the next moment. Because the little ice crystal white bird that was in the flames not only was not injured, but it also looked very happy. And its mouth opened slightly and it started to consume the ice lotus fire. Lin Xiu's eyes widened when he saw this scene. The ice crystal white bird itself is an extremely cold evolved beast. Luo Yu looked at the scene, but did not look surprised and explained calmly. Lin Xiu was startled. Then he remembered that this ice crystal white bird itself was an evolved beast with extremely cold attributes. And the adult ice crystal white bird of rank 7 was very terrifying, the icy air that it exuded. Even rank 8 warriors did not dare to take it lightly. At this time, this little ice crystal white bird was still taking in the power of the ice lotus fire. Although the ice lotus fire was said to be fire, it was a very cold fire, which sounded very contradictory. This kind of flame not only caused no harm to the ice crystal white bird, but also had a nourishing effect. It's really weird. Lin Xiu couldn't help muttering to himself when he saw the scene. Continuous release of the ice lotus fire uses up source strength. Soon, as the ice lotus fire in Luo Yu's hand disappeared, the little ice crystal white bird looked at Luo Yu's palm and seemed to be looking for the ice lotus fire. After realizing that there was no more ice lotus fire, the little ice crystal white bird flapped its wings, then flew to Lin Xiu's side and stood directly on Lin Xiu. The little head rubbed against Lin Xiu's neck. Haha, that's ticklish. Lin Xiu suddenly felt itchy. And now Lin Xiu could feel that the little ice crystal white bird's body has a very cold touch, like a piece of ice. Luo Yu smiled when she saw the scene. She looked at the sun shining through the courtyard and immediately picked up her long sword, walked to the courtyard, and wielded the sword. This was her daily compulsory homework and today was no exception. You stay here for now. When Lin Xiu saw Luo Yu starting to practice, he held the little ice crystal white bird in his hand and let its body fall on the side of the refrigeration box. Although its growth rate was amazing, it hasn't been long since it was born and it was still very fragile. If it didn't stay in an icy area, it would still have a great impact on it. Squeak, the ice crystal white bird called out to Lin Xiu, then hugged an odd crystal that Lin Xiu had just put in the refrigeration box and began to eat. Lin Xiu smiled when he saw the scene, sat on the floor next to it, took a deep breath, and continued to use cultivation techniques to absorb all the energy in the surrounding air into his body. The most urgent task now was to quickly upgrade his strength to rank 6. As long as he reaches rank 6, he could learn many new skills and by that time, his strength would increase exponentially. Time went by as Lin Xiu cultivated until the sky began to darken. What Lin Xiu didn't know at this time was that a black figure was making its way over. Phew! Lin Xiu took a deep breath at this time, then laid on the ground. After a day of cultivation, Lin Xiu's body was now covered in sweat. So tired. When Lin Xiu looked at the ceiling, there was a sudden swish and a glimmer of cold light flashed from the corner of Lin Xiu's eyes. The pupils in Lin Xiu's eyes constricted. In the next moment, his body dodged. Boom! A long sword pierced directly at the location where Lin Xiu was just now. Lin Xiu, who dodged to the other side, looked at the position where he was laying and saw a familiar figure. It's you. Seeing this man, Lin Xiu had a look of surprise in his eyes, because this person was Yu Yi, whom he had beaten into a coma in the ring. Your reaction speed is quite fast. Yu Yi looked at Lin Xiu with murderous eyes and said coldly, swish swish swish. And at this moment, Lin Xiu could clearly see that behind Yu Yi, there were 7 to 8 men in black and all of them were holding long swords that exuded cold light. and Luo Yu, who was practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard, had disappeared. The incomers had bad intentions. They wanted his life. Chapter 396 Come Prepared. Chapter 396 Come Prepared. Aren't you afraid of the Sacred Region Academy's punishment? By doing this, Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes, then looked at Yu Yi and said aloud. There was a different air around Yu Yi this time, but Lin Xiu didn't know what the difference was. At this hour, the leaders and teachers of the Sacred Region Academy are having a meeting in the conference building on the west side. If a student suddenly disappeared, who would know about it? Yu Yi looked at Lin Xiu with a cold smile. It seemed that he remembered what happened before as Yu Yi clenched his fists and looked at Lin Xiu with a murderous aura. Twice he was knocked down by Lin Xiu, twice with so many people watching. It seems that you came here prepared. Lin Xiu was not afraid at all at this time, then said with a smile. The black-clothed men standing behind Yu Yi stared at Lin Xiu, and when their body was about to move, Yu Yi suddenly said coldly, "Back off." Hearing Yu Yi's words, these black-clothed men were startled for a moment. They looked at each other and seemed to hesitate. He is my prey. Whoever dares to come forward, I will kill you. Yu Yi turned around and shouted abruptly. He has to kill Lin Xiu with his own hands in order to vent his wrath. The people in black stood still and didn't move anymore. Lin Xiu noticed this scene and revealed a smile, then said, I see. They were sent by the guy named Yong or something. Right. Yi snorted when he heard Lin Xiu's words and didn't say much. In addition to being able to play tricks, what else can you do? As soon as Yu Yi spoke, he rushed towards Lin Xiu like a phantom. The speed was astounding. Lin Xiu's eyes widened and the pupils in his eyes constricted. Yi appeared much stronger than when he was fighting against him before. In this short period of time, he had improved so much too. But it was too late for Lin Xiu to think about this, because Yu Yi has already thrust his sword towards him. Swish swish swish. The moment the long sword pierced over, there was a bit of cold light. Bang bang bang. Lin Xiu couldn't dodge and was accidentally stabbed a few times. Several holes appeared in his clothes. Are you only going to dodge? Come at me with your fighting spirit at the Tower of Tournament. Yu Yi yelled at Lin Xiu, who kept dodging because of his fierce offensive. Tear. The long sword swung again, leaving a deep mark on the wall behind. Come here. Seeing Lin Xiu dodge his attack again, Yu Yi became even more furious. Lin Xiu looked at the long sword in his hand about to slash into the refrigeration box on the tabletop, and Lin Xiu quickly rolled over. While rolling over on the tabletop, he carried the refrigeration box to the other side. Squeak! The little ice crystal white bird looked at Yi through the transparent glass and seemed very angry. Don't come out, Lin Xiu said to the ice crystal white bird in the refrigeration box. Regardless of whether ice crystal white bird could understand, he directly placed the refrigeration box in the direction of the stairs. At the next moment, Lin Xiu's right foot slammed to the ground and the whole ground instantly made a loud noise and shook. Swish! The dark-edged spear placed on the other side fell down instantly, then flew directly to Lin Xiu. Dang! Originally, Yi held the long sword in his hand and wanted to chop Lin Xiu's body, but he didn't expect that at this moment. Lin Xiu had already held the dark-edged spear and directly blocked the spear. Oh, change of weapon. Yu Yi clearly noticed that the weapon in Lin Xiu's hand was different from the previous one and sneered at this moment. Lin Xiu ignored his words and put force on his dark-edged spear, pushing away the long sword. The look on Yu Yi's face changed and he took several steps back due to the powerful impact. Lin Xiu did not stop the movement in his hand. Holding the new dark-edged spear forged by Luo Yu, he rushed directly to the front. Swish swish swish. The spear was in Lin Xiu's hand, turning very flexibly. H&G seeing Lin Xiu rushing over, Yu Yi snorted coldly and the long sword turned into bright light and continued to slash towards Lin Xiu, who was rushing over. Dang dang dang. The spear formed an arc with Lin Xiu's rotation, then collided with the long sword in Yu Yi's hand, making a powerful sound. So strong. The pupils in Yu Yi's eyes constricted as he felt the power from Lin Xiu's spear. The sword shook so much that his hand was hurting. He did it without difficulty at all. Lin Xiu, who was holding the new dark-edged spear, did not feel any discomfort and found the movement of the spear very smooth. Dang dang dang. Lin Xiu grasped the body of the dark-edged spear with both hands at this time, and attacked Yu Yi's body wildly. Yu Yi, who was in an offensive state just now, could only block constantly with the long sword in his hand at this moment. Damn Yu Yi, who had been overwhelmed by Lin Xiu's fierce offensive, was furious at this time. With a loud roar, a light blue light suddenly burst out from his body. Lin Xiu, who wanted to cut Yu Yi's body with his spear, suddenly felt that his spear had hit something extremely hard. Boom! The powerful recoil force caused Lin Xiu to take a few steps back. Sphere after a closer look, Lin Xiu saw that Yu Yi's body was covered by a light blue circular barrier. You seem to have become stronger again, Yu Yi said with gloomy eyes as he looked at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu's fierce offensive just now made him feel a little overwhelmed and he couldn't help but unfold the sphere. Lin Xiu looked at him without responding to his words, and with a wave of his right hand, a huge flaming bird hit him directly. The flame was very huge. Directly blocking Yu Yi's vision, all he could see were fiery red flames. Insignificant skill. Yu Yi was very familiar with Lin Xiu's flame. He had already studied it, and now he was not afraid. Get lost. Chapter 397 Fury Becoming Stronger. Chapter 397 Fury Becoming Stronger. Following Yu Yi's roar, at this moment, the long sword in his hand burst out with blue light and the whole body of the sword was frosty. Boom! The long sword slashed at the rushing flaming bird and a crescent-shaped sword aura flew out. The flaming bird was directly chopped in half by the overbearing sword aura that had a frosty air. This terrifying flame dissipated in the air in an instant. Do you think I haven't prepared for your flame? Yu Yi sneered. But at this moment, Yu Yi discovered that Lin Xiu had already disappeared. Where is he? His eyes widened and the pupils in his eyes shrank suddenly. Just when he came to his senses and was about to turn around to look behind, he found that a cold light had flashed past. Boom! A huge force came directly. Yu Yi felt as if he was hit by a truck. He flew out and hit the wall behind him with a loud crash. I'm sorry. You thought wrong. Lin Xiu stood there and said lightly. The other men in black were watching Lin Xiu cautiously. Just as they were about to attack Lin Xiu, Yu Yi had already struggled out of the broken wall. Damn. Yu Yi was a little embarrassed now, staring at Lin Xiu with his hands clenched tightly. What happened? What happened? This guy is obviously still a rank 5 warrior. How could he become so strong? Yu Yi thought that he had been transformed into a cyborg, and that the power of his body had reached the extreme. But it was still so difficult to deal with Lin Xiu. Dang. Yu Yi's face became extremely nasty, and at the next moment, he directly threw the long sword in his hand on the ground. Oh, not using weapons anymore. Lin Xiu looked at this scene, raised his brows, then said faintly, I'm going to be serious now. Yu Yi said grimly. Click, click, click. In Yu Yi's fist, several rays of cold light burst out in a flash. Steel claws appeared in his fists at this time. The claws were very sharp and they were stuck close to each of his fingers. Lin Xiu frowned slightly because he could sense that Yu Yi was in a different state than before. Swish! Yu Yi moved in a flash like a shadow and appeared directly in front of Lin Xiu. What kind of body skill is this? Before Lin Xiu had time to react, Yu Yi waved his hand abruptly and attacked Lin Xiu's body. Dang! At this critical moment, Lin Xiu blocked his front with the body of the dark-edged spear. The body of the dark-edged spear collided with Yu Yi's body, accompanied by a large number of sparks. Swish! But at this time Yu Yi's offensive was not over yet. With a sudden wave of the other hand, he continued to attack Lin Xiu. Tear! The claw directly hit Lin Xiu's body, and the clothes on Lin Xiu's body were torn off in an instant. On Lin Xiu's chest, there were a few deep gashes. The stinging sensation made Lin Xiu's eyes widen. Just when Yu Yi wanted to continue to attack Lin Xiu, he found that there was a crackling sound in Lin Xiu's body. What is this? Yu Yi was startled. Before he had time to react, he discovered that a lot of lightning burst from Lin Xiu's body. Seeing this scene, Yu Yi stepped back. Damn! Lin Xiu clenched his teeth and resisted the sharp pain in his chest. The long spear has an advantage over the long sword if there was a distance between them, but this guy suddenly used his claws and was fighting in close combat. making it hard to use the long spear. So it's lightning? Huh. HNG. Yu Yi, who had just been taken aback, found the ball of lightning covering Lin Zia's body and couldn't help but sneer. He was now a cyborg and his power source was related to electricity. These bolts of lightning could be absorbed to replenish his body. But Yu Yi looked at the wound on Lin Zia's body and was still a little surprised. According to the blow he had just made, even the body of a rank 6 warrior should be torn in half by his own claws. But Lin Zia's body only had a claw mark. The physical power of this guy is so terrifying. Swish! After Lin Ziu spun the spear in his hand and grabbed it tightly, the lightning on his body became more intense. With Lin Ziu as the center, the floor on the ground began to become scorched black. At this moment, no one noticed that the white marks on the dark-edged spear were all lit up, emitting a light blue light. Fury! Lin Ziu did not hesitate now and used the Fury skill. As soon as he used the Violent Fury skill, Lin Ziu felt his physical strength increase exponentially. What happened? Lin Ziu was also a little surprised at this time. His Fury skill seemed to have become stronger. He didn't have time to think about it. Right now, Yu Yi had already rushed over. Go to hell! His sharp claws flashed with cold light and he attacked Lin Zia's body. He wanted to tear Lin Zia's body into several pieces. Crackling! As soon as he got closer, the lightning surrounding Lin Zia's body flew over Yu Yi's body. But Yu Yi did not appear to be affected by these bolts of lightning at all and did not stop attacking at all. How could it be? Lin Ziu was also shocked when he noticed this situation. The lightning on his body was comparable to high-voltage electricity, but it seemed that for Yu Yi, there was nothing at all. Go to hell! Yu Yi's claws had already hit Lin Zia's body. Boom! In the next instant, Lin Zia's body was directly torn into several pieces. Over there, but Yu Yi was no longer the same Yu Yi. When he saw this scene, he reacted quickly. Lin Zia's strange skill was like cloning. It was impossible for him to tear Lin Ziu apart so easily. He turned around and saw that. Sure enough, Lin Zia's figure had appeared behind him, attacking him with the dark-edged spear. Chapter 398 Cyborg Yu Yi. Chapter 398 Cyborg Yu Yi. Torrential storm of rose flowers. Lin Ziu ran directly to the back using the mirror image skill. With a dark-edged spear in his right hand, he pierced Yu Yi's body directly. Swish swish swish. The pattern on the spear lit up at this moment. Lin Ziu could sense that it was as if the dark-edged spear had merged with him into one body, and his power was transferred to the body of the spear, displaying his full strength. The dark-edged spear that pierced over had turned into countless spears and Yu Yi's expression changed drastically. He could no longer see which was an illusion with his naked eye or if all of the spears were real. Sphere. Yu Yi had no choice but to unfold the sphere once again. As the sphere unfolded, all of Lin Zia's attacks pierced his sphere. Bang bang bang. Within this short second, it seemed as if the spear had pierced dozens of times, all of which hit the sphere he unfolded. The powerful and terrifying impact was directly transmitted to Yu Yi's body through the sphere. What's going on? Why is this guy suddenly so terrifying? After Yu Yi felt that Lin Ziu had become much stronger, his expression changed drastically. Bang bang bang. Lin Ziu didn't stop the movement of his hand. The dark-edged spear danced wildly, constantly attacking his unfolded sphere. Stab. Slash across. Slash downward. The attacks did not stop at all. Break. Right now in the next moment, the spearhead of the dark-edged spear was carrying a fiery red flame as it slashed over. Boom! Yu Yi's unfolded sphere was directly cut open. How could this be? Yu Yi was completely shocked. But Lin Ziu still didn't stop and continued to strike. Boom! Yu Yi didn't have time to think. He stretched out his hands to grab Lin Zia's dark-edged spear at the area just below the spear body. Crackling. As he gripped the body of the dark-edged spear tightly and prevented the dark-edged spear from striking again, the lightning on the spear went directly to his body. It sounded like beans getting fried and the clothes on his body began to turn black. He's fine. Watching Yu Yi take this blow, and the lightning on his body was directly transmitted to Yu Yi's body through the spear. Yu Yi wasn't affected at all, making Lin Ziu very surprised. One must know that even if it was the lightning that Lin Ziu released himself, After a period of time, even Lin Xiu would feel uncomfortable in his body. But at this moment, Lin Xiu clearly saw a faint blue light in Yu Yi's eyes, flashing continuously. "Are you a cyborg?" Lin Xiu came to his senses quickly and said directly. Yu Yi snorted coldly. Ignoring Lin Xiu and kicking Lin Xiu's abdomen, Lin Xiu leaned to the side and dodged his attack. Then he triggered his mind, and the sore strength that covered the dark-edged spear turned into flames instantly. Sigh. He had become a cyborg, so he didn't feel any pain anymore. But after seeing that his hand that was holding Lin Xiu's spear was burned by the flames, he let go instinctively. His right palm was already blurred by the flames, but there was no blood in his palm at all. Upon closer inspection, Lin Xiu could clearly see that his entire palm was already mechanized. "You're really a cyborg." Lin Xiu couldn't help but sneered when he saw this scene. A cyborg could remove its pain receptors, and depending on the materials used, it should be very advanced, and the hardness of the body was even more terrifying than the average warrior. No wonder Lin Xiu's lightning didn't have an effect on him. Yu Yi probably directly converted it into energy. Wait a minute. Lin Xiu seemed to have thought of something at this time, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up. "I became this way all thanks to you." Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Yu Yi suddenly became furious and continued to rush towards Lin Xiu. There was deep hatred in his eyes. If it weren't for Lin Xiu, he wouldn't have become a cyborg. You must know that after becoming a cyborg, your future strength would be fixed to this level and there will be no way of improving. Great claws. As Lin Xiu exposed Yu Yi's identity of being a cyborg, he directly used his powerful skill to attack Lin Xiu at this time. With the use of his skill, the moment he swung his claws towards Lin Xiu, he turned into many illusions, and the sharp claws also seemed to have multiplied, encircling Lin Xiu. But Lin Xiu, who was standing there, was not afraid at all and didn't dodge at all. Boom! With a loud sound, Lin Xiu's body was instantly torn into countless pieces. "I knew you're here." But at this moment, Yu Yi's figure appeared in the air as he said grimly, and Lin Xiu's figure was also in the air. Yi had clearly seen through mirror image. Swish! Yi jumped into the air and waved his powerful right paw, then attacked Lin Xiu's body. Lin Xiu's expression changed and used the spear body to block the front of his body. Yi's claws caught the dark-edged spear and a lot of sparks burst out as Lin Xiu fell directly to the ground because of this powerful force. Boom! In the next moment, his whole body fell to the wooden floor. Yu looked at Lin Xiu, who had fallen to the ground. Lin Xiu's entire body slammed into planks of the ground, but he was still using the spear to block Yi's claws. Otherwise, his claws would have cut his body, crackling. And at this time, Lin Xiu released a large amount of lightning. These bolts of lightning not only surrounded Lin Xiu's body, but also Yi's body. The powerful lightning seemed to scorch the surrounding air. Those people in black got a little bit afraid when they saw the scene. If they directly touched this lightning, their bodies would probably be blackened. Chapter 399 Fire and Electricity. Chapter 399 Fire and Electricity. But at this moment, a sound came from outside the gate. These people in black looked ahead and saw a woman walking in with 2 lunchboxes. As the ordering system in the villa broke down that day, Luo Yu went out to buy dinner. But when she came back, she saw Lin Xiu being suppressed by Yu Yi on the ground. At this time, the look on Luo Yu's face could not help but change. Kill her too. Out of the corner of Yu Yi's eyes, he saw Luo Yu walking in. He thought she was Lin Xiu's girlfriend or something and suddenly shouted. He couldn't let other people on campus know about this matter. Otherwise, if you openly kill your classmate at the Sacred Region Academy, the consequences of this matter were very serious and he would die too. When those people in black heard Yu Yi's words, they did not hesitate and directly drew out their long swords to attack Luo Yu. Swish! Luo Yu looked at that side and saw the thin-winged long sword on the other side of the room. She triggered her mind and the long sword flew directly to her side. The sword is coming. Dang dang dang. Luo Yu held the long sword and made a 180-degree horizontal split, blocking all the attacks of those in black. Boy, you are dead this time, Yu Yi said coldly as he looked at Lin Xiu, whom he had suppressed to the ground and was holding the dark-edged spear against his right claw. While he was talking, his left claw was already raised high. There was a cold glow on the claws and they looked terrifyingly sharp. "Tell me, where is that skill card now?" Yi said coldly while looking at Lin Xiu. A lot of lightning continued to surround his body, but Yi still didn't seem to be affected much. "I don't know what you're talking about." Lin Xiu stared at him, then said faintly. The strength of Yi's right hand was really too great. If Lin Xiu's hands relax, this sharp claw would probably pierce his chest. And now Yi's other claw has already been raised, and he was about to attack Lin Xiu. "That diamond skill card, even if you don't tell me now, I will find it eventually." Yi saw that Lin Xiu didn't have the slightest fear at this moment and suddenly became angry. Yong Hang's diamond skill card was very important. If Lin Xiu learns this body skill, then Yong Hang would definitely be enraged, and he will definitely blame Yi for all this. With this thought, Yi's expression became even more sinister. Lin Xiu did not answer his words, and now the lightning on his body became even more terrifying. The wooden boards on the ground around him were blackened by the terrifying lightning. "I'm surprised that you can turn source strength into lightning. But I'm a cyborg, it's useless against me." Yi, who felt that the current had become stronger, burst out laughing. At the next moment, he retracted his smile and said grimly, "Since you refuse to say, then, you shall die." As soon as he spoke, his claw swung towards Lin Xiu's body, snapped, but at this moment, he felt his left hand going a little out of control. "You, overcharged, right?" Lin Xiu, who was suppressed on the ground, smiled and said aloud. "You." Yu was stunned. Then he realized that although ordinary electric current had no effect on him, the terrifying high-voltage electricity released by Lin Xiu was a bit too much for some parts of his body. At this time, there was a lot of lightning that had been absorbed into his body, and it burst out from his skin, making popping sounds. The body's reaction ability also seemed to have slowed down. Good chance. Lin Xiu didn't hesitate at all. He seized this opportunity and sent Yi flying with his dark-edged spear. Dang dang dang. On the other side, Luo Yu was still fighting the men in black. The long sword was like a part of Luo Yu's body, constantly attacking those people with an extremely fierce offensive. Boom! While attacking with the long sword, Luo Yu waved her palm and smacked the body of a man in black who wanted to attack from behind. Boom! As soon as the man's body was hit by Luo Yu, a large amount of white flame spread all over his body. He turned into a man in flames instantly, and this weird flame didn't burn his body, but directly froze it instead. In a short moment, he turned into an iceman. Luo Yu's long sword moved in a circular arc, and after blocking the men who had attacked again, she kicked the frozen man with her right foot. Boom! With a dull sound, the frozen man broke into dozens of pieces. Seeing this horrifying scene, there was a look of fear in the eyes of the men in black. But they were well-trained after all and were not ordinary warriors. At this moment, they continued to attack Luo Yu with the long sword in their hands. Luo Yu played with swords since she was born and she could block the attacks of these people very easily. "You can't move now." Right on the other side, Lin Xiu stood up and the tip of the dark-edged spear pointed directly at Yi. The simple patterns on the dark-edged spear flashed with the fluctuation of Lin Xiu's source strength, and they looked very mysterious. Yi looked at Lin Xiu. His eyes showed incomparable killing intent. But now he was a little bit powerless because he had just absorbed too much electricity and his body felt a bit overloaded. Damn. This wouldn't happen usually. Are you curious? Just when Yu was puzzled, the corner of Lin Xiu's mouth curled up as he looked at him and said faintly, "In my lightning, there is a little red lotus fire power." That's right, Lin Xiu just found out as well. The red lotus fire's power, which was able to burn everything, could actually converge with lightning. Chapter 400 Yuyi's Death. Chapter 400 Yuyi's Death. The lightning contains the energy from the red lotus fire. As Yi absorbed all the energy into his body, Yi's body was being destroyed by the lightning that was created from the red lotus fire. Don't be too happy now. Yi was in a rage when he saw the look on Li Zia's face. He wasn't aware that there were already sparks appearing all over his body. At the same time, He gathered all his energy and dashed towards Lin Xiu. His entire mind had been enveloped by the anger that he had for Lin Xiu. He wasn't thinking about anything else. He just wanted to get rid of Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu twisted his finger and spun the dark edge that was on his right hand when he saw Yui heading in his direction. Then, he grabbed onto his spear tightly and attacked Yui head-on. He did not plan on dodging the other party's attack. Clang clang clang. Yui was continued to swirl around with his claws and was attacking Lin Xiu like a madman. However, his claws couldn't even touch Lin Xiu's body as he was blocked by Lin Xiu and his spear. His face turned extremely hideous. He wants to kill Lin Xiu. He must kill Lin Xiu. The energy from inside of Yui's body was exploding uncontrollably and his attack looked extremely terrifying, but Lin Xiu was still trying to block the attacks. It might seem like Lin Xiu who had the lower hand, but he knew that if they were to continue fighting in this manner, Yui was the one who would lose. This was because the lightning coming from Lin Xiu's body was heading towards Yui. These lightning contained energy from the Red Lotus fire, which was why Yui's body was constantly being destroyed by Lin Xiu. If it wasn't because Yui could no longer feel the pain from his inner organs, he would definitely feel the intense pain now. Stop hiding. Yui saw that Lin Xiu was still trying to dodge and block his attack and suddenly became even angrier. Part of it was because he realized his attack wasn't doing any harm to Lin Xiu. Crack crack. At the same time, the skin all over his body was letting out a weird sound and soon, it began to crack. It started on his arm and then his face. They were cracking apart and slowly revealing the inner parts that were made of metals. Lin Xiu would see the sparks that were coming from his metal arm that was revealed underneath the skin with his naked eyes. Yui was in a mad state now, and did not realize that his energy was slowly deteriorating. Lin Xiu took a step back. Then, as Yui was still trying to swing his claws towards Lin Xiu, trying to harm him, Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes and a dangerous look appeared. This was his chance. When he saw his opportunity, he ran towards Yui as he gripped onto the dark edge tightly. Heavenly Dragon wrecks the city. There was only one more minute left in his rage. Lin Xiu finally realized the strongest skills that he had at this moment without any hesitation. With Lin Xiu's loud, angry cry, the white markings on the black spear suddenly became brighter, looking extremely dazzling. At that moment, there was a large amount of black material that was coming from the spear. It started from the end of the spear and was slowly headed towards the tip of it. Huela. Within seconds, there was a huge dragon's head that was formed by the black material coming from the spear and flew out of the spear. The black dragon opened its mouth and bit onto Yui, who was heading towards it, turning him motionless. SHT. When Yui realized that he was being bitten by the weird dragon head that was formed by the black material coming from the spear, he was trying to wriggle his way out, but he realized he couldn't do it no matter what. Clang clang clang. Lin Xiu was already right in front of him, and the dark edge spear started attacking his body. Slash, cut, and stab. As the dark edge spear landed on his body, there were loud sounds of metal collision one after another. With Lin Xiu controlling the dark edge, it was like a black shadow that was continuously hitting his body. Clang clang. The metal that he used for the cyborgs in his body was terribly tough, but with Lin Xiu's mad attacks, there were already a large number of cracks appearing on his body. At the same time, there were still multiple sparks coming out of his body. Yi wanted to break free, but he was being firmly bitten by the black dragon, unable to move. Plus, with each attack from Lin Xiu, the damage on his body was extremely scary. He didn't have the chance to fight back. Within a short period of time, Lin Xiu had already continuously attacked him about 100 times. Rise following that. With the disappearance of the shadow of the black dragon along with the heavenly dragon wrecks the city, Lin Xiu picked up the spear and threw Yui's body into the air. SHD. I would never lose. Yui was looking down onto the ground as he was thrown into the air. He saw Lin Xiu, who was holding the spear, with a cold, chilling aura surrounding him. Yui still wasn't aware that the skin all over his body was slowly breaking away. His entire person was now left with the metal frame, and he was no longer looking like a normal human being. He widened his eyes, looking for an opportunity to attack. His body wanted to move in order to dodge Lin Xiu's attack, but he couldn't do so. His body was no longer in control of his own body. He couldn't move any part of it at all. He finally looked at himself and noticed that his body was already extremely damaged to the point of no return, and there were multiple sparks coming out of his body. Goodbye now. Yu, who was still in the air, noticed that he was already falling back onto the ground. With the cold words from Lin Ziyu, and the dark-edged spear in his arm, started slashing towards Yu in a crescent direction. With the sparks flashing by, Yu's body was broken into two parts and has been thrown into two ends of the hall. Boom! A loud explosion rang through the hall along with the explosion of Yu's body that was already in two parts. Everything has finally come to an end. Who? Lin Ziyu, who just got rid of Yu, suddenly felt weak and fell onto the ground. The effect of the rage was gone. Lin Ziyu could feel all the energy draining away and started panting. Ding! Congratulations on killing a rank 3 warrior. You have gained 300 million experience points. Lin Ziyu heard the notification from the system that was coming from inside his brain. 300 million experience, that's pretty good. However, he was still far away from getting onto another rank. It would be great if he could go back to the isolation area like before. If he was able to absorb all the energy from the lightning, he would be able to get more experience within a shorter period of time. But Lin Ziyu knew that after what happened before, the leaders from the school wouldn't place him back in isolation. Right. Boom. At the same time, there was another loud sound that came from the other side of the hall. Chapter 401. You're gorgeous. Chapter 401. You're gorgeous. Lin Ziyu, who was lying on the ground, turned his head and looked in the direction from where the noise was coming from. Then, he noticed a few men in black who flew into the hall. Boom! One of them landed next to Lin Ziyu, and there was blood coming out of his mouth. The man's body trembled and soon, there wasn't any more sound coming from him. You killed all of them. Lin Ziyu looked to the side and asked out loud. Luo Yu was looking around cautiously as she was walking in from outside, with her sword that was now covered with blood. What's wrong? Lin Ziyu still couldn't move his body. He was still absorbing the energy from the environment with his cultivation technique in order to replenish the energy in his body. Someone's watching us. Luo Yu looked around before saying it in an indifferent tone. There's someone watching him and Luo Yu. Just as Luo Yu finished her sentence, the look in her eyes changed. Then, with the sword in her arms, she started running in a different direction. Bang! With a loud sound, a small black box broke into two because of Luo Yu, and it was followed by a loud explosion. SHD. At the same time, the person on the other end, Yong, suddenly saw the flashes across the screen and violently threw it onto the ground. He was watching the live battle with a small control security camera, and he didn't expect that Luo Yu would find it and destroy it. The thing that he was angrier about was that all the men that he sent, including Yi, were all dead because of Liu Ziyu and Luo Yu. You should be dead. Yong started throwing things around in a rage and was violently hitting them as if this was the only way for him to release his anger. After a while, when everything around him had been destroyed, Yongjing finally calmed himself down. That fella is now a rank 6 warrior. Yong looked behind him and spoke to a young man. Young master, from the news that we got, he is just a rank 5 warrior. The young man behind Yong answered respectfully. When Yong heard the answer, he took a deep breath. The look on his face was much better than before as he said, rank 5 warrior. This means that he wouldn't be able to use my skill card. The skill card that he had at such a level was a rare item. No warrior would sell away such a skill card, and this was applicable to Lin Ziyu as well. Plus, Lin Ziyu's skills still weren't as good yet, and he wasn't at rank 6, which meant that he wouldn't be able to use it. From how it looks now, my skill card should still be with him, Yong mumbled to himself. Modifying Yu into a cyborg had already wasted a lot of his energy, and he couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken seeing how Yu was destroyed so easily. But he had no other choice now. What should he do now? Call home. Yong finally made a decision and told the young man who was standing respectfully next to him as he took in a deep breath. Young master. The young man was stunned when he heard Yong's decision. One should be aware that if the news of Aoyang Hang's skill card being in the hands of another person was told to his family, he would be badly punished. "Call my father." Hurry! Aoyang Hang gritted onto his teeth and he demanded it to be done. He had no other choice now. He has to get rid of Lin Xiu and get his card back before Lin Xiu uses it. On the other side, back at the mansion, Nan Zhangjin finally arrived with a few of the guards from the school. Since there was quite a commotion and someone was bound to find out about it. "Lin Xiu, what's the matter?" As Nan Zhangjin and the guards arrived at the scene, they saw the mess around and also the bodies of the man in black. "Someone was trying to kill me." Lin Xiu spoke as he slowly stood up. "Kill you?" Nan Zhangjin asked as he was shocked to hear the news. Lin Xiu nodded his head. Then, he slowly told the details as to what happened before to Nan Zhangjin. "This is unbelievable." After hearing what Lin Xiu said, Nan Zhangjin punched the wall that was next to him. "Who was the one who helps transform Yu into a cyborg?" Nan Zhangjin asked as he looked at the guards who were cleaning the scene and removing the bodies. "The Aoyang family." Luo Yu was looking at the mini camera that she destroyed a while ago, and answered their question. As he got the answer from Luo Yu, Nan Zhangjin frowned. "The Aoyang family, perhaps it's..." Nan Zhangjin was thinking of Aoyang Hang since he was the only person from the Aoyang family who was attending Sacred Region Academy. It should be him. When Lin Xiu saw the look on Nan Zhangjin, he nodded his head. It was obvious that other than trying to kill him, they also wanted the diamond grade skills card. This card was the top skills card of the Aoyang family, and they have not passed it to any outsiders. Now that the card is with him, Lin Xiu was sure that Aoyang Hang was extremely mad. He'll discuss this with the other leaders. Nan Zhangjin hesitated for a moment before telling Lin Xiu. The Aoyang family wasn't an ordinary family. They were powerful and influential. If they wanted to get rid of Lin Xiu, he would definitely be in great trouble. If they come again, well, kill them. Luo Yu looked at him with her cold eyes. Nan Zhangjin gave a bitter smile when he heard her reply, thinking that this young girl was such an arrogant one. But she did have the right to be this arrogant since her background was something that even the Sacred Region Academy wasn't comparable to. "Be careful. We'll be leaving now." After getting rid of the bodies, Nan Zhangjin carefully noted down how the accident happened after listening to what he said. Then, he patted Lin Xiu's shoulder and left. "Lin Xiu nodded his head. The side effects from the rage were gone and Lin Xiu could now stand on his own. "Here." Luo Yu handed him an exquisite-looking lunchbox that she had somehow gotten. Lin Xiu couldn't help but be stunned when he saw her holding out a lunchbox with her thin, fair hands. "I bought it just now and got one extra," Luo Yu said calmly. Lin Xiu finally understood the reason why Luo Yu disappeared a while ago. It was because she went to buy them dinner. With the sunset next to them and the sun bright shining on Luo Yu's face, she looked as if she was covered in gold. "You're gorgeous." Chapter 402 A huge reward on his head. Chapter 402 A huge reward on his head. Lin Xiu said it out loud uncontrollably. When Luo Yu heard his comment, she paused for a moment and her face started blushing. "Here you go." Luo Yu passed him the lunchbox, took her sword, and went upstairs. Then, Lin Xiu finally realized that the things that he just said were a little embarrassing. However, Lin Xiu still couldn't help but say, "That chick's attitude is really arrogant." While shaking his head, Lin Xiu opened the lunchbox and started munching on his food. Time passed by and it was already evening. Lin Xiu was in his room sitting by his table and reading the screen on his monitor. "There are very limited ways of improving my skills. There also aren't many creatures for me to hunt in school." Lin Xiu was trying to look for more information on the internet in regards to improving his skill and was controllably frowning. Chirp chirp. The little ice crystal white bird was now lying on the refrigeration box and was happily chirping while staring at Lin Xiu. But soon, its eyelids were dropping and Lin Xiu allowed it to sleep as he slowly placed it back into his box. Seeing the scene, Lin Xiu found it interesting. The little ice crystal white bird was growing at an incredibly fast rate and it was astonishing. As for Rolly, who was on the other end of the table, was lying motionlessly and it may be that it had already fallen asleep. With two of his pets with him, Lin Xiu felt less lonely. Focusing water. Lin Ziyu was reading on the warrior net and saw something known as the focusing water. From its introduction, it was a special liquid medicine that was made from a high-grade alien crystal along with some rare ingredients. If he was able to train with this water, the effect from his cultivation would at least be doubled. Lin Ziyu was surprised as he read through the internet. For him, this was something that was extremely useful. However, the price of it was about a few thousand for a bottle, and there were different grades of it. The greater the effects, the higher the price. Plus, now that Lin Ziyu was in the Sakigrid Region Academy, he wouldn't have the chance to get it. But this should be sold in the Sakigrid Region Academy. Lin Ziyu thought about it and realized that it was not an urgent issue. As he continued looking through the internet, the Warrior Union's website had a lot of other news about the other warriors. There were a lot of things on it, and he should really look through it. Otherwise, he would have no idea if there wasn't anything big that happened. One young warrior wanted at a high price. Soon, Lin Ziyu saw something that caught his eyes and he was stunned for a moment. What was this? When he saw this particular news, he did pause for a moment for some reason as he had a peculiar feeling. He subconsciously clicked onto the news. This was news about the disappearing rewards on the dark webs. There were many warriors that were wanted on the dark web every day. Usually, the number of rewards given was enough to show how powerful the warrior was. The president of the Warrior Union was a good example. His reward was a total of 1 trillion League coins. Well, of course, this wasn't something that anyone was willing to do. But, as he was scrolling through the news, Lin Ziyu saw a familiar photo. The photo showed a young man carrying a spear. It was obvious that this photo was taken from a hidden angle, but it was a high-definition photo. As he looked at the photo, Lin Ziyu couldn't help but mutter to himself, "OSHD, wasn't this him?" Plus, the amount that he was wanted for has somehow increased up to 10 trillion. 10 trillion League coins was a price that was simply astronomical. Lin Ziyu took in a deep breath subconsciously. Who was it that was willing to pay so much for him? One should know that with so many League coins on the bargain, most of the rank 8 warriors would be willing to do so. He may be able to beat a few of the warriors and fight them with his brains and the help from the system. But he was only a rank 5 while the others were rank 8 warriors. This was a huge barrier that he wouldn't be able to overcome. If a rank 8 warrior was really out for him, he would be in trouble. As he thought about it, Lin Ziyu couldn't help but clench his fist. A sense of danger grew all over Lin Ziyu. Well, thank God that I am still inside the academy. Lin Ziyu mumbled to himself in order to comfort himself. Lin Ziyu couldn't help but sigh. The location of the Sakigrid Region Academy was already considered hidden. He didn't even know the way to the academy, and the rest of them wouldn't know either. He would be considered safe as long as he was inside the academy. But how did Yong bring all these men here? This was what confused Lin Ziyu, since the Sakigrid Region Academy's location was difficult to find. The Yong family. This family isn't an ordinary one. But now that he has already become enemies with the Yong family, Lin Ziyu wouldn't step back as well. He took out the diamond skills card from his pocket and played with it around his fingers. As he mumbled to himself, "Diamond skills card. Huh. This is a skills card from the Yong family that has never been passed to any outsiders. Lin Ziyu has decided that he'll learn it." Lin Ziyu was getting a little sleepy. Instead of continuing with the cultivation, he soon fell asleep. The next morning, he woke up early, and after finishing his breakfast, he rushed towards his classroom. Luo Yu was earlier than Lin Ziyu. As he got to the training grounds, Luo Yu was already standing there, dancing with her sword alone. The others from the 10th class were shocked when they saw how sharp Luo Yu's movements were with her sword. Lin Ziyu. As soon as Lin Ziyu walked in, Jang noticed him and quickly waved to greet him. "Jang." Lin Ziyu smiled. Monitor when the rest of them saw Lin Ziyu. All of them greeted him excitedly. "How have you all been?" Lin Ziyu looked at them and asked with a smile on his face. "We have been focused on our training and even won the 7th class in the friendly match that we had 2 days ago," Jang reported to Lin Ziyu with pride. "That's right. We have taught the arrogant brats from the 7th class a lesson," some of his classmates added onto the story. A friendly match. When Lin Ziyu heard about it, he was surprised. It seems like a lot has happened during the period of time when he was at the dark forest. N. Just a small match between the classes. 5 vs 5. Their class was the one who invited us, but fortunately, we won. Jang said out loud and laughed. After all, he was still extremely proud of himself that the 10th class had defeated the 7th class. However, if he looked closer, Lin Ziyu would be able to see multiple wounds on his body that were now covered with red lotion. Chapter 403 Provoked. Chapter 403 Provoked. Monitor. Did you meet anything when you were in the dark forest? Yang Lai looked at Lin Ziyu and asked. That's right. Monitor. Tell us about what you saw in the dark forest. One of the female classmates who was by Lin Ziya's side said. Due to Lin Ziya's abilities and the leadership skills that he had, most of his classmates were really respectful towards him. Lin Ziyu definitely deserved the title of being called the Monitor. As for Luo Yu, who was still swinging around her sword at the side, she felt uncomfortable when she saw how there were multiple girls who were standing around Lin Ziyu. She subconsciously glared at Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu, who was busy telling them what happened, suddenly felt chills running down his spine. Lin Ziyu turned around to see what it was, but he only saw how Luo Yu was still focused on practicing as she was still twirling with the sword in her hands. That's not right. He was sure that he felt a murderous look coming from behind him. Lin Ziyu couldn't help but gulped before turning to his classmate and helplessly said, Don't come too close. I'm running out of air. Ha ha ha. After hearing what he said, everyone started laughing. Then, Lin Ziyu sat on the ground and started telling them everything that happened. As for the rest of his classmates, all of them were really interested in what happened to Lin Ziyu in the dark forest. All of them gathered around and were extremely focused as they listened to the stories that Lin Ziyu was telling them. Boom! After a short period of time, just as Lin Ziyu was still going on with his stories, there was a loud bang from outside. When all of them heard the loud sound, everyone turned towards the door. They immediately saw a group of boys in the Sacred Region Academy uniform by the door and were walking towards them. Oh, looks like everyone in your class is here. One of the tallest warriors who were in front looked at Lin Ziyu and his classmates. Wan Ling, when Zhang Yin saw him, he frowned and quickly got up. They are from the 7th class. Lin Ziyu took a look at each of them and clearly saw the 7th mark that was on their Sacred Region Academy uniform. And they were the ones that we fought in a friendly match a few days ago. Yang Lai looked at them with an unfriendly look in his eyes as he answered Lin Ziyu. What do you want? Zhang Ying walked over to them and asked. Nothing much. We're just here to inform you that we're ready to fight you now. Wan Ling glared at Lin Ziyu with a murderous look in his eyes. The 10th class was the bottom class. If it wasn't because of Lin Ziyu, it would be impossible for them to get any good results. Plus, they had purposely chosen to challenge the 10th class when Lin Ziyu went on a mission, thinking that it would be a sure win for them. However, this led to their carelessness and they entered the match thinking that it was only a game. None of them expected that the result was that they lost. As they thought of it, they felt unhappy and dissatisfied. It was a match that they would definitely win, but they lost. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Wan Ling looked at Zhang Ying and mocked him. Hearing his question, Zhang Ying couldn't help but frown. He still had fractures and a few bones all over his body from the previous battle, and a lot of his injuries haven't healed completely. Plus, if they were here prepared, the odds of the 10th class winning would be low. This was because most of them in the 7th class were of ranks much higher than the 10th class. The only reason why they won previously was obvious. It was because the 7th class was careless, but also because the 10th class had been working hard. We already won last time. Why should we fight with you again? Lai Ping stood up, walked towards them, and shouted at Wan Ling and his classmates. Tisksk. The last class would always be the last class. Just because you won once, you think that you've won all of us. One of the boys behind Wan Ling glared at Lai Ping and said in a cold tone, What's wrong? We were just playing around. Did you really think that you won us since you're being so gutsy? Fight with us one more time. One of the boys from the 7th class screamed at Lai Ping. Well, we're the ones who won, and the entire school knows that. Lai Ping raised his hands helplessly. You. After hearing Lai Ping, everyone from the 7th class, including Wan Ling, had a change of expression. All of them were looking extremely awful. This was an insult. The 10th class, they lost to the 10th class. That's enough. If there's nothing else, please do not disturb our class. Yang Ying looked at Lin Ziyu and said with a smile on his face. Wan Ling's face turned gloomy and it looked as if he had just been served with feces. Are you sure? Wan Ling questioned Yang Ying once again. Yes. We want. Yang Ying shook his head. Boom. As soon as Yang Ying answered him, there was a man from behind Wan Ling who dashed towards the 10th class with his fist. Yang Ying obviously didn't think that this man would be attacking him this way. Luckily, his reflex was considered quick. Just when the fist was about to hit him, he raised his right arm and placed it in front of his head, protecting his head. Boom! Along with another soft sound, Yang Ying could feel a huge force pushing onto him. Within seconds, his entire body flew backward and landed on the ground. Yang Ying, when they saw what happened, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that those from the 7th class would be attacking them this way. Yang Ying, are you alright? Lei Lei, Yang Ying's girlfriend, ran over and checked on him while helping him stand. I'm fine. Yang Ying shook his head. Just when he wanted to support himself on the ground with his hand, he felt a sharp pain running through his arm and he couldn't help but frown. Pain. It was extremely painful. It felt as if his bones were about to tear apart. FK, you're being too much. Lai Ping clenched onto a first and shouted towards Wan Ling and his gang. HMPH. Wan Ling and his classmates sneered and didn't say another word. I already told you. Have another match with us and this shall be over soon. Tisk tisk. If you're that frightened, all of you from the 10th class are allowed to attack together. One of the boys from behind Wan Ling said in an arrogant tone. Chapter 404. You can attack all at once. Chapter 404. You can attack all at once. Hearing what the boy said, most of the students from the 10th class were the ones looking extremely awful now. Provocation. This was a public and open insult. This is too much. Lai Ping screamed and he clenched onto his fist. Then, the next moment, he dashed towards Wan Ling. HMPH. Seeing how Lai Ping was coming at him, Wan Ling gave a cold laugh. He lifted his right fist and gave a huge punch towards Lai Ping's head. Boom! With the loud sound ringing in the room, Lai Ping felt a massive amount of energy being forced into his fist when both the fists collided. Kala. At the same time, it felt as if there was a crack in his bone. Due to the intense force that was coming from the other part, Lai Ping took a few steps back. With such levels, all of you had only won because of luck. Wan Ling screamed in rage and continued attacking Lai Ping, who had already been thrown to a distance because of his fist. Because of what happened in the previous match, he was embarrassed and didn't have the guts to face his own classmates, which was why he was now filled with anger. Crap. Seeing how fast Wan Ling was heading towards him, there was a change of expression in Lai Ping's eyes. But it was already too late for him to dodge the attack. If Wan Ling's fist landed on his chest, he would definitely be injured badly. Boom! Just when everything was about to go bad, Lai Ping felt that there was a figure who suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking him from the attack. And such levels, what's wrong with that? A calm voice finally spoke up. Wan Ling widened his eyes in surprise when he saw what was happening. He noticed that his fist was being held by the young man in front of him. No matter how hard he tried, he wasn't able to break free from it. Who are you? Wan Ling glared at Lin Ziyu, who was a stranger to him, as he asked in surprise. His fist was caught in Lin Ziya's hand, and no matter how much force he used, he still couldn't break free from it. As he continued to wriggle his way out, Lin Ziyu placed even more strength in his fingers that were holding onto his fist, making the grip even tighter. Crack crack. A small sound was continuously coming from his fist. Wan Ling's eyes were already wide open from the shock, and now there were droplets of cold sweat that were running down his face. FCKU. Wan Ling screamed in anger and decided to attack Lin Ziya's head with his other hand. Boom! The same thing happened just as before. The punch that he had thrown at him was caught by Lin Ziyu within seconds. You are the ones who want to fight everyone in my class? Lin Ziyu raised his eyebrows, asking them curiously. You. Wan Ling's eyes were now filled with terror. He was the strongest and most powerful person in the 7th class, but this man was able to easily break both his attacks. What was happening here? He had lots of questions in his mind, but soon It was as if he thought of something and his entire face changed. Perhaps. You're too weak, Lin Xiu told him before kicking him aside. It was a casual, gentle kick, but Wan Ling's body was already thrown out of the room. It was just like kicking away a piece of garbage. All of you can come together. After kicking away their leaders, he told the other boys who were standing behind Wan Ling. All of them were already prepared to help Wan Ling fight Lin Xiu, but they didn't think that he could easily throw Wan Ling out of the room. You shall die. When they heard the arrogant words from Lin Xiu, all of their faces changed. Those that could enter the Sacred Region Academy were mostly talented scions. They would never bow down to anyone. Hearing the insults that were coming out of Lin Xiu's mouth, how could they hold it in? All of the energy in their body started exploding and all of them dashed towards Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu remained on his spot, not even moving an inch when he saw them coming at him. Xiu. Just when their fists were about to touch Lin Xiu, his body was like a shadow and was constantly dodging their attacks. Even with the 4 of them attacking him, they couldn't even touch the edge of his clothes. He's so strong, Jang exclaimed as he was watching Lin Xiu from a distance. Ever since he met Lin Xiu for the first time, he was already aware of how powerful Lin Xiu was, but now, it looks like he was much more powerful than before. Game over. After dodging several attacks from them, he made a 180-degree sweep with his leg and threw all of them to a distance. Boom boom boom. All 4 of them were thrown against the wall and fell onto the ground. Monitor, you were so cool. That was awesome. Those from the 10th class had already started celebrating. Lin Xiu's actions just now were awesome. He didn't even care about how many of them were attacking him. Lin Xiu just easily got rid of them. All 5 of them were moaning in pain, including Wan Ling, who was kicked out of the compound. His body was trembling when he looked at Lin Xiu, who was standing right in front. He was in a lot of pain right now, feeling as if the bones in his plan had been torn apart. He was looking at Lin Xiu with fear in his eyes. You're Lin Xiu, fighting the pain that was coming from his hand. Wan Ling slowly got up and asked the person opposite him. Although the match between Lin Xiu and Yong during the Freshers' Night was attractive, Wan Ling wasn't able to clearly see Lin Xiu's face. Now that he finally got the chance to look at him from such a close distance, Wan Ling felt that he looked extremely familiar. He's back. You're right. Lin Xiu nodded his head. When Wan Ling heard his answer, his eyes were now completely filled with terror. Lin Xiu was the number 1 person amongst the newcomers. He was only a student from the 7th class. Even if he was the strongest in his class, he still wouldn't be able to defeat the number 1. As for the rest of them, all of them finally managed to stand up and were moaning in pain as they walked towards Wan Ling. Their condition now was not adequate for any battle. Do you still want to challenge us? Lin Xiu rubbed his fingers and there were sounds of him cracking his knuckles. When they noticed the excited look on Lin Xiu's face, the rest of them were trembling in fear. Was there anyone who dared to challenge him? Now they would be tortured. So what if you're strong? The match is a 5-person match. Chapter 405, New Competition. At this time, Wan Ling and others were stubborn and reluctant to admit defeat. While he was speaking, he was also retreating. The current Lin Xiu was really too strong. With the kind of strength that Lin Xiu had just displayed, even in their entire class went against him. Lin Xiu was likely to win, let alone 5 of them against him. Watching them leave, Lin Xiu shook his head, then looked at Lai Ping and Jang Yin, who were behind him, and said, "Are you guys alright?" "We're fine." Jang Yin and Lai Ping shook their heads and said, but the look of pain on their faces betrayed them. "You guys should go to the medical room," Lin Xiu said aloud to them. "Don't practice today." When Lai Ping was stunned and wanted to say something, Lin Xiu continued to say in a firm tone, "Go." "Okay." Lai Ping nodded and walked over to the treatment room with Jang Yin, who was helped by Lei Lei. "You guys can continue to train." After watching them leave, Lin Xiu glanced at the other people from Class 10, then said aloud, "Yes. By the way, Jianglai, aren't you guys having a friendly match? Why did I hear them say that it was a confrontational match?" Lin Xiu called Jianglai over at this time, then spoke to him. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Jianglai nodded, then directly said without hesitation, It's a Sakura Region Academy game that started the day before yesterday. It's just a friendly match. But the people in those classes still fought hard. After all, no one wanted to lose. What are the rules? Lin Xiu continued to ask when he heard Jianli's answer. Each class can challenge the remaining 9 classes. Every class fights once and can take the initiative to challenge or wait for others to challenge. The winning team will increase by 1 point, and the points would be totaled after the first day of the next month. The class with the most points would be able to get a very generous reward. I see. Lin Xiu nodded. Then we still have the right to challenge the other 8 classes or be challenged by them. But this was obviously unfair because Class 1 would be the first place. After all, when they were split into their classes, they were split according to their results. You know, this is basically for the victory of Class 1, so we casually called it a friendly match. Jiang said helplessly. Under normal circumstances, Class 10 would definitely be at the bottom, and the other classes would definitely get points. But no one thought that they would win a match. Of course, the people in Class 7 were upset. Because, in their opinion, the only classes that they could defeat were Class 8, Class 9, and Class 10. Well, let's train first. Lin Xiu nodded, then patted Jiang on the shoulder and said, the match is prepared for Class 1, huh? Interesting. Lin Xiu seemed to think of something at this time, and his eyes narrowed. What evil plan are you hatching? Huh. Just then, a cold voice could be heard. Lin Xiu came to his senses after hearing this voice, turned around, and saw that Luo Yu was standing next to him, looking at him with a look of contempt. Ahem. Nothing. Lin Xiu coughed and said a little embarrassingly. Eyes. Luo Yu said lightly. Eyes. Lin Xiu was taken aback and he looked confused. Every time you're cooking up an evil plan, you will narrow your eyes. Luo Yu glanced at Lin Xiu and said lightly. Lin Xiu was surprised. It seemed that when he's thinking of attacking someone, he would have this kind of reaction. You observe me very closely. Huh. Lin Xiu commented, then seemed to think of something and said, have you fallen for me? Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Luo Yu was startled and the long sword in her hand immediately pierced towards Lin Xiu's body. Swish. The long sword was like a cold glow, and it was about to pierce Lin Xiu's body. Damn it, Lin Xiu reacted at this time and dodged quickly. But Luo Yu didn't stop at all and continued attacking Lin Xiu. The swishes in the air continued to sound. This girl isn't playing. Lin Xiu couldn't help but curse inwardly, but he continued to dodge. Luo Yu was sensitive and Lin Xiu knew that what he said just now had agitated her. They really have a love-hate relationship, ah. Jiang looked at the two people from a distance and couldn't help muttering to himself. Okay. Imran. Lin Xiu sat on the ground at this time, then said helplessly. HMPH. Seeing Lin Xiu's pathetic appearance, Luo Yu immediately retracted the long sword in her hand. Let's go to the gravity room to train. Lin Xiu seemed to think of something, then said to Luo Yu. Yeah. Speaking about training, Luo Yu also became serious at this time. The two of them walked directly to the front and opened the door of the gravity room. The training here now didn't mean much to them. If they wanted to go one step further, they needed to rely on the gravity room to practice. As soon as he walked in, Lin Xiu put his school card into the machine. He still had about 100 points in his card, and now he didn't need to worry about points. How many times? Lin Xiu looked at Luo Yu and asked. 10 times. Luo Yu hesitated a little, then said indifferently. Hearing Luo Yu's words, Lin Xiu did not hesitate and directly adjusted the gravity to 10 times. As soon as he pushed the enter button on the keyboard, Lin Xiu felt a strong force of gravity. Damn, Lin Xiu felt the strong gravity and he sat on the ground directly. He was almost flat on the ground and couldn't get up. The squad leader and Luo Yu actually practiced under 10 times the gravity at this time. The warriors in the back looked at the word 10 displayed outside the gravity room and gasped. Wan Ling, what shall we do now? At the same time, those people receiving treatment couldn't help asking. What happened today was really embarrassing for them. Hearing the words of the guy next to him, Wan Ling's fists were clenched. Go to the school forum. Chapter 406. 13 times. Chapter 406 13 times. Translator Dragon Boat Translation Editor Dragon Boat Translation. While Lin Ziyu and Luo Yu were still training in the gravity room, there was already a post on the school forum that was very popular. Lin Ziyu, the top freshman, challenges the entire grade. After a post like this was posted in the Cyborg Region Academy, the whole grade was angered. Too proud. Who does he think he is? At this time, the students in the whole grade were furious. The post described Lin Ziyu as a very arrogant person. How could all these privileged people tolerate this? Damn. Who is talking nonsense at this moment? Jang Yin and the others just returned from the treatment room. Jang Yin took out his mobile phone and logged into the forum of the Sacred Region Academy. He wanted to see if there was any useful information, but didn't expect to find such a post, and it looked very popular. This kid probably offended people again. At the same time, on the other side, Yong looked at the forum post on the computer screen and said with a sullen smile on his face, "Young Master Hang, what are we going to do at this time?" A guy who was also wearing the Sacred Region Academy uniform stood next to Yong and asked, "What are we going to do?" Yong raised his brows, then faintly said, "Of course we're going to stir up this matter. Just say that he said all the warriors in our freshman class are rubbish. Seems like young Master Hang is going to go all out." After the man heard Yong's words, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. If this news went out, Lin Ziyu would definitely be hated by those warriors. After all, the warriors here were all so gifted and privileged who could tolerate the insult. 10 times the gravity. It's a bit difficult. Lin Ziyu was in the gravity room at this time and began to train continuously. Under 10 times the gravity, Lin Ziyu felt as if his body was firmly pressed down by a mountain and it was difficult for him to move. Tired. Very tired. But what surprised Lin Ziyu was that Luo Yu seemed to be in a much better state than him and she was able to do well in this gravity room. It's about to start. Luo Yu operated on the console at this time, then said faintly. As Luo Yu spoke, a large number of rays shot down from the ceiling. Damn, seeing the sudden sky full of laser rays, Lin Ziyu burst out swearing and quickly dodged. Swish swish swish. Those sounds of laser beams kept ringing. Under 10 times the gravity, it was actually very difficult for Lin Ziyu to dodge. He was careless for a moment and a laser beam slashed across his arm. There was a burnt mark on his clothes and Lin Ziyu also felt a sharp pain on his skin. These laser rays seemed to have also been upgraded to a new level. On the other hand, Luo Yu still dodged very quickly. Have you practiced before? Lin Ziyu said to Luo Yu as he dodged. Luo Yu nodded. What's the highest amount of gravity you've trained before? Lin Ziyu asked. A little surprised. It was true that Luo Yu's current performance was beyond Lin Ziyu's expectations, because in this state, Lin Ziyu found it very strenuous. But Luo Yu seemed to be handling it well. He had already unlocked the rank 2 gene lock, and the various structures of his body had also evolved and changed. 13. Luo Yu said aloud while avoiding those very intense laser beams shooting at her body. 13 times. 13 times. Hearing Luo Yu's words, Lin Ziyu was shocked. This was not simply doubling or tripling the strength of gravity. The resulting strength of gravity was very terrifying. My strength is restored. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to handle it. Luo Yu continued to say aloud. At this time, Lin Ziyu also came to his senses. It seemed that because of Luo Yu's internal injuries, the strength she showed was not her true strength at all. Lin Ziyu instinctively activated the analytic eye at this time, and discovered that Luo Yu could not be analyzed. According to reason, the current analytic eye could already parse the information of a warrior who was 1 rank higher than himself. But Luo Yu's current state still surprised Lin Ziyu. Are you a rank 7 warrior now? Lin Ziyu said in surprise. Hearing Lin Ziyu's words, Luo Yu also looked a little surprised, but she nodded and said, yeah, I've recovered. Lin Ziyu couldn't help but swallow his spit at this time. Luo Yu's strength has reached this level. No, it should be said that she was a rank 7 warrior from the start. With this thought, Lin Ziyu couldn't help but gasp. At her current age, she could reach the level of her rank 7 warrior. How did she train? While Lin Ziyu was surprised, Luo Yu was also a little surprised at this time, because when she first met Lin Ziyu, she discovered that Lin Ziyu was a very weak warrior. No, at that time, he wasn't even considered a warrior. But it has only been a short period of time and Lin Ziyu's strength has risen to this level. Rank 5 warrior. The warriors in some small cities couldn't even reach this level in a lifetime. Then you should be a rank 8 warrior soon. Right now that Lin Ziyu has slowly adapted to 10 times the gravity, he was able to dodge easily. While dodging at this time, he was speaking to Luo Yu. It's now very difficult to reach rank 7. Luo Yu dodged a laser and said aloud, "That's true." Lin Ziyu nodded. After all, the higher the level, the more difficult it was to level up. Otherwise, why would there be so few rank 9 warriors? While Lin Ziyu and Luo Yu were chatting, Zhang Yin and Lai Ping, who had already received treatment outside, were about to tell Lin Ziyu about the forum when they found that Lin Ziyu was still in the gravity room. Lin Ziyu and Luo Yu were still inside. Zhang Yin looked at the gravity room in surprise at this time and said, "Yes." Jiang Lai nodded. "Damn. It's been 3 hours. 3 hours under 10 times the gravity." Zhang Yin's eyes widened. His face was full of shock. Chapter 407 She's not joining. Chapter 407 She's not joining. Although Zhang Yin and the others were constantly improving now, they could only tolerate training under 5 times the gravity, and they could only last for about an hour at most before they lose their strength and can no longer bear it. But Lin Ziyu and Luo Yu were now under 10 times the gravity for 3 hours. Are they even human? Brother Lin and Luo Yu are inside, Lai Ping said with a lewd smile on his face. Inside doing what? Just when Lai Ping spoke, the door of the gravity room had already been opened. Lin Ziyu looked at Lai Ping and asked with a smile, "No, I didn't say anything." Lai Ping was shocked when he saw Lin Ziyu suddenly come out, and coupled with Lin Ziyu's smile, he felt a chill down his back, especially when Luo Yu came out afterward and glanced at him. He felt like he fell into an ice cave. Lai Ping shut his mouth knowingly at this time. Lin Ziyu gave him a funny look, then shook his head and said to Zhang Yin and the others, "Are you guys alright? We're okay. We just need a night's rest and the bone fracture should be able to heal." Zhang Yin smiled and said, "That's good." Lin Ziyu nodded, but seeing that they were still around here, he asked, "What's the matter? Is there anything else? By the way, I almost forgot." Hearing Lin Ziyu's words, Lai Ping slapped his head and said, "Brother Lin, look at the school forum." School forum? What's the matter? Lin Ziyu was puzzled. Dang Yin had already taken out his mobile phone at this time and opened the forum post for Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu was startled. His eyes narrowed after reading this post. The post was posted about 3 hours ago. It was probably done by someone from Class 7. Lin Ziyu obviously noticed the time of this post and connected the incident just now when he defeated Class 7. It was clear that it was someone from Class 7 did this. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Yang Yin and others have also noticed the date of this post now. At this time, they suddenly came to a realization. The people in Class 7 are too disgusting. They provoke us and want to use such a despicable method. Get back at Brother Lin. Jiang Lai was mad at this time. What are we going to do now? Zhang Yin frowned. He didn't expect that this post would become so popular after only 3 hours it was published. Moreover, Zhang Yin realized that many people were deliberately fanning the flames. What should we do? Of course, we need to beat them all. Lin Ziyu handed the phone back to Zhang Yin. Then the corners of his mouth curled up. Beat them all. Hearing Lin Ziyu's words, Zhang Yin and the others were stunned. In their opinion, it was almost impossible to defeat all of them. Although Lin Ziyu and Luo Yu were very powerful, but if they fought against Class 1 or 2, other than Lin Ziyu and Luo Yu, the other remaining people would simply be abused. A guest has arrived. At this moment, Lin Ziyu glanced at the gate and said faintly. As Lin Ziyu spoke, the people in Class 10 saw many students coming by at the door. Oh, this is the training ground for Class 10. Tisk. It seems to be a lot worse than our Class 5. At this time, at the door, a tall and muscular man in the uniform of the Sacred Region Academy looked around the training venue, then shook his head and said aloud, What do you mean by that? Hearing this person's sarcastic words, Li Ping couldn't help it and walked up directly and said harshly. The guy glanced at Li Ping, then shook his head in a disdainful manner. You. Seeing the guy's attitude, Li Ping clenched his hands in anger. Although his current strength has just crossed the level of a rank 4 warrior, the guy in front of him was obviously a rank 5 warrior. This kind of gap in strength was still very large. You want to challenge us? Lin Xiu walked over at this time, patted Li Ping on the shoulder, and waved Li Ping not to get too agitated. Li Ping took a deep breath at this time and snorted coldly at the man, then kept quiet. Yes. You're that Lin Xiu, aren't you? The guy looked at Lin Xiu, and clearly felt Lin Xiu's power, which was completely different from the rest of the students in class 10. Yeah. Lin Xiu glanced at them, then nodded. There was no need to use the analytical eye at all right now. Lin Xiu could tell that this guy was only a rank 4 warrior, about to reach the level of a rank 5 warrior. A warrior of this level didn't have to worry about the current Lin Xiu at all. Very well. You seem quite reckless. The guy looked at Lin Xiu at this time and said coldly, I am Wu Fei from class 7 and I represent our class to formally challenge you. Wu Fei looked at Lin Xiu in the eyes and said in a cold voice. He had thought about it. Lin Xiu was the only difficult opponent in class 10 and he didn't have to be afraid of the rest of them at all. If it was 5 against 5, as long as 2 people deal with Lin Xiu, the other 3 could take care of the rest of class 10. After getting rid of the other 4 people in class 10, all 5 of them could join forces to attack Lin Xiu together. And, right now Lin Xiu nodded and said faintly. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, the people in class 5 were stunned. They had no idea that Lin Xiu would agree so readily. Right now, then see you in the martial arts center in half an hour. Seeing Lin Xiu's undaunted appearance, Wu Fei suddenly became annoyed and snorted coldly. Sure. Lin Xiu nodded and didn't look afraid at all. Let's go. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Wu Fei snorted coldly and said to the people in his class, watching those from class 5 leave. Li Ping sneered at this time. HNG. They really think that they could win. Huh. As long as we have Brother Lin and Luo Yu, 2 of them are enough to get rid of his 5 people. No, she won't be joining. Just then, Lin Xiu spoke. Not joining. Zhang Yin and others were stunned when they heard Lin Xiu's words. Chapter 408 Fighting Class 5. Chapter 408 Fighting Class 5. But, Zhang Yin and the others were stunned. If Luo Yu didn't join them, how could the 4 of them win? It's okay. It's only class 5. Lin Xiu said lightly, his tone full of confidence. With Luo Yu's current level, she would simply crush all of them. And Lin Xiu knew Luo Yu's temperament. She wouldn't be interested in this kind of battle that didn't have the slightest challenge. I'll arrange the people for the next match. Lin Xiu glanced at the people in class 10 and said aloud. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, the people in class 10 were taken aback and immediately began to become nervous. After all, they were going against the people from class 5 who were much stronger than the people from class 7. They used class 7's carelessness to win just now, and it wouldn't be so easy to win against the people in class 5. After all, they were all rank 3 warrior or peak rank 3 warriors. Only Li Ping was slightly faster and had just become a rank 4 warrior. It's okay. Just listen to my directions. Lin Xiu glanced at them, then smiled and said, even with Lin Xiu's reassurance, they were still a bit afraid. Zhang Yin. Lin Xiu glanced at them and said helplessly. He could see that these people were under a lot of pressure at the thought of fighting against class 5. Yeah. Zhang Yin wasn't surprised to hear his name and stood up immediately. Can you do it? He fractured his hand slightly just now, and although he has been treated, it would take another day for it to heal completely. Yes, Zhang Yin nodded. I'll go too. Jiang Lai and Li Ping stood up at the same time. Me too. Lei Lei, standing next to Zhang Yin, seemed to have a certain determination at this time. Lei Lei. Zhang Yin heard Lei Lei's words, and when he was about to say something, Lei Lei shook her head and said, I can do it. Seeing his girlfriend's determined look, Zhang Yin couldn't do anything. Go and prepare weapons and battle suits. Let's go. Lin Xiu nodded, and then said sternly, yes. You guys should continue training first and don't neglect the training in the gravity room. While watching Zhang Yin and the others return to their residences to put on their battle suits and equip themselves, Lin Xiu said to the rest of Class 10. Yes. The people in Class 10 obeyed Lin Xiu. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, they continued to train on the training ground. Call me when you guys are going against Class 1. Luo Yu glanced at Lin Xiu, then said faintly, Are other classes not challenging? Lin Xiu said helplessly. With Luo Yu's current strength, she would probably only want to go against sophomores and juniors. No. Luo Yu shook her head, and then said, Class 1 is not challenging enough either. Then you. Lin Xiu was stunned. Just when he was about to say something, Luo Yu gave Lin Xiu a blank look, and then continued to say they are just an eyesore. PFFF. They are just an eyesore. Lin Xiu was a little bit dumbfounded when he heard Luo Yu's words. But they were definitely going to be up against Class 1 and Lin Xiu was already mourning for them inside. At this time, Lin Xiu was ready and took his weapon as he walked over to the martial arts field. There were already many students on the side of the field in the center of the Sacred Region Academy. There were a lot of students from Class 5. 2. Tiangjun, your class has to fight our class. You have to be merciful, eh? At this time, on the seat next to him, a middle-aged man touched his beard and said to Nanjangjun, Wu Ren, I think it's your Class 5 who need to be merciful. Although Nanjangjun was a little upset after hearing his voice, he still said humbly, Haha, the match is secondary. Our friendship is first. Wu Ren patted Nanjangjun on the shoulder and then said with a smile, For Wu Ren, this game was definitely a win, and everyone knew that this was just an opportunity for these classes to learn from each other, so as to let each class understand how big the gap was. The reward for the first place was definitely given to Class 1. Oh, the people from their class are here at the same time. Wu Fei also saw Lin Xiu and others walking in from the gate. At this time, the seats around this huge martial arts field were already full of people. After all, Lin Xiu, who has annoyed a lot of people on the forum, was going to compete with Class 5 today. As soon as the news came out, many people rushed over. Didn't I ask you guys to go and train? As soon as Lin Xiu walked over, he saw his classmates, who were also there. We're going to cheer for you. Damn, the Class 5. A student smiled at this time, then clenched his fist and said aloud. Lin Xiu smiled, and he couldn't help being surprised when he saw that there were so many students around the huge martial arts field. How come there are so many people? Lin Xiu seeing Lin Xiu's figure, Nanjangjun also got up and walked over there. That post-it wasn't you, was it? Nanjangjun walked over and then spoke to Lin Xiu. Do you think I would be so stupid? Lin Xiu said helplessly. And there was no need to do such a lame thing. Haha. You kid. Nanjangjun patted Lin Xiu on the shoulder and smiled. Teacher Nan. When Zhang Yin and the others saw the Nanjangjun approaching, they greeted him politely. Nanjangjun nodded, and then said to them, We are playing against Class 5 today. Everyone should be careful. The game is not as important as your safety. Yes. Knock them down directly. Luo Yu had also walked over, looked at the arena in the middle, and then said faintly, The middle of this venue was flat just now. At this moment, a huge field has been raised. Like an arena. According to the rules, as long as they were knocked down, they were eliminated. HNG. They think they can win Class 5 in a corner of the martial arts arena. Wan Lin and others looked at Lin Xiu in the distance sullenly, when they recall how they couldn't provoke him previously and were blasted out of the door instead. He got so angry that he balled his hands into fists, wishing to beat Lin Xiu to death. Members of both parties, please come on stage. Chapter 409 dealt easily. Chapter 409 dealt easily. Translator Dragon Boat Translation. Editor Dragon Boat Translation. At this moment, a bright sound rang out from the middle. Every match at the Sacred Region Academy has a referee, and this time was no exception. Today's match is Class 10 against Class 5. Please go to the stage. Let's go up. Lin Xiu looked and said to Zhang Yin, who was already wearing a combat suit. Every class would issue their own class combat suit. Lin Xiu and the rest had a very faint 10 printed on their combat suits. An Jang Yin and the others then walked together with Lin Xiu. When they were about to arrive at the platform, everyone used force and leaped on it. Hey, didn't expect that you guys really dared to come. Wu Fei glanced at Lin Xiu and others and then snorted. He also held a long spear in his hand. A silver spear. No doubt. He was also a spear user. At this time, he looked at Lin Xiu and was very cautious. He studied the video recording of the match at the Tower of Tournament. Lin Xiu was very strong, and if Wu Fei was fighting against him alone, he wasn't confident that he could win. But if two people used targeted skills against Lin Xiu, this was another story. Why not? Li Ping stared at Wu Fei at this time, then said coldly. Seeing Li Ping's gaze, Wu Fei also revealed a sinister look like a poisonous snake. Well, the team members are ready. The match shall begin at this time. An old man came over and stood in the middle, then smiled and said, It's you. Lin Xiu was stunned when he saw the referee, because this referee was obvious that the old man at the Redemption Center. Why is he here? I get points for being a referee. Old man here has to earn some points to live, eh? The old man looked at Lin Xiu and spoke helplessly. Lin Xiu's mouth twitched. Does he even need any more points? Who would believe him? Huh. This old man actually lent him 100 points directly to buy the fire scale combat suit. Alright. The match is about to start. Are both sides ready? The old man said seriously. Ready. The moment the members exclaimed, the old man waved his right hand and yelled, The match begins. Swish swish. The old man had just called out when Wu Fei and another guy who also held a spear began to attack. Lin Xiu did not expect that two people would attack him at the same time. Sunset Wu Fei held the silver spear and stabbed directly towards Lin Xiu. The second he stabbed the spear over, there was a golden light shining from the body of his spear. The light was so bright that Lin Xiu squinted. And another man, who was also holding a spear, appeared behind Lin Xiu. The spearhead was about to go through Lin Xiu's back. Be careful. Seeing this scene, Ling Yin, who was originally blocking Class 5's attacks, called out. Ha ha ha. He is Lin Xiu. He ain't that great, eh? Those onlookers burst out in laughter when they saw that Lin Xiu was about to be attacked. Obviously, Class 5 already had a strategy to get rid of Lin Xiu, the main threat. Quickly. Dang. At the time, Lin Xiu leaned to the side slightly and dodged Wu Lin's shot. He had the dark edge spear on his right hand and directly blocked the attack without even turning his head. It was like he had eyes on his back and could easily block the guy's stab. Those who were about to mock Lin Xiu had a change of expression. When Lin Xiu blocked this guy's attack, he turned his body and pierced his dark edge spear towards the guy. Dang. The man was shocked and did not expect Lin Xiu to respond so quickly. His silver spear quickly blocked Lin Xiu's attack. Dang dang dang. Although he blocked this attack from Lin Xiu had two hands on the dark edge spear and continued stabbing wildly. Low strike. Incline strike. Stab. The guy didn't have a chance to attack at all as he continued blocking Lin Xiu's spear. But even so, it still felt as if his hands that were holding the spear were about to break. Goodbye. At the next moment, as the Lin Xiu raised his dark edge spear, he directly sent the guy's silver spear in the air. Bang. While the guy was horrified, Lin Xiu lifted his leg and kicked him in the chest. Serial kick. At this moment, having been kicked multiple times in a row, the guy was sent flying off the platform. Boom. His whole body smashed on the ground and a dull sound rang out. All these happened in a blink of an eye. In a few seconds, a team member of Class 5 was defeated. Well, it seems that Lin Xiu is doing pretty good today. Nan Zhangjun, who was sitting next to Class 5's teacher, mumbled to himself. But he was very happy in his heart. Lin Xiu easily defeated someone from Class 5. It made him very proud, especially in front of Wu Lin, who didn't get along well with Nan Zhangjun. Faster. Arrange some people to send him to the treatment room. Wu Lin's face has become extremely nasty. He didn't expect that a student from his class would be sent flying by Lin Xiu when the match has only started. And it was very obvious that Wu Fei and the guy wanted to get rid of Lin Xiu together, but they failed. This student is not simple. At the same time, on the other side, a middle-aged man looked at the Lin Xiu and touched his own beard. Teacher, you're saying that he's strong? Jang Linqian was sitting next to him and he looked upset. He also received the news. So he came over here and initially thought that he could see something embarrassing happening to Lin Xiu. In the end, Lin Xiu actually dealt with Class 5's attacks so easily and even knocked the guy to the ground. Yeah, he probably isn't just simply a rank 5. Chapter 410 I won't make a move. Chapter 410 I won't make a move. A middle-aged man sitting next to Zhang Linqian touched his beard, then nodded and said. Zhang Linqian's eyes turned gloomy at this moment. He had long known that Lin Xiu's actual strength and skills were not proportioned to his rank. At this moment, seeing his own teacher thinking highly of Lin Xiu, his face turned nasty. Darn it, he must find a way to defeat Lin Xiu. As he was deep in thoughts, his gaze turned towards the platform. At this moment, Wu Fei was looking at Lin Xiu in fear. He thought that using this method, Lin Xiu would be knocked out directly, but he didn't expect that not only did it not do anything to Lin Xiu, his partner got sent flying by Lin Xiu instead. In this case, it's now 4 against 5. Clear the others first. Wu Fei's face was gloomy at this time, but he quickly thought of a counterattack. As long as the other 4 people were dealt with, they still had a high chance of winning with 4 people against Lin Xiu. He didn't believe that 4 people couldn't deal with Lin Xiu. A seems to have some tricks up your sleeve. Huh. At this time, Lin Xiu walked towards Wu Fei with the dark edge spear and his eyes narrowed, revealing a faint smile. Seeing Lin Xiu walking over, Wu Fei still felt a little pressure. Peerless strike however. Seeing Lin Xiu approaching, he was terrified, but still clenched his teeth, and before Lin Xiu came any closer, he charged towards him. And the second he rushed over, he used his skill directly. Wu Fei is going to use his favorite skill now. Some Class 5 students saw the scene and the low morale became high at this time. This skill, which could be hailed as a strong skill, was close to a diamond skill. When Wu Fei went to complete a mission previously, he used this skill and killed a rank 6 evolved beast directly. Swish! As Wu Fei roared, he held a long spear in his hand and charged towards Lin Xiu directly. The body of the spear was covered in a terrifying faint blue aura and there were swishes in the air. The speed of this skill was very fast and the destructive power was very strong. As long as one got hit, it would definitely leave a hole, even if it was the body of a rank 6 warrior. Dang. However, at this critical moment, Lin Xiu moved. The dark edge spear spun in Lin Xiu's hand, then thrust forward, and it actually collided with Wu Fei's long spear. Boom! At this moment, a powerful airflow surged out and it felt like there was a wild wind. Jiang Yin and the others could feel it, and those people from Class 5 also took a few steps back instinctively. And in this moment, Wu Fei flew out again. Just as he was about to fly out of the platform, he stepped on the edge of the platform and used force to stop his body from flying out directly. But Lin Xiu was still standing in the original spot with the spearhead pointing at Wu Fei. How can this be? Nothing happened to him at all. Wu Fei felt that the spear in his hand was extremely heavy. His arms were trembling like he couldn't even hold the weapon stably. But Lin Xiu was perfectly fine. This is not possible. When the students of Class 5 saw this scene, they were shocked. In their opinion, Wu Fei's powerful skill was simply countered just like that. What are you looking at? Just when Wu Fei was in shock, Lin Xiu's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Wu Fei saw the scene and went pale. Just as he was about to move his right hand, Lin Xiu lifted his dark edge spear and actually tossed Wu Fei into the sky. Seeing this scene, there was an uproar. Lin Xiu did not pay attention to the people around him. He leaped up towards Wu Fei and directly used his spear to attack. Boom! As a dull sound rang out, Wu Fei was sent flying directly by Lin Xiu and smashed into the seat outside the platform. Even the seat was broken. Medical staff. Call the medical staff. Wu Lin was so mad that his face was turning green. Failed. The 2 strong people in Class 5 were defeated by Lin Xiu. Sorry. Lin Xiu was a little harsh, but Wu Fei shouldn't be in danger. Nan Jingjun patted the agitated Wu Lin's shoulder, then smiled and said, H&G. Wu Lin was so mad at this moment. If not for his status as a teacher, he would have taught Lin Xiu a lesson. At this time, Lin Xiu had landed on the ground stably and he glanced at the remaining 3 members from Class 5. Sensing Lin Xiu's gaze upon them, they shuddered. Lin Xiu's performance had such a strong deterrent force that they didn't dare to continue to fight against him. Next, it's you guys' turn. However, at this time, Lin Xiu sat down directly at the edge of the platform and said to Zhang Yin and the rest of us. Zhang Yin and others heard the words of Lin Xiu and were stunned. I won't make a move. You guys will get rid of them. Lin Xiu nodded and said, if had made a move, it would just take a few seconds to get rid of them. But this was a good opportunity to train Zhang Yin and the others in actual combat. At this time, hearing the words of Lin Xiu, the people in Class 5 were stunned and they looked at one another. Seeing Lin Xiu sitting there without moving, they clenched their weapons tightly. If Lin Xiu does not participate in the battle, then they will win. After all, there was a huge gap between Zhang Yin and the others' strength and theirs. Cocky Zhang Lianqian looked at this scene and snorted. Interesting. Is he trying to train the people in his class in actual combat? The middle-aged teacher seated next to Zhang Lianqian saw everything clearly and found Lin Xiu very interesting. How could a teenager be so powerful? Teacher, do you think I can knock him down? Zhang Lianqian saw that his teacher seemed to be very interested in Lin Xiu and his expression turned nasty. Chapter 411 Perfect Combination. Chapter 411 Perfect Combination. If it's according to the situation now, it may be possible for you to defeat him. The middle-aged man thought for a while before nodding his head. After hearing the words from his teacher, Zhang Lianqian's face lit up with hope. But, just when his mood got a little better, the middle-aged man suddenly spoke up. But what the look in Zhang Lianqian's eyes changed as he asked the question. With his current abilities, it looks like he has been keeping some of it. He isn't putting 100 of his strength into it. I can't predict the result. Zhang Lianqian clenched his fist after listening to what his teacher said. Don't worry about it. I won't move. I'm sure you'll be able to win them. I'll jump off the stage on my own. Lin Xiu said as he looked at those from the 5th class who were still hesitating. Their eyes changed upon hearing what Lin Xiu said. Then they tightly grabbed onto their weapons. After exchanging looks with each other, they dashed towards Zhang Ying as his gang. There were 3 of them. 1 with swords and the other 2 with knives. And they were coming at them at an extremely fast speed. Clang clang clang. When Zhang Ying and his classmates saw the 3 of them who were attacking him, a different look appeared in their eyes. They each quickly picked up their weapons and blocked their attacks. Seeing how Lin Xiu was still sitting on the ground, motionless, those from the 5th class put in their best efforts. They noticed Lei Lei and one of them, a man who had a knife in his hands, immediately used his warrior skills. In his opinion, Lei Lei, who was a girl, would be the weakest amongst all of them and would be the easiest to defeat. Use your shield. Lin Xiu was seated on the ground and spoke to Lai Ping. Lai Ping nodded his head as he grabbed onto his huge machete, changing it into a shield instantly. A modifiable weapon. The crowd on the audience seats went wild when they saw it happening. They didn't expect that Lai Ping would be using a modifiable weapon. All Lai Ping was now holding onto the shield and stood in front of Lei Lei. Then, he held onto it with both hands and screamed out loud, blocking the strong attack that was coming from the other party. Honggong. The earth slash was a golden weapon. At that instant, the entire ground seemed to be violently shaking because of that skill. The man didn't think that the weapon that Lai Ping had was a modifiable weapon. Plus, he even got the timing right and managed to block his attack. This student of yours is not planning to move at all. Wu Lin looked at Lin Xiu as he remained seated and asked Nan Zhangjin who was sitting next to him. Before this, Lin Xiu instantly kicked out 2 of his best players in his class, which made him extremely unhappy, which explains why he was still looking extremely gloomy. He has his plans. Nan Zhangjin was confused as well as he didn't know what Lin Xiu was up to. If it was only the 4 of them, it would be extremely difficult for them to win those from the 5th class since there was still a difference between their rankings. Lei Lei, you spur attack. Lin Xiu continued telling the others. Lei Lei was using double daggers and his warrior skills were mostly for close range attacks. Lei Lei was shocked when she heard what Lin Xiu said. but quickly came back to her senses. She quickly moved and instantly appeared next to the man who was hacking towards them with a machete. The man's warrior skills had been completely blocked by Lai Ping's shield. He was stunned when he saw Lei Lei, who suddenly appeared next to him. If it was according to the normal thought process, Lei Lei, who was the person that he had aimed for, would have taken the opportunity to escape from him. However, he didn't think that Lei Lei would be directly attacking him with her warrior skills. Clang! But at that moment, another man from the 5th class appeared out of nowhere with his sword and completely defended Lei Lei's attack with his double dagger. The other man, who planned on Zhang Ying previously, suddenly turned towards Lei Lei. Their motions were cleared. They planned on defeating one first and then moving on to the rest. Jiang Lai, sledgehammer attack at 7 o'clock. Zhang Ying, use silver light flashing slash. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes as he said towards them. There was still quite a difference in their abilities. In order to defeat them, Lin Xiu would have to use the same strategy as those in the 5th class, defeating them one by one. Plus, the combination between the four of them was indeed flawless. Before they got on stage, Lin Xiu told Jiang Lai to change his weapon into a huge hammer because he was proficient in both swords and hammers. After hearing Lin Xiu's instructions, Jiang Lai instantly held up his hammer and swung it towards the man who was thrusting his long sword towards Lei Lei. Even if there was a difference in their ranks, it would still be impossible for one to face head-on with such a massive force from the hammer by using a sword. Crap. The man was about to hit Lei Lei, but he didn't think that Jiang Lai would swing such a huge hammer towards him. Lei Lei, move aside. Lei Lei always had a fast reaction speed as she had been trained with using a double dagger and would always be fighting at close-range combat. Her body moved to the back, giving space to Jiang Li's hammer. Boom! The man that was pointing his sword at Lei Lei was instantly hit by the hammer. The sword immediately flew out of his arms. At the next moment, Zhang Ying had already jumped up high while waving the sword in his hands. Within a second, there was a silver shadow that drifted across the air in a crescent shape headed towards his direction. SHD. When the man noticed what was happening, the look in his eyes changed. Hong Long. With a loud bang, the entire stage was shaking violently. The man might have been able to dodge Zhang Ying's silver light flashing slash, but the force that came from it still threw his body far away from the stage. That's an opportunity. Zhang Ying immediately reacted when he saw their chance. Jiang Lai. Jiang Lai immediately threw his hammer onto the ground. He felt relieved without his weapon and was finally able to travel at a fast speed. Jiang Lai ran towards the man who was already thrown to a distance and knocked him out of the stage. He flew off the stage. Everyone in the audience seat was shocked. None of them had expected that these four, who were one rank lower than their opponent, would be able to defeat the ones from the 5th class. A sledgehammer, 2 short daggers, a sword and a war knife, with all of them working together with different warrior skills. A rank 3 warrior was able to eliminate a rank 4 warrior. The middle-aged man who was seated next to Zhang Lianqian was shocked as well, with his face full of surprise. Chapter 412 Victory. Chapter 412 Victory. HMPH. They just got lucky. When Zhang Lianqian heard what his teacher said, he felt unhappy. No, it's not just luck. His teacher answered him while shaking his head. His eyes were now on Lin Xiu as he continued. Looks like he has been giving them the correct instructions. Jiang Lai, use the sledgehammer attack at 9 o'clock. At the same time, Lin Xiu called out towards Jiang Lai. It was now 4 vs 2 and it was getting more difficult for the remaining 2 warriors from the 5th class, as one of them tried to hide from Zhang Ying and Lei Lei's duo attack. He saw Jiang Li's hammer that was swinging in the direction that he wanted to go in order to escape. He had no place left to hide. The huge hammer swung past his body, and it immediately sent his body flying in the other direction. There goes another warrior from the 5th class that was thrown out of the stage. Crap, those from the 5th class were already stunned by what had happened. Without Lin Xiu's help, they would have definitely won, but they were losing instead. How is this possible? Wu Lin, who was the teacher in charge of the 5th class, seated next to Nan Zhangzhen, clenched his fist as he was surprised with what he saw. It wasn't only Wu Lin who was shocked. Even Nan Zhangzhen was in disbelief. Alright, you can directly attack him now. Lin Xiu put up a smile as he told his classmates. Upon hearing what he said, Zhang Ying and the rest were already in their zone. Their battle mode now had clearly reached its peak state, with 4 of them surrounding him. The last warrior left was definitely having difficulties defending against them. It was only a matter of them where he would be thrown out of the stage. As expected, within minutes, the last warrior couldn't stand it anymore and flew out of the stage. FCK, the last one to leave was called Wu Fei, and he was trembling in rage as he was thrown into the air. He didn't think that with Lin Xiu out of the game after being thrown out by them, they would still lose the match. And they were defeated by Zhang Ying and his gang. The 4 weak warriors were able to defeat those from the 5th class with their tacit cooperation. Lin Xiu. The rest of the warriors soon noticed that with Lin Xiu's guidance, the rest of them from the 10th class had defeated the 5th class. This was outrageous. Match end. Class 10th. Victory accumulated score 1. The elder once again appeared on the stage and announced the result. Ahaha, brother Lin. We won. When Zhang Ying and the rest heard the announcement from the elders, all of them screamed out in excitement. All of them initially thought that they wouldn't be able to defeat those from the 5th class with their abilities, but to their surprise, they miraculously won. How could they not be happy? Don't be too happy about it. We still have other matches. Lin Xiu smiled as he reminded them. Will we still be the ones fighting for the rest of the match? Lai Ping was extremely confident now, as he had just won the match. Now, he couldn't wait for the next match and wanted to continue fighting. Of course. Other than the 1st class, all of you would have to fight. Lin Xiu nodded his head and told them. Lai Ping, who was originally excited, suddenly felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. He gulped a mouthful of saliva in shock. We wouldn't be able to defeat the 2nd class, right? Zhang Ying asked out of curiosity. Although they had won the 5th class with their tacit cooperation, they still wouldn't be able to win those from the 2nd class. Don't be nervous about it. Just take it as a part of your training, Lin Xiu said calmly to the rest of them. Seeing how Lin Xiu was looking confident, Zhang Ying nodded his head as well. All of you continue practicing. This strategy is a pretty good one. Lin Xiu laughed. Lin Xiu, how is it possible that you know so many things? Zhang Ying hesitated for a brief period before asking Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu looked much younger than he is, but Lin Xiu knew a lot more than all of them. This included their warrior skills and types. It was as if they were all imprinted in his brains. Plus, he also had a lot of ideas on how to combine different skills together. He was just like an encyclopedia. I used to read a lot of books. Lin Xiu smiled as he answered Zhang Ying. As Lin Xiu thought about it, before he transmigrated here, the original owner of this body was someone who couldn't cultivate, which was why he always read books. After accumulating for years, there was a vast amount of knowledge inside his brain. Congratulations on the victory. Nan Zhangjin stood up from his seat and said towards Lin Xiu and his classmates. This time, Lin Xiu and his gang had really given him a huge surprise. Teacher Nan. It was such a great match. Zhong Lai was still holding onto his hammer as he told his teacher. He was still engrossed in the excitement that he had gotten from the match before and hadn't calmed himself down. But this time around, it was mostly because they were flustered. If it was the next round and you were facing those from the 4th class, it wouldn't be as easy as this. Nan Zhangjin nodded his head as he told the rest of the class. Zhong Lai and the rest who were still excited suddenly felt a cold bucket of water being poured on his head after hearing what Nan Zhangjin said. They finally remembered. It's true. It wouldn't be as easy to defeat the other classes. Don't worry about it. You still have me. Lin Xiu said in an indifferent manner. Tisksk. Aoyong Han. You're so useless. Just when Aoyong Han was about to leave, a tall, muscular man appeared right before his eyes. When the man appeared, Aoyong Han's face changed as if he had just seen something horrible. Who are you? How dare you talk to young Master Hang in this manner? The man that stood next to Aoyong Han got angry hearing how the man spoke to Aoyong Han. He was about to fight the man. Stand back. Aoyong Han glared at him and warned him in a cold tone. When the man heard Aoyong Han's instructions, he was shocked, but quickly moved to the back obediently. Aoyong Han, Seems like you're moving backwards in your life. You couldn't even defeat someone like that. The man looked at Aoyang and asked out loud in a calm voice. Upon hearing his question, Aoyang looked awful as he clenched his fist tightly. He didn't even put in any effort today. Aoyang took in a deep breath and decided to say to the man, Chapter 413 The Cyborg Region Academy is not allowed to have such genius. Chapter 413 The Cyborg Region Academy is not allowed to have such genius. But the most important reason here is still because you were too weak. The man continued staring at him and said in a nonchalant tone. After hearing the man speak, Aoyang's fists were still clenched together, but there was nothing else that he could say. As for the rest of the men who were with Aoyang, they were shocked to see what was happening. What on earth was going on? That's enough. I'm going to reset the record at the Tower of Tournament. That kid seems to be at a very high level. The man smiled as he patted Aoyang's shoulder. Then, he bent down and said towards Aoyang, Listen carefully. The Cyborg Region Academy is not allowed to have such genius. Find a chance to get rid of him. He left the stadium as soon as he was done speaking to Aoyang. Young Master Hang, the man behind Aoyang, looked at him as soon as the man was gone. This was the first time that he had seen such an expression on his face. It was as if Aoyang was afraid to against that man. Aoyang, who was the first in the northern campus, was afraid of that man. What's my ranking in the northern campus? Aoyang looked at the man next to him and asked. Number 1, of course. The man quickly lowered his head and answered the question that he was given. It was obvious that the man wasn't trying to flatter him. But from what I'm guessing, my rank would be taken away soon. Aoyang couldn't help but sneered when he said these words. Taken away? The man was shocked. No, perhaps Lin Xiu would be defeated as well. He should be number 1. Aoyang looked at the exit as he mumbled to himself. After the match, most of the students from the other classes got to know Lin Xiu a little bit more. Those who have not fought the 10th class were busy coming up with their strategies. None of them wanted to lose. It was an embarrassment to lose against the 10th class. But, with Lin Xiu there who was just like a beauty, it was difficult for them to win. As soon as the match was over, Lin Xiu walked towards the exchange center. This was because he needed one thing to improve his skills. Focus spirit. You're here as soon as you finished the match. As soon as Lin Xiu entered the exchange center, there was an interesting voice that came from inside. How did you get here so quickly? Lin Xiu had a head full of questions when he saw him. How was this possible? Lin Xiu couldn't help but ask when he saw the scene before his eyes. The old man was the referee for the match before, but immediately appeared in the exchange center. I have multiple roles since I am a capable man. The elder gently brushed through his beard as he answered Lin Xiu. When he heard the answer, Lin Xiu's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Forget about me. What do you want to exchange this time? The elder was looking at Lin Xiu in interest. Do you have focus spirit? Lin Xiu asked without any hesitation. Focus spirit? The elder seemed a little surprised when he heard Lin Xiu's question. You don't have it? Lin Xiu nodded his head before asking. Of course we do. What did you think of the Cyborg Region Academy? The elder laughed as he tapped on the interface on the table. Soon, there was something that appeared on the table. As he looked at the screen on the table, he could see the image of the focus spirit. This quality for this item is much better than the ones that we had. Lin Xiu took a good look at it and noticed that the focus spirit had been divided into different grades: low, middle, high. Give me one of the highest grades. Lin Xiu asked as his eyes were locked onto the screen. That would cost 10,000 points. The elder said as he brushed his beard. Give me 5 then. Lin Xiu took out his card and passed it to the elder. The elder knew that Lin Xiu had about 100,000 points on his card, which is why he didn't say much. He immediately swept off 50,000 points from his card and said, Give me a moment. I'll get it for you now. Lin Xiu nodded his head and sat on the chair next to the counter while waiting for the elder to get the focus spirit. Have you guys heard about the newcomer who got into the 30th level? That's crazy. The 30th level. At that moment, Lin Xiu could hear the voices that were coming from around him. Lin Xiu was stunned. Then, he turned around and asked the student who was next to him, Are you guys talking about the Tower of Tournament? When they heard Lin Xiu's voice, The students next to him who were discussing it paused and looked at Lin Ziyu before continuing. That's right. There's a newcomer who entered the 30th level of the Tower of Tournament. The 30th level. Lin Ziyu looked up with a surprised look on his face. The 30th level wasn't somewhere that anyone could enter. Warriors with such abilities to do so must be someone extraordinary. Right. One should know that Yu Yi that he fought previously was only on the 22nd level. Plus, they are still fighting now. The newcomers this year seems to be of really high quality. Even Lin Ziyu that I heard of previously was only on the 22nd floor. The students seemed friendly and continued chatting along with Lin Ziyu. Thank you. Lin Ziyu nodded his head. When he saw the elder walking out, he immediately went towards the counter. 5 bottles of focus spirit. Here you go. The elder looked at Lin Ziyu who came over and handed him the 5 bottles as requested. Lin Ziyu picked it up and took a good look at it. The focus spirit was placed into a special glass bottle that had been filled in a deoxygenated environment. The color of the liquid was now a pale blue color. There was a pale, shimmery powder within it and it looked like the galaxy. Your identity isn't as simple as I think. Right. Lin Ziyu thought of something and then he took a good look at the old man before saying. Even his analytic eyes wasn't able to analyze the true strength of this old man. Therefore, it must be that the elder must be much powerful than he looks. Then do you know who I am? The elder looked at Lin Ziyu with a peculiar look in his eyes. After being asked, Lin Ziyu was stunned on the spot, but he decided to not refute. He had a feeling that this elder wasn't someone ordinary. You'll find out about it when you have a chance in the future. The elder continued staring at Lin Ziyu. Then, he patted on Lin Ziyu's shoulders as he laughed and left. Why do you have to act so mysteriously? Lin Ziyu frowned before leaving with his focus spirit. The 31st floor. He even won the Sword King. He's great. Chapter 414 Reaching Rank 6. Chapter 414 Reaching Rank 6. The 31st floor. Lin Ziyu couldn't help but be stunned when he heard the voices of the others around him. One should know that when he got to the 22nd floor a while ago, it was already difficult for him to fight Yu Yi. He didn't think that there would be anyone who could reach the 31st floor. Plus, he even heard from their conversation that they were newcomers. Amongst the newcomers, other than Luo Kixing from the southern campus and Yong Hang from the northern campus, there has never been any newcomers that have such extraordinary abilities. He had defeated both of them, but he could only reach the 20th level. As he thought about it, Lin Ziyu couldn't help but feel curious. He shook his head and was ready to head home. As he headed back towards the mansion, Lin Ziyu didn't find Luo Yu anyone in the mansion. Lin Ziyu sat on the wide training ground and after thinking about it, he immediately opened one of the bottles and finished the entire bottle without any hesitation. Blurb blurb. As Lin Ziyu finishes the focus spirit, he could clearly feel the chilliness that was coming from the drink, spreading all over his body. It was comfortable. Extremely comfortable. Lin Ziyu couldn't help but narrow his eyes, looking very relaxed. Plus, Lin Ziyu also noticed it felt as if all the pores around his body had been opened and the cultivation technique had turned on automatically, madly absorbing the energy around him through the pores. The effects are strong. Lin Ziyu was surprised when he felt the changes in his body. But, Lin Ziyu was aware that the effect from the focus spirit wouldn't last very long. This small bottle would only last for a short period of time, only for 30 minutes at most. He was losing 10,000 points within 30 minutes. As he thought of it this way, he felt a minor heartache. He took a deep breath and decided not to think about it as he quickly entered his cultivation mode. Soon, as his cultivation technique started, Lin Ziyu could feel the energy from the air around him slowly being absorbed by his body. The cells in his body were replicating non-stop and they were getting faster and faster. Great, this feels extremely soothing. Chirp as Lin Ziyu continued cultivating. Sayo bye. The little ice crystal white bird suddenly appeared and stood on top of Lin Ziyu's shoulder. It was staring at Lin Ziyu, who was cultivating. In interest, Lin Ziyu was extremely focused on his cultivation. This half an hour was the most precious time. Plus, Lin Ziyu didn't notice that the EXP on his system started moving. The 30 minutes soon passed by with a blink of an eye. When Lin Xiu opened his eyes, he was feeling extremely comfortable. Why are you here? As soon as he opened his eyes, he noticed the little ice crystal white bird that was on his shoulder. The little ice crystal white bird instantly chirped in happiness when it saw Lin Xiu opening his eyes. It was rubbing his head on Lin Xiu's neck. Ha ha ha. It's itchy. Lin Xiu felt the itch on his neck and laughed out loud. Then, he placed the little bird on his palm. You shall play by your own over here. I still have to continue cultivating. Do you understand? Lin Xiu said to the creature that was already looking like the giant ice crystal white bird. There was a faint chill coming from the little ice crystal white bird's body, and Lin Xiu felt as if he was holding onto a piece of ice. Chirp, chirp. The little ice crystal white bird looked at Lin Xiu as he looked a little confused. Lin Xiu shook his head helplessly, thinking that the little bird must have not understood what he just said. He looked at the 4 remaining bottles. Lin Xiu hesitated and opened another bottle while continuing his cultivation. Time passed by until Lin Xiu heard a loud ring where he instantly opened his eyes. Congratulations, owner, on upgrading to another level. You are now at level 29. What when he heard the notification from the system? He couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. He upgraded. He actually leveled up. This was miraculous. He had just gone to level 28 a while ago, and is now headed to level 29. Lin Xiu didn't think too much about it previously. All he could feel was that upon finishing the drink, the pores all around his body felt as if they had opened up. The speed at which his cultivation technique was turning was already at the extreme. As he tried to suppress the excitement in him, Lin Xiu quickly clicked onto his system's interface. Host Lin Xiu. Level 29. AXPs 5 billion. Strength 560. Physique 286. Speed 120. Skills Analytic Eyes Fury Disguise Engulf Mirror Image. Rage Build Up to Monthnya. Potential Points 29. Title Rank 5 Warrior. Unused Title Rank 1 Warrior. Rank 3 Warrior. Rank 4 Warrior. Rank 5 Warrior. It's really level 29. Lin Xiu jumped up in excitement. He was only another level away till he became a rank 6 warrior. By that time, his strength would be greatly elevated. He would now be able to cultivate those warrior skills cards that he couldn't use before this. As he thought about it, Lin Xiu got extremely excited. He took a deep breath. Trying to calm himself down, Lin Xiu took the additional 29 potential points and added them to his strength attribute. His strength attribute instantly elevated from 560 to 589. Plus, Lin Xiu could clearly feel that the strength in his arms had become stronger. Rank 6. He has to train harder, so that he can get to rank 6. You're back. At that moment, Lin Xiu looked outside the courtyard and saw Luo Yu, who was walking back to the mansion. Luo Yu nodded his head and went into the living hall. He immediately opened the switch and then rotated the other switch. Then, a huge projector screen appeared on the wall in front of them. Look at this, Luo Yu said to Lin Xiu. Liu Xiu paused for a moment as his eye shifted towards the projector screen. It was an extremely clear image, much clearer than those of the blue light. As he took a closer look, the video that was playing on the projector screen was the video of a tournament. It looks like a match at the Tower of Tournament. Xiu Xiu Xiu. One of the men was holding onto a red halberd and was fighting another man at the tournament. Using a halberd as a weapon, Lin Xiu was shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. The halberd was a weapon that was rarer than a spear. There weren't many people who would train with such weapons, which was why the warrior skills regarding this weapon were extremely rare. However, the man inside the video was using it smoothly without any trouble. It was as if the halberd had been fused into his body and was part of his body. Chapter 415. You didn't take your medicine today. Chapter 415. You didn't take your medicine today. The man on the opposite side seemed to be unable to withstand the continuous attack of his halberd. The sphere was already unfolded to protect him from the attack. Bang! But this man was holding the halberd with both hands and he broke the man's sphere with a direct blow. How could this be? Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu's pupils constricted. That was not something ordinary. It was a sphere. The sphere was formed by the concentration of the source strength from the whole body. Even if the force could be broken, how could it be done so easily? With this thought, Lin Xiu was shocked. Soon, The man was shot off the arena directly. The man waving the halberd turned around and looked behind him. His eyes seemed to look through the screen, staring straight at Lin Xiu. 31st floor of the Tower of Tournament. Lei Zhu was a rank 7 warrior known as the Sword King in his sophomore year. Luo Yu said faintly as she stared at the screen. Taking a closer look, Luo Yu's gaze was solemn. The one who was defeated just now was a rank 7 warrior. Lin Xiu was even more shocked when he heard Luo Yu's words. This was too much. A rank 7 warrior was defeated so easily. Yeah. Luo Yu nodded. By the way, this guy with the halberd is also a freshman. Lin Xiu seemed to have thought of something at this time. Then he slapped his thigh and said suddenly, because he heard those people talking about this at the exchange center today. Why haven't I seen this person before? Lin Xiu said, a little puzzled. One must understand that Yuo Kixing and Aoyang Hang were the strongest at the time. But this guy was obviously much stronger than them. No, it should be said that they were not on the same level at all. Yu Muchen? Luo Yu looked at the video of the previous battle at the top of the screen, and there was a little bit of murderous intent in her eyes. Yu Muchen, you know him? Lin Xiu asked. And the sharpie Lin Xiu was able to clearly capture the murderous intent in Luo Yu's eyes. This person has enmity with Luo Yu. An enemy? Luo Yu replied coldly. You should study his battle video first. We will fight with him sooner or later. Luo Yu was obviously in a bad mood at this time. As she spoke, she walked upstairs. At this timing, Luo Yu should be training, but now it was obvious that because of this man named Yu Muchen, Luo Yu seemed to have thought of something and gave off a murderous aura. Yu Muchen? Huh. Lin Xiu couldn't help narrowing his eyes as he watched the battle video on the screen. This was his battle video from the first floor to the 31st floor, and Lin Xiu looked very carefully. He discovered that no matter which floor Yu Muchen was on, he only used basic combat routines and didn't use any skills at all to defeat those people. Seeing this, Lin Xiu was in even more shock and felt a burst of pressure in his heart. This person is too strong, eh? At this moment, Lin Xiu heard footsteps coming from the gate. Who is it? Lin Xiu furrowed his brow slightly when he felt the presence of someone outside the door, then called out, It's me. The person outside the door was silent for a while, then said aloud. Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Xiu quickly knew who it was and he was slightly surprised. Why is this guy here? Come in. Lin Xiu held the dark-edged spear in his hand at this time, then said faintly. As Lin Xiu spoke, the door opened. It really is you. Looking at the person who appeared, Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes, then said faintly. Aoyang Hang? That's right. The person who came turned out to be Aoyang Hang. Didn't bring any cyborgs along to deal with me this time, Lin Xiu said coldly as he looked at Aoyang Hang. This guy suddenly turned up and Lin Xiu was very surprised. What the hell does he want? Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Aoyang Hang looked embarrassed. Obviously, Lin Xiu knew that he was the one who planned the incident with Yui. Lin Xiu, don't be so hostile. I am here this time to make a deal with you. Aoyang Hang took a deep breath, then said to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu looked at him and saw that he didn't even have a weapon in his hand and didn't bring anyone over. It was obvious that he was not here to find trouble. Do you think there is anything to talk about between us? Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes, then said faintly. And aren't you afraid that I would just kill you directly? As soon as Lin Xiu said that, the spear in his pierced directly towards Aoyang Hang. Swish. At this moment, the tip of the spear was a few millimeters away from touching Aoyang Hang's neck and penetrating it. But Aoyang Hang didn't seem to have any intention of dodging it. I know you won't kill me, Aoyang Hang said calmly. That was what he said, but the cold sweat on his forehead had already betrayed him. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows, then retracted the spear. You wouldn't come here for nothing, go on. What's the matter? Watching Lin Xiu put the spear back, Aoyang Hang heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Lin Xiu, who was very unpredictable, would kill him directly. Then, he really had nothing to say. Lin Xiu looked at Aoyang Hang at this time. Aoyang Hang seemed very strange and wasn't looking at him with hatred. He didn't bring his weapon either. Did this guy take the wrong medicine? You're watching this too. Yong Hang looked at the projection behind Lin Xiu. It was Yu Muchen's battle scene. Lin Xiu nodded, then thought about it carefully and said to Yong Hang, "Let me ask you a question." Yong Hang was taken aback, then said, "Sure. I came here with sincerity. What do you want to know?" "I will tell you." Yong Hang had already guessed that Lin Xiu might ask him about Yu Muchen. He came to talk to Lin Xiu about Yu Muchen anyway. "You didn't take your medicine today." Lin Xiu thought for a while, then gave him a suspicious look before he spoke. Chapter 416 ranked 19th in the world without a trace. Chapter 416 ranked 19th in the world without a trace. Yong Hang, who originally thought Lin Xiu was going to ask him some key questions, was stunned when he heard Lin Xiu's words. "You get lost." Yong Hang clenched his fists, resisting the urge to rush up and beat Lin Xiu to death. Of course, with his strength, it was impossible to beat Lin Xiu. "Oh, it seems that you are not stupid yet." Seeing Yong Hang's appearance at this time, Lin Xiu nodded and said aloud. At this time, Yong Hang was already so angry. Despicable. Too despicable. But too bad. He wasn't a match for Lin Xiu at the moment. At this time, Yong Hang took a deep breath, then said to Lin Xiu seriously, "I'm not kidding you. Do you know who he is?" Yong Hang said, pointing his finger at the projection behind Lin Xiu. "His name is Yu Muchen." Lin Xiu said lightly. Yong Hang was startled. Then he seemed to think of something. "She told you right. The background of this person is not simple and he already has his eyes on you." "Eyes on me?" Lin Xiu raised his brows. "Top freshman. Defeated me and Yuo Kixing, of course. He has his eyes on you because as long as he defeats you, he can prove that he is the top freshman. That guy is a very arrogant guy." Yong Hang looked at Lin Xiu and said with a sneer, "And after you finished the match today, he already asked me to get rid of you. But you are not that capable." Lin Xiu said and shrugged. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Yong Hang suddenly felt like he was choked. But at this moment, he couldn't say anything. Despicable. What Lin Xiu said was too despicable. Yong Hang felt that he would be pissed off if he continued talking to Lin Xiu. But at this time, he had to keep talking. If nothing goes wrong, he is already prepared to challenge you. Yong Hang looked at Lin Xiu, then continued to say aloud, "Is that so? So you came here today just to say this?" Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes, then said faintly. Yong Hang looked at Lin Xiu and seemed a little hesitant. Then he sighed and said, "Can you return my body skill card?" This time Yong Hang completely lost his arrogance, but lowered his noble head and said, he felt that Lin Xiu's strength was about to break through to rank 6. Once Lin Xiu reaches rank 6, he would definitely use that card and things would become troublesome. If the Yong family found out that their body skill card was given to someone else, he would become a criminal. By then, he is finished. Of course. Lin Xiu's mouth curled up, then said faintly, "Really?" When Yong Hang heard Lin Xiu's words, he was in disbelief. This guy is willing to give it back. Could it be that he knows the power of his family? With this thought, Yong Hang's back straightened up. Of course not. Lin Xiu shrugged and looked at him like he was a fool. "You." Yong Hang felt like he was really about to vomit blood from anger. "Don't fight with him over this. Don't fight with him over this." Yong Hang took a deep breath, then continued to say to Lin Xiu, "I will trade it with another body skill. Your Yong's transient steps is known as the world's top 30 body skill A." Lin Xiu said with a smile. What he meant was very clear. He wouldn't simply allow Yong Hang to take this skill card away. Yong Hang seemed to know what Lin Xiu was thinking. At this time, he slowly took out a box from his pocket. The sharpied Lin Xiu also saw the box he took out at this time. There were many complicated carvings on the box which looked very mysterious. "What is this?" Lin Xiu looked at the box. His eyes narrowed. He had a feeling that there was something extraordinary in this box. Diamond body skill card. Yong Hang looked at Lin Xiu, then said seriously, "Diamond body skill card." Hearing Yong Hang's words, Lin Xiu was a little surprised. The diamond body skill card was very rare, and Yong Hang actually took out another one, and it was definitely different from the transient steps he got. However, even if it's a diamond body skill card. There are different levels. Although Lin Xiu was shocked on the inside, he was still very calm on the surface. Lin Xiu was right. The world's top 30 skill cards were very strong, and the rest of the skill cards, even if they were at the diamond level, were not all very powerful. Ranked 19th in the world without a trace. Yong seemed to know what Lin Xiu was thinking in his heart. At this time, he looked at Lin Xiu and said seriously, "Ranked 19th in the world." Hearing Yong's words, the pupils in Lin Xiu's eyes constricted and his face was in shock. If it was really the skill card that was ranked 19th in the world, it was indeed extremely rare. Yong obviously noticed the look of shock on Lin Xiu's face, and he slowly opened the box with satisfaction at this time. As soon as the box was opened, a bright light was reflected in Lin Xiu's eyes. In this exquisitely carved wooden box, there was a beautiful skill card that shone brightly, and it looked like an odd crystal. There were 3 words carved beautifully on it without a trace. Lin Xiu gasped, then looked at Yong and said, "How did you get it?" This kind of skill card was not any ordinary skill card, it was ranked 19th in the world. Even Yong family's transient steps couldn't compare. "Don't worry about how I got it. Do you want to trade or not?" Yong looked at Lin Xiu, then said seriously. However, at this time, Yong still showed a heartbroken expression on his face. The practice of this skill was not easy. No, it was very difficult. But it was one of the world's top 20 skill cards after all, and it was very precious. "Tell me, what do you want?" Although this skill card really made Lin Xiu a little jealous. Lin Xiu was not a fool, and Yong's behavior today was a bit strange. He clearly has a mortal feud with him, yet this guy actually gave him a skill card today. It was definitely not with the best of intentions. Part 5 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.